Discover Ilfury, the best fine Italian dining in the downtown, open daily for lunch and dinner. In Bordentown, Ristorante Luca is like no other, featuring award-winning authentic Italian cuisine coupled with nightly live entertainment, and now bring your own wine on Mondays and Tuesdays. Book your fine dining experience at ristoranteluca.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free FixFinder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrrr.
Not with FixFinder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Cleveland Cavaliers coach Kenny Atkinson took the gracious and unexpected gesture of publicly thanking writers, broadcasters, and podcasters for their coverage. I learned a lot from you all, he revealed. I read and I listen and I learn. On behalf of my media colleagues, you're welcome, Coach. It was fun covering you this year. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, what is going on, everyone? Good morning, Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you from Borgata today. And listening to that Boomer Esiason commentary right there reminded me a lot of Doc Rivers and his graciousness.
Oh, totally.
Toward the public and the media and fans. And
he treasured us.
Treasure him. Good morning, everyone. Lot to do, guys. Lot to do, boys and girls. We've got the Phils back at it tonight. Still trying to crawl back at the Mets. Obviously closer than they had been about 3 weeks ago, but still trying to get into first place. We'll see if they can make some hay over the next few days with that. Some residual Eagles schedule stuff, some residual Rick Tocchet stuff. Pete Rose seems like the story that never goes away. NBA and NHL playoffs. A lot to do. All of it with you on the phone lines, 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
Sharks have no tongues, and their taste buds are in and behind their teeth, which actually says a lot. Holy cow, their taste buds are in and behind their teeth, which kind of means they got to bite you to taste you.
Yeah, it tells me God did us a favor.
Well, I think he did us a favor that we don't have to live in the same medium as sharks. Because if there were sharks swimming around in the air, I wouldn't feel real comfortable.
Now, if I said that, people would hold that against me for 5 years, but you say you get away with it. Sharks? What was that?
Yeah, if there were sharks living in our medium, if they breathed air like we did,
and they just float around in the air.
Yeah, or if they just walked around, if sharks were
what would they
pulling
walk on?
their luggage
broken glass,
like folks are here.
Broken glass. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got a lot to do today. Let's start with the Eagles. The schedule obviously came out about 36 hours ago, so let's tackle it more here. And curious your thoughts. Obviously, we did some on the schedule yesterday, but not as much as we normally would do because we had so much going on, including Brian Dawkins in studio. We'll play some of the audio. Doc was on our program late and said a lot of unbelievable stuff. So we'll get to audio of Doc from yesterday, but let's start schedule today. John, the main thing that struck me yesterday when we discussed the schedule is your reaction to it. So it struck me that your reaction indicates that you think it's going to be harder for the Eagles than you previously thought. Accurate?
I've never seen a schedule this unfortunate. It really is unfortunate for our sake, for our team's sake.
I actually thought 2 years ago was harder.
Well,
I really did.
all right, maybe
it's
it
hard
was.
To, it's hard to remember it all, but
I
that's
think
just
it's
my...
impossible to compare that sort of thing. And I know that we look at these schedules and we come up with numbers that are imaginary in our heads for the number of games that we should win, and we hold true to that, and it never quite works out. But I've seen a lot of Super Bowl winning schedules. I always expect it to look bad. This, man, circumstance, the way it lined up, you know, when you've got the Giants and the Commanders both 2 times in 3 weeks, when you've got the clusters of those division games, which I hate.
But the Giants don't. That
all right,
I
just don't like that. You know, like we are nowhere close to in the same realm as the Giants in terms of, like, they are mediocre or less. We are the greatest team in the world. We won the world championship. That proves it. The Giants could get in our way more than they should because of the way the schedule's constructed. Same with the commies. The commies to end our season 2 out of 3 weeks with the Bills sandwiched in between the commies. I'm sorry, that's unfortunate for the Eagles. That's not a favorable schedule, but that is what you have to deal with when you win the Super Bowl. So I hate that stuff. I hate the Week 11 game against the Lions, which I think is going to carry a ton of NFC playoff ramifications with it. Sure. I hate the fact that comes on a Sunday after a Monday night game, after a Monday night road game in Tampa Bay. I hate the way that works out for our team. It's like, hey, they're the Super Bowl champs. They can handle it. Well, you know, there is a limit to even great teams, how much they can handle. I expect that we are going to continue to be an elite team, that we will be the cream of the crop in the NFL. I don't expect that we're going to have a flawless record this season. I don't expect that we're going to be shining with a 15 or 14 win season. This is going to be a battle.
Well, look, we'll take your reaction. I mean, at 215-592-9494. We know right out of the gate, not that it's impossible, but we know just, for instance, the first month is daunting. Now, the Eagles should beat Dallas at home. At KC, Eagles could certainly win. They beat them by 70 million points last time they played them. But, you know, at KC regular season, that is a challenge. Home versus the Rams at the Bucs. I think the Bucs game in many ways for me is the most intriguing there. There's no shame if you lose to Kansas City. Certainly you hope to beat them again. If you lose to them, if you beat the Rams at home, which you should, but it's no guarantee. 2-1 entering Tampa. If that happens. Obviously, Tampa's been a house of horrors for the Eagles in recent years, so that's one of those games to me that'll be a swing factor to sort of, you know, start giving us a sense. But then again, the Eagles lost to the Bucs early last year and had one of the great seasons in Philly sports history. So anything from that standpoint is possible. James, your reaction, and I'm curious everyone at 215-592-9494. I mean, I was really struck both yesterday and then, John, based on what you just said, your reaction to it. James, what did you make of it?
Yeah, I'm on the opposite side from you guys. Like, this is exactly what I expected it to be. We knew the opponents going in. When I saw the opponents that the Eagles were going to face, whatever it was, a few months ago when they came out, I've had the exact same reaction to that as I did to the schedule. It was like they're the same opponents. Yes, I admit it's a tough group of opponents. I think we can all look at it and say, based on what we saw last year, there are a lot of good teams on this schedule. But I think other than that, like, there aren't that many crazy, like, layoff type things. They're only facing one team coming off a bye. They don't have any weird travel stuff. They're only on the West Coast once. They don't have to go to Brazil. Like, the bye is right in the middle of the season where I personally like it. Like, I don't know. I don't think there's any gauntlets. To your point, Joe, I think when I saw the schedule in 2023, 2 years ago, like, we all looked at that and we said, whoa, Niners, Cowboys, this, that, like, that's a gauntlet. And you know what happened? It was a gauntlet that ended their season. Like, we
crushed them.
We saw it ahead of time. Like, I don't see anything like that on this. I just see a tough schedule based on opponents, but it's basically exactly what I expected.
All right, so what do you sense with this whole thing? Curious where you're at as you listen to our show today, 215-592-9494. I'm kind of in between these guys because I'm largely with James on I expected it to be hard, so I was already braced for it. But I
expected it to be hard too.
But it surprised you in a way that gave you a shot. It did.
It's unfortunate how hard it is.
Yeah,
the way it lined up, circumstance is not in our favor, and I do believe we can overcome this. Don't get me wrong. I don't think this precludes us from going and winning a world title.
Yeah.
Don't even think that.
But you think it may be a preventative
I think it's going to be tough. I think this could affect
So,
seeding in the playoffs that we're going to have to overcome in the postseason, that
so
sort of thing.
One of the things, I wrote down here before the show, I think the 9 hardest games, I think. Now, I'm not including at Dallas, which might be a chump, but maybe they bounce back and then that becomes a harder game. The games I wrote down, and these are in the sequence that they occur, but sometimes there's breaks in between these games. But I think the 9 hardest games are at Kansas City, home versus the Rams, at the Bucks, at the Packers, home versus the Lions, at the Chargers, at Washington, at Buffalo.
Listen to
You're
all
naming
these games,
every
man.
game
You're
on the schedule.
You're just going down and reading our
Washington.
schedule.
Yeah,
man.
that's hard. So
think about that Chargers
no,
game. We haven't even mentioned that
no,
one for a while.
but-
That's a Monday night game against the Chargers team in its second year.
I'm not
with
worried about
Jim,
that one.
With second year with Jim Harbaugh and that young quarterback, they're figuring things out. They're being built in the image that he sees most appropriate, which means they're going to run the heck out of the ball.
year 2
which
they
means
could be
they're
better.
going to pummel people. You just watch. And then they're gonna sling it. Play action off of all that run of the football. That's where this NFL is going.
Well, look, it's interesting. When I say those 9 games, then there's 8 others, which, of course, would be more the type that the Eagles hopefully would win and probably would win a good percentage of them, but it's the kind of games you can get tripped up on. Look, we'll take your reaction. Here's my main reaction. I'll say this way. I'll be really surprised. I'll go pretty much close to shocked. I'm not going to go fully shocked, but I'll go pretty damn close to shocked if the Eagles go 14-3 again. I'm just keeping it real with you. It's a really hard schedule.
I will be shocked. I feel like it's 11 or 12.
So here's
we'll be fortunate.
Yeah, I'm going to read you a text message I sent to a buddy yesterday, and I guess this more than anything kind of sums up my reaction to the schedule. And of course, you can weigh in on all this 215-592-9494. Here's what I sent a friend yesterday. I said they could go 11-6, still be excellent, and get bounced in the playoffs without home field advantage. Not an inconceivable, not inconceivable. What's your reaction to that at 215-592-9494? Look, there's a lot of tentacles to this whole thing. And obviously, this is before we get to injuries, both with the Eagles and other teams, that you just simply cannot know in advance how extensive it will be. We know some years is much worse than others. We know the Eagles have been pretty damn fortunate in recent years to not be much injured, and maybe they deserve a lot of credit for that. Obviously, the luck, good luck, bad luck, plays a part in injuries. We all know that. But we also know the Eagles for a couple years now have really been a lot less injured than other teams and past Eagles teams. And it makes me wonder if they have figured something out with the sports science that maybe has given them a competitive advantage. Because it was great, 3 years ago in the Super Bowl, they played with all their starters, which was ridiculous. And then this most recently Super Bowl, they played with 21 of their 22 starters, right? Wasn't Nakobe?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
Nakobe was the only guy out. I mean, I never conceived up until 3 years ago a scenario where you can make the Super Bowl. First of all, I never could conceive a scenario Eagles can make the Super Bowl twice in 3 years. Let's start with that. I was a kid in the Marion
It's
Campbell
an impossibility.
days. Okay? Yeah. So that wasn't possible. The other thing wasn't possible was to have, 43 out of 44 starters in the 2 games?
Well, remember in 2022, we're like, well, this will never happen again. Nothing even close. 22 out of 22, nothing close. And they almost did it again. They were a game and a half away.
Yeah.
2017, they had tons of injuries.
Tons of injuries. Yeah. So they had 6 big ones that year.
It must be a lot more doable when you don't ever hit in practice. Like that's what is turning the tide.
Yeah, but I think other teams do that also.
I know every team's doing it, and we are having the most luck. There's no question. Our medical team is doing an unbelievable job.
Well, they probably are, but luck is obviously part of this as well. Look,
That's there too.
All right, so all of this 215-592-9494. Let's do a deeper dive on the schedule today. We got a lot happening. It includes, Elliott later, Pete the Hammer. We got all sorts of stuff planned. Your chance to win a cool prize. We'll get to it all. Your reaction on the schedule, sense of anticipation for a coming Phillies series. We got some Cole Hamels audio to play for you from an interview he did a couple days ago with Joe and Hugh. All of it as we broadcast today from Borgata. 215-592-9494. Off and rolling. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
The Phillies host the Pirates at the bank. tonight. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted to right. Kyle Schwarber deep into the lower seats.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Lowe's knows a thriving yard starts with quality care. Right now, get Miracle-Gro 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil for just $2. Was $4.58. Plus, get a free Select Ego 56-volt trimmer or blower with the purchase of a Select Ego 56-volt mower. The best yard starts with the best deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/14, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stars and Stripes Harley's dedicated team of finance experts are ready to get you approved. Credit so bad your mama won't lend you money?
I love you, dear, but hell to the no.
Let the credit rebuilders of Pennsylvania get you approved at Stars and Stripes Harley. 100% of all credit applications considered. See starsandstripesharley.com.
On approved credit.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from the 50-yard line at Lincoln Financial Field. Metallica. 2 nights, 2 different sets. On No Repeat Weekend. Friday, May 23rd. Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Sunday, May 25th. Those Cowboys from Hell. Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. The M72 World Tour continues. Presented by In Kind.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Today, morning fog, then some scattered storms. High 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No, this is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back road.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. With a Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. 25 and 18 Phillies open a weekend series with the 15 and 29 Pirates this evening. 6:45 live here on 94 WIP. Grainger Suarez starts. Phillies, of course, trying to rebound from their 14-7 drubbing to the Cards on Wednesday. Eagles lost their senior director of scouting, Brandon Hunt, to the Raiders. He'll join the Eagles' former senior director of college scouting, Anthony Patch, who left for the Raiders earlier this month. Nuggets forcing a Game 7 with the Thunder thanks to a 119-107 win. Now until May 31st, buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door with a house of windows. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Fog early, chance of storms, high of 81. It's currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
Well, James not quite on his game.
There's a technical difficulty, but I won't even get into it. It's fine.
You know, we were talking about walking on broken glass.
Honestly, it was a real quick recovery, is what it was. I'll just tell you that. You're saying I went for a song I played?
Yeah, I mean, I just talked about walking on broken glass last segment, and you just skip over it. Like, that doesn't count?
What do you mean? What song would I play?
Song?
Yeah, is there a song?
Walking on broken glass. It's the 4th time I've said it.
I don't know what song that is.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, who is that? Annie Lennox? John?
I definitely don't know that song.
Oh, James.
It's a great song.
James,
I don't know Annie Lennox. Honestly, I couldn't name Annie Lennox.
Are we talking about Eurythmics here?
I don't know.
I don't know what song.
Thank you, John Ritchie. Thank you.
You would know the song, James,
if
you
you
heard
play
it.
it next break, you guys will all recognize.
What song?
Walking on broken glass.
I have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
All right, educate yourself for the next 10 minutes.
That's fine, but I've never heard of this in my life, so don't act like this is some crazy thing.
I think it's just Annie Lennox.
It's very good. It's a good song.
It might be. I'm just saying I don't know it.
James, I guarantee you'll recognize it.
Okay, I might recognize it. I've just never heard, like you saying Walking on Broken Glass does nothing.
No, I know Annie Lennox, I know Eurythmics, and I know Sweet Dreams Are Made of This.
That's another good one.
Who am I?
Yeah, I know that one. If you had said Sweet Dreams, I would have played that.
That's all I know.
All right, by the way, I need some help with something, which is saying something.
You need help with a lot.
Correct.
Especially, what's going on with the hair today?
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you, Rhea.
I didn't-
The hair is a little...
It's a little different.
So I got two different things going on. One, I haven't gotten a haircut in 2 months. Two, I didn't feel like gelling it. Three, I didn't feel like wearing my hat. So that's three things.
It's
wild.
wild.
It's everywhere. Yeah. So I got a hat in the bag, and I might pull it out, but I just wasn't in the mood to gel.
It's not a good hair weather.
Well, the big problem is I missed my haircut about a month ago, and I just haven't rescheduled. I rescheduled last night, but for early June. I just haven't been in the mood.
ago?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm way overdue.
That is way behind.
Way overdue. All right, one thing I do need help with. So I'd like to do a poll today that is who's going to win the NBA title. Problem is 6 teams remain.
Yeah.
And Twitter only lets us have 4 spots in the poll. Now, I feel confident we can eliminate the Celtics because they lost their best player. They're not going to win it all. So, do we combine the Pacers and Knicks? Like, I feel like the 3 teams with the best chance are the Timberwolves, the Nuggets, and OKC. Like, I think whoever emerges from the West.
Pacers and the Knicks?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
The picks.
Yeah, exactly.
The Nacers.
So, would you guys agree whoever emerges from the West probably has the best shot?
Yeah.
The Nacers.
So, James, do we just combine the Knicks and Pacers?
I don't think the Knicks would appreciate
see,
that. I don't want to
yeah,
combine
I don't
them.
really care. I don't care what the Knicks
care what the
appreciate. I have
Knicks-
no
Because I want to
problem with
find out
that.
how much people think the Knicks have, because they do have a shot.
I
think the Knicks have a
think
shot.
that those are the 2 teams people are probably most familiar with, who are our listeners, right?
Maybe.
I don't know.
At least
I
the
don't
Knicks.
think
Knicks.
we watch Eastern Conference more.
Yeah,
the
but the
Knicks,
Knicks
we
for
played
sure.
the Knicks last year for
Yeah,
sure, but not the
well,
Pacers. I'll bet you the
people
people
know
don't know
the
the Pacers as well as they know
I'm
the Nuggets.
wholeheartedly going to be rooting for the Pacers when they have to face
Oh,
the Knicks.
100%.
Not me.
I want the Knicks.
Not
I'm all
you?
in on the Knicks.
That's-
You want
that's
that
gross.
poll?
Wow.
You want that?
What is this, like
All right,
Mets
that's
2000 again? Welcome
Thank you,
aboard.
James.
That's a poll.
Embarrassing. You should be
Okay,
embarrassed.
that's one poll. Who are you rooting for? Knicks, Pacers.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
it's going to be like
Pacers.
90 to 10.
All right, I like that poll. So we'll get that one going. James, I need how do we discern?
I'm
we got-
torn on this. Like it feels wrong. However, we're going to do it. You know.
It does.
You could do, since their series is
We
still
could do
going,
yeah, like
you could do
we
Nuggets.
could do winner. Like
Yeah, but they're
Knicks,
gonna win that
Celtics
series.
winner, Nuggets
Yeah.
whatever winner.
Yeah, but
you
Devin,
know?
what you just said, the Nuggets, Timberwolves, Nuggets, OKC combo would win the poll. I mean, we know it. It's 2 of them.
Well, wouldn't they win it either? Well, I don't know.
I mean, maybe not. Maybe
Because
the
their
T-Wolves win
series
the
is
poll.
still going, so you could just say the winner of that series as
Yeah.
like one.
I don't know. I'm
All
torn
right.
on this.
I think
Fine,
OKC is going to
fine.
win it all.
We should probably
Fine.
just wait and do the poll on Monday when the
No,
series
but,
are decided.
no, James. The problem is the series will have started and teams will be up 1-0. That's the whole problem.
No, they won't have. They
You're
won't
telling
have.
me the Knicks Pacers don't start this weekend?
No, they play
The Knicks
tonight.
are still playing the
Knicks,
Celtics.
Knicks and Celtics are tonight, and then Sunday is
All right.
Nuggets OKC. So there's no
Fair
game
enough.
until
Someone
Monday.
who's not watching.
The next
All right,
series
fair
doesn't
enough.
start till next
All
week.
right, so James, let's go with this poll. Who are you rooting for? Knicks, Pacers.
I think it's a great poll.
That's a good poll. That's a good poll. All right, so we'll present that to you. James will get that up in the next minute or so. But Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs. ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Obviously, it's a loaded question. You guys understand why. Who are you rooting for, Knicks or Pacers?
Do we want to add in anything about the fact that the Knicks series isn't over yet?
Yeah,
Or,
No.
like,
No.
I just knowing
Maybe.
knowing Twitter. Let me tell you about Twitter.
You know what? Screw
Yeah.
Twitter.
You're okay.
You
me
the
tell
one
you
you have to
something.
look at it.
James,
all right?
say
What do I care if you have
say
to look at
tweet
it?
written by Joe DeCamera.
James, yeah, you can say that all you want. James, you have some gumption, James. Don't
Oh,
be
I just
a-
think it's a silly thing to do. Like, I'm not on your side on this. I am anti Joe DeCamera
I
here.
think I care about
think
that.
it's a silly thing to say the series is over. Like, I just do.
So we gotta
Celtics
do
won
that
the
poll
title
Monday
last year.
itself?
They still have Jaylen Brown. They still have Pritchard. They still have, like, they're still, like, okay. Like, they won game 5 when no one thought they were going to. Like, I don't know. I just think it's a silly poll to put out today.
Yeah,
but
Twitter
we can do
poll
whatever we
question:
want.
Does Seltzer have a bad haircut?
I just saw
ironic
something.
coming from you today, big
Wow.
dog. To look at a YouTube, how's my hair
I
look?
don't
How's
have
my
a
hair
haircut.
look? How's
See,
my
at
hair
least
look?
I'll let the hair grow long instead
My
of getting
hair
a bad.
looks, I actually got a
bad
good
cut.
haircut. My hair looks
Guys,
awesome.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Terrible looking hair, Joe. Terrible
I
looking
know.
hair.
I know
today.
it is.
That's not a
But that's
question.
not terrible. That's not an awful thing. Everyone has bad hair days. I love the fact that Joe doesn't dwell on the fact that people might be looking at the bad hair day.
No, I'm
Like,
aware
he really
on
doesn't
YouTube.
care.
Right on YouTube. I don't give.
What
a
about there was a guy who just rode by us on a like one of those devices.
Motorized things
It was
when
a
you
motorized
when you're
thing.
struggling to walk, you got an injury or something.
Yeah. Now, I'm okay with the fact that he's using a motorized thing, but What about the fact that he propped he propped the one leg up like he was lounging
Good for him.
while motorizing?
That's my hero.
See, I thought you would think that.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought you
Oh,
would
yeah.
think, hey, more power to him. Way to go, Mr. Loungy, while riding on the
Or
motorized
maybe he
scooter
has to
thing.
keep the leg up for the swelling.
Well, that's the only thing that I thought would be acceptable.
John, have you ever driven with your foot out the window?
Yeah, sure.
Good,
Like
okay.
on a
Yeah.
golf cart or something,
No,
maybe?
no, a car.
In a car?
Left foot out the window. Absolutely. Summertime.
That doesn't even sound
Dude,
I have a-
Oh,
what
very
a
comfortable.
weird thing to do.
You're a low rider. You get the shoe
Honestly,
off.
I don't think that's safe.
It's
What are we talking
definitely
about
not
here?
It's certainly not.
Have I
safe.
ever
you
gotten
do
in
it-
an accident that way?
It's definitely impossible
that's
to do
logic
in my,
right
in
there.
my truck.
Yeah.
Would I
Real
deny?
logic.
Would I deny it happened if I?
When was the last time you did it?
I'm sure last summer.
I love the
You're much
idea of,
more
well, I
limber
haven't
than
gotten
we
into an accident yet, so
I know that
no
it
biggie.
requires some flexibility to be able to do that.
Okay, I'm
So-
just saying it's a good
Puts
thing.
his
And you
foot-
guys
Now, to
know
be fair,
mine.
this is a guy who puts his foot in his mouth, literally. So
And my
that's-
and one
And
of my.
that is, thank you, James. I feel like that's like the most insane Joe to camera fact that we don't
That's
talk
an easy one.
about enough.
I'll give you another one. One of my dreams. I don't have too many in life. One of my dreams is a reclining what?
Toilet.
Correct.
Sad that we
You are
both know
weird.
that
I
so
can't
quickly.
wait.
Immediately.
And a TV right in front of me. Nothing else in the room. That's all I need. A TV and a reclining toilet.
Ugh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
215.
morning, indeed.
All right, we're coming to the calls. I promise you. Line up. We're getting ready. Eagles schedule and more. Reclining toilets. Knicks, Pacers, whatever else. 215-592-9494. We'll figure out the Twitter poll. Great to be with you on this Friday morning from Borgata on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about United Tire and Service. Man, are they awesome. The team at United Tire and Service is amazing. They are true experts. They're wonderful people, and they've got you in mind with great customer care. And now they've also got the greater community in mind as well, because they're doing something really great for our community. United Tire has partnered with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to help to help fund life-saving care, comfort, and brighter days. Now, whether you need service or not, this May, please consider stopping into your locally owned, and there are 10 of them, locally owned and operated United Tire. Donate to support CHOP, Children's Hospital, the kids at CHOP, and United Tire will match it dollar for dollar. I repeat, they will match your donation dollar for dollar, and they'll give you a voucher for $50 off a set of 4 new tires. What a deal. What an opportunity, obviously, to help the community. So find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com for service, for tires, and obviously for a great charitable initiative. United Tire, don't drive alone, drive United.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
I'm Taylor Bishotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The 2025 NFL schedule has officially been revealed, setting the calendar for all 32 teams across 17 games. The Cowboys will make history as the first team ever to play 4 Thursday games in a single season. The Chiefs lead the league in primetime appearances with 7, while both the Eagles and Lions face the toughest roads, each set to play 11 opponents who made the playoffs last year. Meantime, Jaguars rookie Travis Hunter could challenge 20 NFL records as a two-way player in 2025, including becoming the first wide receiver or defensive back to win NFL MVP. Hunter could also start on offense and defense in the same game multiple times. The last player to do that was Deion Sanders in 1996. The 49ers signed their first-round pick defensive end Mikael Williams to his rookie deal today. Williams registered 14 sacks over his 3 seasons at Georgia, where he won a national championship in 2022. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guys in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Labor's District Council Lesson Fund. Ranger Suarez on the mound as the Phillies open a series at home against the Pirates, who come in with a 15-29 record, having fired their manager about a week ago. Phil's Pirates, 6:45, live here on 94 WIP. Phillies top prospect Andrew Painter, with his second start at AAA, tossed 71 pitches, allowing 2 runs on 5 hits, pair of walks, and 3 strikeouts. Raiders poaching another valued member of the Eagles scouting department. Senior Director of Scouting Brandon Hunt heading west. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Labor's building a better future today. Fog early, chance of storms, high 81. It's currently 63. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The only time I would ever remember putting players in updates was probably Chase Utley, Ryan Howard.
Howard for sure,
Yeah.
but it wouldn't be daily. No, he played every day. You know, the thing that makes Painter a little bit different, obviously, it's every 5th day.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine there's ever been a player where it is possible for a whole season. Obviously, time permitting. Sometimes there's 3 Philadelphia sports games the prior night, then it's harder to
Yesterday,
fit
I
it in.
probably wouldn't have been able to get it in. It was a little busy.
All right, 215-592-9494. Devin, your thoughts on the schedule. You saw it. You thought what?
This is going to be tough, but I expected it because we knew their opponents. Like, I think I agree with James in terms of like timing and the actual days that they're playing and where the bye week falls. I think that actually worked out in their favor. And you talk about, bad luck. I don't know if this is bad luck. You look at the New York Giants, who have been terrible, and they have the hardest ranked schedule in the league.
Yeah,
so,
that's very odd.
Very odd.
The Cowboys' schedule is also considered extremely hard.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's like the NFC East. Like we're playing tough opponents.
Yeah,
this
the
season,
North and the
it
AFC
is what
West
it
are
is.
tough divisions.
Yeah.
The NFC
And
West,
just quick clarification. Part of a huge part of what makes the Giants' schedule considered harder than the Eagles, the Giants have to play the Eagles twice.
Yeah, the division.
The
The
Eagles
Commanders.
get to play the Giants twice.
Absolutely.
No, I
yes.
just want to, because people hear that.
No,
you
you're
probably
right,
say,
Joe. It's a good point.
That makes no sense.
Yeah.
But the Giants have to play the Eagles, and
exactly.
that's an advantage for the Eagles.
The games that stand out to me that I don't like are playing at Tampa in September again. Like, do we remember how hot that game was last
Devin,
season?
I'm telling you, that is such a huge factor. Having done this, I'm telling you, it is different in September than it is in December.
The Eagles lost there in 2018
in
in September.
Florida.
Now, they
when
won
you
there
play
in 2023,
football,
for what it's worth.
I'm
They
telling
did.
you,
In September.
when you play football in Florida, just go to Florida.
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want
Feel
to.
the air.
I wish the
In
Buffalo and
summer-
Tampa games were swapped.
Yes.
In the summer, I go to the beach. You can tell it's so much hotter. The sun
And it's
burns
humid,
you
too.
so much faster, and the humidity is like 100%.
Yep.
And it's raining 6 times a day, and then it's sunny again, and then it's raining.
Yeah, I think
and then it's
last
sunny again.
season it was like right after a hurricane, and it was sunny, but it was like players were throwing up and getting
The
like IVs
humidity
of
makes it
hydration.
impossible to
Yeah.
escape the heat. That place is so awful for sports like weather, and it's oppressive. And when you're playing football in that, you got the pads that make it even more difficult to move around, difficult to breathe. They're heavy. They're hot. It's just, it really is a mess. But those games, though, when you play the Dolphins, when you play the Buccaneers in September, and they're home, I don't know what the numbers say, I
decided
guarantee.
advantage.
I
Wow.
guarantee.
Wow.
They win. They win. Period. In September, as a player, we were dead, and we weren't even out of warm-ups,
Wow.
and
Yeah.
it was guys, and plus, they make sure that you're putting your dark uniforms on when it's September,
Wow.
and they're the home team in Florida.
All right, that's also where Donovan yacked the first time in his career. That was in Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, yeah.
It was a
I believe
little throw-up action. Let's go.
Did you go
Mark in
yakety
Delaware.
yacked? That was good.
Hey, Seltzer, don't talk back. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hold on, Joe. I'm sorry about the noise. I got to pull my leg in and close the window.
Hey, Mark, I don't advise it because I could be sued, but just know it's kind of a good move.
Man, I'm driving down the Delaware beaches right now. I have my left leg out the window, and just feeling the breeze between the toes, man.
Yeah. There you go. You get a little air massage on those feet.
Yeah, there you go.
It really is. Man.
Coming from the camera, that's not surprising though.
There you
know?
go, sir. All right, what do you got, Mark?
So, Eagles schedule. The only thing I'm kind of really disappointed about is they're playing the Commanders like twice in the last couple of weeks.
Really aggravating.
Yep. Yeah. I mean,
I hate that.
work.
And in between playing the Commanders, they're playing the Bills. Nasty.
And I wonder how
schedule.
consequential that game will be.
Right.
You wonder why the NFL did that.
Right.
That could potentially be
weird.
a Super Bowl preview, and you're putting it that late in the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Maria, that's something I really didn't think about. I mean, because the Bills could be in the Super Bowl, the Eagles, or the Commanders, So
Look, here's the way I break it down, Mark. That makes it harder that the Bills are in there, but I think that I don't mind just off the cuff that the Bills game is the 16th game. Like, from a fairness standpoint or an intrigue standpoint, I'm with
It could
John
end up being a
on-
massive
No, it
end of
could be.
season game that we're
Well, it
all
could impact
super
both
excited for.
conferences.
Yeah.
It could impact seeding in both conferences. The thing that bothers me, because we've seen this in the NFL now for about 10 years, this idea of playing the same team twice in 3 weeks, one issue. The second issue, everyone knows this division is probably coming down to the Eagles in Washington. To have to wait till near Christmas to see them play once, it's just dumb.
Especially after the NFC Championship game as a rematch. It's like you're waiting for like literally almost a year to play
James,
again.
How about this factor? How about the fact that, normally in a given season, about a third of the quarterbacks get knocked out by the end of the year, maybe even a little more.
Totally.
I mean, you got about a 30 to 40% chance that you could have both games played without one of the quarterbacks?
Totally.
I mean, that's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. Mark, to me, NFL does a lot right. I think that's dumb, man. All right, Mark, good call, buddy. Appreciate it. By the way, when you call in today, your chance to win $100 gift card, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. They got 3 locations in Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Make sure you visit them in person or online. JosephAnthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's JosephAnthony.com. By the way, one thing for all our watchers on YouTube, I'm not a wuss. I mean, I am, but I'm not here. I put my hat on, not because I looked ridiculous for YouTube. I don't really care. But there was a bride-to-be that walked by in our last commercial break. She wanted a photograph. For photographs, hat has to go on, hair being what it is.
And she said the hammer has to win on her wedding day.
And why, Rhea? Because she was pro-hammer.
Yes.
She
totally.
was.
Oh, she loves you.
She
I mean,
does.
it was like,
She was telling me she's thinking about leaving the fiance in the next couple hours.
Well, I was thinking
Yeah.
all this pro hammer stuff. The fiance might want to think about leaving her. You
yeah,
know?
yeah.
That's a good point, James. All right, here's how you win the Joseph Anthony Spawn Salon $100 gift card, which, of course, is a great thing. You got to give us who or what is cheesy. Who or what is cheesy? Velveeta good. Why? Top Gun. Love it. One of my all-time favorites. Came out, 39 years ago? Is that 86?
Yeah, 39 years.
Great movie. Has a cheese element to it, or two, or three. Most exemplified by the volleyball scene. It's as cheesy as it gets.
All-time cheese.
Volleyball scene, Top Gun, it's wild cheese.
I'm highly in favor of the volleyball scene.
I would expect you to be, Rhea.
All right, give us well, that's true. Give us a great answer for who or what is cheesy. Best answer whoever provides it's going to win the $100 gift card. Joseph Anthony Spawn Salon. Richie, what are you thinking here?
I cook at my house a lot now, Joe. Like I'm actually getting good at cooking things.
Good for you.
My kids love Cooper Sharp American cheese.
Yes.
Cooper Sharp American cheese. It has to be Cooper Sharp.
You're going literal
American.
here.
Yes. They insist in my house on Cooper Sharp American cheese. That's what we do in our home.
That's what we do. That's how you do. All right,
what
Devin.
you do.
Devin, give me an answer. Who or what is cheesy?
Well, I was actually going to go with a literal cheese too, so I need to.
Boy, you guys
to
are boring.
Pivot really
Everyone's
quick.
just gonna- Is everybody just going to pick actual
No,
cheese?
I'm not. No.
No.
Okay,
My
James,
God.
you can go.
All right.
Seltzer, go for it.
This is,
Yeah, we just
I
gotta
think,
pass.
I think this
Like
will
a beat the
resonate
hammer
with some
contestant
people
over
and not with others. I think Valentine's Day is the cheesiest thing of all time. Like this
Not bad
forced
answer.
day of the I'm gonna love you today, not every other day. It's just so cheesy.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Rhea, who or what is cheesy?
Cheeseheads.
Cheeseheads.
I mean,
There
you're
you
walking around with a piece of cheese on your head,
Yep.
and you think you look cool.
Yeah. Look, there's a lot of ways to go here. I'm going to go with that certain type of host on TV, exemplified by like the Ryan Seacrest, the Mario Lopez, the who's the guy that used to be on MTV? Carson Daly.
Oh, yeah.
Like all three of those guys to me, Carson Daly, Mario Lopez, Ryan Seacrest.
They've done quite well being cheesy.
No, they have, but let's be real. They drip cheese. They just
I think
And
Mario
money.
Lopez is the cheesy.
I agree, John.
He is unbelievably cheesy. Hey, I just saw something else that's kind of, I don't even know if you'd call it cheesy.
Wow.
You know, when the guy walks by and he thinks, I don't know what he was saying. It's usually going to be something like, hey, the Giants are better,
Yep.
or, you know, like I'm a Giants guy, or I'm a Dallas Cowboys guy.
You are?
Like, no.
Seltzer,
certainly not.
cut that audio.
This guy walks by. He's
You
having
can't
a
say that when you're
conversation.
rooting for the Knicks. I'm just saying. You can't say that when
And
you're
I'm
rooting
I'm
for
a
the
Knicks guy
Knicks.
too.
Ugh.
The guy walked by. Did you see him?
Yeah, he's
just
having a
now?
conversation
He
with
was
us, and we
having
have
a
no idea
conversation
what
with
he's
us.
saying.
Yeah, we can't hear you, man.
Oh,
like
that's funny.
I know you thought that was witty, whatever it was. Whatever
He was
it
proud of
was.
himself.
It was a conversation he
That's
was
funny.
holding. We have no idea what that wittiness was, man, because Joe was talking. We couldn't hear you.
That's funny.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I thought of another answer. I just thought of another answer.
Cheesy.
That's
What do we
all right.
got?
So I think a good kind of cheesy, maybe in later seasons, not so good, but Ted Lasso.
You know, that's a pretty
Cheesy.
good answer.
Yeah.
I
Thank
think he is magnificently cheesy.
It's
yes.
intentionally cheesy,
Oh,
Yes.
so
but,
you know.
yeah.
but it
yeah, that
means
works
a
for me.
lot. And
All
that
right.
team takes those cheesy lessons, they apply them,
Yeah.
and they're better for it.
Give us a big time answer. You can win the $100 gift card. Who or what is cheesy? Best answer, you win the gift card. Let's go to the phones. Let's get to Neil right now in Northeast Philly. Good morning, Neil.
Yeah, good morning. Devin, I want you to bring the Eagles good luck again and the tough schedule. You know, you were excellent as sideline reporter, and you brought them a Super Bowl title, so I expect it again.
Thank you.
Is that
I'll try my
asking too much?
best.
By also a shout out to Devin and Ruben Amara Jr. 8 a.m. tomorrow, and Gerber's Radio on Saturday as
There you
well.
go.
At 1, you know, so.
By the way, I haven't said it yet.
My
Devin,
guy,
'cause I
Neil.
only found out last week that you've got
How
the
did
show.
you just find out last week?
It's all right.
Congratulations.
You never mentioned my show on Saturdays either, so it's all
Well,
good. No
first
big
off,
deal.
Saturday early morning when Devin and Ruben's new show's on, I'm typically sleeping in. At some point, I got to catch up on sleep.
Yeah,
That's
must
number
be
one.
nice.
Devin, congrats on the show.
Thank you. I will say Ruben and I are actually off tomorrow because I'm running in the Eagles Autism Challenge. But
No,
Wow.
Devin.
Wow.
we'll be back next
Wow.
week.
You
So
can catch
thank you for
Go-Birds
the
Radio
plug.
1 to 3 tomorrow.
There
though. We'll
you
be
go.
there.
Do you have a
Holy
goal?
mackerel.
Do you have a time goal for your autism challenge run?
I don't. So because of the weather, I haven't been able to run at all this week. So I'm kind of nervous
Are you
about
ma-
it
so-
in that sense.
kinda making
But it's only
excuses,
5K.
Joe.
No, it's
That
only
makes
She
5K.
jumped right into
That sounds
excuses.
like
There
Tamara.
was no equivocating, right? No excuses.
And
Man.
by the way, just because you haven't run in 3 or 4 days, who gives a damn?
Yeah. What?
Joe
I
hasn't
do.
run in 3 or 4
I
many
know.
years.
I'm up to light jog, James. I'm up to light
I'm
jog.
proud of you, buddy.
way.
I'm proud of you.
Light jog.
No way.
Yeah,
Good
light
work.
jog.
For how far though?
Well, I'm on a treadmill, so I don't know. I mean, just,
Well, it tells you. You know, the treadmill tells you
well,
exactly how far you're
it was
going,
10
right?
minutes. Well, it actually wasn't even 10. I forget.
You went maybe like
I got
a
a
mile.
couple-
Light
programs.
jog in 10 minutes, probably like half
light
a mile.
jog. I'm just easing my way into it. All right, Neil,
Hey,
talk to me.
Joe,
What do you,
I'm proud of you, buddy.
thank you, James. Neil, what do you got in our sports scene?
Well, I believe even though the NFL tried to screw the Eagles, I'm still optimistic with Fangio and Nick. and the offensive, line and the defensive players they drafted and Howie. So I say 13-4, record-wise.
Well, that would be really an accomplishment, big time. Neil, give me an answer. Who or what is cheesy?
I'll say a mozzarella pizza with anchovies.
You got it, my man. I'll tell you right now, I am not, and I mean this, I am not voting for actual cheese.
I'm with you.
I mean,
Me
I'm
neither.
just not doing it. I'll tell you who absolutely is a player
Did
was.
you just say mozzarella pizza?
He
with
did.
anchovies?
Yes, that's so
That's
gross.
a weird way to
Yeah,
say it.
normally people just say a cheese pizza or plain
you don't
pizza
say
or
a
whatever. Yeah.
mozzarella pizza
Horrible.
with anchovies.
Horrendous. All right, let me tell you who was. I can't emphasize this enough. If you're on the younger side, trust me on this one. Not cheesy. Was Rick Tocchet as a player. All right. I was watching him last night, and beating up people on YouTube.
Yeah, whatever the opposite of cheese as a player was Rick Tocchet.
I mean, Rick Tocchet was not cheesy. All right, let's listen. We had Mark Recchi on the show yesterday. Recchi here for 10 years, Tocchet here for 11 years. Let's listen to Mark Recchi yesterday on our program talking about Rick Tocchet becoming the Flyers head coach.
I'm excited, really excited. I actually, when I heard he wasn't going back to Vancouver, I was like, oh man, this might be a perfect fit.
Yep.
And what great timing, with everything. And so excited and happy for him, happy for the Flyers. I mean, Jonesy and Danny and Mr. Helferty, they're trying to do the right things here and get this organization back on track when I think they're doing a terrific job. And by hiring Talk, I think just, solidifies a lot of things for the organization, and it's really exciting.
I'm excited that Tocchett's the coach. And obviously the main thing is they got to get players. We all know that. I mean, you could have the greatest coach of all time in there. If you don't have players, it's not going to make enough of a difference. But I'm excited that Tocchett's part of it. Look, you can react on the Tocchet thing, 215-592-9494. Also, you can react if you heard our interview yesterday with Brian Dawkins. It was late in the show. Now, if you didn't hear it, we're going to play a lot of audio through today's show of some of what he said, one of which was him touching on the 2024 Eagles and the overcoming adversity thing, which obviously they did. Let's listen to Doc, one of the many things he said to us yesterday.
So I was extremely proud of how they have endured during the season, because if you listen to, I won't say everybody here in Philadelphia, there's a lot of individuals here in Philadelphia that weren't happy after the first like 5 weeks.
I was one of them.
Right?
I was.
And obviously they weren't playing in a way that led you to think that they would get to that point. So I dig it. But the part that I love about it is I believe that there were some conversations, and we've been in those locker rooms, and you've been in those locker rooms as well, that you close the doors and sometimes you have tough conversations with one another about situations. And then when you come out of that thing, then you do things differently. To me, that's what happens, especially towards the middle and then the end of the season. Some tough conversations were had, right? Players, coaches, but player to player. And they decided as a team that this is what we're going to do going forward. And when they reached the playoffs, it was an absolutely different team. So what we saw is what happens when you deal with stuff during the season so that you can absolutely play your best ball at the end of the season. And that's what this team did. They played their absolute best game of the season. Yeah. Think about it. In the Super Bowl. That's exactly what you want.
Look, it was an incredible, I thought, hour and not because of us, because of Doc. His hour with us was unbelievable. We're going to play big chunks of that as we move through, and obviously you can react. 215-592-9494. All right, up ahead, something Elliott said recently. We're going to get to that. Also, more on the Phillies. They start a new series tonight. Who or what is cheesy? You can win the gift card. And your thoughts on the Eagles' schedule. Do you agree with John's thought that 11-6, for instance, is more likely than like 13-4 or 14-3? Obviously, they were 14-3 last year and have been two times in the last 3 years. But the schedule's rough, man. What's your reaction to it? 215-592-9494 from Borgata. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on WIP.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
For more than 150 years and with 59 financial centers, Mid-Penn Bank has been a staple of the community throughout Pennsylvania and central and southern New Jersey. As we grow in greater Philadelphia, we're focusing on the communities we serve, devoted to supporting local public and nonprofit entities. And Mid-Penn Bank is reinvesting our dollars locally in causes that support our service area. Learn more about our unwavering products and service and for a location nearest you at midpennbank.com. Banking that puts community first.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software, upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.99. Exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. And now at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for the whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through May 18th, save $50 off a premium brake package and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone. Well, I do need a bundle of things. When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. As if Giants GM Joe Shane and head coach Brian Daboll aren't on thin enough ice. Big Blue does have the toughest 2025 schedule. The 49ers have the easiest. The Chargers must travel 37,000 plus miles, and the Bengals only 8,753. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What he wrote on Twitter. He said, the best word to describe the Eagles' 2025 schedule is dumb. So many parts of it make no sense. Surprised the NFL handed such a weirdly put-together schedule to one of its premier teams. Now, we're going to have Elliot on at 7:30 today. It'll be interesting to find out from his perspective. I mean, I have some ideas of this, but he's looking at it, I think, even in a more deep way than I think I'm even sensing. We're going to be curious to ask him at 7:30, why does he think the schedule is, quote, dumb and weird?
Joe, you said one tweet and back to the phones. I'd like to make that two tweets, then back to the phones, because I noticed a tweet from one Joe to camera last evening that I had to bring to the air. You tweeted, thinking about the world record in the long jump of 29 feet, 4.36 inches. That is almost the equivalent of if an NFL player jumped for a first down. Think about that.
I was thinking about that when I saw it last night, and I said, is he drinking?
I wasn't.
The question was, why did you think about that? I think is the real question.
Well, I was thinking about Carl Lewis last night, who does not hold the world.
Of course you were.
Yeah, I think about Carl Lewis on a frequent basis.
As one does.
So I was thinking about the great Carl Lewis, Williamsboro's own Carl Lewis. And it dawned on me, and I had never thought of this before. So I looked up his longest jump, which is, just a little short of Mike Powell's longest jump, which, of course, is just a little bit more than Bob Beeman's longest jump.
You have too much time on your hands.
I know. So it was the first, and I've always known the long jump's been in the 29 feet range, for years, like that's where the world record's been for many, many years. I never put together until last night. John, I'm guessing you haven't either. That's like a first down. Imagine if you're watching an NFL game and as a guy is in the red zone, 20, 15, 10, leap from the 10 to the end zone.
Saquon.
I was just about to say, I think you're giving Saquon an idea for this.
Guys, I looked it up last night. Saquon backwards, and granted it's backwards. Saquon went about 3.5, 4 yards backwards. No, granted it's backwards. But imagine if a guy jumped from the 10-yard line to the end zone. That would be so beyond. So, yes, think about it. It's mind freaking blowing.
We have seen players jump over other players.
I've seen Randall go over.
Feels
and he went
a lot easier to jump 10 feet without pads on.
Of course. But James, you get the general thing.
I get it.
I had never thought about the fact that it would be the 10-yard line, and that's 30 feet.
Yeah.
But I do think
be like jumping halfway to the pitcher's mound.
To a football field.
Right. It's absurd.
Have you ever done the long jump?
No.
Who are you talking to, Rhea?
I know. I figured I'd
I mean, James, think of it this way. Now, you'd have to use the triple jump, and I know the body doesn't work this way, but imagine a guy going to first base, which is 90 feet. It's 3 jumps to first base. What? What is this? Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. These are the deep thoughts I have on a Thursday night.
Deep is a word.
All right, JB in Chestnut Hill. JB, good morning.
Good morning. I have no idea what goes through your mind.
But JB, I'm guessing you never thought of that either, right? I mean, that's pretty wild.
But he is running as far as he wants to run before lift.
Of course. But imagine if a guy on the 25 gets to the 35. Like, what?
Joe, a track, my memory serves, I'm a grade school track guy.
You know what they should do?
Try it.
Well, hold on. Why don't the Eagles bring in some long jumpers? Like you could set this up. Forget the tush push. Let's think about this again. You could set up your handoff 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage to your long jumper.
Who needs the tush push?
Just hand it to the long jumper 5 yards back in the end zone.
Yes.
We did it with
he's
sprinters.
jumping.
James Jett, Willie Gold, go get other track and field.
Everything.
Yeah.
Look, that guy.
He can just clear the entire offensive and defensive linemen, the entire line of scrimmage. Just have him go at about a 45-degree angle.
Correct.
And you can launch him from as far out as you want. Like put. Oh,
so John, you're digging my theory here. You're digging it.
Perfect.
I thought it was. I thought
we
it
have
was
the
next
perfect
level.
answer to the tush
Thank
push.
you.
What are we gonna call this? Like the aerial? I don't even know.
The link leap.
The link something.
Fly like an eagle.
Oh, nice. I love that one. Flying like an eagle from the 10. We're handing off from the 10-yard line here in Philadelphia. We're going to fly like an eagle into the freaking end zone.
You too.
And
You
you
like that?
can't touch us. You can't tackle us. And there's no injury possible because no one is touching anyone.
I love it.
It's just a guy jumping over the entire play.
By the way, JB, is Richie going to let you talk at any time in this call?
No, it's fine. Well, the jersey jump or whatever you want to call it. Walter Payton tried, used to do that, and he would dive head first.
Awesome at it.
You need 130 feet or something like that, whatever the runway was for.
Well, he was the best at it. If you notice, JB, it hasn't been going on much the last 30 years since Emmett almost broke his neck on that play. And I think teams said, okay, no more of that. Because
teams also noticed that guys were fumbling a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was getting jarred out of there.
Wow.
And it is hard to hold on to it when you're in midair, I guess.
And you got to be really courageous for that, because normally you're trying to leap over the pile, and guys were coming down very vulnerable positions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was,
and you got a safety bearing down on you going 100 miles an hour. It's not going to help.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're midair. Anyway, back to some train of thought here. So, John, I was actually going to say to you, you know where the saying "I have a bone to pick with you" comes from? Because this leads into my point.
I have a bone to pick with you. Is it about cleaning meat off bones at some point?
It's from the 16th century, where the meaning of having an argument with somebody, you would just drop a bone between two dogs, and it was a point of contention. So that's
And-
why humans would have a point of contention. So
I saw someone drop a Snickers bar in front of two people one time when they were about to square off. That was the best move I ever saw.
Did it work?
It made everyone laugh.
Oh, okay.
Diffuse the
not hangry
situation.
anymore.
It did. And there was a reason.
Did they still fight?
And there was a reason why the
What were
Snickers
you
bar
doing
was
at a
what-
fight?
I was laughing.
Yeah, where was
Wait,
this
what?
fight?
What were you? Why were you taking part?
No, I was a spectator. I was fight.
Why did someone just have a Snickers bar on hand to drop? That's what
They
wanna
did.
know.
I guess it was after lunch or something. They hadn't eaten the Snickers bar. And
It's
it
like a
broke up.
Caddyshack
I told
Snickers
you
bar
that we used to have
situation.
I told you that we used to have fights, and like when I think it was middle school time.
Oh man,
guys would line up. Guys would challenge guys to fights, and then you would meet with your whole posse.
Yeah, 3 o'clock. Behind.
It was honestly like, did you see the movie? I think it was probably because we were all reading The Outsiders. Did you see the movie The Outsiders?
Yeah, sure.
They're all fighting. Look, I
Or read
really
the
do
book.
think
It's a good
they
book.
were trying. We were all trying to pattern after that.
Well, that and 3
After
o'clock high,
Pony
remember?
Boy.
They go fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Buddy Revell, 3 o'clock high. All that. Oh my gosh. That's what it was. You would line up down at the creek with your friends.
JB, give me one quick sports point.
So my bone actually contention was why with the Eagles release, schedule is the schedule. You can't do anything about it. Like they're not traveling overseas, they're not traveling to Brazil. Like you're the best in the NFL, be the best and win it. Yeah, does it stink you're going to play the Ends twice? Yeah, but the last couple of years we've had the Cowboys twice at the end of the year, and they stunk, so they were layups. It's just the way the schedule's working out.
Yeah, but it is dumb. It is really dumb. Like imagine when the Sixers and let's say Celtics were battling the last 8 years until this year.
Crazy.
Imagine if the Sixers and Celtics didn't play each other until April 1st. Like you know, because you like those moments in a season when you get to see. Let me see where we're at. My team against your team. You know, you don't want to wait 5.5 months for a Sixers Celtics game when both teams are good. It's really stupid to have to wait till around Christmas to watch the Eagles in Washington. That's dumb.
I
Dumb.
agree.
Flat out dumb.
But my bone of contention was with it's twofold. Why did Allen Iverson do the opening for the Buffalo Bills?
Because they asked him.
But why
they
did
probably
the Eagles
paid him.
not get ahead of
probably
that?
did.
If AI is such a big AI's broke. We know he's broke. But
He's not
if
broke. He got all the money that was stashed away.
Yeah.
Trust me, he'll be broke soon.
I hope not. And
It
I don't.
was a funny
I don't think
takeoff
so.
on
Yeah,
artificial
JB, I think you're
intelligence.
taking it too serious.
It's a great thing. I'm just saying, why didn't we do it in Philly?
Well,
That's all.
because they didn't think of it. All right, I need an answer, my man. Who or what is cheesy?
Probably the epitome of cheesy dad jokes.
Yeah, that could win.
Great answer, dude.
That could win.
Ben Davis loves to tell dad jokes.
Yep. Dad jokes
He is
are really
the
good
king
answer.
of dad jokes.
Yes,
Ben
he
Davis.
is. All right, up ahead, we got a lot, including all the calls and all these topics. Also, Elliot will join us on the schedule at 7:30. We'll find out why he thinks it's dumb and weird. I got my theories. But what does Elliot think that's dumb and weird about the schedule? Beat the Hammer at 7:45. More of what Mark Recchia said it was yesterday about Rick Tocchet. More from Doc. Extensive interview on our program yesterday. Cole Hamels weighing in this week on WIP about Bryce Harper. That and more, all of these topics on a busy Friday morning from Borgata on 94 WIP.
After years of wear and tear, you finally made a decision. It is time for a knee, hip, or shoulder replacement. You got a doctor. You've got a date set. Well, the team at NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you because there's something you might not know. Attending physical therapy before your replacement surgery can significantly help your recovery and movement post-surgery. And then once you've got your new replacement, you already know, you already trust NovaCare's physical therapist to help you fully heal. That's because they are experts in balance, gait training, and pain management because your joint replacement needs are quite unique. NovaCare's team will develop an individualized treatment program that'll get you back to feeling strong and to the things you love to do. Not a decision you came to lightly, so rely on the physical therapy provider you know and you trust. Choose NovaCare to get back to work, sports, and life. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy before and after your joint replacement surgery, or to schedule an appointment at one of their 150 convenient locations, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. Lunch and batting practice with Topper. You and a friend in that 2025 team photo. And play video games on Fanavision with WIP Midday Show's Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. And more. To benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Rain, make it, rain, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Ashley's grand opening event is this Saturday in Montgomeryville. Save 30% on all Ashley furniture, plus score up to $25,000 in furniture prices. Meet Philadelphia's second baseman Bryson Stott and football safety Reed Blankenship this Saturday only at Ashley in Montgomeryville.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flappening?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models. Exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger, who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Guys, listen up. If you're thinking about popping the question, you need to talk to my friend Paul at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. He'll walk you through every step of the process, whether you want something custom and one of a kind, or you need a stunning diamond ready to go. Paul makes it easy, pressure-free, and actually fun. So don't settle. Go with someone who gets it. Step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Check out cozyjewelers.com or follow Cozy Jewelers on Instagram to see all of Paul's amazing work.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Groundworks. Phillies homestand continues with the 15 and 29 Pirates in for the weekend. 6:45 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Ranger Suarez will be starting for the Phils. The tush push, well, that came up last segment. It'll be front and center again next week at the owners' meeting starting Tuesday, where it is expected it'll be banned because the Packers are a bunch of crybabies. NFL needs 24 of 32 team owners to support or deny a rule change. Tackle your wet basement, drywall cracks, or the nasty smells coming from your crawl space by booking a free inspection at groundworks.com. Weather brought to you by Visit Delco. Fog early. Chance of storms, a high of 81 is currently 64. Delco is a lot. A lot of awesome sports bars and restaurants, a lot of live music and arts, and a lot of parks and trails. Online at visitdelcopa.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Good morning. I was thinking about a bird yesterday. I saw a bird flying around. What an existence. What a...
Just soaring through the sky.
Yeah, don't worry about social
You were
media.
thinking about a bird the other day.
It was yesterday.
You saw a bird flying all around.
No worries about politics. No worries about social media. Weather gets bad, just fly south.
This is cutting edge commentary.
It's an amazing thing, the bird.
You know, you
I
also
think about that with
can't think
dogs.
critically or, have a brain in reality.
That's
and all
true.
that,
Birds, you've got
Your
a
existence
bird
is like
brain.
survival
But Joe
and
is
base
accustomed
instincts.
to that deal. I think of a dog. I think, man, I would love to have that life. Not a bird. Birds are kind of gross to me.
Dogs are dependent on
Gotta
us.
tell you, I've never thought I wish I had that animal's life.
I think with a dog, wow, that looks so comfortable. That looks so relaxing, especially like wintertime.
I get like jealous of my dog.
That's what I'm saying. If
They're
there's
totally
a fire,
spoiled.
I
he's
know, like,
curled
oh,
up,
sorry,
he's
you have to
curled up
sleep
on the,
in a
on
comfy
the love
home all
sack
day.
in front of the fire.
Right.
I want to be there, but I have to go, drive to the volleyball tournament all day. Like, you get to stay and lounge.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I
the
want
bear.
that
The
job.
bear
Very
that
simple way
hibernates.
of looking at things.
Yeah.
The bear that hibernates is the ultimate.
The bear that hibernates, you're right.
Yeah, that's my
The
end.
bear that hibernates, but that's I think my back would hurt so bad when I woke up from hibernating. Like if you sleep too much, your back feels like it's just it's not made for that.
I hear you.
Can you imagine if you were asleep for like however long that would be?
That would be
3 months,
couple months. Hey, by the way, fantastic auction. Phillies fantastic auction rolls on, but I want to tell you it ends this weekend. Ends on Sunday. So make sure you get your bids in at phillies.com/fantastic auction. There are 68 different items up for bid, one of which is a experience with us at a Phillies game prior to the game where you get all sorts of stuff, including batting practice. You get to watch batting practice. We have dinner together at the CP Ranking Club. You're going to get 4 tickets to the game. You're going to get an autographed baseball.
Are you going to be a
player.
picky eater at dinner?
It depends what we have. I don't know. Depends.
I don't think it depends at all. I think the answer is yes. I think you are permanently a picky eater. That is your identity. You eat 6 things.
I'll tell them beforehand. Make sure it's A and not B.
Make sure it's chicken parm or cheesesteaks or spaghetti and meatballs.
Get those bids in. Phillies.com/fantastic auction. The item related to us is
shepherd's pie.
Wow, that one I love. The item related to us is $2,610 right now, and we appreciate that. I mean, obviously,
this is going to be an awesome
for
day
Phillies
and
charities.
night.
Yeah,
I mean, again, you're on the field with the players. Like, I mean, that alone, I feel like is worth
It's not about hanging out with us. Trust us. All right, someone who actually did make the decision to hang out with us yesterday was Brian Dawkins, and we were certainly happy he did. We covered a lot of ground with Dawk in a 1-hour conversation late in our program. One of the things was the Eagles' defense, and he had an interesting point connecting Vic Fangio, Eagles' current defensive coordinator, legend, with Jim Johnson, former Eagles defensive coordinator, legend. Let's listen to what Dawk said.
When they decided to go in the direction of Vic Fangio, one of the things that I look back on, I begin to look back and think back over his defenses over the last maybe 10 years, especially the last 5 years. What was the common thread in those defenses, right? The aggression, the accountability, the different ways that he would allow his players, right, to have freedom to do different things, right? But the other thing I saw is I saw Jim. Right. And when I say Jim was very demanding when it comes to his defense. Absolute demanding. Certain things that he would not hold back his tongue on as far as I'm just trying to be polite here. He would not hold back his tongue. Yep. And to me, that's an essence of also how Vic does things. But he then came into a camp with a whole bunch of young guys hungry for leadership, hungry to hear someone give them direction. And so they're able to take what other maybe veteran guys wouldn't be able to take. So kind of listening to some of the things happen in Miami, they weren't able to take some of the hard, I guess.
No.
A hard correction.
Coaching.
The old school coaching.
Yeah.
Look, Vic Fangio was unbelievable. Jim Johnson was unbelievable. And Brian Dawkins was unbelievable. It was really a pleasure. If you missed it, we're going to play coming up over the next hour and a half, a lot of the various things Doc said to us yesterday on a whole bunch of different topics, from Saquon to Jalen, all sorts of stuff. So we'll get to that shortly. Let me also remind you the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. All right, we've changed the poll question because we really can't do who's you're rooting for Knicks Pacers yet. It's not. We don't know the Knicks and Pacers are going to play.
Glad you came
yet.
around on that one.
Seltzer's thinking maybe on Monday we do that. Probably. All right, poll question. Are you enjoying the NBA playoffs this year? Yes or no? I am quite a bit. It's been a great playoff. I will say there's a lot of people probably not watching because what a disgraceful product it was for 6 months.
And I don't blame those people.
I don't either.
I think
NBA's
they're
gotta
missing
own that.
out, but I don't blame them.
Yes, you are missing out. I'll tell you this. If you're not watching the NBA playoffs, you're missing out because they've really been great. But I respect people that say, screw that. You wasted my time for 6 months.
I'm enjoying the Nuggets and the
Listen,
Thunder.
Rhea, I think almost every series has been great. Very few series have not been good.
Agreed, but this Nuggets OKC one is like,
oh yeah,
it's a special series.
I
so
think
far.
inside track to win the title.
I agree. I think whoever wins the series, I totally agree.
That would be my gut feeling. All right, phones. Derek and Paoli. We're going to talk to Elliot soon. What's going on, Derek?
What's up, yo? I keep meeting people that know you, man.
You keep running. Who else did you meet that knows me?
So I was in the barber shop and some guy named Joe. He's an older guy. He said he went to St. Joe's Prep. I think his last name might be Fay or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I know the Fays. Yeah, the Fays are a great family.
Yeah. I told him I call and bust you up a lot, man.
There you go.
But listen,
So Joe Fay liked Joe DeCamera?
As he should.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, Derek, he's had the honor of meeting me, which is, to his credit.
Hardly.
But I was going to say, you need to come to the barber shop with him, though, man. You need to get tightened up like him, man. Get a nice little neck fade. You know what I
Dude,
mean?
my hair's out of control right now.
I see it.
Joe doesn't go to a
you'll
barber
rip other
shop.
people for their hair, which
Joe
looks totally
goes-
fine.
Joe goes to where you get perms and stuff.
Name the spot, John. What's it called?
Sweet Escapes.
Sweet Escapes.
What?
Sweet
Escapes.
Yep.
Sweet Escape. I go to a salon.
You can't handle the barbershop, man.
Yeah, he likes to talk about soap operas in the salon with the ladies like that.
Hallmark movies, all that.
Exactly. Under the dryer. You know those
No,
things?
I don't do that. I'm not Marge Simpson now, all right? Come on. All right, Derek, what do you got?
Nah, the NBA is definitely making a comeback with these playoffs, man. There's been some good games, and the series are real competitive, man. Like, if the Knicks don't win tonight, Boston gonna send them home in Game 7 in Boston. That's a fact. Without
Maybe,
Tatum, you know what I'm
but
saying?
the Knicks will probably win.
Man,
Knicks will
I
probably win.
I hate Boston. I'm
If Boston
just
wins,
saying,
it doesn't matter because they're going to lose anyway because they don't have their star.
They could beat the Pacers, but I don't think they would win in the finals.
Ultimately,
Yeah,
right.
I think
No, I
that's
don't think
right.
they could win the West, but
win.
if the Knicks lose tonight, they might as well burn the Garden down, man.
Well,
that's
look, this
something
is the
to
chance for the
come
Knicks
back.
to win both this series, the East, and win it all. I mean, there's
Yeah.
never going to be an easier path for the Knicks than the
Yeah,
Celtics
right.
without Tatum, the Pacers in a conference final, and then just having to beat one really good team in the West. Like, that is, you can kind of start seeing. I mean, look, guys, the Knicks haven't won a title since, 73?
73, yeah.
I mean, they got a shot for the first time in 52 years. I mean, they got a real shot now. And by the way, it's not like they have a top 5 player. So if they get it done, good for them.
They have a good team.
They have a good team.
Yeah.
They have a good team.
When was the last time the Pistons? Probably right. The last
Pistons
team not win with
04.
the top. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pistons 04. Probably didn't have a top 10 player.
It's pretty cool that the team that's winning by being a team is playing with members of that team that were
It's very
part
cool.
of the team here in town.
Especially after what the Eagles just did with the Georgia
it's
guys.
cool. It's cool.
similar.
I like watching this Knicks
Yeah.
team play.
All right, Derek, I got to get to Elliot. Give me an answer. Who or what is cheesy?
The cheesiest thing I hear right now is when I hear Ike, Jack, and Fritz do that Blue Chew ad. That is so cheesy.
I think
That
it's
is cheesy.
hysterical.
I do too. I like it.
I
It's,
laugh. I mean,
yeah.
it is just too funny.
It's a funny commercial. It really is. All right, Elliot shortly will be with us. Ed in Phoenixville right now. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Just left the gym. It wasn't quite your walking workout. It was a combination of box jumps and air squats. What do you
There
think
you go.
about that?
Good man. I'm up to light jog, by the way, right now. So, just so you know.
Yeah, well, keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Were you being serious or was that sarcastic?
That sounded sarcastic.
No, whatever.
I'm
keeps you
doing
going,
good.
man.
You know what, Ed? Honestly, I'll poke fun at myself. I'm proud of how I'm approaching this.
Have you ever done a box jump, Joe?
Not only have I not, I will not.
Why?
Why not?
It sounds
Because his
too
Achilles
strenuous.
will tear the moment he tries to jump off.
That's
the plane.
actually possible. That is possible.
I mean, come on now. I want to pull a Tatum. I don't want to Tatum. All right, Ed, what do you got?
I think you have to be explosive to pull the tape.
Well, that's Ed, talk to us.
Yeah, so, gosh, Brian Dawkins yesterday, it was funny. I was actually sitting in traffic, kind of white-knuckling the steering wheel because there was an accident, couldn't get around it. And then I just literally found myself, the tension just leaving my body as he spoke about John Ritchie on 76. And that just, the whole hour was just so awesome. It's like his magnetism just transcends, like there's something extra there that it's hard to describe, like just when he speaks. Like
That's right.
it was just overwhelming. It was just, I was like, it was weird. It was so overwhelmingly positive. Like I was emotional, but I also wanted to like run through a brick wall, but in a good way. Like he's he's one of the all-time. I mean, just clearly one of the all-time greats. But just he's got a special gift. So,
well, I'll give you 2 points, Ed, that stood out to me being in his presence for that hour.
I like
and I've
the
been
way he said that.
I agree.
He put that.
I agree.
It's true. It is different.
It
when
is
you
different.
Sit there and talk to
so,
Doc.
Ed, 2 things that stood out to me experiencing that yesterday. One, in my opinion, he's the most inspirational athlete I've ever seen in Philly sports. Now, that's saying something because we've seen a lot of guys that are inspiring. But I'm telling you, in my opinion, at least as I perceive it, number one, inspirational. Number two, he's got a gift that very few people in Philly sports have, very few people in life have. He makes you, through his mere presence, want to be a better person. Dick Vermeil has that.
Oh,
Brian Dawkins has that.
Yeah, Dick Vermeil really hasn't.
There's very few people when you're in their presence. Like, when you're in the presence of a priest, I'm not going to curse. I'm just not going to curse.
That's good to know.
It is good to know. Like, the point is that very few people, independent of, like, the clergy, you feel like you got to be your best because you'll let them down and you'll almost let yourself down. And that's the way I feel around Doc, and that's the way I feel around Dick Vermeil. I really mean that. They're both very special people.
It really is palpable. And I'll take it one step further. I want so badly to be a better person around Doc. It really does. I take it farther. I'm ordering weighted vests that he talked to me about. Like, just yesterday, he's talking about, hey, he uses these weighted vests. It's a good thing. Get in shape. It's a good thing. I'm ordering weighted vests for myself and for my girlfriend. Like, I'm going to be exercising the way he exercises because clearly,
I would say so.
That works.
Whatever he's doing works well.
But it's more than that. It's more than just the way the guy works out. It's the way the guy looks at the world. I want to look at the world the way he does because it really does seem to be working out well for him.
I agree with that.
When he talked about going through adversity and like growing through it, and that's the mindset that he has. Like that was, I mean, there are very few people who can think that way and execute on those thoughts.
All right, Ed,
it's impressive.
And it's really, and it's authentic. It almost feels like it's too incredibly purposeful.
No, but it's who he is.
To be real.
That's who he is.
But it's real.
All right, Ed, I really want to get to Elliot here. I need an answer from you. Who or what is cheesy?
I'll never look at a potter's wheel the same way again. The Unchained Melody scene from Ghost.
That's a great answer.
Very good.
That's a funny answer right there.
That's really good.
Scene. All right, let's talk to Elliot Stewart-Parks, who typically with us on Friday. So the first chance for us to talk to him since the schedule came out. Now, he had a tweet the other day that said, the best word to describe the Eagles' 2025 schedule is dumb. He also referred to it as, quote, weirdly put together. I agree with him to an extent, but I think he's going to have more on this than I'm even thinking. Let's find out why Elliot thinks the schedule is dumb and weird. We welcome him to the program. Good morning, Elliot.
What up? How you guys doing this morning?
Good, buddy. Why do you sound like you're in a cave or outer space or what is that?
I have no idea. I'm in the same place I normally am when I do the hit. Is there an audio issue? Do you want me to
What, aren't you
call
normally
back?
on a phone?
No, he's been using it's technology, Joe.
Yeah, this is different than like 2 weeks ago.
No,
right?
it just sounds a little echoier.
Yeah,
than,
well, why
than
does it
normal.
sound echoey?
I don't know.
Do you have a door open?
This ain't good.
Honestly,
No,
this is a Mike Angelina question.
Do you want me to call back? No?
Yes.
Just keep
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, call us
Let's
back.
do it on the
Whatever
phone.
that was, I can't deal with that for 10 minutes. I can't.
Yeah, it's a little echoey.
Yeah, I don't,
Okay.
I'm not down with that. Whatever that was, I don't like that at all.
Wow, I didn't think it was too bad.
No,
Yeah, I can hear it.
I didn't either.
I'm not. That ain't working.
Joe, I'm with you.
In the meantime, I want to play some quick audio. We'll get Elliot obviously up in a minute, but let's play some audio of Mark Recchi talking about Rick Tocchet yesterday, because obviously, Tocchett's the new Flyers coach. Recchi played with him for a couple years here in Philly. They know each other really well. Here's Mark Recchi yesterday talking about Rick Tocchet.
I was very fortunate to be, when he was the assistant coach here, as part of player development for the Penguins at the time, and so I was around him a lot. I lived here, so I lived in Pittsburgh, and so I was able to see how he handled players and how passionate he was about coaching. And he took that same passion as he did as a player and right into coaching. And he communicates very well. There's no BS. You're going to know exactly what's going on in his mind. He's going to tell you the truth. He's going to be honest with you. And, I think that's a great trait. And, there's no BS with him. And these young guys and the veterans on the team, they're going to truly appreciate it. And they're going to know every day what he's thinking and how he's feeling. And And that's really important. And especially nowadays, the younger guys, they need a lot more communication than we probably did when we played. So, I think Talk's just a perfect fit for this.
One of the things that struck me when I heard that yesterday is I thought of Sirianni, and I think two of Sirianni's best traits are accountability, the way he fosters a culture with accountability at the forefront, and communication. And I like the concept of, hopefully Talkett can emulate that in his own way, and bring that sort of success, obviously, to the Flyers. Now, clearly they need better players, but I thought it was great to hear Recky talk about that. All right, let's get back to Elliot. I guess we got him on a regular phone line. Good morning, Elliot.
All right, does that sound better?
Much better. All right, so you got
I don't want to throw you off on a beat the
I
hammer
appreciate
Friday,
that,
so,
buddy.
Yeah,
So you got the
no problem.
schedule as weird and dumb.
Yeah.
Give us your thinking. Why?
Yeah, to me it reads like a schedule, whereas if like a high schooler was tasked with putting together a schedule and you turned it in and the teacher would go, well, that just makes no sense. Like, why would you put Washington twice in the final 3 weeks? That's weird to do anytime on the schedule, but especially with such an important opponent, and then to put it at the end.
Totally
and then
agree.
They do it,
Yep.
And then they do it again with the Giants, which is really weird. 2 times in 3 weeks, both in the first 8 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, of the season. Like, that's a weird thing to do. I also think that if you asked any Eagles fan prior to the season, what games are you most excited for? You would probably say the Washington matchups, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Detroit. I think they butchered the Washington matchups. I think they butchered the Buffalo matchup by putting it so late.
Yeah.
I think the Kansas City one is a weird one, too, having it in week 2. Like, I would think there'd be more anticipation for that game. So really, only the Lions game, to me, seems like it's in a normal place. So
and the Lions game is coming on a short week also. Like, that's coming off a Monday night on the road at Lambeau.
Yeah, the only one I disagree with you on, Elliot, is the Chiefs thing. So I didn't expect it week 2, but here's what I think is intriguing about it. An early assessment for both teams, now we care more about our own vantage point here in Philly, of how different is my team now compared to, 8 months ago when they played, based on players in and players out. And I think there is an intrigue to that.
But I don't think you ever see the best version of teams in the first month of the
You're right
season.
about that. Yeah.
James brings this up
Especially
all the
now.
time, and especially with the Eagles. Like, they really kind of view training camp as a warm-up to the first few weeks, and then those are a warm-up to get going. So to have that game in the second week, like, I think it's robbing us of an exciting matchup.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
When you think about that, the fact that these guys won't be accustomed to playing football with pads on until September's over, because that's how they do it now. That's their training camp, the first month of the season. You got the Cowboys, but then Chiefs, Rams, who gave us our toughest time in the postseason last year, and then the Buccaneers in Tampa in September, which is so horrendously hot and humid. That sets up like a nightmare.
So-
that opening month could be horrendous.
So, Elliot, Richie's main takeaway was that it's harder than he perceived it was going to be, and he's got the Eagles more in the 11-12 range than where they certainly were 2 of the last 3 years at 14 wins. What's your sense of how difficult it will be to get back to that 14 echelon? Because I'll just say this, Elliot. Here's something I texted a buddy yesterday. I just want to read this to you. I wrote this down after I transferred it from my phone to my notes. I wrote to a friend yesterday, they could go 11-6, still be excellent, but get bounced in the playoffs without home field advantage. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, so the schedule is definitely tough, but I think that obviously we knew the opponents were going to be difficult. But for me, it's more about who the Eagles are than the schedule. If you look at what the Eagles have been since 2022, which I think is like this current iteration of Eagles football, it took an epic collapse in 2023 for them to only win 11 games. So yes, the schedule is tough, but we've seen them have tough schedules. We've seen them play on short weeks. We've seen them on the road. We've seen them in pretty much every situation, right? We've seen them in Kansas City. We saw them win that game. So when Nick and Jalen are on, they just win a large majority of their games. I think Jalen's career winning percentage since 2022 is like 80%, right? So I agree with you that if they win 11 or 12 games, that is definitely not a disappointment based off of just the opponents and everything. But I think I have them at 12 wins, but I would be closer to 14 than I would be 11, just because that's who they've been when Nick and Jalen are together.
Well, they have. I mean, there's no question that is factually accurate. But
it's
I
never
will
looked like this.
But I will
this
say, Elliot,
schedule is hellacious.
Yeah, well, okay, so they've had it. 23 was hellacious. Here's the one counter I'll say.
Okay, that's true. And in 23, with when we knew it was hellacious, we looked at that and we said, "Man, look at that deathly portion."
No, I know.
If that's going to test this team,
Well,
we're going to know exactly what they're made of.
Sure.
And it absolutely did, and it tanked them.
Let me just remind everyone, coming up in 5 minutes or less, we're going to have Beat the Hammer. Okay, Beat the Hammer. You can be the contestant today. Fifth caller in the contest line, 215-988-1258. Caller 5 contest line. You'll compete and Beat the Hammer just in the next couple of minutes. 215-988-1258. Elliot, here's what I'll say about the Nick Jalen thing, which is certainly factually true, but I'll add this, I think, important caveat that established a lot of those wins also. They had their best seasons and their best records when they had either the first-ranked or second-ranked defense in all pro football. Second-ranked in 2022, top-ranked in 2024. Are they going to be a top 10 defense this year? I don't know, man. They have their four best players back on defense, but they did lose 5 starters, and they weren't scrubs. They were good players. No one's going to tell me Darius Slay wasn't still a really good player. He was good, man. So talk to me.
Yeah, so I agree with you. They've lost talent on defense. And I agree that defense, being number 1 or number 2 again, is going to be difficult. And I'm not diminishing the defensive thing. The only thing I would say, too, to that point is if you look at the 2 years they were really good, it's also the 2 years Jalen took care of the ball, and that helps the defense as well. In 2023, Jalen being reckless with the football put the defense in a bad spot a lot. Now, they had their own issues for sure, right? Like Bradbury tackling. I'm not diminishing it. But I think that if you look at what makes the Eagles great and what makes them win, it's that they win the turnover battle, and that starts with Jalen. So I think next year, if Jalen keeps taking care of the ball, they're probably going to once again win a large majority of games.
It sounds to me at a basic level that you're saying the difference between, and I would agree with this, by the way, the difference between winning 11 games and winning 14 games will come down to whether Jalen is consistently excellent. Is that a fair summation of what you're saying?
And I think when we look around the league, it's like we look at Kansas City and say they'll win a bunch because of Mahomes. Baltimore, they'll win a bunch because of Lamar. Josh Allen, Buffalo's going to win because of him. Jalen has a better winning track record than pretty much all of them besides Mahomes, and really he's getting close to that over the last 3 years. So we can look at the schedule, but I think it's somewhat simplistic. Is they have Jalen Hurts, they're going to win a ton of games.
Is everything just cool with Dallas Goedert now? There was so much.
Yeah, good question.
So much consternation there, and now what?
Here's the main thing I guess I'm trying to drill at. I think John's at. Is he going to be a happy camper that they get the best version of Dallas Goedert?
Yeah, I think he will be. Every sense I get is that he's very, very happy to be back in Philadelphia. I know his teammates were very excited when he walked in the first day knowing he was going to be back. So I don't get any sense that there's issues there. And, this is maybe a sad reality, but the reality is he's pretty used to not getting the ball a ton. So it's not like there's some new dynamic that's going to impact him that way. He knows what his role on the offense is. But, yeah, every indication I've gotten since this is Dallas is happy to be back in Philly.
Good deal. Elliot, good work, pal. We will talk to you next week. Thanks, man.
Yep.
And thanks for switching to the phone. I appreciate that. That was better.
Anything for you, Joe. Go get that win. All
right. All right, thanks, man. You got it. That's what that fiance was thinking about leaving her fiance.
Oh, brother.
James, this
what?
This girl, the fiance, thinking about
Remember
leaving her
earlier
fiance.
with that?
So for those that weren't awake and listening to us about an hour ago, there was a woman walked by here about an hour ago. They're getting married today. But put another way, thinking about getting married today upon meeting the hammer.
And thinking about the hammer. That's what was really
John,
alarming.
you got to admit, for it being her wedding day, and God bless her, I'm joking around. I hope everyone knows I'm
She
joking.
was adorable.
She was a pretty big fan. I mean, she's flat out rooting for me and Beat the Hammer. I mean, I'm just saying that husband-to-be might not become the husband-to-be the next couple hours. I'm just saying.
Wow.
These are hilarious jokes to make on someone's wedding day.
I just can't even believe.
I hope she's not listening while getting her makeup done.
I hope
right
he's
now.
not listening.
Or him, yes.
I thought it was cool that she listened to our show.
Yeah.
I did not think for a moment it was cool that she was thinking of leaving her husband for the hammer.
Well,
it did not cross my mind.
She didn't say that. Let's make that clear. This is Hammer just, imagining.
Correct.
She just said wins or
But
like
we
I'm
did,
rooting for
but
you
we
on my
knew
wedding
she was
day.
a big fan of.
She is.
Moi. So thank you. All right, let's play a little game we call Beat the Hammer.
Beat the Hammer. It's time for Beat the Hammer on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, our prize today for Beat the Hammer is a $50 gift card to Rita's Italian Ice. Be cool. Eat a Rita's. By the way, $50 gift card to Rita's, that's phenomenal. You can get I don't know, 10?
I was going to say it's like 10 trips. That's exactly what I was going to say, like 10 trips to Rita's.
That's a lot. That is a lot. All right, good stuff. Get yourself loaded up with Rita's for the summer. I love it. Hey, I also love that I got, let's see here, 283 wins. A mere 44 losses in Beat the Hammer. So obviously I hope to, and I've won a few in a row. Forget exact number. We can look it up. It's been a pretty good streak lately.
Since the parade, maybe? Have you lost since the parade?
Yeah, since the parade.
Oh, God.
Since the parade. That's about 3 months or so. All right, let's welcome our contestant. We know him because he's been a caller through the years, a bonehead and a thorn in my side, Matt in Ridley. Matthew?
Dude, you're such a loser. I cannot believe you think that girl is marrying you or would want to marry you. What a loser you
Hey,
are.
I didn't say she was marrying me. I said she might.
Loser.
I
He
said
thought
she-
it was crossing her mind. I don't think she was thinking that, but maybe she was.
So
No one
Matt,
else thinks it either.
Matt, how
Hold on.
ironic is it for you to call me a loser about 6 minutes before you get your what?
Joe, speaking
What?
of losers, how'd you do last week at Beat the Hammer?
I wasn't here.
What do you
Wait,
mean?
no, that was 2 weeks ago, right?
You were here.
No, that was
Yeah.
pop
Oh,
culture.
pop
Beat the
culture.
Hammer.
There you go. I like that. Yeah, you stunk.
Let's
You did
see.
stink.
A
You did.
4-1 loss, Joe?
I think it was 5-0 is what I
It
heard.
was like Blake Lively
Baby.
questions, and I didn't even
Play
prepare
my-
for
play
it.
my
I didn't
favorite
prepare
song
for
supposed to be
after
ready
that-
on Blake
I didn't do it
Lively?
today either. I didn't do it today.
Oh.
either.
So
That's
we're
just
just
disappointing.
giving up on the whole.
I'm just. It's a lot of
why
work.
are we doing
It's-
the assignment?
Oh, wow. It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of
This is
work.
your thing.
It's a lot of work. It's,
You asked
Okay.
us to do it.
I get
It's
to
a
a
lot
Thursday
of
night
work to
and
read for 5 minutes about a
I'm
celebrity
just
and
not
remember
in the.
it.
I'm going to get back to it, but I'm off track.
And it's not a lot of work.
So why don't we
It's-
set one for
it's
next
People
Friday? Let's get back on
Magazine.
track right now.
Well, I got to do Blake Lively still. I didn't
Oh
do
my
it.
God.
last
What do you
week.
mean you've got to do Blake Lively?
been like 5
Pick up the
weeks.
People magazine and read 2 pages of
She's
it.
on it every day.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with Blake Lively.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, poor use of words. I've got to do. Blake Lively.
Only you would go there.
You're in a roll
All
right
right,
now.
Matt.
I think Blake Lively
Joe,
might have an issue
Joe,
with that. But.
Why?
Joe,
Matt, at some
Joe,
point we got to play the game.
Joe,
We can't just talk trash
Joe,
all the time. What?
Joe, it's
What?
comments like this that make you such a loser, Joe. I'm just letting you know.
Well, the irony is you're about to lose in about 6 minutes. Are you ready, Matt?
Yeah, but get the hell out of here. Go,
All
let's
right,
go.
that's
Come on.
fine. Okay, good luck.
Take a walk.
Bam. I like
Take a
that.
walk.
Take a walk. That's good.
Wow.
There you go. Get that out of here.
Contentious already. I
I'm
like it.
changing
Oh,
the
I knew
clock
Matt. I knew
back.
Matt would come in hot. That was a guarantee. As soon as I saw Matt was the contestant, I was like, it's gonna be go time here.
So we're going back to 55 seconds.
55.
Yeah. Did we leave it? Oh, for
I
pop
did it
culture.
for a
Gotcha.
minute.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
the
Gotcha.
pop culture minute. Joe is
Joe had to
walking
be weird about it, right?
especially
Yeah.
slowly
Yeah, of course.
right now. I don't know if Joe's doing that to be annoying, but he's look
Yes.
at look at that.
John,
Is
do you
that-
really need an answer to that? Is he doing something to be annoying?
Well,
Richie,
yeah,
he
yeah.
does everything to be annoying, Rich.
There
Everything.
you go. Well said. All right. Is he safely ensconced?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
Just
Matt.
barely. Yes.
You
now
ready to play
he
a
is.
little game we call Beat the Hammer?
As ready as I'll ever be.
I like that. All right. Our category for the week. May not know it, but apparently the Phillies and Pirates are rivals because it is rivalry week this week in Major League Baseball, and the Phillies and Pirates are rivals. We're doing a little rivals trivia today. You ready to roll, my friend?
Oh boy. Yeah, let's rock.
Oh, good start. All right. Clock will start as soon as the first question is finished being asked. 55 seconds. Here we go. Question number 1. In what year did the Phillies clinch the NL East in Pittsburgh, thus ending a Pirates' reign of 3 straight NL East titles?
Pass.
In the 1980s, how many times did the Sixers eliminate the Celtics to win the Eastern Conference Finals?
In the 1980s?
Mm-hmm.
Twice.
3 NHL Hall of Famers played for both the Flyers and the Penguins. Name one.
Yager.
What Eagles great had 2 sacks in the Pickle Juice game versus Dallas in 2000?
Pass.
Zach Wheeler is one of 2 current Phillies who played for the Mets prior to joining the Phillies. Name the other.
Pass.
In what year did the Phillies clinch the NL East in Pittsburgh, thus ending a Pirates' reign of 3 straight NL East titles?
93.
What Eagles great had 2 sacks in the pickle juice game versus Dallas in 2000?
Hugh Douglas.
Ooh. Zach Wheeler won 2 current Phillies. Okay. Wow, that was an unexpected
Nice job
3
picking up
there.
the end.
Yager is not in the Hall of Fame yet. He hasn't retired long enough.
Son of a.
Yeah, it's a good guess. Good guess, but he is not in the NHL Hall of Fame yet. So, nice threesome, though. There we go.
That was a 3?
Yeah, good work. All right, let's.
You know what? I misheard. I didn't hear the Hall of Fame part.
That's
my
all right.
fault.
We're going to put you on hold, Matt. Can't touch this. As we bring the hammer back in.
Oh, he's got a little pep to his step coming back. I don't know. The can't touch this is a little kind.
A lot kind.
A little kind today. Why so polite?
Well, we've just been using this recently.
Let's rock and roll.
You got the beads again?
Got the rosary. First beat
Oh,
the
for goodness.
First
Hey,
beat
Joe,
the
by
hammer
the
since
way-
the Pope from Villanova. So yeah, I got the rosary.
Pulling out the rosary only when you compete.
No,
is
I have
not,
it. John, I have it in my pocket every day. I've had it in pocket for 3 straight years.
And you pull it out only when you compete.
No, every once in a while. Yeah.
All right.
All right, Matt and Ridley. I know
It
he's
feels
a fool.
insincere. If it's
You ready to
only
roll
when you
here?
I
compete,
swear to
that's
I've
all.
been ready. I always tell you, been.
Let's roll. Category for the week. The Phillies and Pirates are playing this weekend. It's rivalry week in Major League Baseball. We're doing rivalry trivia. Rivals trivia.
Oh my God, with Jeremy Shockey.
All right, you ready to roll here?
Crosby.
Clock will start as soon as the first question is asked. Here we go. Question number 1. In what year did the Phillies clinch the NL East in Pittsburgh, thus ending a Pirates' reign of 3 straight NL East titles?
1993.
In the 1980s, how many times did the Sixers eliminate the Celtics to win the Eastern Conference Finals?
How many times?
Yes, in the 1980s.
I'll come back to that.
3 NHL Hall of Famers played for both the Flyers and the Penguins. Name one of them.
3 of them?
Yes.
Recky.
What Eagles great had 2 sacks in the pickle juice game versus Dallas in 2000?
Eagles great. 2 sacks.
Yes.
Well, if he's a great, I'll say Doc.
Zach Wheeler is one of 2 current Eagles who played for the Mets prior to joining the Phillies. Name the other.
Play for the Mets prior to the Phils. I'll come back to that. Let's do the Celtics question. Say that question.
In the 1980s, how many times did the Sixers eliminate the Celtics to win the Eastern Conference Finals?
Okay, I'm going to go through this quickly here. So it would be, in the Eastern Conference Final. I mean, they beat them in '82. In the conference final, I'll say All right.
Joe, I normally
Jim,
never get
Jimmy,
texts on Beat the Hammer.
Sit down for us, Jim.
Joe is such a poor loser.
Oh,
so
they
I've already
said-
gotten it
they
several
said a
times.
different word, didn't they?
I had to edit.
I know you
was
did.
self-editing.
I know what you just edited from. All right, Matt, I'm going to give you a partial congratulations.
Partial?
Hey, Joe,
Partial congratulations.
Joe, that's going to be your new ringtone when you call me from now on.
Oh, very nice.
Don't expect it ever
Very
again.
nice.
Matt, you've won $50 Rita Waters Ice. Enjoy this summer, all right?
Great job, Matt.
All right, buddy. I'll put you on
Way
hold
to
so
go.
you can get that. And with that, Beat the Hammer.
Congratulations.
That's loss.
Way to go, Matt. What a
Huge
great win.
congratulations.
Loss 45.
You're damn
If
right it
it's-
was.
If it stands.
It'll stand.
If it stands. And with
Yeah,
that,
I feel
we shut
very
it.
confident it'll
With
stand.
that, we shut it down.
I'll shut it down. How about that?
Beat the Hammer on Sports Radio 94
That was funny.
I was having a good week, so that irritates me. All right.
Are you going to
Honestly, I'm
spend a lot
shocked
of
you
time on
lost.
this
That was a very
weekend?
disappointing
I'll spend
performance
some
by
time
you.
on
That was a bad job by you.
It was a poorly worded question.
Like, you missed the Hugh Douglas question. The guy's your coworker, and you missed Hugh
No,
Douglas.
what's the Hugh question?
How
Like,
was
what
that
Eagles
so
great at 2
hard?
sacks in the Pickle Juice game?
Wait,
Hugh
what was
did.
the question? Eagles great?
Yes. Are you about to say Hugh Douglas not an Eagles great?
Oh,
Wow. Okay.
there we go.
Okay. All right. Okay.
There will be no disrespect of Hugh Douglas on this program unless it's by me.
Love
Okay.
Big Hugh, but like I hear.
I'm
boy,
texting
the big-
Kyle Quinn right now so he can pull
big-
this
the
audio to
big-
play on their
the
show.
big G word, the big G. I mean, ooh. Oof, oof, oof.
He's got he's up there in sacks.
No, Hugh was a great player, but like Eagles
But what?
great.
Wow.
Eagles
Wow,
great.
dude.
I'm
This
hearing
is
Doc.
crazy.
I'm
Joe.
hearing Ben Eric. I'm hearing Reggie.
Joe.
I'm hearing Seth.
Oh, no.
Oh, you are a horrible
I
human
mean,
being.
great.
this is so bad.
You go capital G great. Misleading question.
Oh, man.
Misleading question. I was only
Should we do a poll?
choosing. I was only going between Dawk and Trot. That's all I had in mind. One or the other. Was the safety blitzing or was the linebacker?
Did
blitzing?
That's why you got it wrong.
Did you think James was going to make it so easy that two of the answers would be the two guests we had on yesterday? One of them was.
Yeah,
Could have
I
been
thought
easier.
that was a gimme by giving
by
Recky. I was
both,
like,
by both.
I had that question before I even knew Recky was coming on, and I was like, should I even ask it? But
All right.
I did.
All right. Well, listen. You can react to this now controversial Beat the Hammer.
It's not
Please.
controversial by anyone.
I'm
No
digging in this weekend.
controversy
Digging in.
here.
215-592-9494.
So what do you do when you go back and review it? You just listen to it
Yeah.
multiple times?
Sometimes, yeah.
You just
You tell Amy, hey, listen, we got to hold off on our
And-
weekend plans. I've got to review Beat the Hammer.
and the problem with the question is what
Well,
exactly?
so one of the things that I thought could be the problem sounds like wasn't a problem. If the Sixers beat the Celtics on the way to an NBA Finals earlier in the playoffs, so that was problem one as I perceived it. Problem two is because it had potential loopholes. I think James worded it poorly that created trip up elements and waste time elements. And
It was as straightforward a question
Yes,
as possible.
well, you know,
object
the
to
only reason I word questions the way I do is because you're such a psycho about it.
created
I actually
trip-up
originally was just going to
elements.
say how many times did they beat the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals, and then Dave Uram
Well,
pointed
but
out
that could go to games.
Exactly, that's what Dave
Right.
Uram pointed out.
And
So
I was trying to figure that out
Bro,
also.
I have to
Am
run
I
my
adding up the
question-
freaking games?
I have to run my questions by Dave Uram every Friday just to check for loopholes. Okay, so deal
Correct.
with it. That's
Okay.
the point. This is a loophole-less question.
All right.
He wants to play you and beat the Hammer, by the way.
Who?
Uram.
Oh, I'm not dealing with that nonsense.
I don't know. I think it'd be a good matchup.
I'll think about it.
You're afraid.
You
All right.
you are afraid.
All right, I want to get to some audio
He
talk and
is
then right back to the
afraid.
phones.
Very afraid.
Obviously, everyone can weigh in on Beat the Hammer and who's right and who's wrong.
Please,
All right,
please weigh in, everybody. Please.
So Saquon is an Eagle, and Doc is an all-time Eagle. He would be a great with a capital G, by the way. By the way, both of them are. Doc
Not our coworker Hugh Douglas. Okay, just want to make sure that's clear out there.
lowercase J.
Wow.
Okay. I mean,
Well,
I
if it
love
makes you feel
guys-
any better, the way I wrote it was a
No, it
lowercase
does-
J.
no, you clearly don't
in the
love
question.
Hugh. You're demonstrating that you do not love Hugh. You like him. You think he's good. You know, yeah, he's
You're
likable.
saying Hugh's overrated as an Eagle, is
Let
what
me
you're
ask
saying.
this:
That's what you're saying.
Is Deuce
You can't say
is
you love him.
Deuce an Eagles all-time great?
Hold on. Who said all-time great? We said Eagles great.
All right, is Deuce a great?
Yeah. I think Deuce would be
Eagles,
considered an Eagles great.
Great, Deuce.
Yeah.
I love Deuce.
Yeah.
Well, and Hugh was a much better player than Deuce. Like, Hugh was a Pro Bowl player,
Listen,
man.
Hugh was fantastic. I know.
think Deuce
I
can
love
easily
Hugh.
qualify as an Eagles great. Some of
I
that
go B West.
is-
I go B West there. I go B West.
Well, dude, you
think
can have
both
more
can
than
be
one
great.
Eagles great at a position.
No, you can, but all right, 215-592.
I can't wait to hear the Midday Show react to this.
All right, I want to play some audio of Brian Dawkins from yesterday. Obviously, Saquon's remarkable, and it was amazing watching him play this past year. Let's listen to Brian Dawkins with us talk about the Saquon thing.
All of that, what you said in describing me, you left out fan, right?
Yeah.
I'm a tremendous fan of the game as well. So for me to be able to sit back and watch, and I was also a part of the Eagles executive staff at that time, and so I remember, one of the individuals that I scouted back in the day was Saquon.
When he was coming out of college.
Coming out of
yeah,
college,
right. Okay, I'm with you.
And so, he was the top running back as far as my grade is concerned at that time. And so when you look at what he was doing already in college and what was expected of him when he got to the NFL, and it didn't pan out, and I believe it's because he was just so much demanding, his demands on him in with the Giants. Everything was going through him. It was kind of reminded me, not comparing him to Barry Sanders, but his plight reminded me of Barry Sanders back in the day.
John, I'm struck by the fact Saquon still might not get to the Hall of Fame. He's got a long way to go. And what a shame it'll be if he misses it because he was so buried in New York. I mean, because it was always in there.
It was as bad.
It was always
as
in
could
there.
Be. They didn't have a chance to be that team that runs the football because they were always behind.
Guys,
and
he
in
had
such dismal situations.
He had
and
three.
Their offensive line was the culprit. The offensive line was the root of the problem. They couldn't protect the quarterback. They couldn't block. They couldn't open holes for any running back.
I'll say this. It was
horrendous.
It was the unholy three for a running back. Matter of fact, I'll give you four. Unholy four. No quarterback, no offensive line, no wide receivers, dumb coaches. I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do with that. And John, I've told you this before. I heard Gil Brandt, of course, around the Cowboys, front office for many years as, player personnel kind of guy. He said when Saquon came out, now he has since died, Gil Brandt, he said 6-7 years ago, he said Saquon Barkley was the best running back prospect he had ever seen.
Wow.
And Gil Brandt saw about 80% of the NFL. Gil Brandt was like 90 years old when he died or something.
Gil Brandt, he remembered every
he said he was the
that
best,
he ever watched.
the best running back
my
prospect
gosh.
of all time.
What a massive stamp of approval. That's the kind of thing that's unbelievable.
And that's what it looked like this past year, but not
He
the
is
prior
that
6.
special.
I
know.
All right, to the phones we go. 215-592-9494. Someone help me out.
For 2 more years,
I know.
That's the beauty of it.
All right, I need Pete the Hammer's support. I don't think I'm going to get it, but I need it. Patrick and Tabernacle. Patrick.
Joe, absolutely no support to you on your loss. No way, dude.
Good job, Patrick.
Listen, it's the Eagles' schedule, Joe. Before the release of this whole, you know that the schedule is not going to be friendly at all. But I just think this whole thing is taken to a different level. But you know what? When you're the best, this is in the NFL. It's certainly what you got to deal with. But just the flip flop, home away is unfriendly. It's just
you can't say that's unfair. I mean, it's a little odd to not have 2 in a row at home.
I don't think I said unfair. It's just unfriendly. It's just not a friendly schedule. We all know it, and I think we all knew it going into it. So listen, we got 2 trophies, and we got to deal with it, and it just makes you wonder how these other teams, Chiefs and the Patriots, for me. It's almost, as a fan, it's very humbling to be like, okay, we just did this again. Now look what we got to do. So, listen, we got the tools in the belt. We just got to use the tools.
I largely agree, but I don't know that they have the tools on defense. To this matter of fact, I feel confident they don't have the same tools on defense. So,
Well, my confidence, and I agree with that, but I think we're going to the offense going to be amped up a little bit more.
It's going to all come down. It's going to all come down to Jalen. It's all that
always does.
It's going to come down.
And listen, real quick, the Flyers. I got to say this, boy. You know, I listened to Broads yesterday on the afternoon show.
That was epic, by the way.
And you know what? To me, you know, I'm that guy. It's like he's talking about his dad, you know, and I think I'm that guy that fits into that mold of, yeah, I'm his dad and I'm excited, but I just listen. The reality is we're in the middle of a desert right now. Is how I feel, and it's just like you don't want to turn back, and you don't want to go forward, and you know, Tocchet or anybody else for that matter. I just don't know what they can do. I mean, can you attract players? Because you have to get a player or two here before things really change.
Patrick, here's what I'll say. There's two.
We don't want a goalie. We don't
Patrick,
have
there's
a
two ways.
again.
There's two ways they can get players, and they need to utilize both. One, when you have cap space, sign great players. Two, creative trades.
Yep.
Okay, I mean, and not just creative trade, creative signings. Take the Zach Wheeler thing. I'll refer to it as a creative signing. Now, they gave him $100 million. That's not chump change. But the Phillies saw value in him that the rest of baseball, including the Mets, did not see at that time. The Flyers front office needs, so one, you got to just sign the great players when they're available and everyone knows they're great, and you outspend someone because you got cap space, which, by the way, they haven't had for a while because they signed the wrong guys to the wrong deals. But they also need like, let me put it this way, and Patrick, you remember this as a Philly sports fan. There was a day where the Phillies traded Chris James for John Kruk. Like, they traded Chris James for John Kruk. You know what that made the Phillies? Better. You have to make, like, the Phillies traded Juan Samuel for Lenny Dykstra. That made them better. That's part of what created the 93 Phillies. They have to make good, creative trades to improve. And, of course, they have to get a goalie. Patrick, give me an answer. Who or what is cheesy?
Last thing here is, in the past, Mr. Snyder had no problem spending money. But boy, did
Hold
they
on,
miss.
Patrick. Salary cap. Yeah. Whole different world.
No, but listen, they spent money on big-name free agents that didn't pan out, Joe. Pronger, Forsberg. You just go on. They signed guys.
Well, not Pronger. You can't say Pronger.
Pronger worked out. LeCavier is one who didn't work out. You go like that way.
And the guy from Tampa who was great down there.
Yeah,
what
LeCavier.
was his?
Vincent LeCavier,
Yeah, exactly. That was, he was 6 years
Hey,
too
it didn't work out with Pronger.
Dude, they got to a Game 6 of the finals.
He was great here.
Then he had a career-ending injury. He was one of the 5 best players in the world.
He was hurt the whole tiny house.
No,
that's
no. He was the best player in the finals. Best player. Problem is the other team had 6 great players.
That is a problem.
Patrick, give me an answer. Who or what is cheesy?
The movie Airplane from start to finish.
Interesting answer.
But it's the premise, though.
I don't know if it is.
I don't think it's cheesy.
I think it's
either.
still pretty funny for the
too
most part.
good
I don't take
to
it.
be cheesy.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
with you.
cheesy has a negative
I agree.
association.
Yeah, I think
All right,
cheesy
some-
is thinking an Eagles Hall of Famer isn't an Eagles great. I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's just dumb.
Hugh, I love you.
He's in the Eagles Hall of Fame.
Driving to work right now. I'm going to get body slammed by Hugh when we're back in the station on Monday. I mean, we're at Borgata right now, so I got a 3-day reprieve. But holy hell, Monday I'm going
to remind him.
Hey, Cole Hamels, what he said about Bryce Harper this week. We'll get to that. More from Brian Dawkins. A lot of stuff going on here. Your reaction on Beat the Hammer and the Eagles schedule. And we're going to get back into the Phillies a little bit more. We've drifted on them this week. That's up ahead on 90 from Borgata on 94 WIP.
May is officially here, so the rising temperature is going to be in the 80s today. Beat the heat. Keep the AC in your home with Window Nation's energy-efficient vinyl windows.
During their semi-annual sale, buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment, especially when prices are rising. So how exactly do they keep prices affordable?
Well, John, Window Nation works directly with the top window manufacturers in the country. So that means all of their windows are assembled right here in the USA. Plus, The windows come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future.
We love our Window Nation windows at my house. I have a new one in each of my 3 kids' rooms, and the house feels different. It feels better. It feels temperature controlled for the first time in the 7 years we've lived there. We just love it. And Window Nation, their semi-annual sale, you've got to hurry because it ends May 31st. Do not miss your chance to buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and receive a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus pay nothing until 2027. Schedule your estimate right now. Do what I did. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The Phillies host the Pirates at the bank tonight. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted to right. Kyle Schwarber deep into the lower seats.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
When you're tackling life at full speed, like our favorite Philadelphia football players, you need a team that's got you covered. From sports injuries and joint replacements to expert hand and wrist surgery, Phoenixville Hospital Orthopedics Program delivers championship care to get you back to what you love with the same dedication and precision you'd expect on game day. Score big with our award-winning experts at Tower Health Medical Group Orthopedics. To learn more, call 610-525-1000 for an appointment.
So, you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke. Doing car care right.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off of it. And nobody helps you bounce back like my team at the Mattress Warehouse. Now during the Memorial Day sale, save up to 70% store-wide and get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Save up to $800 off an elite lineup, Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and all the new Sealy Posturepedics. Only Mattress Warehouse offers bed match, plus a 1-year lowest price guarantee and 0% financing. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop MattressWarehouse.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This was a test of the emergency alert system. Equipment that can quickly alert you during emergencies was being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official news and information would have followed the alert tone. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. Coming into tonight's Subway Series at Yankee Stadium, who could have imagined the Mets would lead the majors in team ERA at 2.88? Kodai Senga 4-2 with a 1.22 ERA. Heads a surprisingly productive non-marquee rotation that includes Clay Holmes, Griffin Canning, David Peterson, and Tyler McGill. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries got. It's a good time for a reward. You know the one. Your favorite Tasty Cake treat. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty Cake, accept no substitute.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Ranger Suarez takes them out for the Phillies when they open a series at Citizens Bank Park against Pittsburgh, 6:45 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Pirates season already off the rails. They fired their manager about a week ago, 15-29, 3-21 in games in which they've given up a home run. And in what Joe DeCamara, and only Joe DeCamara, thinks is a controversial beat the hammer, he lost to Matt from Ridley. Fog early, chance of storms, high 81. It's currently 66. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's an early. I think it's one of the earliest Memorial Days you can have, maybe the earliest. So I hope you're having a great start to your.
What a weird year this is.
It has been weird.
It feels like every, I don't know, the Christmas break, every break, it's just off a little
off.
bit.
I totally agree with that. Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's ArmandChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question, are you enjoying the NBA playoffs this year? Now, we're going to continue to do a ton on the Eagles because we got a lot to get to, including more on the schedule and more on Doc from what he said to us yesterday. But I do want to play some audio. Doc, Eagles, great. Cole Hamels, Phillies, great. Just if you catch my drift.
But not Hugh Douglas.
Well, I mean,
what was that?
Is he going to kill me on Monday?
I hope so.
He might actually.
I was just going to say, like, are you scared to be in the same area as him now?
A little scared.
Yeah.
And I love you. I mean, when he climbed up the back of Sean King.
You can't do that now.
When he took Jim Miller and said, "Hey, Jim Miller's shoulder, meet the ground." It was great.
You can't do that. Nope. The disrespect has been given out already, Joe.
It was real, and it was very. I mean,
no
pretty massive.
backsies.
It was pretty massive.
All right, so Cole Hamels, obviously a Phillies great. Cole was on this week with Joe and Hugh, ironically enough, talking about Bryce Harper. I found this perspective interesting. Cole had already talked about how he thinks Bryce is puts so much pressure on himself to succeed. And I thought this was some really interesting perspective.
I think just for him, it's just to step back and to relax and know that he is one of the greatest baseball players of all time. I mean, the guy's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. So I know he wants to win, and I know that's one of his big things is to win, and especially to win in Philadelphia. It's very important to him. So it's just simplifying a little bit and not getting out of the zone. You can see the stats. I mean, he's not seeing the fastball. And so for him, it's to look for the off speed that's in the zone, and anything that's out of the zone, let it go. I mean, walks are just as good. Look at Schwarber. I mean, getting on base is huge. Look how he's continuing to do it. You don't have to always get hit.
You know what would have been interesting, John, with you, because obviously you were a world-class athlete, pro football player. If you had those skills in either baseball or golf, it would have been interesting how it would have meshed with your personality. And the reason I say that, like, I don't think the kind of things that happen in in baseball and golf happen in football. Like, you just go out there and know you got to do your job, hit the guy in front of you, block
it's
him.
So different.
Baseball
Joe.
is so mental.
It's so different.
Right?
I've thought about this many, many times. The things that I was good at, it was like the collision, the impact.
Right.
I was good at putting my face on your face as hard as I could, and then let whatever happens happen.
Which is kind of slump-proof. My point is it's slump-proof. Bryce is in a
if I put max effort into every hit I can, like even when I'm hurt and it doesn't feel like I can go, I'm gonna give max effort no matter what. And really, that's the recipe that I found that was most successful, and it worked up until your body stops working.
Sure, of course. Yeah,
but,
exactly.
So it was very simple, a very simple formula for me. I think baseball, there's just so much that goes into it that it's the
more
minutia,
mental.
It is.
Oh, no question. I find it. Yeah, I find it overwhelming for me because I'm tuned to something so completely different. It feels like caveman sitting in a cave without even a fire because we're not that technologically adept yet compared to Jetsons futuristic for baseball.
How about that analogy? By the way, up ahead here, all sorts of stuff, including an update on me and Jack with the athletic competition, why the NFL chose the Eagles-Cowboys. They actually have come out and said why. We'll play that audio shortly. And
their reason why.
Yeah, what they said.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Their reason why. We know why they picked them.
You're saying their stated reason why is what
Correct.
you're saying. Okay, all right. We'll get to that. Well, I think it's kind of implied on what the guy said. We'll get to that. And also more from Hamels and Doc and all this stuff. Let's get to Patty right now. Patty, good morning.
Good morning, crew. How are you?
Awesome, Patty.
Fantastic, Patty.
Good. Hammer, you were wrong. You have to accept it. You lost. And you know what's funny, too?
What?
I'm very bad at those trivia questions, and that's the only question I got right today.
So great.
Patty, you know when a person dies and then they put dirt on the grave? That's what you just did to me. You put the dirt on top of me.
Glad I could make your day, Joe.
Well, you gave me a chuckle, and I appreciate that.
No problem. No problem. just wanted to talk about the Eagles a little bit. First of all, I think Dallas couldn't be a better team that we open with, and they can watch us unveil that banner.
I agree.
Especially with Dak Prescott, with all his trash talk, and Emmitt Smith, go Birds.
I like that.
Thank you. Phillies this week, I think they are going to sweep the Pirates. They just got to stop trying to swing for the fences. Just get a hit, get on base, and we can do it.
They've been pretty good at that this year, Patty.
They play small ball. They're a small ball
do.
team. Other than Schwarber, like no one is hitting home runs at a normal pace.
Who has the second most? Is it Bryce?
I think it might still be Bryce. Yeah,
probably.
I just hope they can,
I don't think
keep
it's
that
Bryce.
philosophy.
I would guess it might be Cassidy.
It's
one of
the
those two.
I can check. Hold on.
Yeah. Anyway, Patty, go ahead. I want
or Kepler.
I
It's
think
Bryce.
just as long as they can keep doing that, I think we're definitely going to have a successful season. Back to the Eagles, I apologize. Their schedule is horrible. I was looking at it this morning. I don't like the fact that we play home, we play away, we play home, we play away.
Yeah, they have no
I agree
consecutive home games.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I don't know who said it earlier, but those 2 Washington games at the end, horrible.
It's so dumb. That part is really dumb.
And they're sandwiched around a Bills game. The Bills,
Exactly.
the team that I think has a great chance to represent the AFC.
Very odd.
It's messed up.
All right, Patty, you got a shot to win this $100 gift card. Who or what is cheesy?
The Green Bay Packers cheese hats.
Had already been said,
Rhea
right?
said it, yeah.
Rhea said it. Give me a different answer, Patty.
Sorry, that's the only one I had this morning. I
You
didn't
got
hear
it.
that it was already said.
Patty, great call. Appreciate that. All right, so the NFL has said why they picked the Eagles and Cowboys. I think it actually makes a lot of sense, and I think they were pretty forthcoming here with how they presented it. There's a guy named Mike North, not the radio personality Mike North, but someone who's an executive with the NFL, part of putting the schedule together and broadcast-related stuff and all this stuff. Mike North went on record yesterday with Ross Tucker in his podcast and talked about why it's Dallas as opposed to other teams. Listen to what he said.
There were a lot of good options. We looked at Denver, we looked at Washington, we looked at Detroit. All would have been great. Rams would have been good. What it came down to, honestly, on Dallas was these last couple of years, it feels like the fans haven't gotten full value, really, out of Cowboys-Eagles. That's one of the top, 5 games of the year every year when we go into it, thinking about these 2 Cowboys-Eagles games. And so it's usually kind of one early and one late. Well, these last couple of years, that one late hasn't really panned out the way we'd all hoped, whether it was somebody had quarterback injury or records were a little disappointing, or heck, we had a year where the Eagles had a playoff spot clinched, and by the time they got to the Cowboys game. So thinking about getting one of those in early, can't get any earlier than week 1. Both teams undefeated, Dak coming back, new coach, and the Eagles fans are probably pretty excited about hanging a banner in front of the Cowboys. So it felt like a really good opportunity and a chance to go really big in maybe a window we don't usually go really big, but I think that's a consistent theme throughout the whole schedule.
So, Rhea, I'm guessing your thing is you frustrated he didn't say it's about TV ratings.
Yeah,
but I think it's implied. He's saying it's such a big game, and we've been shortchanging that game.
Here's where I will agree 100%. Like, I'm looking forward to Eagles-Dallas. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I love to start the hate early and often.
Yep.
But the Cowboys do not deserve this stage. This stage should be about the Philadelphia Eagles, winning the Super Bowl. I think it would have been better served with Washington. We got to wait till December 20th. That's a rematch of the NFC Championship.
But with
game.
Dak healthy, I don't think they're going 5-12. I think they're going to be much better than that.
I agree.
I don't.
People act like they're a joke. I don't think they're a joke.
Everybody talks about the Eagles schedule. The Cowboys have a 6 games in a row, and the only team in the NFL where they're facing 6 teams that I believe won 11 or more games. I mean, they have a brutal part of their schedule.
Well, the Eagles are 2 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Devin, you think Dallas is worthy?
I haven't had an issue with them playing Dallas and having to, watch the Eagles unveil their Super Bowl banners in week 1. I understand the statement from the NFL and the reasoning behind it, but it also doesn't make sense that the Commanders game is so late in the season. So I'm okay with the Cowboys being week 1. I'm not okay with the Commanders being all the way at the end and the Eagles having to face them twice in 3 weeks.
I agree with that entirely. Part of who will be out there versus the Cowboys will be, of course, Lane Johnson. Now, he'll be out there for the first time in his career without Brandon Graham. as an Eagle. And obviously, the core four, as we've been calling them for a few years, the guys that really stayed around a long time, Fletcher Cox, Jason Kelsey, Brandon Graham, Lane Johnson. There's only one left. Lane was on Chris Long's podcast talking about that reality. Interesting perspective here from Lane.
Just weird seeing all your friends and teammates come back, and just, really, I think it hit me hard last year when Fletch showed up, and I was like, bro, you should be out here. I forgot what game it was or who we were playing, but I saw him before the game, and I was like, man, I miss Fletch.
Isn't it weird when you see a guy?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. It is weird. Just because you've been around this guy and just not even like everyday life. It's been like the most challenging, fighting for your life type of thing. So it's weird seeing him in like in a peaceful state of mind. And it seems like all of our friendships are formed with adversity or, us being under pressure. So it's weird seeing guys in like a different phase of life. I'm kind of living through them. I'm seeing some peace and some tranquil eyes.
I mean, it really is different, John, between the combat of a game and not. It's like,
wow,
big difference.
He's saying, wow. It's a great way to put it. He's seeing peace in people's eyes, tranquil eyes in his former teammates, and he's the only one left, fighting like this, like he knows. And he knows someday he'll be one of those guys, but he's not in any rush to make that soon.
Now, I will say this, as a jealous human, it does help to go off with, $50, $75 million in your
I would imagine.
In your bank account.
I'd be peaceful.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, Morgan is with us in Delco. Good morning, Morgan.
Good morning, Joe. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
I mean, just a tough showing from you today. I mean, come on, man.
I know.
I mean, Mark Recchi was probably your best guess because I would have probably guessed Yarmer Yager too, and the fact that he's not retired is just crazy,
Well, you're saying
he just
still
retired.
playing
So Matt
overseas?
from Ridley guessed Yager. He's not in the NHL Hall of Fame yet because he hasn't been retired long enough.
Yeah. I think he still plays, though.
Yeah.
Well, I know he plays in Europe, but hasn't he been out of the NHL for more than 5 years? Of course he has.
He's not in the NHL Hall of Fame. There's apparently complicated stuff with if you're playing overseas and in the NHL or whatever. I don't know. All I know is I double-checked. He's not in the NHL Hall of Fame.
That makes sense, but it's wild that he wouldn't be in the Hall of Fame yet. That is – okay, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like you're getting a little senile. Like, you forgot stuff that – my grandfather told me. I mean,
so Morgan, you know what I haven't forgotten? How to hang up on somebody.
Don't do that, man.
No, I'm playing around. Go ahead, man.
No, but the Rick Tocchet hire, I mean, is just it kind of feels like you're on a carousel again, and it's kind of the same carousel that we've been on for a while, and we haven't made the correct change at all at head coach since probably Peter Laviolette, who's
probably. Well, I'll say this. Elaine Vigneault early was good. I mean, getting where they got in 2020, and it wasn't just about the pandemic run in the bubble. They were the 4 seed going into the pandemic in March, which was a big improvement.
Does that even count as a cup, really? I mean, there's an asterisk next to that.
Well, the Flyers didn't get to it, but I get your point.
The Lakers count that championship, don't they?
Well, the Lakers count the frickin'
Lakers and Yankees fans, they're in trouble.
Yankees count, the Lakers count their championships in Minnesota as LA Lakers championships.
Ridiculous.
Well, the Sixers count the frickin' Syracuse Nationals.
Well, yeah.
And we don't like it, though,
No, we don't like it. But I get your listen, Morgan. Clearly, the last coach that made an impact beyond, let's call it a season, because 2020 was fun, would be Laviolette, because you had 2010 and you had 2012. And 2012 wasn't as far as 2010. It was still fun.
2010 was like a magic year, you know what I mean? And then
and by the way, he took them over when they were in a hole. I mean, they were in a hole from was that John Stevens? I think it was John Stevens that got fired in like December. I mean, they looked like they had no shot for the playoffs, and they had to come roaring back even to make the playoffs, which was an accomplishment. Morgan, give me an answer, my man. Who or what is cheesy?
I'll stick with hockey. The Toronto Maple Leafs and their yacht club fan base.
All right, Morgan, you got it.
And they're what?
Yacht club fan base.
How about that?
By the way, interesting point on the Eagles' schedule that we haven't mentioned yet. A caller couldn't go on the air, but he just mentioned it to me, Greg. The fact that we haven't talked about the fact that Washington the Eagles could play 3 times in 4 weeks, theoretically.
Yep.
Like if they're the first-round playoff matchup, which is certainly possible.
It is quite possible.
You could play the Washington 3 times in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Like, how dumb is that?
Yeah, a 3-6 game. Or 3 was that 3?
Yeah, 2.7, whatever.
3.6.
Yeah, 4. Yeah, not 4.5, but it could be 3.6 or 2.5.
Yeah, that's weird. All right, Doc, not weird. Doc's amazing. He was in studio with us yesterday for an hour, and amongst the many things we talked about, and most of it was football. But some of it was life and some of it was impact, because Doc has had such an immense impact on so many people in the Delaware Valley. And I recounted a story to Doc about something that Brandon Graham said last week to us, or at least me on the stage during the BG Live event. Listen to this exchange with Doc. You realize how deep it can get sometimes for some of these really high-level guys who are revered and how the public approaches them. Here's Brian Dawkins yesterday. The weight, the responsibility that comes with people approaching you like that. Brandon told a story last week that there is someone who is alive, who has it in their will that when he dies, his family must have him buried in a Brandon Graham jersey. Yeah. I know you've had these types of things. What's it like to have that impact on people's lives?
Well, first of all, it's extremely humbling to know that my life lived have had that type of effect on people, that people have had their family members buried in my jersey. Like, I don't to know that, again, the life that I've lived, the way that I've lived my life, had someone in those waning moments to say that is something that they want to make sure that happens. It's a humbling thing, but it's also something that pushes in me to continue to do what I'm doing and get better at it if I can. Like, if I can be a better me, I want to be a better me. And I just don't want to be a better me for just me. I want to be a better me for my family. But if I can be a better me and that helps people like that individual who just called, what is his name? Tom. Yeah. Thank you again for the call. To fight, to fight just with a passion, with a fervor, whatever comes my way. I don't care how bad it feels and how bad I don't want to do it. I'm going to continue to fight. If I can help people do that, and then they, are here for their loved ones a little, longer, then I'm going to continue to do it.
What a guy!
I couldn't help but think of Joe to camera there. And do you now accept the concept of someone saying that something's humbling?
Oh, we're going
like,
to that.
Are you now
Richie,
going
I thought
to
the exact same thing when he said it. The exact same thing.
Now that Doc has said it's humbling when this happens, are you going to accept that's acceptable?
I'm so happy you brought this up, Richie. I didn't want to jump in on Doc yesterday, but I had the exact same thought.
I know. I
don't know
almost
the
wanted to
backstory
interrupt Doc and be like, hold on, Joe. See?
Do you know the backstory?
Everyone says it. It's the right way to say it.
So you don't believe when people say it's humbling? You don't believe in?
Yes.
I mean,
that's
this
correct.
isn't the most shocking
Yeah,
thing
that's
I've ever
basically
heard.
the gist of it.
Right,
Joe
so
the camera
please
doesn't believe in humility.
Explain your hang-up.
All right, Devin, here's my thing through the years. Person wins an award, gets up on stage and says it's humbling to stand here and hold this trophy. Whatever, Academy Award, Super Bowl, whatever. My thing is, first off, you can't claim humbleness. By definition, isn't it ironic? That's not humble. That's number one. Number two, you're not humble in the moment. You're actually exalted. You're lifted up. The public, the
I think
society,
you're missing the point of humbleness, saying that you can't claim humbleness. Like,
no, you can't.
Being self-aware is the first step of.
No, I'm not ripping Doc.
I'm
ripping the people.
Oh, you clearly are ripping Doc. I just want to.
Don't do that to me, Rhea.
I want that on the record.
All right, Devin. Do I have a theory here that you can't claim humble? By definition, it's not.
I mean, no, I don't know that. It's nonsensical. Like, I understand.
I think it is.
Score one for the Hammer.
I think you nailed it.
Score one for the Hammer. I needed a victory. I just got a victory.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I needed a victory today.
No, you didn't.
No, she was just trying to be nice, and I'm trying to tell her to just go at you and go, no, what you're saying is ridiculous.
Devin, I can claim that I'm kind.
I mean, it doesn't.
But
even
if I
make
claim
sense.
that I'm humble, am I?
Well, you aren't.
Well, not me, but average Joe. I'm above average Joe.
Yeah, you can claim you're anything.
Yeah, but if you claim that you're humble, then you're not.
No, you're saying that you're not worthy of being exalted, is what you're saying. I am humbled by this because I don't believe that you exalting me, I'm worth this. Like, that's
someone
what
should
saying
stand there
you're
and
being
say,
humble
I'm not
is.
then someone should stand there and say, I'm not worthy of it.
That's what humble means. What are you
Nah,
talking
not really.
about?
Joe's brain doesn't go there. Like, if Joe won an Oscar, he would not be like, I'm humbled. He'd be like, wow, I'm so much better than all of you.
All right.
I completely deserve this award.
Yeah.
All jokes aside, it was a nice moment from Brian Thal. I thought it was the moment of the show yesterday.
That is a very nice
I
moment.
really did. All right. Now let's transition from that to more ridiculous. I have an update for you on the me and Jack athletic thing.
Oh, we have a date?
We have a couple of updates. First off, we have a name, okay, for this thing. Joe versus Jack.
Clever.
Gosh, how long did it take you guys to come up with that one?
All right, our esteemed program director, Rod Lakin, has claimed it as Joe versus Jack.
I'm surprised. Rod
Nice
usually
work,
likes
Rod.
some alliteration or
Okay,
some
well.
like kind of cool thing.
That is alliteration.
He's big. I know, but not really. Joe versus Jack is like lame alliteration.
Yeah.
John, thumbs up or thumbs down on Joe versus Jack?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I like the simplicity, but we could have
kinda
gotten
boring.
It's kinda.
Yeah, we could have pepped it up a little.
All right, we don't have a date yet, but we're looking toward June for Goff. Here's what we have. We have the sequence, as we at least think it'll be. We have to figure out some facilities and stuff. But what we think the sequence will be of the 5 events. They are expected to be in this order: golf, baseball, tennis, running, basketball.
Oh my God.
Now, golf will be 9 holes.
What is running?
Baseball, we determine. I'm going to go one by one. Golf is going to be 9 holes match play. Baseball is going to be, as we determined last week, the 10 at bats. He's the pitcher on the hitter. Tennis is going to be 1 set. Running, we're not sure. Probably 100-meter, 100-yard dash, maybe longer.
You are so blowing out.
We're
your
not
mind.
sure.
like
Hold on,
that.
1 set.
I don't know if I like that.
For him or me?
Well, 100 meters, like you can higher risk to injure yourself.
I'm
That's a
well
personal
aware. I'm
choice,
scared
but,
about that.
Like
100?
that's not a good sample size. I feel like a mile or like 400
I'm not
meters
doing that
is
nonsense.
better.
No, it's
I think it's hilarious, the idea of you sprinting.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean, both of you.
better chance I get injured.
Yeah, sprinting is definitely
I
going to
think
be a
it's-
higher
See you run.
injury chance.
Look, I need time to get. I told them both very
You gotta
clearly.
get limber.
I'm not doing this until I'm ready. But look, and then
Great.
basketball
Joe, you're
101.
never going to be ready.
Yeah.
Well, and
I know.
100 meters
hold
doesn't
on.
require
You'll be ready
training.
Hold on. So,
Sprint,
Jack,
man.
I did a pod with Jack yesterday, and we had a little conversation about you guys going through this.
Yep.
And Jack told me a little anecdote where you asked him, "What do you shoot in golf?" And Jack's like, "I usually shoot in the 80s. If I'm having a really bad day, I'll be in the low 90s."
Right.
And Joe's like, "No big deal. Just got to make up 15 strokes."
No, that's not what I said, but it was something similar.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
I'm around 105, he's around 85. I said I need you to be 10 worse, I need to be 10 better.
No big deal. Sure.
Well, that's possible.
No.
85 can go to 95, 105 can go to 95.
Oh, how many times have you shot a 95? How many?
Maybe twice. Let's go to the phones. Let's get to
Do you
Corey.
think it works
What?
the same way for like running too? Like, do you think
What?
you just might accidentally like run an 11-second 100-meter?
Look,
Like, just maybe.
Running concerns me.
You might-
Here's the deal, guys. I'm not predicting. Oh, he, by the way, yesterday predicted he's going to win 5-0, which is ridiculous.
Wow.
I'm not predicting I'm going to do that. All I'm predicting is that I will win more than him, meaning 3 or more.
Wait,
Wow,
sorry.
so
Did I miss
bold.
bat? When is the basketball?
Last.
Okay.
So, and basketball, if we're 2-2, which we may be, most people think we won't be, but we think basketball would be the best visual for like a remote broadcast where it happens in front of, hundreds or thousands of people that come out to see
That and the running, I think, will be the best
Visuals, yeah.
No, but the running thing
sounds amazing.
I don't.
Running sounds hilarious, is what it sounds.
Yeah,
Yeah, because you're going to get hurt.
Running's
such a
it's the
cool
least
visual.
likely for me to win.
It's so exciting. Well,
I think golf
There's
is the
no
least likely
chance
for you to win. Yeah, golf
Right.
is. I think.
Joe,
yeah,
there
I
is
think
no
baseball
chance.
is the least likely.
I think it's outrageous. He said he's going to beat me 5-0.
I think it's outrageous that you think you have a chance to actually
Agree.
win the competition. I think that part is so fun.
I
Just
think it's
remember
more
this.
Out of
likely.
this
I think it's more
world
likely Jack
outrageous.
beats you 5-0 than you win.
Fine. Well, we can do that poll
I
next
think-
week too.
I agree with that.
Look, I
Jim.
heard
I
Apollo
agree
Creed
with
say
that.
Creed in 3, and Rock won in the
It's
15th
fiction,
round.
Joe.
Wait, but I have a question. So since
What?
we're doing this like event by event. What if Jack is up like 4-0?
Great
point.
Are you going to bow out?
No, we determined we continue on.
You have to finish. Okay.
I will give him the opportunity for the sweep.
Okay.
Now, I might, if I'm up, I might say, the hell with this. Not pulling a hammy.
Well, luckily we won't have to worry about that.
But yes, if he's up 4-0, we will march on to the finish line. Let's go to Corey in Pottstown. Corey, what's up, bud?
Good morning, everybody. First of all, Jimmy, real quick, can you do me a favor? And it doesn't happen that often, but every time the Hammer loses, can we come back after the break with "Loser" by Beck?
That's a good call. I like that. I usually do the celebration, but that's a good call. I like that a lot. Good call. Done.
So
I mean, he doesn't lose a lot, but that was put the icing on the cake. Hammer.
What?
I told you a while ago the voice that you have in this city and how people follow you. And 2 days later, Saquon got that contract. When I told you, why would you say that? I got another one for you, Hammer.
What?
Don't put in the minds of people to use their left leg outside their window while they're driving.
Yeah. I said don't do it because I don't want you to sue me, but I'm telling you, it's pretty effective.
I see way too many passengers do it, so I don't need to see drivers.
Effective in what?
But Corey, you have seen people do it, right?
Passengers, sure. I've seen passengers do it. I've never seen someone do it while they're driving.
The left foot out the window in the summer, windows down. It's a beautiful thing. Get a little foot massage by that air.
Hey,
Ew.
You're so disgusting when you talk about getting massaged. It grosses me out.
Just the
more than
thought of like
anything
the
else in
wind
the world.
massaging me. Like who's
You
ever
are
thought
gross,
that
man.
before?
You know what? We need to get. How do we prevent him from ever doing this again?
Lock my
Force
window.
him to drive. Force him. Yes, stick. Force him into a stick shift.
Well,
that's the only option.
Yeah, he's got to use both feet.
I ain't doing that, man.
That's the thing. He'll never ever drive a stick because it's some work.
Corey, what do you got on the Birds?
The one thing about the schedule, while I agree with you guys are saying about those last 3 games, the only thing I can say about those last 3 games, I think the Eagles' offense is built better to run the ball, and if those are 3 bad weather games, that could be to their advantage.
Yeah, that's possible. I
Yeah.
mean, that's an inconceivable.
The beauty of being
Yeah.
able to run it. That's the end of the year, being an outside team, all of it adds up that time of year. But the teams that we're talking about playing, the Commanders, we're expecting that they'll be able to run it and have a nice balance, and we know that the Bills, they pride themselves on being able to hand it off and having a quarterback who, like
John,
ours, can put his head down and run people
But John,
over.
I think the Eagles are the better running team.
Oh,
between
clearly.
us.
Yeah, me
no.
too.
Dude, they're one
Me
of the
too.
great running teams of all time last year. Corey, give me an answer. Who or what is cheesy?
Only because it's one of my favorite shows and yours too. The character Carlton Banks from the.
That's a
Great
good answer,
dude.
Now that could win.
It could.
Yeah, they nailed it with the cheese because it wasn't like the classic Screech or Urkel. That's
totally,
like
Joe.
dorky.
Very different.
Like, well, not dorky, but like it was different.
He was pretty cheesy even before he was Carlton. Remember, he was the Michael Jackson impersonator
Oh,
kid?
yes. Yeah, you're right. Good call.
Remember?
Dancer there.
He was cheesy.
Oh, and he's on
with layers.
And he's
of
now on the
cheesiness.
video shows.
Yeah, he's the new Bob Saget, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
I saw this the
as
other day.
cheesy as it gets.
How is
but
that
I
still
love
on?
it.
How is America's
Because
Funniest
it's
Home-
hilarious.
Because it's hilarious. Yeah.
dude,
there
it was
there is
so-
nothing
never go
funnier than
wrong.
watching people fall. Like, there's nothing funnier on the planet.
Exactly.
I can't believe it's still on. That was a big deal in '95. That thing shouldn't be.
I'll still watch it.
Wow.
If that's on, oh man, with the family putting that on, everyone laughs, everyone loves it. That's
All right,
why it's on.
Doc on Cooper DeJean. Let's listen to this. This was interesting. So Doc, you might not know the year. It was 1996 was his rookie year. And I said earlier this week, I thought Doc kind of became beloved guy around 01. Because, remember, his early teams, they stunk. I mean, 96 they were good, but 97 and 98 and 99, they were horrendous. Defense was pretty good, but overall team was horrendous. And took some time. Doc had an interesting him versus Cooper DeJean comparison yesterday. And really big praise for the Eagles' former rookie, now headed into a second year.
This
Cooper
was
DeJean.
unbelievable.
Yeah,
to
listen
me.
to this.
Last year he was used like I was in my first couple of years. Obviously, I didn't do it as well as he did. As far I was basically the fourth corner on the field a lot of times the way Emmett used me. So I was actually a cornerback in that regard. But he's able to do things. I was not as confident in who I was as he is, and you can see it.
Holy cow!
You can see the confidence.
Think about that.
Yes, as a rookie.
Let me tell you something. He's not. I mean, I can't speak to confidence. I can speak to effectiveness. I saw Dawk 96. I saw Cooper DeJean last year. I saw Quinyon Mitchell last year. I'm telling you right now, this is not an opinion. This is a fact. Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell last year were flat out better than Brian Dawkins was as a rookie.
Without a doubt.
Same thing yesterday, yeah.
Facts.
Yeah. Yep.
Like facts.
Significantly better.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You could tell Dawk was good, but there was no signs that he was going to be the first safety since Ronnie Lott to make the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
I mean, because when Ronnie Lott, because remember, Ronnie Lott ended around the mid-'90s, early to mid-'90s, got played for the Jets a little bit after the Niners. And then there was this gap until the triumvirate in the 2010s went in, but they played mostly in the 2000s, of Dawk, Troy Polamalu, and Ed Reed. He had like a 15-year window.
And John Lynch went in around then, too.
And he went in later, and he's from that same era. You're right. And, I mean, yeah, there's no question. Cooper DeJean and Quinyon were both better than Dawk. John, the confidence thing I know struck you because, I saw you perk up when he said that.
Doc, his ability.
Yeah, but you're thinking about the Dawk of 02 and 03 and 04. Then there was the Dawk in 96. That's a different guy.
Yes, but they were beginning to ask him to do a lot more than you would ask of another young player.
Absolutely.
And like he said, they were playing him in Emmett's defense like a fourth cornerback. Right. That's amazing. When you look at Brian Dawkins today,
yep,
he's bigger than the linebackers who come in and talk to us. He's bigger.
Yeah, I know he is.
Physically, I mean, he looks like Nakobe Dean, but bigger.
Well, here's what I'll say. Dawk and Cooper DeJean, two players, and there's not many in Eagles history I can say this. Essentially, three different positions. Cornerback,
it's
safety.
More than three.
Cornerback, safety, and linebacker. They're like
it's
all. I know you could say
versatile
slot and all that.
Right.
But the point is, essentially,
it's crazy how much they're asking.
Yeah, it's like a safety, it's like a corner, and it's like a linebacker.
And all of those jobs, it doesn't make sense that you'd be able to do one and then the other. It doesn't make sense that you'd be able to hold up and take on a pulling guard in the run game. But then, also, we need you to go out there in the slot and have a two-way go with their best wide receiver.
Who's really fast.
Yeah.
No,
who
you're right.
runs a 4-2. Go cover him. And also, blow up the 350-pound pulling guard who's going to try to kick you out. Doc could do all of those things. He was this impossible mashup of abilities. And what he's saying is Cooper DeJean, he can do all of that amazing stuff, and he knows it already.
Right. The other guy that I would say in recent years that had that, not to the same level as Dawk, but Malcolm Jenkins was really good at a lot of that stuff.
Malcolm Jenkins was really good at being versatile, but he was the vet. He knew where he stood with all that. Like, it is so exceedingly rare to be a rookie and know you're that good, but also not be a complete head case.
Sure.
Like, normally a rookie who's that talented, man, it's hard to rein them in. It's hard to keep them focused.
The instincts are amazing.
Oh, incredible. More of what Dawk said. We'll get to that. Plus, Cole Hamels on one of the Phillies. I might go with star pitcher. We'll see. You be the judge. But Cole weighing in on more phone calls on all these topics on a busy Friday from Borgata on 94 WI.
Temperatures are rising. Last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system you got to deal with that cannot keep you or your family comfortable all summer long. But you don't have to worry. Just give Horizon Services a call right now. You can get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement, plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon Services, they're here to keep you comfortable inside, even when it's hot outside, because there's one thing you should always be, it's relaxed and stress-free in your own home. Plus, Horizon offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. They'll work with you, make sure the work gets done on your schedule while helping you save money. And with Horizon Services expert technicians, you know the job's going to be done right the first time. So contact Horizon Services. Keep your home comfortable and worry-free no matter what the season is. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so do not wait for an emergency to happen. Schedule a visit today, horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. As a credit union created for the military community, Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
This Memorial Day, give your home the protection it deserves and save big on your new roof. Contact Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials. Plus, no payments till 2026 and take an extra $500 off. And all military members receive an additional 10% discount. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection today. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Summer's better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com. Restrictions apply.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No. This is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back row.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. The Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue.
Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB odds boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB odds boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tomorrow night is the 150th running of the Preakness Stakes. Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty is sitting this one out. That means Journalism is the 8-5 favorite to win the Garland of Black Eyed Susans and set up a sexy rematch at next month's Belmont up in Saratoga. 8-time Preakness winning trainer Bob Baffert has 2 of the 9 entries. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Dietz & Watson. Phillies back after an off day to welcome in the Pirates to the weekend. It's been a rough start to the season for the 15-29 Pirates. Already fired their manager about a week ago. Phil's coming off dropping a series after winning 5 straight. Was a doozy of a loss, too. 14-7 to the Cards. It'll be Ranger Suarez on the mound for the Phillies. You can catch all the action right here on 94 WIP at 6:45. Dietz & Watson meats, cheeses, condiments, and Dietz Nuts meat snacks are the perfect snack online at DietzandWatson.com for local retailers near you. Weather brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Fog early, chance of storms, high 81. It's currently 68. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Visit PDQPOS.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
But we know it sounded like Kevin. I mean,
it was Kevin.
The fact that counted as a loss against me was so unfair.
But all he had to say was Booker.
He did, but Jeopardy rules. You can go last name, but if you go first and last, you got to get it right. So
Jeopardy rules.
Yeah.
Hey, it was like 3 years ago, and it's still grinding.
I'm still mad about that. I'm still mad the one time Spike filled in for you, James. He awarded a prize to a guy.
Who's at the training facility or
where's the Eagles? Where do the Eagles hold training?
Well,
camp?
There's a reason no one has ever filled in for me again.
Yeah, but you missed it when you were out. We said we're going to start having that happen. You got to start coming up with questions because people are getting to me saying it's ridiculous when you're out. There's no Pete the Hammer. I agree with them.
Well, that's fine. I'm not coming. Whoever's filling in for me, you can come up with questions. You'll have to deal with it. That's your own thing, buddy.
Get it on your bucket list,
0% chance. There is honestly like less than 0. If I'm off, I'm not coming up with questions. 0%.
We'll
fire me if you have to.
We'll talk.
Fire me.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, we got a lot this hour. One thing we won't be doing is drop of the week because James wasn't here and he's the maestro of all that over multiple days. Now, drop of the week, when we do it, brought to us by.
That's the same concept. It's the same exact concept.
Different concept.
Drop of the week.
Different concept.
Jimmy is in command.
No.
Beat the Hammer. Jimmy is in command. He's making the questions.
Yeah, but he can make 5. He can make 5 questions.
The reading of the questions, the deliberation.
We'll talk. All right, hold on. I got a lot to get to here. Drop of the week brought to us by Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's Diamond Destination. We'll do that next week. All right, James, you were away. How was Cali?
It was awesome. Shout out to Annie and Danny. Really fun time at the wedding.
Whoa.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
I'm with
you
Joe.
serious?
Annie and Danny. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
go
my
ahead.
cousin and her now husband, Danny.
Can you
Shout out.
imagine?
Annie and Danny. It works. It's
One's
catchy.
got to be Dan or
What's
one's
the
gotta
last
be
name?
Ann or Fanny?
No.
Annie and Danny
We're
Fanny?
gonna have a kid named Franny.
Joe, you probably won't like it. It's Poplowski is the last name.
Oh, I love
my
that.
God.
I love that.
Her last name was Morrison Pryor, but now I'm
Oh, no,
assuming
that's a cool last name.
I love Poplowski.
Go to the
That's a
government
tough
and
sounding name.
get a new name.
But I did.
What? That is
Classic
a proud
Decameron
last name
here.
right there. That's a surname for you. Poplowski.
But one thing I will say, so I did. Obviously, it's beautiful there. You know, you look out and there's the Bay and Alcatraz and Golden Gate and the whole thing. It's gorgeous. But I did one thing that I thought would be pretty fun to mention on the air.
House
in that
of Prime Rib.
didn't get to go. My mom wasn't feeling it, and we didn't want to force her to go. So it is what it is. But I did do one thing that's not unique out there, but unique here. I drove in a Waymo, which is the driverless like Uber service they have out there.
No way.
Yes. So I drove around without a driver. And let me
my
tell
God.
you, it was the smoothest ride I've ever had in my life.
Wow.
It was unfreaking believable.
Was it just you or was it the family?
It was me, my mom, Emily, and Zoe, and they were in the back, and I was in the front, the passenger seat.
How fast does it go?
Normal, like it's driving through the city, so it's 20 miles an hour, 30 miles, nothing crazy. But it was so smooth, like
Never even heard of this.
unbelievably. You haven't heard about this?
No.
Oh yeah, it's all on the West Coast now. They're doing driverless cars as like rideshare things. So you get in,
Is
there's
it
no
cheaper?
driver. Yeah, it was pretty cheap. You don't have to tip, which helps, But honestly, I was blown away at how fine I felt sitting in a driverless car getting whisked away by no one.
Would you go
It
down
was
the
wild,
crookedest, the most crooked street in America? That's
So,
Lombard Street.
well, that's the thing, yeah. So we went, and also the other thing in San Francisco is like you're going up these roads that are it's like vertical. It's like 90 degrees straight up. It's unbelievable how hilly San Francisco
Try that
actually
with
is.
a stick, Jimmy.
Well, that dude,
When I drove
Emily and
out
I,
there,
John,
that's-
Emily and I
that's what
said
I
that
had.
we're like, because Emily and I both have had stick shifts in the past. We've driven.
Yeah.
We're like, this would be the worst possible place in the world to have a
The
stick.
worst is when you're parallel parking.
Oh, man,
have
you're
to be,
sliding
like,
down.
in
Oh, it must've been
reverse
horrible.
On one of those, like, I don't.
You probably just take off and just
as
go.
Steep gets.
Oh.
It's impossible.
That's wild, man. I don't even know what to say on that. I never heard of it. That's crazy. All right, let's get some.
It was
some
neat
calls.
though. It was a
I'm
cool
sure.
experience. Yeah.
I mean, you're alive, so.
Dude, I'm telling
That's
you, it was
good.
the smoothest ride I've ever had. The smoothest ride I've
Wow.
ever had.
All right, Cole Hamels on Luzardo, who's not pitching today, but will pitch this weekend. We'll get to that up ahead shortly. Let's go to Nick in Riverside right now. What's going on, Nick?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, buddy.
Great, Nick.
All right, so before I get to the Phillies topics, I just want to say one thing real quick. He had 15 sacks in 2000. Hugh Douglas did.
Well, I knew he had a bunch. I mean, he was outstanding that year.
Did you know he's in the Eagles Hall of Fame?
I did know that. Yeah, and
You know, I was fined $15,000 for an illegal chop on Hugh Douglas.
You get fined for all these guys. Yeah, him, Reggie.
All right, I'll leave
I
that
didn't get
alone.
fined for
I
Reggie.
just wanted to
he
say
just
that real
fined
quick.
me
But
I
with
got
his
you. Morally? Yeah.
Yes,
Moral
with
fine.
his response to me, with his dismissive response.
Did he curse at you?
No.
Okay, that's
No
way. I'm just asking.
He didn't even speak. He just he breathed, and like when he's breathing,
I remember
it's like,
Reggie's breathing. Yeah,
it's a loud, breathy breathing on you.
Reggie
But
had a
he
distinctive
breathed
voice.
on me dismissively.
Wow,
it was a like that.
So I'm pretty excited about the upcoming Eagles schedule. I think we got a good 10 games coming up. What is it? 3 Pittsburgh, 4 Colorado, and then 3 against Oakland. I like that. But I got a question. How are you guys feeling about Aaron Nola right now?
concerned. Very
Badly.
very concerned.
Worried.
Both short and long term, Nick. Short defined as this year. Long term defined as the next 5 beyond that.
I am convinced that he is sticking his head down and trying to push through something, and maybe, just maybe, that can give us reason for hope that it'll get a little bit better. The fact that his velocity, talking to Ben Davis, you get a lot of nitty-gritty details.
Yep.
He really keeps track of these things. His velocity on the fastball being down 3 miles per hour this season.
Yeah.
It really
Yeah.
suggests there's something more going on than what we know.
I can see that. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. It does very concerning. But
Yeah.
and then he'll come out and he'll do really good in one start. He'll go out, he'll give up 2 runs, and then we won't put up run support for him. That's something that we don't do for him here and there. But the last start, we put up a lot of runs for him, and he gave up a career high in runs, which
I think the stuff's just not there right now, Nick. I mean, sometimes the pitcher will throw a bad pitch, has great stuff, but will throw a bad pitch, and that can impact the game.
He's like the king of that too, though.
Well,
it feels like he got into the point where he'd do a couple of those every game, and they'd always tag him and park him.
This is a different deal, though. This is his stuff isn't there
consistently. They know exactly what he's doing. They've come to expect it, and they're putting their bats on everything. And it's not happenstance. They're hitting him hard.
I'm sorry to interrupt. My bad. My thing is with them having Andrew Painter doing his start in the minor league, and them talking about bringing him up.
I don't buy that.
And Nola,
no.
I
don't buy a psychological impact on Nola being squeezed by a rotation that's heftier than it used to be. Like, no one's going to convince me Nola's worse because Luzardo's here, his Painter's going to be coming in a couple months. I don't buy that. His stuff isn't there. I mean, he's not throwing 3 miles per hour slower because Andrew Painter is going to be here in 2 months. That's not
his mental. He's just you're saying physically he's struggling.
Yeah.
Mentally, he has a persona that's like, yeah, okay, whatever. I'm just going to go out there and pitch. He just doesn't have it physically.
Nick, I'm not saying the guys. You could see the other day I'll use the word suffering. I thought he was emotionally suffering on the mound, but that's not why he's pitching. With less stuff. Less stuff is because something ain't right in there. Nick, give me an answer, my man. Who or what is cheesy?
Well, one more question. So what you're saying is he's going to come around?
No, I'm saying time will tell. I'm saying I'm concerned. Your original question was, what's your reaction? My answer is I'm concerned. We'll see.
Okay. Listen, I hope he comes around. We need him. For sure.
Here's what I'll say. They may not need him this year because they have so many other arms. Where it's really going to hurt is in future years if they're saddled with his contract and they just keep putting him out there, and sometime you're not going to have Zach Wheeler in his prime, And let's be real. With all the Andrew Painter excitement, we don't know that he'll be the next Zach Wheeler, or let's use Cole Hamels, the guy that came through here, the next Cole Hamels, or the next Gavin Floyd. I mean, I remember Gavin Floyd and Cole Hamels came up around the same time. Cole Hamels was fantastic. Gavin Floyd did nothing here.
Floyd might have even been ranked higher at the time, I think.
Might have been.
Yeah.
So
what do you think they do with the Schwarber contract?
I think that they determine that after the season.
I was going to say, do you think they do it sometime during the season, or do you think they wait?
He just
till
said
the
after.
off-season?
Yeah, after. Nick, give me an answer. Who or what's cheesy?
Fettuccine Alfredo, sir.
You got it, my man. All right, Nick, appreciate the call. So Luzardo, obviously, along with Sanchez.
I don't agree with that answer, by the way.
Yeah, I totally don't agree with it. It's more like creamy than anything.
I don't think that's cheesy at all.
It's like creamy.
It does not. Yes, it's creamy. Yep. It's not cheesy.
See, I think it is because I make a cacio e pepe, and that's not cheesy. The Alfredo, I can't eat more than 2 or 3 bites of it. It's too cheesy for me.
I think it depends what you put in there also. I mean, it's or you add an extra cheese on top.
Joe, I thought you said at the start of the show you weren't going to accept answers.
Yeah.
That's
why I was trying to move on to Luzardo here.
Cheese.
I'm not doing the cheese thing with food. Screw that. All right. Luzardo, Sanchez, Wheeler, clearly the 3 Phillies' best pitchers this year. Not necessarily in that order, but it's debatable. Luzardo's been tremendous. He's been one of the best pitchers in the National League. Yep. Cole Hamels on with Joe and Hugh earlier this week talking about Luzardo.
What have you thought watching Luzardo so far?
Oh, no, you have to really give credit to the front office for being able to follow him his whole career and just waiting to pounce because he is. I think he was the type of player that he was waiting to break out. And that is the toughest part about playing the game of baseball is you want to get established, you want to get in the big leagues, but then you want to win. You want to have the opportunity to win. And there's something that when there's that expectation, you start to rise to it. And it was tough in Miami. There wasn't the expectation that they were going to win. So to get to a bigger market, big city that has all those expectations, has the type of players around him, he's now excelling. And you're seeing the type of player that he probably has always been. He just wasn't able to have it come out. And now, he's lights out, and it's really great to watch.
It's exciting to have this dude here, and I'll add this. So we had a caller earlier talking about the Flyers. This is the kind of trade the Flyers haven't had in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and Rob Thompson actually, so after Luzardo's start, what was that, Wednesday in the first game, after the game, he was like, I hear a lot of chatter about, the lack of moves that we made, but that move right there, that's a massive move for us.
Massive.
Right.
He might be a star.
Yeah.
Now, it's a little early to, kind of say that he is a star. I want to see it for a few more months. And to me, star is not always necessarily how you pitch, but how people react to you, meaning the nation. The nation doesn't know much about Luzardo. But I
think that's good.
But they're going to know about him in October if he's flying through the playoffs.
Luzardo,
he's really good, guys.
Christopher.
It doesn't matter. It's a flip of the coin. Doesn't
Who's
matter.
the bigger new star potentially? Who's got the bigger star power?
I think they're pretty equal. John.
They really are comparable.
Yeah.
But I do love the Sanchez, that changeup. It does feel like that pitch in his arsenal.
Oh, he's tremendous.
When he's right, people can't hit it. And I don't know how they measure all that, like the unhittability, but they said that was the best pitch in baseball last year. I don't know. That means something.
Tremendous. So we'll see what happens with Ranger. He goes tonight. You guys know my theory. I think for the next 4 months, basically, Ranger and Nola are in a battle for who gets the fourth start in the playoffs.
Well, I
really mean that.
I'm fascinated to see how Painter fits into everything.
Him too.
Because we've been told now for the longest time that this is the greatest pitching prospect in the history of the Philadelphia Phillies.
I still don't know if I buy that, but he's up there. He's up there.
That's the way everyone talks about Painter.
I think it's clear that he is, but I will say, he's 22. He just turned 22, last month. Don't expect him to come up and not have any hiccups. Paul Skeens is. I think people see Paul Skeens and are like, "Oh, Painter's our Skeens," and he could be down the road. But I think it's unfair to expect a 22-year-old to step on a major league field for the first time and be dominant right away.
And I agree, James. I agree with that.
I mean?
Here's the other thing I'll say. Let's talk about high level. So best pitchers I've seen is young. Mark Pryor. Incredible, went totally off the rails.
Dwight Gooden.
Doc Gooden, incredible for a totally different reason.
Who was the Cubs pitcher?
Mark Pryor. And Kerry Wood.
Kerry Wood, that's what I was thinking
would put Wood beneath him.
I would too. Pryor
was up there.
Yeah.
Doc Gooden was up there, went off the rails. Tim Lincecum was amazing.
Lincecum won 2 Cy Youngs, though.
He didn't make the Hall of Fame.
No, but he did win 2 Cy Youngs. Compared to those other 2 guys, I'm saying.
And they won World Series. But I'm just saying, there's a difference between establishing it and sustaining it. And so, look, I hope Andrew Painter is the next.
Look, Strasburg's another. How about that?
Oh, wow.
Strasburg's another. Absolutely.
Get to see Skeens on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I'm excited about that.
Yeah, I like that. 215-592-9494. Doc yesterday talking about Nick Sirianni was cool, and we'll get to that in a moment. Let's first get to the Jalen Hurts thing, because Doc, when he was in studio with us, also talked about Jalen. Interesting perspective, what Brian said.
What Jalen has done is he flashed us in the first Super Bowl. Tremendous, right? So in my mind, that's what you should be doing every week.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're not doing that every week, so why can't we get that? Why can't we get that?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we get that? So it's for me, it's not you are I don't bash Jalen when it comes to that. I don't bash him. I'm expecting him to take the next step so that your weeks aren't fluctuating up and down so drastically, that you are consistently at a level that allows you to show the talent that you are in all the respects that you're talking about, to being able to run the football when it needs to be run, making those decisions, putting the ball where it needs to be put. He's shown that, and he's done it now, not just in the first Super Bowl. He's shown it in the second one too. So now this year coming up, I'm expecting a version of that, maybe not to that level, but a high version of that consistently throughout that year. That's what I'm expecting.
Struck me two things. One, that Doc had some doubts on Jalen.
It struck me that way too, Joe.
Yeah, and that he now puts, I'll say, responsibility on Jalen because he's played so supreme in some massive spots. And let's be real, his best overall season was 2022. He was at his most consistent, highest, best at that year. That because he's put stuff like that out there, Doc's saying the next step for Jalen is to be more consistently excellent, which I think is fair. I think he's going to be the biggest key to whether they, look, the Chiefs and the Patriots did what they did primarily because they had a lock-it-in quarterback for 10 to 20 years, Mahomes and Brady. So I think Hurts will be the biggest factor in whether the Eagles maintain that level of excellence. Time will tell. But I was struck by the way he answered that question. But you can tell he's also totally enthused and psyched, as we all should be, with how Jalen finished the season and what that could mean moving forward, because he can't play better than he did in the last two games.
He's really measured in his, there's a lot of praise, there's a lot of excitement, but he's got high expectations. Yeah. But that's the thing you appreciate about Brian Dawkins, like his measuredness, like it leaves you with a goal. Like if I don't know, I want to live up to that somehow. Like whatever he expects of me.
Well, he expects a lot of people. I'll say this. So I did an event with Doc one time, and I can't quote it because I don't remember exactly, but I remember it was basically like if a player wasn't holding up his end of the bargain on the field, he would look over at Jim Johnson.
Brian Dawkins
and
is not an easy grader.
This guy's got to get off the field.
Yeah.
Get him off the field.
Right.
So what he's saying is, he's not saying Jalen off the field at all. What he's saying is, I've seen Jalen be superb, so be superb more consistently.
Yeah. Be superb more. Be better at being superb. You can still be better. Yeah. I love that. Yeah. And that is important to remember.
All right, time's yours up ahead. More of Doc, what he said about Sirianni. Phone calls on all these. James, is Matt from Ridley really on the phone? Wants to talk?
Oh, yeah, buddy.
So the guy that beat me and beat the hammer.
Wants to talk about beat the hammer. Yep.
I may give him that opportunity.
That sounds fantastic.
From Borgata, more up ahead next on 94 WIP.
And here's what is happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars, live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa does not stop. Start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more information.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A kid's wiffle ball party at the yard with Bryce Harper. Broadcast an inning of Phillies baseball with Scott Fransky. Have lunch at Chickies and Pete's and be part of the WIP afternoon show. Hey-o! And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Ryan Horvath here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Jared Goff always struggles in outdoor games, and he will be outside 7 times this upcoming season out of the 9 road games. The Lions also lost both of their coordinators, the head coaching positions. It'll be a tough season for Detroit inside one of the hardest divisions in all of football. I'll fade the Lions, going under 10.5 wins. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Ashley's grand opening event is this Saturday in Montgomeryville, and we're going big. Save 30% on all Ashley furniture when you shop this Saturday. Plus, you could be one of 25 lucky winners to score up to $25,000 in furniture prizes. But wait, there's more. Meet baseball second baseman Bryson Stott and football safety Reed Blankenship in person. Save 30% and you could score up to $25,000 in furniture prizes. But you must be present to win. This Saturday only at Ashley in Montgomeryville.
Kickoff
off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders, nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most at this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in Big Box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
Heading to the ball game today? Ride transit to the game. You'll have a stress-free ride, so you can just sit back and enjoy the game when you arrive. Visit SEPTA.org to plan your ride. Check DCTMA.org/Commute95 for I-95 construction updates.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's so complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services. I work with small businesses that expertly handle all your HR needs. Do you feel like you're always interviewing new talent? At Clear Employer Services, we have the secret to retaining talent for you. Don't watch your good employees walk out the door. Talk with me directly about keeping your employees happy. Go to hruncomplicated.com so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit hruncomplicated.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, they've been helping me for a long time now. I've been a patient for 2 decades, and I'll ask you this question. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, I certainly say it is. So how about you do it at PI Dental Center with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both sensational with what they do, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a big-time dramatic transformation in a mere one day. If you are struggling with your teeth, maybe with tremendous pain, or perhaps it's just a self-esteem issue. You don't like the way you look and you want to look different. Well, now the PI Dental Center can do either or both for you. Get yourself there. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Guys, trust me. Gals, trust me. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about with this one. PI Dental Center, the best in the business. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies open a series against the Pirates at the Bank, 6:45 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Ranger Suarez starting tonight. You'll get a chance to see in person young pitching star Paul Skeens on Sunday as he will go for Pittsburgh. Phil's a half game off the division-leading Mets. They'll open a Subway Series with the Yankees tonight. Braves, 3 off New York, and are soon getting back Ronald Acuna Jr. and Spencer Strider. Now until May 31st, buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door with a house of windows. Plus, pay nothing till 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Weather brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Fog early. Chance of storms, high 81. It's currently 68. NovaCare Rehabilitation is your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, yeah. What a song, what a scene. Is it true that fiance who's upstairs in the Borgata getting ready for her wedding later today?
Getting her makeup done at 6:30 for a 4 o'clock wedding.
Yes.
Evan and I were curious about that.
Yeah,
That is
that's
a-
It's a long time.
very
what?
long
You know
time.
why? Long time for her to think about that.
Oh, my God.
Well, now she's certainly going through at the wedding after he lost beat the hammer. I will say
Yeah.
That is true, actually.
She told you had to
Probably
win.
ruined her whole day, honestly.
If you missed it earlier, there was this woman that walked by. She's getting married later today. She is a fan of the Hammer, which I appreciate, and I try to spin into a controversy on the air, but I'm just playing around. All right, let's get to the Guided Door and window to the weekend. There's a lot up ahead. It's all brought to us by Guided Door and Window. Receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 3 years to pay off interest free. Call Guided Door and Window. Call them today at 1-877-GO-GUIDA. Also, you can visit GUIDA.com. Well, the Phillies and the Pirates, from our standpoint, the headliner, obviously, locally this weekend. But on a national level, you also have both the NBA and NHL playoffs as those seasons are, getting closer to their conclusion. And also, I got to rip golf because I don't like when this happened about 5 years ago. PGA is going on right now. I don't mean the PGA Tour. I mean the PGA Championship, which until like 5 years ago was always like, I don't know, August or September. And all of a sudden they're like, let's put it before Memorial Day.
I thought that
Rhea,
was looking at it wrong. I went, isn't that later? Because I'm not a big golf person,
they
but
screwed up.
I know when the big stuff is.
They screwed up.
Why?
I don't know. I just know I don't like it.
No, it was bizarre.
Totally bizarre. Bad move by golf. Don't know why they did it. I think they actually did it for that end of year thing. What's that thing called? They
Why? It doesn't seem like it makes that big a difference.
No.
does it?
Well, if I watch less, it does.
Yeah, when it's coming in later.
What's
in the
that
thing,
thing? They do that thing at the end of the year where they do that big competition.
not the Ryder Cup.
No, not that. It's whatever that end of year thing is called. That Scotty Scheffler seems like he always wins. Anyway, point
He wins
is
everything.
I think they moved it for that, and now nobody cares about that other thing. Let's put it this way: I'm a golf fan. I don't remember what it's called.
I know. That's what I was about to
Okay.
say. If you don't know, there's
Yeah.
very little chance I
Not
know.
the Skins game or anything like that, right?
No. It's some other term. One other thing about this weekend. Final weekend for the Phillies Fantastic Auction. So this closes on Sunday. I don't know the exact time, but it closes on Sunday. Website, phillies.com/fantastic auction. If you get a chance this weekend, check out that site, phillies.com/fantastic auction. This is to, obviously help raise money for Phillies charities and the fight against ALS, the ALS United Mid-Atlantic charity. So great causes, and you can really get some amazing experiences for yourself, your family, loved ones, whoever it might be. 68 different items are up for bid. One of them involves our show, where we'll all hang together before a Phillies game, watch batting practice together, and grab some dinner together. So that's one of, believe me, that's a good item. Believe me when I tell you there's even better items. I mean, there are some amazing items. Our item, the one connected to our show, is still at $2,610, and we appreciate that bid. But please, try to bid as generously as you can, and help raise some money. All right, one more thing before we go back to the phones. I don't think we've dwelled enough today on the fact that if Carl Lewis, Bob Beeman, or Mike Powell were to play football, they could just about jump for a first down.
And this could still be really the answer to the question.
What question?
What happens next if they ban the tush
Oh,
push?
yeah, they get a long jumper.
Well, yeah,
If
just
they
long
ban the
jump
tush
to the
push,
first down.
we could very easily set
Didn't
up-
Frankie Louvu try that?
We'll do the handoff.
Oh, look at that!
7
Yeah.
yards deep in the
he
backfield.
he tried the high jump.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right.
He was
That
going
more
Edward
of a-
Moses.
He was going for vertical.
if we have the long jumper start his run, I don't know, 10 yards back behind the junction point where Jalen will be handing him
Can
the
you
ball.
imagine a running back
He could
starting
just
back there and
launch.
just sprinting up to the handoff
Well, if
and
you
timing
start
it?
it at the 5 yard line and land it 5 yards in the end zone, look, I know you guys rip
What
me
we're
for a
talking
lot.
about
You
here
guys rip
is
me for a
the
lot.
answer
But you got
to
to
the
admit,
tush push.
this is, Devin, will you admit that upon hearing that these greatest world-class long jumpers ever went 29 feet, which is almost 30, do you find it, had you ever thought
How
about
far can they go with pads, you think?
Well, that's different. Devin, have you ever thought about the fact that that is almost the equivalent of a first down? Like jumping for a first down.
Well, it's longer than a first down.
No, it's 1 foot shorter.
It's 29 feet versus
foot.
30
My
feet.
brain was thinking yards. I mean, it's incredible to think about. I don't know how a human body can do that. I could probably go like a foot max. So,
I mean,
yeah,
James,
it
you
is
got it,
crazy to think
James.
about.
That is pretty wild. Like, I might be the only person in the history of the world who thought of this.
I don't know if that's true.
Give yourself a little
No,
credit
I'm not
here.
trying to give myself.
Look,
I
here's what I'll say.
I'm
Here's
just
what
saying
I'll
it's
say.
wild.
I do wonder rules wise, like what if someone
not
just
sure if it's
tried
legal.
that? Yeah, like,
Sure
would
it's
it be
legal.
illegal?
I'm looking up. I'm trying to look it up, and I'm not.
There
it's-
has to
there's-
be
it's-
something because otherwise,
It's like the tush push. There's a little bit of a gray area.
Legal.
Of course it's legal.
You can jump.
Then why
Coaches
don't more
just
people
don't
do
like
it?
Well, because there's
because
players
you
out
don't
there.
have
30
fumble
feet.
possibility.
Yeah.
Because you don't have open space for
And
you
they're
know,
in
and if
pads.
you did,
It's
you would
hard
keep
to
running.
jump to begin with.
Yeah,
And
if you-
also, guys can jump to stop you. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Right. I mean, and there's no reason
But
to jump
not if you're jumping from 7 yards deep in the backfield.
Exactly.
And they don't know where you're going to be launching to.
I think
like
they-
if you have so much, like if you have the capability to jump 30 feet, then
Can you-
could
can you
jump
launch
at any
someone?
angle. Like, he
Unfortunately,
might be
there has
jumping
never
for the
been a human
pylon.
who can jump
Wouldn't
30
that be
feet,
cool?
as evidenced
you
by
do the
Joe's
handoff,
tweet.
and he's launching like way out there to the left. That's a perfect,
I don't know.
perfect play.
Whole thing's freaking
You can't
wild.
defend that.
All right, Matt and Ridley, who may or may not have defeated me in Pizza Hammer. As of now, he did, but the official posting hasn't been rendered yet.
Oh, it's all but official.
Matthew, I will welcome you back to the show for the second time. Hello.
Okay.
Fair enough.
That was
I mean,
very
what do I
good.
care?
Good call.
I don't care. Let's go to Dom from Philadelphia. Dominic, good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Dom?
Dom, we've outed you as a Mets fan. That's what the board says you're a Mets fan. What in the world?
Yeah, I'm a Mets fan, but I'm an Eagles fan. More
Yeah,
of an Eagles
that's
fan than a Mets
Wait.
fan.
I wish you were not an
How
Eagle. I wish
did this
you were.
happen?
I wish you weren't.
What is your explanation for this?
Loserdom.
Hey, relax over there. Right? My father's from Queens, New York, and he had his house was right outside of Shea Stadium, and I could look out his window and see the Mets. So I grew up watching the Mets.
What about the Eagles part, though?
From Pennsylvania.
I'm so
Dad-
I
confused.
love Pennsylvania.
So confused. You just said you were
Where
from
in
Queens.
Pennsylvania?
My
No,
dad
his-
in Allentown. My dad lived in New York.
Ah, okay.
Mom lived in Pennsylvania.
Ah, okay, that's understandable.
This is actually
I was
pretty-
just
You
confused.
explained that pretty well.
There you go. I get
Tom,
it now.
sounds like you're starting to get angry about this.
I get it. No,
no. It's all right.
he's.
You're a Mets fan because your dad is basically the
I
end
think
of the
it's
discussion.
okay. You've got a house
Here's the
that's a
crazy-
little bit.
Well, I would
divided.
say he's a Mets fan because he's a loser, but you want to
Hold
say
on.
because of his dad? Okay.
Hold on, relax over there. My dad's actually a Yankees fan, so that's,
Oh, I'm really confused.
What in the world?
let's move on from that. Move on.
You guys are going to have a good weekend, aren't
All
you?
right, what do you got, Tom? Talk to us. We're playing around with you, buddy. Go ahead.
Number one, it don't matter who we play, when we play, and BTA. All right, so it doesn't matter. The schedule don't matter to me.
Unless the Mets play the Phillies, and then it'll matter dramatically to the Mets. But go ahead.
I'm talking about the.
I know what you're talking about. I got you.
But I'm saying we'll probably only BTA like 11 or 12 times in the regular season.
Plus, they
We're
don't
gonna
have that-
to make up for that in the postseason when we won't. It's possible we won't have the advantageous seeding that we have enjoyed in previous years.
Tom, they also don't have that guy that was BTAing people.
Huh?
Yeah, that's all right. Don't matter.
Well, we'll find
We'll
out.
have new people who can BTA.
Maybe, maybe not. All right, Tom, give me an answer. Who or what is cheesy?
Wait, I wanted to give you a compliment, Joe.
Oh, sure. Please, sir. Thank you.
Oh, it's a definitely way to keep talking.
No, dude. Take all
Time's
the time.
up, buddy.
Take all the time you need.
Just click. Hang up.
For Beat the Hammer, this is a theory. When callers call in and they skip a question, in theory, they can have somebody there with them, Google that,
Could.
show them the answer.
He's calling
and
cheat
bang.
on Matt.
You can't do that, so I got to give
No.
you credit.
So,
'cause
do you
know
think
you're-
Matt cheated? Is that what you're saying, Dom?
Yeah, because he skipped 2 questions, didn't know it, came back, and then right away, bang, he knew it. Come on, it don't work.
Uh-oh. We got a whole new controversy.
Oh, my gosh.
Maybe you guys
Wow.
shouldn't let the callers skip a question. You have to answer, and if you don't know it,
You know
that's
what
it,
really
don't get it.
perturbs me is that you gave Joe this idea.
Yeah.
That
Now he's
going to
be listening in a whole
playing up.
different way.
Obsessive over it.
Dom,
now.
there's
You
only
did not
one
think
person.
of this
Yeah.
way of
Yeah.
assessing.
Dom,
the
there's
tape.
one person that we took away a win from him one time because we could tell he did that. Now we have to be able to tell. So I'll put that one under the microscope.
You really did?
Yeah. Well.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, Rhea. This.
Yeah.
Dom, give me an answer. Then I'll give you that story. Give me an answer. Who or what was cheesy, Dom?
Joe to camera.
All right, buddy.
I love that answer.
What a
All right,
call from
Rhea,
Dom.
Rhea, here's the backstory. This is about three and a half years ago.
Okay.
So we were in overtime and we could ultimately, honestly tell, not because we heard something, but the way the guy was addressing it when we'd asked him, he just wasn't authentic with his answer. So
Okay.
we're in overtime. We had tied, and James has a question of which Phillies made an All-Star game in the 1990s.
Okay.
And I mean, we're going back and forth, and maybe it was even since the 1990s. I mean, we got pretty deep. We got through about 15 players.
It was nuts. I might have been
Yeah.
even more than that. Yeah.
Yeah, we got really deep.
But remember, this guy has a list in front.
Well,
of
hold
him.
on, but we don't know that. We don't know that. So
All
so we're rattling off all the you would know. He then says a name that is so unbelievable.
I remember
It's
the name. Do you remember the name?
It's true. Say it, James.
It was Doug Jones.
It was Doug Jones.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that.
And here's the problem. There still were hefty names available. We'd gotten through a lot, but there were still a lot available. And
like
here's
more obvious choices.
couple. There were a couple, I'll say. Here's the other problem. When we asked him, he just was so slimy about it. We knew he was lying.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
like
then-
Rhea,
and
you
then-
can understand for me and Richie to be on Joe's side in this.
Oh, yeah, no, it
was
had to be
pretty clear.
egregious.
And
yeah.
then, like, the next show, because that's a Friday, I think we're going to bring the guy back on Monday or Tuesday, and then he refused to appear.
And that was
So it's like,
that
you know,
sealed the deal.
that sealed the deal.
That's
Yeah.
Doug.
I mean, Doug Jones.
He
I
wouldn't
mean,
even defend himself.
Did he
Right.
tell you anything about Doug Jones?
No.
No.
And I think we found out, that he was going in
In
order
order.
down
So,
the list.
Joe, I had that thought too. I think
Yeah.
it was like, then we went back and
That's
checked
so
the answers, and
bad.
it was like in order. And I was like, man.
It's like if you're going to cheat, you got to go out of order.
Right.
It's like a girl copied my whole test one time in 7th grade. I got 100. She had never broken 70. She copied every answer. It's like, dude, don't
Right.
copy every answer.
You're killing her. All right. With that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
All right, time's yours, as it always is, brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go. Only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with time's yours.
I don't think the NFL has a bunch of people sitting in the room actively scheduling for or against another franchise. The fact is, Dallas sells. Dallas sucks, but Dallas sells. And their fans are fraudulent all over the country. The bottom line is, we play who we play.
That caller cracks you up, man. He's pretty consistent.
Mark, he's great. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. A man driving home from the Borgata with his foot out the window got bit by a shark. I guess the shark wanted to see what a hammer toe tasted like.
I hope not. I hope not.
I've never seen John look so happy at the loss to the hammer. Hammer, put your tail between your legs and go investigate the question. You still lost. Have a good weekend.
You know, I was very happy, but then it kind of stretched.
You ruined
we
it,
had,
Joe.
We had celebration
No.
playing in the background, but it got tedious because he was looking for loopholes.
But I like
and
that you
complaining.
continued celebrating even when Joe was trying to argue the results.
Wow.
You just
It
kept
still feels special.
I
doesn't it?
cheated people from taking the
Joyful.
moment away.
You did.
A little bit.
Really did.
Well,
little bit.
wait till next week when I try to figure out a loophole.
Oh, my God, Joe, you're unbelievable. How many times did the Sixers beat the Celtics to win the conference finals? It's right there in the question. Come on, bro. It's right there, dude.
I don't
Time's
know.
not yours, Joe. Jabroni.
Things,
Called you a
Well done,
jabroni.
dude.
things just sounded funky. I'll figure it out. With that, time's yours. Let's shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Poll question, are you enjoying the NBA playoffs this season? Anyone not here? 5 of us.
I am.
I am too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been pretty good.
Doing good.
But obviously some people aren't getting to it because they were so disgusted with the regular season. John, how do you think people voted?
I think 75% are enjoying.
67% are not.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think that's
It's
a
the
lot of
Sixers'
people who
fault.
aren't watching who voted,
Yeah.
is my
Yeah.
guess. Because, I don't know
Good
how you
point.
could watch and the numbers be like that.
Oh no, they're not watching. Yeah, they're
That's
not.
my
enjoying
point.
it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I agree.
for sure. No, they're choosing not to watch it. Which I'll say the NBA has to
Own that.
deal with the reality that they have to own it. They gave the NBA, the public a bad product for 6 months, and then you can't just flip a switch and think everyone's going to tune in. It doesn't work that way. Hey, reminder: the Brian Dawkins Drive and Impact Celebrity Golf Tournament is happening coming up soon. By the way, June 1st and 2nd at Penn Oaks Golf Club. Doc will have some of his buddies out there, celebrity friends, obviously. This is a tournament you can be at. Tournament's going to tee off in the evening with a VIP reception and island feel party, as he was describing yesterday, kind of a Hawaiian feel. And it's going to have a live auction and a silent auction on June 1st, all designed, of course, raise great money for the charity. For tickets, and this is to help kids, this is to help people that need help in society. So please consider getting yourself there, of course, to make a donation, but also to hang out and have some fun and golf. For tickets to this tremendous event, get yourself to BrianDawkins.com. That's the website. Reminder, next week on Tuesday, Flyers president and WIP stalwart Keith Jones, 7:30 to 9:30. So we'll do a deep dive both on the Flyers and Jonesy, find out how he's been. We love Jonesy. Want to see better times.
You said
for the
that's
Flyers.
Tuesday?
Tuesday. 7:30 to 9:30. Get ready to laugh. We know he provides the laughs. All right. Got to come up with a winning answer for who or what is cheesy. I think it's pretty clear. There's
Dad
a top
jokes?
three. Top 3.
Yeah.
Dad jokes, the movie Ghost, although I'm less inclined on that, and Carlton Banks. I
Yeah,
think
Carlton. It's dad jokes or
Carlton
Carlton, without a doubt.
Or
Dad
dad
jokes are
jokes.
yeah, right. Okay. So
Man, but I felt Carlton adds another layer of cheesiness because he was cheesy in every
But he didn't say
incarnation.
Alfonso
He didn't say-
Ribeiro.
no,
He said
yeah.
Carlton.
Yeah.
True.
All right, James.
I'm voting for dad jokes.
Okay. Now, Devin, did you see Fresh Prince? Do you know
Yes,
it? Okay.
yes, I know who Carlton
Which do you think it is?
I like dad jokes.
2-0. Rhea.
Carlton Banks.
I'm Carlton Banks also. John, break the tie.
dad jokes.
Okay.
Had he gone Ribierto or
Ribiera.
Alonso Ribierto,
Yeah,
yeah, like
There you
maybe.
go. Hey, JB, you have won the $100 gift card. Enjoy that. Hey, everyone, have a great weekend. Phillies against the Pirates. Let's hope that produces 3 wins for the Fightin' Phils. We'll talk about it all next week. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Thanks to everyone, the great hospitality at Borgata. Talk to you next week. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is this summer?
It's a scorcher out there today.
No. This is summer with the Nissan Summer Sales Event. This is what it's like to pick a spot and just go. Discover a diner off a back road.
Order up!
Follow the sun to a trail you've never hit before. Turn quiet weekends into exciting stories. With a Nissan like the award-winning Rogue or Pathfinder, now with lower MSRP. Soak up some sun by hurrying in for the best deals of the season at the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get a low $279 per month lease for 39 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Well-qualified lessees. 2025 Rogue S all-wheel drive. $44.19 initial payment excludes tax, title, and license. Disposition fee due at lease end. Take from new dealer stock. Call 1-888-858-8319 for offer details. N6225.
Ike Reese here for my friends at Dietz & Watson. Spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke. Doing car care right.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. When I asked Arizona manager Torey Lovello about an over-the-top clubhouse speech he once gave, he replied, "I'm very hot-blooded. Things come out of my mouth that shouldn't." Well, you be the judge. Set your DVR to catch my complete interview with the Diamondback skipper this weekend on Game Time. He was great. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Live today on this Friday from the Stotesbury Regatta, the Stotesbury Cup. We got rowing going on and a lot to discuss with the Eagles schedule. 12 o'clock, Scott Fransky. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, listen, I know I've probably said this before, but I got to say it again. Just because they make it in your size don't mean you should buy it. I mean, that's just the reality of where we are nowadays. There's certain things that I like to wear, like skinny jeans, but I can't wear them. Ass too big for skinny jeans. So, I'm just saying, just because they make them in your size don't mean you need to put your ass in them.
All right, it's a good start to the day right there. Good start. Yes, we are live today at the Stotesbury Regatta. You plan on jumping in and doing some rowing today?
Nah, no? Not at all. But it's pretty cool to see all the kids out here doing their thing, man. This is a big deal. First time I've ever done this out here on Kelly Drive. This is an event.
It's wild how many people
get that out.
Yeah, that's all right.
Struggling.
We're off to a good start. It is wild how many rowers, like almost 5,000.
Overwhelmed. Yeah, it's like a lot of people here.
Schuylkill behind us. Yeah, all right. We got a lot to talk about. Kyle's with us here live. Justin DeRazio back in the studio. Hugh, I got to tell you something though.
What happened?
Well, yesterday we broke down the schedule, right, for the first time, and we went through the whole thing.
People were in their feelings.
They were, and I think yesterday I stayed pretty calm, in that it's a difficult schedule, but I still think they're going to go 11-6. And then, Hugh, I keep looking at the schedule, and I got to be honest with you on this Friday. I'm worried, man.
What?
The schedule.
It's like Joe.
This schedule is I'm looking at it again, and it's hard. I think the Eagles are good enough to get through this and get back to the playoffs, and obviously compete to win the division again. But the Chiefs, the Rams, and Bucks all in September. They have to play in back-to-back weeks the Packers and Lions. They have to go to Dallas in November. They haven't swept the Cowboys besides last year, in a decade.
Mm-hmm.
Chargers on the road. 3 games to end the season in Washington, in Buffalo, home Washington. Hugh, I'm worried about this schedule because it feels like one of the most challenging ones we've seen the Eagles have in years.
Oh, no, it's no question. It's a challenging schedule, but that's Coach Sirianni's job. Coach Sirianni's job and his coaching staff's job is to navigate this tough schedule and have his football team working at optimum levels at all times. I'm not worried about that. That's what he get paid for. That's why you have Vic Fangio here as a guy who has been on a bunch of NFL teams that knows how to get teams ready to play, and they know when to, get them, coach them hard and then back off and things of that nature. I'm not worried about that. It's the biggest thing that if anything that I'm worried about, Joe, is how injuries are going to plague us this year. Because out of all this schedule talk, it's all hypothetical. And I keep reiterating that because some of y'all need to get out y'all feelings and be honest about how you feel about the schedule. Because I'm here now, so I'm about to veer just a little bit.
Okay.
Because you were talking about how you said you were thinking about the schedule. I was thinking about some of these conversations that we had yesterday with people that somehow, when we talked about this team as a whole, broke it down to Jalen Hurts and his performance. And I got to thinking, I'm like, okay, throughout that whole conversation that we had yesterday, no one once said anything outside of the fact that Jalen has struggled against Todd Bowles,
which he has,
and was it Sean McVay in the last game. Nobody said anything about Jalen's play per se, outside of those 2 games that he struggled. But all of a sudden, we get phone calls yesterday, people talking about, well, why are you disrespecting the Eagles and all. So it's not about disrespect. Like, if you're thinking we're disrespecting the Eagles, then you must subconsciously think that you're concerned about Jalen, in my humble opinion. Because nobody said that. When we talk about these schedules, the thing that I factor in the most is the strength of the schedule, the daunting task, and the timing in which every game is played.
Right.
Just like everybody does. And you look at that, and you look at the time it takes to get ready to prepare for the game and how long it's going to take the coaches to prepare, and you assess it from there. It doesn't, for me, it has nothing to do with the quarterback play, anything like that. It's more about the team as a whole.
So what you said there, one of the things you said there, it really caught me. It's not so much because we knew the opponents, right? Like,
yeah.
my favorite part of the schedule release is like it's not really a surprise. We knew at the end of last season everyone they're going to play. It's about now seeing it and when they're going to play them. And Hugh, a couple things as I keep looking at it stood out to me. It's the timing of it. I'm going to give you 3 games where I think the Eagles should win the game, but the timing is, I don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay, week 1, the Cowboys. They should beat the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But it's their first game of the season with 5 new defensive players, right? We have 5 new defensive starters, and the Cowboys will have Dak and CD, and we know Dak usually plays well against the Eagles. I think the Eagles will win that game, but it's a weird spot. Okay? Then they have to go to Tampa Bay in September when it's hot and humid, and the Eagles almost never play well there. That's another one that's annoying. They have to go to Minnesota. I think that they're better than the Vikings, and the Vikings have a first-year quarterback. But the Vikings are off a bye. So, like, the fact the Eagles have more rest for that game, well, the Vikings have more rest too. And then the second Dallas game, the more I look at that one, I know Kyle picked that as a loss. I think I picked it as a loss yesterday. That game it's Packers, Lions, Cowboys, and then the Bears. That's a weird, like, in-between spot after 2 tough games against the Lions and Packers. Then you got to go to Dallas. It feels like a weird letdown spot. I think the Eagles should win all the games I just mentioned. Like, they're better than all those teams. But sometimes the flow of the schedule gets you. 215-592-9494. All right, let's hear from Dan Orlovsky yesterday, breaking down the Eagles' schedule. And he talked about how it's a challenge for the coaching staff because they're playing all over the place, Thursdays and Fridays and Mondays. Here's Orlovsky.
You know what's interesting to me is that right now in the NFL, the better you are, the more versatile you better be as a football team. The only day of the week that the Eagles don't play on are Tuesday and Wednesday. They play on Monday, they play on Thursday, they play on Friday, they play on Saturday, they play on Sunday. So, like, there's got to be a great flexibility, organizationally, head coach, leadership, team-wise, that you can kind of maneuver how you go about your week and how you prepare and how you get ready to play games. That's a lot to throw at football teams.
How do you? Well, it is. Hugh, it's a challenge to the coaching staff. And then listen to this, because Louis Riddick, along with Orlovsky, he mentioned something similar to what you said yesterday, early in the season, right? Those teams early, the Rams and the Chiefs and the Bucks. Listen to Louis Riddick on the challenge of the early portion of the schedule.
How do you manage that, Louis? I mean, like trying to make sure that your schedule is what it needs to be. That's a very real thing when you don't have as much time to prepare, or maybe you have a little bit more time you can take advantage of.
Yeah, it's about time management on the part of the head coach. I mean, he just has to be on top of it. The leadership of the football team has to be on top of it, making sure guys are getting their rest, getting in their playbook. You got to keep guys fresh, so you can't have them burn out. They have to have some consistency. But when I look at this schedule, thinking like, what is the number one thing that worries you about the Eagles this year? Or rather, what's the number one question,
Moreland,
right?
the coordinators.
No, well, to me, I think it's this. It's about the depth on the defensive line, right?
Yep. Sure.
That's what. So look at those first 4 games, and look at those teams. Look, Cowboys tried to really address their offensive line.
Yep.
Okay, you figure they're going to run the foot. The Chiefs have addressed their offensive line.
Right.
The Rams can run the ball as good as anyone, and the Buccaneers, they're going to find out right away. Hey, has our depth really been hit on this defensive line? Are we still the same team from a year ago? Because I think everywhere else, linebacker, secondary, offensive line, skill positions, they're still fine. It's the defensive line depth that took the biggest hit. They're going to get tested early right out of the gate.
Hugh, you pointed out the beginning of the schedule yesterday. It's not that those teams are unbeatable. In fact, the Eagles are favored in 3 of those 4 games, right? The only one they'll be an underdog is Kansas City, and it's kind of close anyway. It's the fact they have to play them early as they try to figure out their new defense.
Yes, it is. And it's you're playing 2 teams right out the gate that are somewhat familiar with you because of the timing of you playing them early in the season, the Rams and the Chiefs. You just blew the brakes off the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So that game plan that worked to a T in that game is not going to be like Patrick Mahomes running for his life. That's probably not going to be the case, people. I mean, that's just the reality of it, because you're going to go back and you're going to break that film down. I guarantee you that when they start OTAs, when they start breaking down the schedule, the first couple of games of the season is what OTA is going to be centered around. The plays that you got beat on and how we're going to do better with that. They're going to do a better job of protecting their quarterback. That's just one example. And the Rams, they got to Jalen Hurts 7 times in the last time they played him. Even though we won the game, I don't care what anybody says. That's a struggle. When your quarterback gets sacked 7 times in one game, that's a struggle. So you're talking about the Rams catching you early, and they're going to be looking at it. And who was the young defensive end that they had? That Jordan
Verse.
Man, listen, look, go back and look at the film. Jared Verse got beat like a drum in that first game.
Not the second one.
Not the second game.
No.
Guess what Jared Verse has done? I guarantee you he's done this in offseason. He's worked out a little bit harder, and he's had a picture of Jordan Mailata in his locker because Jordan Mailata gave him the business the last time he played, and he's trying to get some revenge because they went at it. It was like Godzilla versus King Kong in that last. It was a hell of a matchup, and they got to see each other again. That's what I'm talking about. That's where you worry about it, because we're going to be early in our season, and historically, when you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, they tend to start a little slow.
We did last year. I mean, the best Eagles team we've ever seen started 2-2, so that happens. All right, 215-592-9494. After looking at it, after letting it really sink in, are you worried about the Eagles' schedule? I'm worried about it. Hughes says he's not worried. Tough guy Douglas over here, but I sense a little worry.
I'm not worried. I just feel like this is what we do. We're gonna the first month of the season, 1-3. That's going to be a tough slog for us. We're going to talk about if it happens that way.
The panic button will be pressed.
If it happens that
strongly.
Way. And you know what? I'm just letting y'all know right now. All y'all that call in talking about why we hating and why we ain't giving nobody no
Especially
credit.
Hugh, yeah.
I am on my petty stuff today. My petty. I'm keeping receipts because if it plays out that way, I hope it doesn't. But if it does. I'm going to be listening to what you say. I might not say nothing on the air right away, but there's certain people that call on a regular that when it goes south for you, I want to hear you with that same bravado, that same energy that you had when we did this schedule release.
Wow, I'll keep that same energy, Hugh, on a Friday. Kyle, where are you at? Are you worried about the Eagles' schedule?
Yeah, well, I'm glad that Hugh was able to take a break from bashing Jalen all day yesterday.
It's about time.
To come down here and
crush the guy. It's unbelievable.
Do the little tough guy act about the schedule. Like, the schedule is the number one thing that worries me about this Eagles team next season and the Eagles season. Like, we've gone through the whole offseason talking about, new coordinator on offense. A lot of the people that left on the defensive line. Is Saquon going to be able to repeat what he did? But when you zoom out, nothing really about this team in particular, like any of the units, I think are going to be a liability for them. There's still probably going to be a good defense with Vic Fangio. They might not be number one, but there'll be a defense that can win you football games. Even if Saquon takes a little bit of a step back, they have a fantastic O-line, still probably one of the best in the league. They will be able to run the football. With the talent they have on offense, the continuity there, they're going to be able to throw the football, I think. So, they're a very still well-rounded football team. The biggest worry that I have is the schedule that they face. The first team in NFL history to play 10+ teams coming off of a playoff season the year before, and it just feels like there's no rhythm to it whatsoever. They have no back-to-back home games.
Thing.
All the different,
the
varying amounts of rest in between games and stuff like that. It's going to be tough for this team to really get into a rhythm, I think, this season. So it's going to be a tough task for Nick Sirianni. It's going to be a tough task for the entire team. They really have their work cut out for them. It's the one thing I think would give the Eagles trouble this season.
So, yeah, with that, you said there's no rhythm. I think the softest part of the schedule is October. Home Broncos, at the Giants, at the Vikings, home Giants. But even that, the Broncos made the playoffs last year. The Vikings have a really good coach, and they're off a bye. And the two Giants games, while they should beat the team like a drum, it's kind of weird to play a division team twice in 3 weeks.
Right.
And that's the easiest part. So that is the easiest part. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phone lines here. We're live today at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Hugh's about to get in a boat and row down the Schuylkill.
That's not going to happen.
Chris in Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Happy Fransky Friday.
Happy Fransky Friday. What's up, Chris?
Guys, first of all, so I called in, and Kyle didn't pick up, and I was about to ask you, where the hell is Kyle? And I was going to say, hey, we should call his dad and find out why he's playing hooky, skipping work today. But then I hear Kyle's
we would
there.
have. Oh, he's with us. Yeah, he's on the road with us. He's got in a boat, too, with Hugh. He's going to row.
Just talking a second ago.
Then I heard you. But, Kyle, listen, let me talk to you for your dad. Don't embarrass the family. You finally got out. They let you out of the studio. Don't embarrass the family while you're out today, all right?
All right, actually, before you make your point, Chris, my fault. Justin DeRazio's back in the studio. I thought I mentioned, maybe I forgot to. So everyone that calls in today.
Chris doesn't listen.
Okay, Justin is there in the studio. So now everyone knows.
I hear what I want to hear. I'm a caller.
Good job. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Go,
all right,
guys.
guys.
Are you worried about the schedule?
No, I'm not worried. And Hugh, you name names. Go, you keep tally there. That's good. So, here's what I want to tell you guys. I don't care about the schedule because we're going to dominate again. We're going to end up having 2 running backs this year that go over 1,000 yards because they got to take a little pressure off Quadzilla, even though, you guys saw him squat 585 for a double. He's ready to go. But what I absolutely love, guys, I can't express this enough, how much I love that we open at home against the Baby Boys. All of the Philadelphia Valley Clown Show fans out there that got their little ears on like Stewardess Jim will get to see what a real Super Bowl team looks like. That lousy fan base has not seen a Super Bowl ring since the 1995 season. Let me remind you, in 1995, Coolio had the #1 song with Gangster's Paradise. And way back when, back in 1995, young Chris from Middletown actually had a full head of hair. All right?
You know what else
That's
happened in
how
1995?
long.
Here's how long ago. Hugh Douglas was drafted.
I was born.
It was a
You had
long
hair.
time ago.
You had hair.
Well, no, I was bald-headed, and then I got hair. I was bald-headed when
Yeah,
I got
but
drafted.
you didn't have the
I was in the
cul-de-sac
3rd grade.
underneath the
It was
ball.
bald-headed by choice, though. Yeah.
No, guys, those guys, that is the biggest salt in the wound to that lousy, cruddy fan base and their clown show fan base in Philadelphia. I absolutely love it. But our Eagles are going to go back-to-back Super Bowl champions. We are E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles.
Back-to-back, man.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's just a good old-fashioned Eagles chant on a Friday. So was Chris's reasoning for not worrying about the schedules because they get to beat up the Cowboys week 1?
I thought it was because he's bald.
Okay. That sounded like coping to me, but that's all right. I mean, you don't have to be worried about the schedule. It's very logical to be worried about the schedule. It's a hard schedule this year. By the way, speaking of what happened in 1995, Hugh being drafted, before the show I was just walking around over here. There's so many rowers and kids out here. And one kid looked at me, and a high school kid, I mean, when I say kid, and he said, is anyone famous here doing the show today? And I said, Hugh Douglas. He played for the Eagles. And he said, he played a while ago, right?
Not that, that kids are brutal, man. Kids are brutal.
I don't think he even meant it in a mean way.
No, he did, but that's
he just
what
didn't
kids,
really remember watching you.
Yeah.
So he's like, it must have been a long time ago.
That's fine. That usually happens when you get older.
Yeah.
That usually happens. So I mean, it's like no big deal.
I still remember you, buddy, from when you played.
Thank you.
We remember you.
These are pretty good.
Yeah, what do you have in there?
These are called. Somebody just dropped off some bitty bites. You know, initially,
Bitty bites, biteables.
Listen, when I saw this bag,
yeah,
you know what I thought this was.
Yeah, we lost you for a second.
I thought this was. I thought this was some edibles.
I thought so too.
That's why you got so excited.
I was like, hold up, he brought us 4 bags of edibles.
I was like, I think it's just ice cream.
But no, I couldn't.
Excited for?
You know, I can't partake at work, but you know, at first I thought
you
they
did
were
open
edible.
it and start jumping in before
because it's ice cream. You got to eat ice cream. Like it's outside. You got to eat the ice cream.
I get it.
These bitty bites are pretty good.
Would you have the strawberry shortcake?
The strawberry shortcake are really good.
Sounds
I need to
good.
find some of these. Yeah.
All right, Jeff in Wilmington's up. Hey, Jeff.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeff.
What's up, Jeff?
Kyle, you got some work to do with that kid back in the studio because he actually asked me what I wanted to talk about.
What did Justin do?
Clowning Justin.
He didn't strong arm me.
Oh.
I think I do a terrific job.
Can you hear me?
We got you, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, the kid that answered the phone asked me what I wanted to talk about. He didn't try to
we
strong
get it.
arm
He's
me
nice.
into,
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's cordial and
said
nice,
we
and,
get it. He said
and
he's
Kyle's
nice.
not. We understand the premise.
Make me sick.
No, well, you know, I can talk about whatever you guys want. Kyle always sets it up, so I pick a side, and it's easy to, there we go.
So the witness wasn't being badgered today. I understand. That's fine.
God forbid. I try to steer you in the right direction, Jeff.
No. I appreciate that. That's what I'm saying. Like you got the work, to do with this kid.
So are you saying you want Justin to be meaner to the callers? Justin, when the callers call in, yell at them.
I don't think Justin can be mean.
He doesn't have to be mean.
Nah, I've never seen him be mean.
On where you want the story, where you want the dialogue to go.
All right, Jeff. Are you worried about the schedule? Now I'm going to be the one yelling.
What are you doing?
Jeff?
We lost Jeff.
All right, Jeff.
Okay, Justin.
Jeff,
Justin
I think that's just
dropped
more Jeff's phone. Jeff's got a phone
Was
issue.
that a shot at me or a shot at Justin? I couldn't tell.
Well, it was kind of at you.
But
it was
then
definitely directed
actually,
at you.
I think he then appreciated. It's like once you weren't there yelling at him, he kind of missed being yelled at. That's what it felt.
And then we saw what happened with this call.
Yeah, that might have been his phone more than anything else. So we can, if we want to blame Justin for anything that goes wrong today, we could do that too.
Guilty.
592. I do enjoy a few jolly drops here and there, though. That's going to be good today. All right, 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. We are live today at the Stotesbury Regatta. We got a lot to do. All right, we'll continue the conversation with the Eagles schedule. Does it worry you? Like, as you look at the full Eagles schedule, it's hard. I mean, it's one of the most difficult in the NFL. Does the Eagles schedule worry you? It worries me. It worries Kyle. Hugh, I think Hugh's putting on a brave face. I think deep down.
No, I'm not worried.
Hugh Douglas is worried.
You know why I'm not worried, Joe?
Why?
Because of what Coach Riddick said. This is on my job. Put it like this. If I was playing like the little kid said, like way back in the day when, you know, they had leather helmets on. But if I was playing, my job is to be prepared for the season, right?
Yes.
As long as I'm getting prepared for the season, I have to trust Coach Sirianni that he's going to get me prepared for the week.
Well, I agree with that, and I think they have enough experience the last few years of primetime games and challenging schedules. They'll be ready, but there's just very few, soft spots in the schedule. All right, 215-592-94 for this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane. We'll do Street Card 94 only at Sunoco. All right, coming up on the other side, a former Eagle that agrees with Hugh Douglas that this team is starting 1-3. You're going to want to hear this next. Eagles everywhere saying a 1-3 start. Are your phone calls? Are you worried about the schedule? And it's a tri-day Friday. They're rowing behind us in the Schuylkill. We got a fun tri-day to get into right here on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Hop aboard with fans of Philly to ruin the final season of Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Window Nation is a proud sponsor of this year's Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Right now, take advantage of their semi-annual sale. Includes 60% off a full house of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Visit windownation.com today.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The big box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders, nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available if at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing. But I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. We're live from the Stotesbury Cup Regatta presented by your local Tri-State Toyota dealers, the largest high school regatta. Come check out the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village. Window Nation is also with us. They're rowing on the Schuylkill right behind us. Like, we're right off the river here. I'm not quite sure if Hugh's ready to get inside and row yet. Yes? No?
No, I'm not.
Maybe by 2 o'clock? We'll see. All right, we'll see. Are you worried?
I need this for the kids.
Yeah.
This is the kids' day.
Yeah, but, I mean, it'd be pretty memorable if former Eagle great, at least some people think great, some not, but former Eagle great Hugh Douglas gets in and starts rowing down the Schuylkill.
No, that's not going to happen. No, it's not going to happen. I'm not prepared.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, maybe we'll get you in by 2 o'clock. All right, are you worried about how hard the Eagles' schedule is, yes or no? I'm worried. Kyle Quinn, who's with us here at the regatta, is worried. Yeah. Hugh Douglas is not. Let me give you someone else who's not. LaShawn Shady McCoy responded to our Twitter poll saying, schedule hard for who? We beat all the playoff teams with some laughing emojis. We beat the Ravens, Rams twice, cough, cough. Saquon spanked the Packers twice, beat the Steelers. We blew the Chiefs out in the Super Bowl, blew Washington out in the conference game. Sounds like Shady's not worried, but of course, Shady's referencing last year, right?
Yeah.
Am I the only one that realizes the Eagles now are different than the team that walked off the field in the Super Bowl? They're not the same team. Now, they still might be a great team, but they're not the same We got to watch it play out. I'm worried about the schedule. It looks daunting. 215-592-94.9. Let's go back to the phone lines here. And then it's a Friday, so you know what we got to talk about. John in West Philly. What's up, John?
Hey, good morning, Joe. What's up, Hugh?
John, what's up?
So when I look at the schedule, I know everybody been calling saying it's difficult, this, that, and the third, but through the first 10 games, I only see us probably losing 3 games. And the games that I'm worried about are the Chiefs and the Broncos. And mainly just because, our defense, we'll see what the cornerback position is looking like. I'm actually worried about, the loss of Slay and who that third corner is going to be. And, the Chiefs pass the ball really well. And so does the Broncos. But I'm not really worried. When I look at, the NFC, the Eagles are world-class. We've been consistent through the past, 3 seasons and stuff. And I honestly believe that the Eagles honestly feel like they still got things to prove. When A.J. Brown was at the Super Bowl talking about, this didn't fulfill him. He still, wants to do more. I think Nick Sirianni wants to be Coach of the Year. I think they still have something to prove. I'm not really that worried because I have faith in the Eagles culture.
Well, I like that part of it. I mean, you never know how a team's going to respond to win the Super Bowl, right? Because they reached the mountain. And it's very rare for teams like the Chiefs have done it. The Patriots did it for all those years. Want to keep winning at the same level. So we don't know yet. I mean, I tend to think, John, you're right. They have a bunch of guys that are winners. Jalen Hurts won in college and kept winning. And Devontae Smith. They have guys that they've won their whole lives. So I think they're going to keep putting their foot on the gas because that's their personality. But we don't know. But I do think I tend to think you're right that they're not satisfied yet.
Yeah,
No,
Joe.
I'm kind of curious, John, because wait a minute. I'm sorry, John, but you said something that kind of I'm kind of stuck on, because you said you're not worried, and you said we play passing teams, but you said something about Darius Slay not being here, right?
Yeah.
You said something to the effect that
that corner spot.
Yeah, the corner spot. But guess what? The first 3 games that we play, well, 4 games, if you will, we got 3 teams that like to throw the ball and carve us up. 2 of them, one of them carved us up.
Prescott is coming off an injury.
I'm not talking about Dak Prescott. I'm talking about Baker Mayfield.
Mahomes, Stafford, and
No,
Baker
I
Mayfield.
understand.
Yeah, 'cause
I
Baker
understand.
Mayfield had a good game.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I don't know why. It's this weird thing that Baker Mayfield's always turning to like Peyton Manning when he plays us or something like that. He just like always carves us up. But I don't know. I just believe the Eagles culture is different this time around. Like I wasn't always a Jalen Hurts guy, but like I was a big Carson Wentz fan, but he turned me into a believer. I think he can do enough to win the game, and hopefully he's healthy. I don't know like why he's injured when we play. Hopefully A.J. Brown is healthy. But, I'm just assuming that all our guys are healthy during that game, and I think this is the year that they get it done. I know everybody on the Eagles sit there and think, like, why do we always lose to the Buccaneers? Everybody always talking about we lose to the Buccaneers every year. I know that sits on their mind. I know they want to change the narrative.
Well, the reason we talk about it, and John, good phone call, is they do. I mean, the Bucs have had their number. I mean, you go back, they lost to them last year. They lost them in the playoffs the year before that. Like, they've played the Bucs a lot, and you said this yesterday, Hugh, the Todd Bowles factor. Todd Bowles, I haven't done this in a while because, every time another year goes by, the numbers change. I think if we went and looked, I would guess Jalen, if you look at the teams he plays his best against and his worst, and I'm excluding like maybe a team he's only seen once, but like teams he's seen multiple times, I'm guessing the Bucs is probably his worst number.
Kryptonite.
Yeah. I mean, back to his first playoff game.
Yeah,
Todd Bowles does a good job on him.
He does a good job of confusing it for whatever reason. And it's when you look at it, I think that when we look at these schedule releases, I understand we won the Super Bowl. And I understand that we are in a situation where we're still dealing with that. But bottom line is this. Hope is not a plan. Like, when we sit here and we break this is the problem that I have when we talk about the schedule release, because I still think the Eagles going to the Super Bowl, but nobody so far today or yesterday has given me any other reason to believe anything that they're saying when it comes to the team outside of hope, where I know that they can do it, or talking about what you wish somebody could do. You have not given anything of substance, and that's okay, because as a fan you can do that, but don't get mad at other people when they tell you things about this team or potentially that could happen that's based in somewhat reality. You know what I mean? Like, we're still trying to figure this out, and it's still hypothetical, but the reality is you're playing against 3 teams that throw the ball pretty well. The Rams, the Chiefs,
and the
Bucs. And I just want to piggyback off of what John said just a little bit. Darius Slay is not here. We have a corner position that's up for grabs right now.
So it's probably going to be Keeley or Adoree Jackson.
That's up for grabs. Okay, now I'm working with realistically, hypothetically, what could happen. You're playing against 3 teams that we had a stalwart corner out there who he himself considers himself a Hall of Fame corner. And he played at times. He played pretty damn good last year.
He was way better last year than I thought he'd be. He was still an asset. Yep.
But we play. This is where I need y'all to be a little bit more realistic, because I'm tired of all this hate that people get talking about. You just hating on the Eagles. Well, let's be a little realistic today.
What else is new? Hugh hating on the Eagles.
We got 3 teams that we play in the first half of the season.
Yep.
That throw the ball pretty damn well.
And let's add this to it. All 3 of the teams you're mentioning have more than just one receiver. Because we have, some of them might say, well, we have Quinyon, we have Cooper.
Yes.
But so go to the Rams. They signed Devontae Adams to go.
And they got the speed. Who got the speed? And then the down the line, the Green Bay Packers got the burner.
Yeah,
the speed
Golden,
burner.
the
Yeah.
guy you wanted. So, but in the first 3, we know the Bucs have a ton of receivers, right? They have Mike Evans. They have the kid they drafted in the first round this year out of Ohio State. And, I mean, obviously the Chiefs have a lot of weapons, and they're going to bring Rice back to go with the kid last year, Worthy. So yeah, I mean they're going to have to play really well up front to stop that.
Well, see, I guess what I'm trying to say is we could be fans of the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't mind that because we all are NFL fans and we all feel some kind of way.
You want people to be realistic.
But I want you to
Where are
be.
you?
If we're going to sit here and I'm going to get all this heat for my takes because I'm in my feelings today.
You are.
I'm
You're
in my feelings
a lot
bit.
of heat.
I'm in my feelings.
Wow.
You got sensitive hue today. If you're going to give me heat for my takes today, you better give me substance. Don't just give me hopes and maybes.
All right. Well, you're not. Let me take you off the hook a little bit. You're not the only
I'm
former
not,
Eagle to say they're going to go 1-3 to start the season.
No, because I don't like the way you said
Let's
that.
hear this.
Eagle great.
I don't like
two Eagle greats.
Two Eagle greats in the same bucket.
I don't like the way you said
Put
that.
them in the same category. Hugh Douglas, and let's hear Chase Daniel, what he said about the start of the Eagle season.
This is a real thing. There's a real possibility that the
Don't
Eagles
say nothing wild now. Don't say nothing wild.
There's a real possibility the Eagles could start 1-3.
No, it's impossible.
No, it's not impossible because you're beating the Cowboys. But bro, you got the Chiefs, which Chiefs play the Eagles really well.
Sure. Get to the other two, Chase.
The Rams
The other
almost
two.
beat them.
Almost,
Okay,
Chase?
almost beat them.
Which time?
In the
Eagles beat the
playoffs, they
brakes
played
off
well.
the Rams
And then
in Los
Tampa
Angeles.
has beat them as well. And dude, we're forgetting that they have a new offensive coordinator and they have new defensive pieces. We can say this that hey, the Eagles are the best
1-3 though.
There's a
1-3 is
chance.
impossible.
It's not impossible.
1-3 is impossible.
It's not impossible.
Here's my thought process.
Every single one of those teams in the first 4 weeks, other than the Cowboys, can show up and beat Philadelphia.
So what you're telling us is that it's going to be hard for them to make the playoffs.
No, I don't want to go that far.
No, I don't want to go that far. I'm saying
starting
1-3, that's what that means. It's hard to make the playoffs.
That's a great question because I have a really, really great year
kinda.
based on their
No,
schedule
that's not.
for the Philadelphia Eagles. 11 wins. 11 wins.
year?
Look at the schedule, Emmanuel Acho.
But to James's
Look at the schedule. It's true though.
Walked off the set.
It's true.
The only thing I
Chase
relate.
Douglas over here with a 1-3 start.
The only thing I want to be associated him with is the fact that he gets ridiculed and beat up by his coworkers on a day-to-day basis. But outside of that, that's about it.
That does not happen here.
We're very fair to you. Very fair.
Dude, whoever was saying it's impossible, though, what are they talking
No,
about?
you predicted it yesterday. It's not impossible they
No,
start 1-3.
no,
I mean, we all had 2-2 or 1-3.
It's the unquantifiable intangibles. And when we sit here, and I take my time to try to figure out, it's not like I'm just sitting here throwing these guesses out all willy-nilly because like I told you yesterday, well, sometimes, okay.
Dart throwing, Douglas. Just throw darts.
Yesterday, like I told you with the Rams game, I had them winning that until I got to thinking about it. And I got to thinking about all those intangibles. And then people got mad and they talk about, well, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Okay, I know, dog. I know they won the Super Bowl.
I think you forgot.
Yeah.
I didn't forget. Hell, I've been talking about it. I know they won the Super Bowl.
You forgot it.
But let's be real. Let's just be outside our fan for a little bit and be realistic about what potentially happened. The Eagles still, to me, can make it to the Super Bowl. No question about that.
Now, one thing he said in there, and I think it's true. We all picked them to make the playoffs. You had them finishing with 12 wins, I think, yesterday, even after starting 1-3. If they start 1-3, that is an uphill climb to the playoffs. It's not impossible, right? 7 teams make it in each conference. You get 70 games. But 1-3 that's a tough start.
It is. But think about this team and what we've seen. They took off, one would argue, against the Browns. Even though that was a tough sledding game.
But that's when they started getting their winning streak. Yeah, October.
It was one of those things where, it can start off slow, but you can right the ship. Didn't one year the Eagles start off 0-2 when they opened up the link, didn't it? It was 0-3 or 0-2, something like that.
It was 0-2.
0-2. They were able to turn that around. Now, if we're talking about 1-6 and stuff like that, that's an uphill battle. But just like in college football, it's better to lose early.
I agree. Now, the one difference you referenced back in the 02-03 era, the division was basically tomato cans.
Yeah. Tomato
right? We have Jaden Daniels and the Commanders.
Yes.
So if the Eagles start 1-3, the path to home field, the path to a 1 or 2 seed, this becomes hard. Are you worried about how hard the Eagles' schedule is? Yes or no? Our Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. Let's go to Terrence, and then it is a Friday, so we got to talk some Friday here. What's up, Terrence?
Huge Joe Kyle, what's up, man? What's up?
Terrence, what's up, buddy?
All right, man. At first, when the schedule came out, being a diehard Eagles fan, I'm like, yeah, we're going to win 13 games and all that. But we got to keep it 100, man, if we keep it at 100. We know the NFL don't like us. We know they gave us this hard-ass schedule, and we know it's going to be tough. But we know our defense ain't did nothing on the offseason that can shore us up and have us confident. We're probably going to be in a lot of shootouts. We're probably going to be in a lot of close games. And not to say that we're going to beat these good teams or lose to these good teams. But like you said, Joe, it's going to be tough, man. And I said it the other day. These teams got two great wide receivers. The Rams did it. Dallas did it. They did it to beat the Eagles. Because the Eagles, we know they had their two corners, but now we only have one corner that we can depend on. And this is the thing. I love Quinyon Mitchell. He's a great quarterback. But he has never been tested by himself to be the man. This is the first season he's going to have CeeDee Lamb on him. He's going to have Devontae Adams and all these star wide receivers one-on-one. Last year he was going against the number twos. This year it's going to be mainly number ones. So that's to say, man, I'm not going to say the Eagles not going to have a losing schedule because we know they can prove us wrong. And they can go out here and they can dominate and they can make the playoffs and they can defend their title. And if they do that, that'd be a hell of a thing. If they can run off this schedule and go back-to-back with this schedule, that'll be amazing. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Oh, it'd be an incredible
back-to-back.
Terrence, it would be an incredible. Terrence, it's interesting you brought up the Quinyon thing. And Terrence, good phone call. You know, Hugh, last year, if my memory serves, it felt like Slay played on the left side. Like right, if you're facing the offense, Slay was on the left and Quinyon was on the right, and they didn't have Quinyon travel with the best receiver.
They stayed on one side. They both stayed on the other side.
This year, if I would rather him travel with the best receiver because otherwise, if I'm the Cowboys week 1, I'm going to say, hey, CeeDee, you're going to go on the opposite side of where Quinyon is, and we're going to put you on a Dory Jackson or, Keely Ringo.
I don't think that's how their defense works, Joe.
Well, then I think teams are going to attack that other corner.
Well, it's one of those things where, I don't have the depth to really say that for certain, but I do feel like if that was the case, that's because that's somebody's preference.
Yeah,
to be on that side.
Sure.
But I think that the way that they play and the way that they played last year, just one corner on the left corner, one corner on the right, and they just play their defense. Because when you start getting to that specialized and my number one go against their number one, it might be something different for the corner.
Might be, but it was a little easier last year when you had Slay on the other side. It wasn't a huge drop-off.
Yeah, but that probably is because, Slay was, I don't know, more comfortable on one side of the field than the other.
Yeah.
It just all depends. Like, if I'm not mistaken, did Champ Bailey do that? Was Champ Bailey one of the ones that they flip-flopped the coverage?
Yeah, I don't think
I'm not sure.
If you have two really good corners, I don't think you have to, right? But then what's the difference? But if we only have one on the outside, it changes things. All right, 215-592-9494. Before we go any further, it is a Friday, which means it's a try day on the Midday Show.
It's a try day Friday. It's try day, Hugh and Joe on Fridays.
All right, so we are live today at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta here. The Schuylkill is right behind us, Hugh Douglas.
Yes.
And we were joking about, maybe you rowing or the WIP Midday Show rowing. Do you think we could beat the other shows rowing?
Do I think we could? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
The question is, would you stay in the boat?
Oh, hell yeah, I'm going to stay in the boat.
Why
if
would
you put
get
me
in
the water, why would I get in it?
Yeah.
Well,
I think we could win if you actually applied yourself.
No, see, listen. I'm not afraid of, I don't like the river. But if we had to row, I don't like getting in the water, but if for competitive purposes, I would.
Like we can't lose to the morning show or the afternoon
if
show.
I fall in, I'm freaking out though. Like I'm gonna freak out. like it's gonna be such a freak out that you've never seen. It's gonna be a freak out of epic proportion.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do today for Try Day, because it is fun to imagine like us against the afternoon show in a rowing competition.
Thinking about me falling in the water.
All right, for Try Day today, when you guys call in, a competition could be athletic, could be non-athletic. You would like to see the WIP shows compete against each other in. Like, Hugh, if we had to compete against the morning and afternoon show in something, what do you think our best shot would be? I don't think it'd be rowing because you don't want to be in the water.
Well, I would get in the water. I think anything. I think between the shows, like running would probably be like you would be the dude for the running.
I think we'd be pretty good for running.
We'd be the running, but anything like weightlifting, we would crush them in that. I don't know. We're mostly most sports.
Push-up competition.
Yeah, we're not a shut there. We'd crush them in that too.
All right.
We'll be good to go.
All right,
We'll be good.
a competition you would like to see the WIP shows compete each other. Whatever happened to
accountability competition?
Yeah, what's going on? I haven't heard.
Well,
much
you'd
of,
lose that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh yeah, that would not be my strongest.
Do we have anything on the Jack versus the camera thing? I feel like when
It's
is this
losing
happening?
steam.
Well, I just want to know when it's happening.
I feel like they're both kind of chickening out.
Are
Letting it
you,
fade
are
away
you
a little
surprised?
Bit. No, not at all.
I mean, I haven't heard Joe talk about working out recently, so I don't know what's going on there. All right, competitions that we could compete against each
I'm
other.
still stuck on Hugh freaking out in the water.
Yeah.
No, I would freak out. Like, dude, if I fell in the water,
What'd you send
it
us?
would
You
not
sent
be
us
good.
yesterday about a gator somewhere. Where
They
was
found
it?
a gator in Baltimore. Somebody think it's a gator in Baltimore.
They think it's a
I'm
gator?
watching this now.
Well, they're trying to figure it out. There's reports.
Is this an alligator in Maryland?
Yeah.
It's a
Alligator.
it's a log.
Yeah,
I don't know, dog.
It's a log.
I don't know.
Oh, that's such a log.
Come on, man.
I don't know.
That's a log.
Well, I ain't gonna never find out because I'm not gonna go to Maryland and jump in the water.
There's no gators in the Schuylkill.
No,
you're
People throw alligators away all the time.
What do you throw them away?
They
Like
flush
trash?
them. They flush them, and the alligators,
Who's
figure out.
flushing an alligator down the toilet?
There's no way. How do you flush a gator?
What was the movie
Too big.
way back in the day with an alligator? Somebody flushed the alligator down the toilet, and it grew to epic size.
No.
Yeah, it can happen. It has happened before.
All right, 215
Where y'all been, man? Y'all don't see this
Here,
stuff?
I don't want to take any away from callers, but one competition I don't want us to be in is hot dog eating.
I'm not
One,
eating.
I don't want to eat a hot dog. But two, we know you'd have to rip them all apart.
I am not a glizzy gobbler. Not gobbling no glizzies.
Well, hold on. Isn't that how Chestnut eats them? Like he breaks them up, dips them in water, and then just shoves
Joey
them down his throat?
Chestnut.
So you think he actually would give you an advantage?
It might.
He's nasty. Joey Chestnut's a nasty man.
The
I got
glizzy
to
gobbler,
transcend.
Hugh Douglas over here. All right, 215-592-9049 for Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Hey, how y'all doing today, Dream Team?
Will, what's up, buddy?
All right, hey Hugh, I gotta come at you real quick, man.
Good.
Get him, Will.
Respectfully, right?
What you got, Will?
Yesterday when I got off, right, and I heard you address everybody, but because I was the last caller that made you address everybody, right?
No.
And you can play the tape back, right?
Get him, Will.
The whole thing is. It's just like when I said that about Jalen Hurts. The only reason why I brought up Jalen Hurts and said that people need to put respect on his name because before y'all started naming teams, y'all was naming quarterbacks. So in order for me to, address that issue, I named our quarterback. And I said that our quarterback beat No Action Jackson, Patrick Mahomes,
There we go.
Justin Loser, Josh Kelly, Pat Bummer, and Dak Pickstop. Okay? He beat all of them. Everybody that they put in front of this guy.
What was Josh?
He
Josh
beat.
Loser? Was
Now, this is what I want to say about this season. Now, the only thing that and I totally agree with you on the offensive coordinator. That's the only thing that worries me. I believe our defense is going to come alive. The defensive coordinator is going to do what he has to do. But what I'm saying, and I'm going to put my money on it, and I'm going to stand on this. If it comes down, if they got the right coordinator, he's calling the right plays, and we can have a type of offensive play like last season, I'll put my money on Jalen against any of these teams and any of these quarterbacks.
You tell him, Will.
But the whole thing is, now I'm keeping it real. Yes, we do got a tough schedule. But guess what? Every season, we got to step our game up.
That's right.
So we got to be tough. If they tough, we got to start, practicing now.
And what's your response to this, Hugh?
I'm letting him finish
You know
speaking
what I'm
now.
saying? Like, this is what I'm going to end off with.
He's got a long
Real
fucking mouth.
quick, respectfully, you. Now, you always called us all petty yesterday.
Actually, I think it'd be funnier if next time you say disrespectful.
No, but wait a minute, Will. I promise it wasn't okay, your call might have started it, but it wasn't you per se.
Oh yeah,
it was
right.
it was a like because people like the DM and they're texting me and they're talking about, yo man, what you did?
Don't pretend you didn't say it was
it
all
wasn't,
Will.
It was.
He drove me crazy yesterday.
Will, don't let these two yahoos drive a wedge between us.
Will, what's a competition you want to see the WIP shows compete against each other in?
Oh man, listen, a good old big pool of water, and y'all go and tug of war with each other.
Tug of war.
I mean,
do we like our chances in that? I mean, we have
We got an anchor.
Yeah, we got Hugh. I think we'd be all right. Will, good phone call. 215-592-9494. Amazing. Will's been sitting on that for 24 hours.
Yeah,
All right.
I feel Will felt attacked. I get it, though. I apologize.
Speaking of attack,
I did not attack.
Speaking of attack, you got to hear this. You got to hear what happened on the morning show today. Hugh Douglas was attacked by Joe DeCamera in a way that we have to discuss. And we have to discuss whether Joe was right or not. 215-592-9494. That's next. We're live today from the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Are you worried about the Eagles' schedule? Yeah, I am. Hugh's saying he's not, but
I ain't worried.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe
I ain't worried.
215-592-9494 for Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know, winning off the field starts with how you recover. Wait a minute, I did it wrong again. Winning on the field starts with how you recover off the field. And nobody helps you bounce back like the Mattress Warehouse. Now during the Mattress Warehouse's Memorial Day sale, you can save up to 70% warehouse-wide. Check this out, people. You ready for this? You can get a queen-size mattress for $159.99. You heard me. $159.99. You can save up to $800 off on an elite lineup of Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and the all-new Sealy Posturepedic. But listen, that $159.99 for a mattress, that's a great deal. Plus, buy one, get one, 50% off on all bed gear, pillows, and sheets. Listen, if you're going to get a new bed, you need to get some pillows too, man. It's just you have to do that. So do what I did. Come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse's Memorial Day sale. Shop the entire selection and find a location near you at mattresswarehouse.com. That's the mattresswarehouse.com.
The Phillies host the Pirates at the bank tonight. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted to right. Kyle Schwarber deep into the lower seats.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With a dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free FixFinder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrrr.
Not with FixFinder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. In Seth Wickersham's new book, we learned Caleb Williams and his father explored every back channel possible to dodge the Bears, including consulting lawyers and Archie Manning. Caleb ultimately backed down, realizing he was Chicago-bound whether he liked it or not. He chose to play ball instead of nuking the city. If the Bears struggle early, don't be shocked if this so-called franchise savior starts eyeing the escape hatch. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is bedlam at the bank.
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
State Toyota dealers Joe Giglio, Hugh Douglas, Kyle Quinn. We're all here today. The rain is about to come.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's about to pour, but we are under a 10. So we're good to go. A lot to discuss. Are you worried about the Eagles' schedule? I am. I'm not afraid to admit it. Hugh says he's not, but I sense a little
I ain't
worry.
worried, man.
Be a man and admit you're scared.
Yeah, it's okay.
Just be a man about
Hugh won't
it.
say he's scared. He won't apologize.
I ain't afraid.
That's all right, and we can only say so much because you're an Eagles. Great. At least we thought that. All right. 215-592-9494. So I'm driving in this morning, and Joe DeCamera took an L and beat the Hammer. And I thought it was one of his worst performances in a long time. I mean, these were not hard questions, including one I'm listening. I'm like, wait a second. I know the answer to this. The question was, which Eagles great had 2 sacks in the pickle juice game? And I was like, well, that only could be one Eagles great I know. That's got to be Hugh Douglas. Joe DeCamera, well, he didn't get it right. Let's listen to some of that and the reaction as Joe went down this morning and beat the Hammer.
What Eagles great had 2 sacks in the pickle juice game versus Dallas in 2000?
Eagles great. 2 sacks.
Yes.
Well, if he's a great, I'll say Doc.
That was a bad job by you.
It's a poorly worded question.
Like, you missed the Hugh Douglas question. The guy's your coworker, and you missed Hugh Douglas.
No, what's the Hugh question?
How was that so hard? 2 sacks in the pickle juice game.
Wait,
Hugh
what was
did.
the question? Eagles great?
Yes. Are you about to say Hugh Douglas not an Eagles great? Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
There will be no disrespect of Hugh Douglas on this program unless it's by me.
Love Big Hugh, but like I hear.
I'm texting Kyle Quinn right now so he can pull this audio to play on their show.
The big G word, the big G. I mean, ooh.
It's not like he's up there in sacks.
No, Hugh was a great player, but like Eagles
But what?
great.
Wow.
Eagles
Wow,
great.
dude.
I'm
This
hearing
is
Doc.
crazy.
I'm
Joe.
hearing Ben Nerrick. I'm hearing Reggie.
Joe.
I'm hearing Seth.
Oh, no.
Oh, you are a horrible
I mean,
human being.
really,
this is so bad.
You go capital G great. Misleading question.
Oh, man.
Misleading question. I was only
Should we do a poll?
choosing. I was only going between Doc and Truck. That's all I had in mind. One or the other.
All right.
I'll do a poll.
Hugh Douglas, your reaction that your status as an Eagles great being what I would call mocked by Joe DeCamera this morning.
Well, you know what? There's a lot going on here.
Well, that's true.
Number one, Joe's mad because he got beat.
Yes.
And I'm catching the stray.
Well, yeah, he's challenging the question more than the
Yes.
fact that he got the answer wrong.
And to be honest, I've been taking shots at Joe for a while.
You called him pregnant.
And he
multiple times.
And he has not once fired back until today. So what can I say? I mean, he took his time to fire back, and when he did, he dropped the bomb. He dropped the nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't be mad at
Well,
that.
here's the question. Are you an Eagles great? I mean, you're in the Eagles Hall of Fame.
I mean, it all depends on who you talk about, because like you just said, Joe, you were sitting here and you asked some of the kids, like, who is Hugh Douglas? They're like, when did he play?
I didn't ask the kids who you
know what?
were.
That's
like,
true.
when did he
They
play?
would know Brian Dawkins.
They would
would.
definitely know Brian Dawkins. They wouldn't know me. They'd be like, you play?
But wait.
No, you know what they would say? Did you play with McNabb? When? That's what they'd probably do.
So, but I think there is a difference between being an Eagles Mount Rushmore player and an Eagles great. The Eagles have more than 4 great players in their run, right?
Yeah.
Like it's you don't have to be Reggie White to be an Eagles great.
But
I mean, it feels like we're playing semantics with.
But I will say this:
if you're in the Hall of Fame, were you not a great Eagle?
But I will say this, in I guess in defense of Joe DeCamera,
He ripped you. Why are you defending?
because he's literal. Joe, like what
No,
do you
he's
know
a
about
sore
Joe?
loser. is
He's
what
that, but he's literal.
Yep.
And when you said Eagles great, I could see where he would think that, because if I'm being honest, if you said Eagles great to me, that's Brian Dawkins would be the first person
Can I tell you what I think happened? He
What's that?
overthought the question.
Yeah, he's literal.
If you say to me, Eagles 2 sacks in a game, the first thing I'm thinking of is a pass rusher, right?
Mhm.
Like, I know Doc probably had a few games with multiple sacks, but like pickle juice game, or who are the best pass rushers on that team? The answer should have been you, not Doc. I mean, like, I just think
Yeah,
he,
but
he
he probably
overthought it.
overthought
But he thought
Yeah.
Eagles great. Like, so I have a take on this, and
then I caught a stray.
Well,
caught several.
This is. I'm going to start this with all due respect.
Oh no!
I think. Well, no, but when you told me that this happened, I missed it. I was setting this up here, and you said Eagles great, and I thought about how literal the camera is, and I went through in my thought process. I'm like, Eagles great, like. You said there's only 4 people on an Eagles Mount Rushmore.
Well, yeah.
There's only room for 4, but I guess where my head goes is could he conceivably be on someone's Mount Rushmore? Because everyone has a different 4, right? There might be somebody
So could
off
Hugh
one.
be on any Eagles Mount Rushmore?
I'm not sure.
I highly doubt
I
it.
think Hugh is a great Eagle, but is he an Eagles great? That's where I think it starts to get a little bit dicey.
And then you know what? Even for me, I feel like all honesty, I feel like a stepchild. Like I'm a family member, but I was adopted. You know what I mean? Because most of the guys that you talk about Trot, you talk about Doc, you talk about Ike, guys like that.
They were
drafted by
Yeah.
the Eagles.
You were
I was
adopted.
traded. I was adopted.
Yeah, but you're in the Eagles Hall of Fame.
No,
Wait a
but it's
second.
still. I was still. I mean, I might be. I'm
Doesn't
I'm
mean
one of
you're
the
loved
kids.
any less.
No, but I was adopted though.
You were
I mean,
brought
it
into
is
the
what
family.
it is. I was
but
brought
everyone
into the
knows.
family, but I was adopted.
All
I
right.
was adopted.
I just want to point out, as we have this debate, I'm on the Pro Football Hall of Fame's website, okay? And then they have different teams. Like you go to the Raiders page, right? There's the Eagles page on the Pro Football Hall of Fame website. Team history, team facts, and then there's a tab that says Team Greats. When I click on Team Greats,
he looking.
Oh, is he on there?
Well.
Oh, this is big.
You absolutely hate to see that.
Yeah,
Well,
this
okay,
is-
no, listen. There's two sections of Team Greats. There's the players that are Eagles that made the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's not Hugh Douglas.
No.
But then there's
I
the
am in the Hall of
Philadelphia
Fame,
Eagles
though.
Hall of Fame, and you were on that list.
Yeah.
You have to credit Hugh Douglas.
Yeah.
Are we going to start parsing the Eagles Hall of Fame that who is actually
Well,
Eagles
I mean,
great or not?
but technically, I am in Canton. I mean, I'm in the Black College Hall of Fame, which is in Canton. So I mean, I'm there. But I mean, I get it.
Yep.
I mean, and I know
I'm voting Hugh as an Eagles great.
I mean, I appreciate it. But I know the camera is a literal thinker. So
Yeah, I think he's a sort of loser more than that.
And that too. And he got his comeuppance. He got me back because I was calling the man.
Yeah,
pregnant
you
on
did
there.
multiple times. TK chimed in, said very disrespectful question.
What?
Appreciate you, TK.
That's the point.
Appreciate you.
I know you guys say Joe's literal, and I think you're right. Let me flip it around, though. If Joe had answered the question correctly and just guessed Hugh Douglas, would he have then responded and said, well, I don't think Hugh's actually great, or would he have just moved on?
He probably wouldn't have.
Well, see, I think the only reason he took a
probably
shot
would.
at you is to deflect from his
well,
loss.
Well,
True.
it was a perfect storm for him.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, I had been taking shots at him for the last couple of weeks, and he finally got me back.
Now, I am voting that you are an Eagles great.
Well,
now,
I appreciate you.
But I am a
Hold
little
on.
conflicted
Let me
because we
go
have
vote
taken
no.
sacks away from you since this show
He
has started.
said he's been
You used to be greater. You're not quite as great.
Yeah,
now.
I'm a talk show host now. I like being known as WIP talk show host.
Well, your most famous thing on Google AI is
your take.
is
It's
the
my
defense
take.
is a low
Listen,
grade.
man, but see,
That
I've
does
been,
hurt you in
That's
this
not
debate.
Eagles great territory.
But no, but you know what's
It
funny?
hurts, actually.
But you know what's funny? I've been preparing for this for like 10 years because when I was in Atlanta, nobody knew that I played. Like they had a hinkling that I played, but I was the radio guy.
Oh, it's like the kid I met this morning.
Yeah, he was like, he's the radio guy. So I'm the radio guy.
So
now.
I
I
might-
transitioned.
I might have to put Justin on the
I
spot
transitioned.
here. We might need to find Hugh's greatest moment as an Eagle when he sacked Sean King in the
Yes.
2000 wild card
I
game.
mean, I did get the party started for the playoff runs that we've been on.
That's one of your best moments.
I mean,
That
I did get the party
That
started.
or the Jim Miller. I mean, you had great Eagles moments for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, and like John Madden with just an all-time legendary call on it. So, I mean, if we can end up dialing that one up,
yeah,
then we got to play it at some
I
point.
mean,
Yeah, Justin wasn't ready for that. He went.
You got it?
I think he is
He
ready.
got it.
King drops the throw.
There we go.
Justin.
And it's hit just as he let the ball go, or did he let it go? This might be the Eagles' ball. I think it is. I'll tell you, Hugh Douglas came from that backside and really unloaded on Sean King.
He just wanted a cheap laugh.
Yeah, we did.
He just wanted a cheap.
No, I think it's a good point though.
Good pull,
you got
Justin.
the party started. I mean,
Good pull, Justin.
in
Justin is my video game guy, though. And thank you, Justin, for the BattleNet thing. I got on BattleNet, was playing StarCraft last night.
Yeah.
So
Way
I'm
to,
doing
way to
the-
find that quick. It's good stuff.
That's good job.
Yeah,
All right,
look at Justin
215-592-9494. All right, we got a lot to talk about here. Are you worried about the Eagles' schedule? Is Hugh Douglas actually an Eagles great? I'm excited to see where the voting goes today.
I already know this is going to go.
No, I think you're going to get support.
I voted no.
Well,
Kyle, if you voted yes, I would have been hurt.
I
if
think
you
you're going to get
voted-
support because this is not just a vote for Hugh; it's a vote against the camera.
Is that what it is?
I think that actually will help you. And of course, what competitions do the WIP shows compete against each other in? 215-592-9494. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Jazz is in Philly. Jazz is on WIP. Hey, Jazz.
How you doing, guys?
Good,
What's
Jazz.
up,
What's up?
First of all, Harvey Slater and Hugh Douglas. You thought
Yeah, your phone.
the Eagles
Yeah,
great.
foes.
Harvey,
Let's put you on hold there, Jazz. We'll get you back up. All right, Jeff in Wilmington, who we had phone issues with a little while ago. He's back up for take two. Jeff?
yes, he was an Eagle great. And he was.
I thought you would say that.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No, and Hugh's sitting there taking it like a man. Just hit me. I don't care. Like,
No,
I know where
dude,
I'm
listen. I know my coworkers. I don't take them serious, man. I get ridiculed on this
No.
show every day. And Joe the camera, to be fair, I've been taking shots at Joe since for
You
years,
have.
and he hasn't shot back yet.
Yeah,
so
you
he
did call him
got one.
pregnant
Yeah.
multiple times.
Yes, I did.
That's rough.
You have. Okay, so the Eagles point. So this is you were saying most people don't come with any substance. Well, this is what I'm thinking. Last year at the beginning of the season, the defense was not all that great. It took some time to come together. Mainly it was because of their head coach and the confidence they had in these young players that ultimately got going by game 4, 5, or 6. And I'm going to go with that same theme this year because we got some new faces, some young guys.
Well, that could happen, Jeff. And here's the hope. The hope is, for me, if it takes them a month, that they can get through that first month at no worse than 2-2 again, right?
Right.
I'll take that. If they get through the first month 2-2, and then we get the Giants twice in October, we get McCarthy, the first-year quarterback for the Vikings in October, we should get rolling a little bit that second month.
Yeah, and like I said yesterday, it's more about the logistics of the schedule, of where they play and when they play, not as much who they play. Because I have confidence in our offense. Jalen, the offensive line, the running backs, I don't have any. I can't really go against that. I mean, they proved to us that they could do it in the big games and against some big quarterbacks all year last year. And yes, they have more big quarterbacks to play this year, but until they have to prove it to me that they can't do it. Is where I'm at. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and here's the thing.
Here.
Even if their defense gives up more points, which I think they will, just because they're going to play better quarterbacks and they lost a lot of guys, the offense is good enough to make up for it. I mean, that's why they paid all these guys. It's all the defense, a luxury, necessity thing.
It holds weight.
Yeah, they paid these receivers and this quarterback to score some points. All right, Jeff, give us a competition you think the WIP show should compete against each other in.
I couldn't come up with anything because Will took. No, hold on. Will took my answer. First thing I came up with was tug of war because Hugh was the classic anchor guy. Joe, you got that wiry strength. You're running. I don't know if Kyle could just be a rope holder.
There.
I don't really know. I don't know about Kyle's physical fitness. But I know that Hugh is stronger than Ike, and he's stronger than John Ritchie. So.
Yeah, John Ritchie did kind of like John Ritchie's deflated.
Like a balloon. Yeah.
His son Joe is bigger than John.
I know. We met him
Joe,
the other day.
Shout out to Big League Joe.
Jeff, good phone call. I did have a Hugh moment there. I stumbled over all my words.
It happens, man. When you got, it happens. I can't believe the camera took a shot. Well, I can't believe it.
Oh, it's really hitting you now.
No, it's about time. I'm not. Nah. He needed to take a shot because I was firing salvos at him quite a bit.
Yeah, but the most disrespectful thing to me was when he said you're a great with a lowercase g. It's like, I guess you're a great. I guess, but not really.
But seriously though, do you expect any other response from Joe DeCamera after he lost?
Joe
DeCamera, he was going to be. Yeah, he was going to be petty.
Yeah, he's super petty.
Well, he tried to, and it worked, right? We're not talking much about Joe's loss and beat the hammer.
We're talking about this. We're all petty. It's just different levels of petty.
What trimester did you say he was again?
Third. He's in the third trimester.
Ooh, that's rough. You know what? I got to tell you though, I'm a little bit. I feel a little bit bad in this poll for you. 33% are saying you're not an actual Eagles great.
Because I knew that was going to happen.
But that's rough.
Well, no, it's not.
It is.
It's okay.
You're in the Eagles Hall of Fame.
This is opinion based.
You did get this though. The amount of disrespect on Hugh is ridiculous.
It is.
No, man, I'm not.
You're in the Eagles Hall of Fame.
I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that. Because you know what?
If this poll gets to 50-50, we're going to have.
You know what?
It's wrong.
You know what? I would say to all those people right now that are voting that I'm not a Hall of Famer, go to Canton. When you go see, whenever Jason Kelsey goes in, go to that black college side of the building where they got all the black college Hall of Famers and look for Hugh Douglas over there because he's over there.
Well, so the camera did apparently walk it back though, right?
Yeah, so do we have a little bit more here from the camera? Let's hear Joe trying to walk this back a little bit. I mean, the damage is done, in my opinion, but here's Joe.
Is he going to kill me on Monday?
I hope so.
He might actually.
I was just going to say, are you scared to be in the same area as him now?
A little scared.
Yeah.
And I love you. I mean, when he climbed up the back of Sean King, when he took Jim Miller and said, "Hey, Jim Miller's shoulder, meet the ground."
You can't do that.
Wow.
That's quite a way to describe the Sean King
climbed
sack.
up his back there, right?
Yeah. He didn't make it any better. See, I know what Joe's doing. He's subtly still taking shots at me when he's trying to walk it back. Yeah. That's just what it is, man. This is the world that we live in now. He's not a direct shot taker. He's doing it around. He's doing it in a roundabout
Well,
way.
he was a soft shot. Like, is he really great?
Yeah.
If you're not an Eagles great, we have to rethink the Eagles Hall of Fame. We're putting non-great Eagles in the Eagles Hall of Fame?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, we need to change the standards if that's
It's ridiculous.
Let's go to Let's go try to go to Jazz again in Phillies. He's got that phone cleared up. What's up, Jazz?
How you guys doing?
Okay. Good, Jazz. What's up?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just telling all the haters out there, why are we slandering Hugh Douglas? He's definitely Eagles great. 100% Eagles great, you know.
Because
the cameras.
Because you know what it is? Because it's funny. It's funny.
Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah,
I will give you that. It is funny.
It's funny.
Yeah, I don't understand. But regarding the Eagles schedule, I think we start 2-2. You know, Chiefs and Cowboys, I think we beat them. But I'm a little worried for the Rams and Buccaneers. Rams defense was a little scary last game. I was at home watching the snow game, like kind of worried. I was like, oh, we probably about to go home or something like that. But yeah,
Jazz, that was by far the one I was the most scared of the whole playoffs, and it was the one where they really had a chance to lose. Like I never thought they were going to lose at any point of the Packer game. I really never thought the Commanders game was in jeopardy, though it got kind of close before halftime. And I never, obviously the Chiefs game, they just blew them out. But like that Rams game, when Stafford had the ball in the last possession, I was like, oh no, like this might be it.
Yeah, I was scared for sure. Yeah, but I think the first 4 games we go 2-2, and then I'm worried about the Buccaneers because every time we play the Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield does some crazy stuff, and also they have a good spread offense, so I'm a little worried for that, especially with the newer DBs. But you know, I think after we start 2-2, we'll handle adversity well, and we'll probably be 12-5 this year, honestly. Realistically.
A lot of people have that number. Hugh had that yesterday.
Yeah,
All right,
that's the number I got.
Jazz, what's a competition you want to see the different shows here compete against each other in?
I don't know how physically fit you guys are, but I'll say like a 4x1 relay race, something like that.
That would be fun. It would be fun. It'd be some people that have some heart palpitations, no question about it.
Yeah, hopefully all the hearts keep beating. That's really the important part.
I can't pick them up and put them down like I used to, but I can give it the old college. I can beat some of these cats we're running against, though.
Don't count on me in any of these.
But it's only 3 of us, so we need another leg.
Well, it's a relay. We need you to at least do your job, finish the race.
Like we would probably put you on the straightaway.
Okay.
Well, but here's the thing: every show
you lead off.
Every show has someone who's going to drag the whole crew group down.
Okay,
right?
let's start naming them.
Well,
he said, "Let's start naming them."
I mean, Joe in the morning,
of course, the groin.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, and Spike's just a year or so off of hip surgery.
Sure. Okay.
Spike ain't running fast.
That's what I mean. Like
Spike
used to run. I don't know if he can anymore. I mean,
Ike doesn't work out, but Ike might be a problem.
No, Ike still looks like he can move around.
Well, but now hold on, because now this makes me feel worse because I don't have any debilitating injuries. And you're comparing me to a guy with a hip replacement.
What's Joe's debilitating?
He's got the groin.
Oh, come on. He's fine.
Debilitating.
Well, I mean, you're the one putting yourself down. I think you could beat DeCamera in a relay race.
Oh, okay. DeCamera, sure.
Yeah. What's that?
That's thunder.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
Are you afraid of thunder?
Hey, dog. You see that? The water rising too, Joe. Look. You don't see that?
Hugh, we're fine.
Eagles great is going out the window.
I'm just saying, dog. I heard thunder, dog.
Let's just get on the record here. Are you afraid of the rain?
I ain't afraid of the rain, but I'm afraid of the thunder.
We're underneath. We're enclosed.
And the water look like it's rising.
Well, the rain can hurt you more than the thunder.
I got my J's on too, man. I ain't trying to mess up my J's.
We're fine. It's dry in here. There's no worries.
I want my J's.
Boy, those people outside, they look uncomfortable.
I'll keep an eye on the river for you.
Yeah. We took a picture by the river about 20 minutes ago, and he was like
shaking in his boots,
looking over his shoulder for any gators jumping out of the school.
Yeah, gators. There's gators in Baltimore, man. What you talking about?
That's not confirmed.
I'm gonna go see.
That was a log, Hugh. That was a log. All right, 215-592-9494. That's how you hop board. We got a lot to do today. We are live today from the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Coming up at 12, we'll be joined by Scott Fransky of Fransky Friday. Your phone calls here on a Tri-Day Friday. And we need your opinion on this. I mean, Joe DeCamera took shots this morning, said Hugh Douglas not actually an Eagles great. Said he's more of a great with a lowercase g. Is Hugh actually an Eagles great? And the schedule. Are you worried? Are coming up on the other side. We already got the Cowboys talking trash for week 1 of the season. We'll have that for you next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A private pitching lesson with Zach Wheeler. Hit Schwar bombs at the yard with Kyle. And a behind-the-scenes tour of Citizens Bank Park. Game plus dinner with the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. And more. To benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on a winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. MLB trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door with a house of windows. Visit windownation.com.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The big box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders. Nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Tax extra.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guarantee for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees local price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like tax and fee supply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Get ready for a double play of excitement at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Catch every pitch, every hit, every home run live on their 75-foot wall of TVs. Every Wednesday when your home baseball team plays, Cheerleaders is bringing you the same unbeatable specials. $5 Miller Lights, or grab their legendary deal, a Miller Lite and 2 hot dogs for just $10. Cheerleaders Philadelphia, where the game meets the party. Your late night destination awaits. Come see the girls at Cheerleaders, open until 2 a.m.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month, or YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more.
The
24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
61 overnight, tomorrow high 76, possibility of rain.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. We're live from the Snowsbury Cup Regatta presented by your local Tri-State Toyota dealers. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, and Kyle Quinn with us. Hugh says the river is rising. I think we're good.
It's not rising.
But it is raining. It is raining out there. This is the largest high school regatta in the country. Come check out the Toyota experience in Snowsbury Village. Wind donation also with us. I think this storm is going to pass through quickly. It's going to be a fun day, and we're excited to be here. 215-592-9490. All right. Are you worried about the Eagles' schedule? I am. Hugh's put on a brave face today. He says he's not, but I am concerned about the schedule. Kyle's with me. Where do you come down? And, of course, really the big question today is Hugh Douglas actually an Eagles great? Joe DeCamera this morning slandering Hugh Douglas by saying he was, if he was an Eagles great, it's with a lowercase g. Where do you come down on Hugh's greatness? All right, before we go back to the phones, we got to play this. So, we talked earlier this week about the Cowboys being the opener, and it wasn't what we expected. It was like, all right, we get to raise the banner in front of Jerry Jones, which is cool, but it didn't have the same buzz, Hugh, as a Lions game or a Chiefs game. Well, the Chiefs couldn't be, but Lions are a home game and Rams are a home game. We were thinking maybe one of those would have been the opener. The Commanders, a home game. We didn't get that. We got the Cowboys in week number 1. Eagles are big favorites in the game, but it's going to be the kind of fun we're used to, including – are we already getting trash talk from the Cowboys? Listen to this. I believe we got C.D. Lamb here. C.D. Lamb talking a little trash months before the opener.
And I'm sorry, that Quintamino Bay don't last over here, man. That dead.
What is that?
That's what they call Quinyon Mitchell.
What?
You guys are right here. They said Guantanamo Bay. That's where they said you headed. Wow. I said, they crazy. Y'all ever seen Prison Break?
Stop the cap.
Ever seen Prison Break?
My captain can't.
They said, now they drag. I think Eagles fans in here.
I don't care. Who's in here?
They talking about you going to Guantanamo Bay. Guantanamo Bay.
All right, so I ain't never been locked down on any island.
Was that Goofy Parsons with him? Is that who that was?
Yes, it sounded like it was.
Yeah, it was.
You can tell. Talks like an airhead.
I mean, those two giggle a lot for guys that don't win anything.
I agree. I think it's good for the rivalry, though.
It's fun, yeah.
No, I mean, I was thinking when he was talking, because I saw it, but I didn't listen to it, because I guess they were on a golf course or whatever,
okay.
And they had their little the Dallas gear on or whatever, and I was like, whatever. You got beat twice. Dak's coming back, but your team's a mess. Your owner doesn't know what he's doing. But it's great for the rivalry. It's great that you're talking trash for the rivalry. And it's great bulletin board material right out the gate. I mean, that's what they're doing. I mean, this game right now, Eagles fans, I would venture to say, because we got so much other stuff going on, I mean, it's not a big deal now. But as we get closer to this game and the chirping, oh man, it's gonna be ramped up. It doesn't have that cachet for us now because we got all this other stuff going on.
Yes.
But boy, when I tell you, when it gets closer to that Dallas week, when the week season's about to start,
it's Dallas summer.
Oh yeah,
it's Dallas August.
Oh, for sure. It's going to change everything.
So
let them keep talking.
One, it's going to be a huge game because I consider it a must-win. I mean, they cannot lose that game before having to go to Kansas City week 2. Second thing, did I hear CD say, like, laughing at the idea of getting shut down against Quignon?
Oh, you sure did.
So last year, he didn't play in the second game, right? They had shut him down for the season right before then. But he did play in the first game, the first Eagles-Cowboys game in Dallas last year, 34-6, Eagles won. In that game last year, CeeDee Lamb had 21 receiving yards. What is he talking about? He did get shut down.
He don't know what shut down means. That's what I'm saying. They live in an alternate universe, alternate realities. That's what some people do, and he's one of them. I mean, I'm all for it if that's the reality that you want to be in, that you never got shut down. But the reality that everybody else is in, you got 21 yards in that last game.
It's by far the fewest yards he had in any game last year.
Well, hold on. If you take away the scoreboard in that game, it was actually
that was that nonsense.
If you don't look at his stats, he did not get shut down last year. All right, so we know we get Eagles-Cowboys week 1, and we were questioning earlier this week, why is that the spot? Well, this is interesting. Mike North, he did his NFL scheduling, and he was on Ross Tucker's podcast. Listen to the reasoning behind why we do get Eagles-Cowboys in week 1.
There were a lot of good options. We looked at Denver, we looked at Washington, we looked at Detroit. All would have been great. Rams would have been good. What it came down to, honestly, on Dallas was these last couple of years, it feels like the fans haven't gotten full value, really, out of Cowboys-Eagles. That's one of the top, 5 games of the year, every year when we go into it, thinking about these 2 Cowboys-Eagles games. And so it's usually kind of one early and one late. Well, these last couple of years, that one late hasn't really panned out the way we'd all hoped, whether it was somebody had quarterback injury or records were a little disappointing, or heck, we had a year where the Eagles had a playoff spot clinched, and by the time they got to the Cowboys game. So thinking about getting one of those in early, can't get any earlier than week 1. Both teams undefeated, Dak coming back, new coach, and the Eagles fans are probably pretty excited about hanging a banner in front of the Cowboys. So it felt like a really good opportunity and a chance to go really big in maybe a window we don't usually go really big. But I think that's a consistent theme throughout the whole schedule.
Got to get the people what they want, Joe.
So when he laid out the logic, I get it. I think since Hurts became the Eagles quarterback, there's been 9 Eagles-Cowboys games, and it's only been Dak against Hurts 3 times. He mentioned
you mentioned that earlier in the week.
I think he mentioned one time someone had something clinched, so they sat their guy, right? And then there's been injuries. So in week 1, I get it, Hugh. It's the best chance to get Dak versus Hurts. No one's probably going to be hurt, through the summer, hopefully. So I get what they're trying to do. It's just weird that it's week 1.
Yeah, and it doesn't have that much cachet when you talk about all the other games. Well, initially, it doesn't have a cachet because we were thinking Detroit.
Yeah, or the Rams.
Or the Rams, or maybe even Kansas City.
Yep.
To start the season, but that is not the case. It's the Dallas Cowboys. And like I said, as we get closer to this game, it'll get more exciting. But right now, everybody's just like,
well, the more Cowboys. Times they put a microphone in front of CeeDee Lamb and
well, see, that's what it is. They have to do the talking because they're punching up. Like, we don't have to punch down in this situation. They're trying to punch up.
Well, and they'll say something silly. I mean, especially Parts. All right, 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. Are you worried about the Eagles' schedule? And I got to check in here on the poll. Is Hugh Douglas actually an Eagles grade? I think you're getting more support than you expected here. Well, it's actually 67-33. But you're getting nice comments. All right, let's go to Bam in Upper Darby. Bam, how we doing?
What's up? What's up, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
Hey, Bam. What's up?
Not much. Hey, Hugh, you are great. You know why? Because I met you, and you signed my hoodie, bro.
Appreciate you, Bam.
And I got your jersey tatted on my shoulder. I told you that. So you are great.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, man.
Yep.
You didn't say you were a great player, but you did sign a hoodie.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care what the camera says. He's gonna go down against Jack Fritz too.
Is that happens?
Oh, I think he will. If they actually compete. I haven't heard them talk about it as much lately. I'm afraid they're both chickening out. But yeah, Jack will definitely beat him if they compete.
Yep. But I like this schedule, man. And I'm telling you, you want to hear my predictions on this schedule?
What you got?
Yeah.
All right. I was telling Justin back there, I said we're going to go 3-1 the first 4 games, right?
Woo. It's a good
We're gonna
start
go
against the schedule.
Listen, I'm predicting 16-1, bro.
16-1.
16. Who's
Yeah.
the one lost to? I'm curious.
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
Because you
That's
know
a nice-
we
that's a
always
nice run.
they always give us a run for our money. Tampa always gives us a run for our money.
Well,
Yep.
they always beat us, is what they do. Yeah, especially down there in Tampa. Bam, appreciate the call. How about that? You signed his hoodie, calls you great. So you're bribing people now.
Well, I guess
Sell
if
out
that's the
Bam.
way you want to talk about.
I also like how just like calm Bam was of just predicting 16-1. Actually, you know what? Thought about it. They're one of the greatest teams ever. 16-1.
He did say the Phillies would win 127 games last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
He
he,
was
he
right there
tends
with
to
him,
get
though.
out of control.
Yeah. Optimism. Optimism.
Is that optimism?
No.
Yeah.
No.
The blind faith. A little bit.
There we go.
Where's the line between optimism and delusion? Do we cross it here?
Living your truth, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
Speaking of truth, I was watching a video of some of the NBA draft prospects.
Yes.
And they were talking about who the best player in the NBA is right now. And one of the kids said, James Harden. If I was running a team, he'd be off my draft board immediately. Can't draft him.
Yeah. I mean, but to some, it probably his game, probably want to pattern his game after mid.
No, but he's not the best player. That's just lying to people, Hugh. You can't do that.
No, yeah.
All right. Demond is in Delco, and Demond wants to say the Hugh's out of his mind. So that gets you right up on it. What's up, Demond?
I mean, he uses the ability, but here's the thing, though. If Pop, yo, they got me.
Yeah, you on the phone with us now, Demond. What you doing?
Oh, man, what's up, y'all?
What's up?
Hey, man, I'm sorry, brothers. Listen, I got y'all here, man. We talking about the schedule, right?
Yep.
So, the first 3 games, Hugh, you were talking about 1 and 3. What you saying, bro?
He called 1 and 3.
Unbelievable.
What you mean? What I'm saying?
Such a hater.
I'm trying to figure it out. Hugh, 1 and 3.
Okay, but calm down. Because
the only team I'm scared of, I ain't even scared of them. I just know they play us tough, and that's the Bucks for the first 6 games. The rest of them dudes.
That's right, Hugh.
I think Hugh's going to explain it, but he's shivering.
No,
he's so
no,
scared.
I'm going to let Demond calls, ask the
Let me-
question, and then he proceeds to talk what I'm trying to talk. So the floor is yours,
Keep
bro.
going,
You got
Demond.
it.
Yep.
Okay, all right, Hugh, one more thing, and then I'll let you get in. Hugh, think about last year. We had Saquon, right? It was the first year. It was just now jealous. So now as the season progressed, we learned how to play together. We learned how to gel together. And these boys just want to chip. I believe nobody this year is going to be able to stop Saquon and them boys. I just don't think. I think they're going to hurt our own selves. That's all I'm saying. So the first 3 games, let me know what you're saying now, Hugh.
Yep.
Damn it, Demond, you didn't talk so long. I forgot what I was about to say.
You got him, Demond. Cornered him and you got him.
First of all, Demond, first of all,
Demond wins.
Calm down, first of all. Second of all,
Point, Demond.
That was last year. You know, do you know just because you played last year doesn't mean you're going to have the same year that you had the next year. You got to work towards that. And the Eagles historically start slow. We're still trying to figure who is the starting corner since Slay left. Who's the starting corner?
Ringo. I take Ringo, and let me tell you why. Every time he came in,
definitely. So you taking Ringo against the receiving core of the Kansas City Chiefs, not knowing, never seeing him play before, right? Or Matthew Stafford.
I've seen Ringo play. Listen, we've seen Ringo play, dude. Every time he went out last year, who came in and helped him out?
How many snaps did he get last year?
Okay, Demond.
I got to look up his snap count.
How many snaps did you see him play where you felt comfortable with him being the starter, even though the Eagles didn't make him the starter?
Well, I've never seen – check this out. I'm going to tell you like this. I've never seen no plays from Quinyon Mitchell, and I felt comfortable about him. Because of everything was coming along with him. I felt comfortable about that. Now, Ringo, I've seen him play.
He was the first round
draft
pick.
Man.
He was the top corner in his draft.
He was the first.
I get it. But I also seen Ringo play. He came in, knocked down a couple balls and everything when he was coming at him.
In a small sampling size, right?
Now we get a bigger size, Hugh. And we got Quinyon and Cooper to help him out, man. All they gonna do is gel in, man. Listen, and that's only one corner you're talking about. What about the rest of the team?
He played 11% of the snaps last year.
11%. So from 11% of the snaps, you're comfortable
to like 90
putting him out there.
No, we've seen Bryce Huff play too. Worked out great.
No, that did not.
See, Demond, I love your passion, but I can't talk to you because you're not being realistic about what's going on. You're giving me hopes and maybes.
I'm being realistic, Hugh. Did you watch our team last year, Dale, man?
How are you being?
Did we come together in jail? Hugh?
DeMond.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Jail. What we do in jail?
Did they come together in jail last year? He wants to know.
Oh, I thought when you said jail, I was thinking about something else.
What else are you thinking about?
I was
Like hair
thinking
gel?
Wait a minute. I don't know what. No, he meant jail like come together. But no,
Yeah,
DeMond.
I know, but what other gel?
DeMond.
Yes,
You do understand that we lost like 7 players on the defensive side of the ball, right?
It's about
Yes, I
time
do
someone acknowledged
understand
that.
that.
I've been trying to say
You
this
do
for 3
understand
months.
that.
Everyone yells at me.
And DeMond, when I ask you, okay, you're talking about right out the gate that this team is going to be what it was last year. Tell me, how do you figure that to be the case? When
Okay.
every year it stands on its own.
Absolutely.
How do you figure
But
that
what
to be
I'm
the
saying,
case?
absolutely, Hugh, but what I'm saying to you is this. Based upon how we ended the season last year, right? Of course, we lost some defensive players. I believe we picked up some good ones in the draft. The linebacker boy, he might come in and start. I don't know nothing about my man.
Yeah, I got you.
Listen to action. But as far as the offense, my main thing was the offense. You saying defense. I know defense, you said last year, didn't really matter until you admitted it didn't matter in the Super Bowl at the end. But I'm talking about the offense right now. We don't have no missing pieces. Who can stop us, Hugh? Who can stop us?
Okay, DeMond, I'm going to ask you this question. You said that the way they ended last year, right?
Uh-huh.
They went to the Super. What about the year that they ended before that when they lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Did you think they were going to the Super Bowl when they had the start that they had last year?
Because listen, I watched my team, Hugh. I watched them. I seen what they were doing.
DeMond, I watched the team too. And I'm trying to tell you, just from that same little piece of information that you gave me about how they ended the year, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to begin the year like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is a new team.
But tell me this, Hugh. Hugh, I understand that. Now tell me this.
I'm trying to tell you, but
which one of them teams improved so much that you're scared of them right now? Which one of them improved so much?
The Rams improved.
Yeah, they did.
The Kansas City Chiefs improved. The Kansas City Chiefs improved. What did the Chiefs? What was the big?
Hold on, they're going to have Rasheed Rice back to add to Worthy, and they got a new tackle.
Come on, man. See, this
they
is
got
why.
all that and can't protect Patrick Mahomes. He's talking about wide
They couldn't
receivers.
protect him last. DeMond. Okay, now see, this is why. Like, I love you to death, bro, but this is why it's difficult to talk to fans about football. Because do you really think that the Kansas City Chiefs, what happened to their quarterback last year, that they're going to go into another season and let him get assaulted like that?
No.
They fired the offensive lineman. Man, what are you talking about?
You're right, Hugh. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying against us. They have
What
no
you mean
choice.
against
But
us?
DeMond, to be fair,
DeMond, that's why they got fired, because of us.
Yeah, but DeMond, to be fair, it's not the same us that beat him up in the Super Bowl. We don't have Josh Sweat. We don't have Milton Williams. Like, we're expecting a lot out of guys.
JC. You got JC. JC was a powerhouse.
Hold on. Every time this comes up, I have to point this out. DeMond, good phone call.
Not really.
That was a good call.
Not really. I like DeMond. I love you, man.
DeMond.
But it's, you got to listen.
Can
to
I
what's
point
being
this
said,
out?
man.
I had fun.
I
did
know
too.
you did.
This comes up a lot. Like, it doesn't matter who we lose. We have Jalen Carter. I love Jalen Carter. He's a great player. He looks like the kind of player that will be remembered as an Eagles great, the way some people think Hugh Douglas is. Some, of course, on the morning show.
He definitely is Eagle great.
Well, he looks like he's on his way. He was here 2 years ago when the defense stunk. It's not just him. He can't do it all by himself. He needs guys around him that can, like, when he gets double-teamed, someone's got to take advantage of it. And I hope Nolan Smith, and I really like Nolan Smith, I hope Jalix Hunt, who came on at the end, I hope they're ready to roll. But, like, to pretend we're the same pass rush we were when we walked off the field in the Super Bowl, we're not.
And nobody, the teams, and see, this is the thing. This is what makes it hard to talk to fans about football sometimes, because you're basing everything off of what happened last year. And I can tell you to a man that everything changes every year. The fact that the Kansas City Chiefs had trouble protecting the court. What did they do the last time they had trouble protecting Patrick Mahomes?
Fixed the O-line
when they lost the Super Bowl.
They won 2 Super Bowls.
They went and got some protection for their quarterback. So to sit there and think that the same game plan that you used last year that's going to be effective is going to be effective this year, it's ridiculous. You can't think that way. Every team is getting better. Every team that we played at the beginning of the season lost to us, except for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yep. And they're looking for ways to counter that loss. That's what every team does. I remember when we used to lose to the Giants, when we went to OTAs, first couple of practices, okay, these are the plays we got beat on against the Giants. We would go over those plays and make sure that we knew what to do in certain situations. Every team does this. So to sit here and say, oh, because we beat them last year, that's ridiculous. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to beat them this year.
Well, it just makes it harder. I think just use the Chiefs. How many teams beat them over and over again? Like the
and
same
then
team?
beat the brakes off of them the way that we did.
It makes
so for you to sit here and say, oh, because we beat them up in the Super Bowl, we're going to do it. No, it don't work like that. It does not work like that. It don't work like that in life.
Well, that's why I'm worried. See, now you're making me more worried. Becca's in Williamstown. Hey, Becca.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Becca. What's up?
So I had a few points that I wanted to make. First of all, Hugh Douglas, you are a great.
There we go.
I
Douglas is a great. The camera doesn't know what he's talking about, Becca.
I grew up watching you with my mom. So, yeah, hats off to you, man. Don't listen to what they're saying.
Oh, I'm not. They don't bother
Ignored
me.
the cameras, what she's saying. And
second of all, I want to agree with you also, Hugh. I'm not terrified of the schedule. It's going to be hard. Our opponents are good, but we're better. Even with losing, all these players on our defense, I have faith in Jeff Statland, Vic Fangio. They're going to develop these players, and we're going to be good. I had said, sorry, I'm a little nervous. I had said on
Take your
the
time.
morning
Take
show.
your time.
We're good.
It's all good.
You're good. No worries.
I had said yesterday on the morning show when I called in that I was fully confident that we could potentially go 14-3. And it wasn't like a dismissive thing that Richie and Joe DeCamera had said. They're like, oh, no, oh, wow, I'd be surprised. But then Elliot Shore-Parks this morning is like, oh, well, I think they could be 12 wins, next season, but I wouldn't be surprised if they went 14 as well. And I have to tell you, when I heard that, I felt so validated. I'm like, I'm not just some girl calling in, throwing numbers out for a record, So I got really excited. I'm sorry?
So Elliot made you feel better, Elliot's prediction?
Yes, Elliot made me feel so much better because he was like, I could totally see them going 14-3. Like, we have faced adversity before. And
Becca, so I think it's going to be challenging to get to be that good. I think it's more like 11. But if you do look through it, they are favored, and it'll change. But they're favored right now, I think, in 15 of the games, either 14 or 15. So, I mean,
and I'm not
games,
delusional. I know how hard it is to repeat in a Super Bowl, especially, let me tell you, after the 2023 season, completely devastated me. I went into every week, basically every season, expecting them to lose so I can manage my expectations because of how they were when I grew up. No offense, too. But, they faced adversity like this before. And at the beginning of the season, when they went 2-2, I'm like, oh, here we go. Just a repeat of last year. I was expecting them to go 9-7 last season. I had no idea, any of us had an idea, that they were going to end up winning the friggin' Super Bowl. So
and then that happens, and every year is different, and you go into a certain feeling, and then it changes. Becca, we appreciate the phone call. How about Elliot making people feel better here?
That's whatever helps you sleep at night.
All right, I know we got Scott coming up, but I got to take this call right now. Yeah. Jamal in Willow Grove says he was nuts. All right, Jamal in Willow Grove.
Hey, guys. What's up, guys?
What's up?
Jamal,
I do want to start off by saying I do believe he was the Eagles great. I do, personally. One of my core Eagles defensive memories is him ringing Sean King, the quarterback for the Bucs. Sean King, I believe, ringing his bell.
Climbs all over his back.
I feel like I'm being set up for the letdown.
Oh, come on, Gray Area Hugh. Don't act like that. So you did say that defense doesn't matter, and then you're sweating bullets over.
Wait a minute, hold on, Jamal. Wait a minute. If we gonna quote me, Jamal, quote me right. Defense is not it's a luxury, not a necessity. That's what I said.
Oh, you did say that, but then you were just sweating
bullets
about Keely Ringo, though.
What happened?
You were just sweating bullets about Keely Ringo. You said
he's
who's
got
going to
you.
start. You did say that.
Wait a minute. Okay, what did I say, Jamal? I said, who's going to start at?
He's saying you're nervous at corner, but defense.
You're nervous that Keely Ringo is starting, but defense isn't that important. Neither one of those makes sense. You kind of on both ends. This is why I call you Gray Area Hugh. because of stuff like that.
He's got you cornered.
First
Go
of
for
all,
the knockout, Jamal.
Great beard.
I do. Also, I think we're going to go 12-5, guys. I do. I think we're going to go 12-5 because we're going to.
But they're going to go 12
We're going to go 12-5. We're going to go 12-5. We're going to go 12-5. We're going 12-5. We could go 13-4, but we're probably going to sit that last Cowboys game again.
I love that. That's one of my favorite yearly predictions. Jamal, appreciate it.
I like how y'all just let Jamal talk when he let me respond.
Nah,
That's all right, Jamal. You
we
got
Scott
that.
Francis coming.
We're up against it.
One of my favorite yearly Eagles predictions is we're going to go this, but we'll probably sit our guys the last week.
You know what? Good call, Jamal.
It's the best. All right, 215-592-9490. We're coming up on the other side. We'll get all your phone calls up here. Are you worried about the Eagles' schedule? Is Hugh actually an Eagles great?
No.
Some on the morning show, and then here Kyle are saying no. We're up to almost like 35% of the votes are anti-Hugh on this. Amazing stuff. All right, 215-592-9490. We'll talk Phillies next with Scott Francis on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. The Keystone State Showdown is back this week, and then you can score bigger winnings for the big game with FanDuel, America's #1 sports, because when Pennsylvania Pride is on the line, FanDuel is giving customers a profit boost for tonight's Pirates versus Phillies matchup. You could ride with your side on who you think is going to win, which slugger is going to go yard, plus so much more. And if your bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. So don't miss your chance to make bragging rights even sweeter. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get in on all the MLB rivalry weekend action. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to claim your profit boost for the Keystone State Showdown. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club. With free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase. Appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase, May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed, on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome, with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Many people seem to find certain words more pleasing when spoken with a British accent, like squirrel, schedule, and strawberry. But some phrases sound more pleasing in any accent. For example, switch to T-Mobile's new experience plans and the price of your rate plan won't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Here's another pleasing phrase. With T-Mobile, families of 3 can save 20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Saving more with T-Mobile sounds very pleasing, don't you agree? Now let's hear it from the man who does the American voiceovers. Mr. T-Mobile voice.
T-Mobile's new experience plans. Families can save 20% today, and your price won't change tomorrow.
Nothing sounds more pleasing than T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee. We hope you've enjoyed this advertisement. Advertisement.
Guarantees monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings with 3 lines. 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Game 6 at the Garden. The pressure is all on the Knicks. Boston's limping in. No Jason Tatum. Roster seemingly held together with Ductman and Dayquil. New York is at full strength, but that's exactly what makes this dangerous. If Jalen Brunson doesn't get help, the Celtics don't need an invitation. They just need a crack. Let them force a Game 7, and suddenly all that Knicks momentum becomes a meltdown in the making. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Every Friday.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
It's Fransky Friday.
Simply amazing. That's right, it is a Fransky Friday here on the Midday Show. Of course, Scott's Call is sponsored by Morgan and Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, as the Phillies get set to open up a series tonight against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Scott, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Well, God, it's raining, the river's rising, and we're outside. But outside of that, I'm okay. I'm okay.
You need a life
Scott,
vest?
well, you know, it's like Joe keeps saying everything's going to be okay, but this river keep rising, man.
Scott, if you only hear my voice, Hugh is taking off. He's run for the hills.
It sounds like
okay,
he's
Scott,
a little nervous.
A little bit, yeah.
A little nervous.
Scared
but I'm glad we get to talk to you, take my mind off everything. So, Scott, I got to ask, is because you know how our show goes, you know, we kind of like to push the panic button a whole lot. Is it time to start worrying about Aaron Nola a little bit?
You know, I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of starts by Aaron Nola, and I've seen some ups and downs for sure. I don't know about panic button. I think, you know, obviously the Phillies have a rotation now that they didn't have, you know, 3-4 years ago when Nola was at the center of it. So I do think if you were a few years removed or a few years ago, you might be more worried. But yeah, I mean, you know, I'd like to see him figure it out. He wasn't very good the other day, and it was a real struggle for him. But I do have a lot of faith that he's a guy that's going to, really work hard and try to figure it out. And so I don't know that I'd push the panic button yet, but certainly you got to wonder about what's going on.
We're aware. We're not panicking, but we're aware that there might be something.
Yeah. I mean, there might be something. So he's got to figure it out for sure.
Scott, as we move forward here, Andrew Painter pitched again last night. I just keep looking at the calendar and wondering when he might arrive. I mean, they've said July-ish, and then what this looks like when he does, because they've already made one move here in the rotation, right? Taiwan out, Grainger in. Everyone's healthy right now. And I know these things sometimes take care of themselves. Someone gets hurt. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But, Scott, let's just play it out. July 4th, Andrew Painter, they think he's ready to roll. What do you think the options really are? I mean, is it a six-man rotation for a while? Do you think they would give someone a break? I wonder if Aaron Nola, if he continues to struggle, gets a break. I don't know what that's called. I mean, sometimes it feels like the Dodgers put people on the IL just to give him a break. But if Painter arrives soon, it feels like they'd have some options here, whether it is a break for Nola, six-man, just something different to kind of change the look of this rotation.
Yeah. I don't know what they'll do, honestly, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I don't think they would spend a lot of time in a six-man situation. I really don't. I mean, obviously, if your strength is guys like Wheeler and Luzardo, and you want them going every 5 days, so I think you kind of continue with that line of thinking. But somebody would have to go, and sometimes these things work themselves out. Sometimes he gets called up for a need reason, sometimes just because he's ready. But I don't know. They're going to have a tough choice to make. It's a good choice, but it's going to be a tough choice to make because I just don't see them doing a six-man rotation, for any real length of time. Maybe here and there, but not for any real length of time.
Scott, the other end of the spectrum with the starting rotation is Jesus Luzardo, who continues to dominate. I mean, I continue to be impressed every single time he is out there this season. He has been, honestly, probably one of the 5 best pitchers in the National League so far this season. And I'm starting to wonder now if they didn't just get a good pitcher, they may have gotten a guy that has the potential to be great here, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got a good pitcher, and sometimes it's on the player, but sometimes it's a combination of the player and the staff, and maybe the Phillies pitching folks can help unlock him to make him truly great. And I think he's on his way there, to be honest with you. I mean, the addition of the sweeper, I think, has really made him much, much tougher in general to have the 2 breaking balls. His fastball changeup combination has always been good. His slider is not bad. But the sweeper, I think, it adds another wrinkle that the more and more you see it, the more impressed you get. I think what you also see is that he's growing and learning better how to use it, when to use it, who to use it against, how to couple it with the other pitches that he has. So yeah, I think I loved the move at the time, and there's no reason not to love it even more every time you see him go to the mound.
Scott Fransky with us here, a Fransky Friday, as we are at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta here on this Friday. Phillies open a series tonight against the Pirates. Hugh, you're going to be all right.
No, I'm not.
Huge worried.
No,
well,
no, Scott.
Full disclosure, Scott, the area we're in has begun to flood.
Scott,
so
it just got real. It just got real.
We also found out, Scott, real life Titanic. I go down with the ship and Hugh gets in the lifeboat.
Hey, listen.
I sat there talking to Hugh and Hugh started walking away.
Hey, Scott, I just want to say, they think I'm crazy. They're going to start listening to me at some point. They're going to start listening at some point. I told them this could happen. I told you so.
As long as the afternoon show is ready to go a little bit earlier, if you guys have to clear out.
They better get ready, because we about to start swimming in about 2 seconds.
I think we're going to be okay. I think we're going to be all right.
I don't know.
Well, we're going to – well, I'm going down with the ship, Hugh. We got a show to do. All right, Scott. Tonight the Pirates come in, and then next week a trip to Colorado and Oakland. I almost said Oakland, an A's team that is a little more, I guess, competitive than they have been in years past. But, Scott, this feels like a part of the schedule where they should play well and hopefully rack up some wins here. I mean, Pirates and Rockies the next 7 games. This feels like an opportunity here to get some wins.
It does feel like an opportunity. I mean, sometimes that can be a little bit scary, right? If everybody thinks when you're supposed to win. And I don't think the players take any of that for granted. I mean, I do think the players tend to believe that, the next game on the schedule is the hardest game they got. So hopefully they keep that mindset and not take anything for granted here, because again, if you let one slip away the first couple of days and you're staring at somebody like Paul Skeens on Sunday, he's obviously got the ability to shut anybody down. So, I don't think it's a situation where you can take anything for granted, but it does feel like a part of the schedule where they can maybe make some hay.
Scott, I'm curious, in your estimation, how you think the Phillies...
It's okay.
Scott, it's not okay. Scott. Hey, my partner's being a real trooper about this. Me, not so much. It's getting bad. Scott, it's getting bad, bro. It's getting bad.
Scott, it's going to be all right. Hugh, it's going to be all right. Scott, let's end with this, and then we might have to put the life preservers on in here. But I'm curious from your perspective, how do you think the Phillies evaluate Stott and the leadoff thing? I know we've spoken about it. It's been overall good, and I think we like the lineup like this. But his numbers have calmed down a little bit. Is it, OPS just a little over 700? But I know he's leading baseball, or at least the National League, in pitches seen per plate appearance. Scott, how much do you think it's going to matter to keep this going if he's producing a lot, or is it just the way he approaches an at-bat? Is that what they want out of the leadoff spot?
It's a great question. It really is, and I think it's something they still will continue to look at. I think the thing you get into is if he doesn't hit there, where does he hit? How do you line it up? Do you have Turner lead off every day? Do you go Turner, Harper, Schwarber, 1, 2, 3 every day, regardless, lefty or righty? I tend to think that at least against righties, there's still some more leash there for Bryson, because you're right, the overall numbers not the best. But in terms of a leadoff man, you look at his at-bats and you say, wow, that's a leadoff guy, right? He grinds out at-bats. Everybody sees a lot of pitches, and they know what's coming. So that's really good, really productive for the lineup as a whole. But at the same time, they're going to need him to get on base a little bit more. And when he does get on base, I think that what they really love is the dynamic of having Stott and Turner at the top with speed on the bases. I mean, that can make such a big difference. With the two big guys to follow. So I don't know that anything in that regard is etched in stone. I really think that there's still some things to consider and things to keep watching there. And keep your mind open for making changes if you feel like they're warranted.
Scott, really appreciate it. As always, we'll be listening tonight, this whole weekend against the Pirates. Scott, we're going to put the life preservers on, so we'll talk to you next Friday, all right?
Yeah, I hope you got a rowboat, guys.
Hey, Scott, if you was here, you would definitely need one.
Scott, thanks so much. We'll talk soon. There we go, Scott Fransky there. Scott, there we go, Scott Fransky. Yeah, Justin, we're going to hit a little break here and put the life preservers on and get in a boat, and we'll be back coming up. 215-592-9494, Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies host the Pirates at the bank tonight. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted to right. Kyle Schwarber deep into the lower seats.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door with a house of windows. Visit windownation.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Inhale the May sunshine. Exhale the heaviness of rainy days. This month, we're keeping things light and easy, including our drinks. Low effort, high flavor. So easy when the drinks are already mixed. That's the lightness you'll find in variety packs from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. A refreshing 4-pack of Monaco Tequila Lime Crush, or a variety pack of Stateside Surfside Vodka and Lemonade. Shop more variety packs of ready-to-drink cocktails in-store or online at fwgs.com. Please enter responsibly.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show live today from Citizens Bank Park as we get set for a doubleheader today. Phillies and the Cardinals. First game at 1:05. We'll play another one tonight. And, of course, the Phillies hoping to get hot, stay hot, play well, and get back to the level that our next guest was at back in 2008, 2009 in the World Series, former World Series MVP, now doing some TV work with the Phillies, and he's part of the Phillies Fantastic Auction here. What a great item to bid on. Cole Hamels joins us right now. Cole, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Pretty good, pretty good. So, Cole, I'm curious, how has retired life been, and how has the transition been for you to start to do the media thing now?
Yeah, it didn't last very long. I think that's probably the funniest part is when people say, "Oh, I can't wait to retire. I can't wait to retire." And I know it's something that is, for most, it's a goal and ambition, but as an athlete, it comes too quick. And so, to stay mentally sharp and to just stay active is something that I've always enjoyed. And that's what I've really thought would be a really good transition to stay in baseball. And what better way than to come back to Philly, because Philly's, always held a very special part in my life. And I hope I do for many Philadelphians. And it's just to give back and to express the knowledge that I have and see if I can help out some of the players there. There's a lot. I know this is a big transition and learning lessons for Phillies, and I'm super thankful NBC wanted to take me and give me, I guess, kind of that trial run and see if I can succeed at broadcasting. So it's a lot of learning, but I'm really excited about it.
So my question to you is this. Do you find it challenging, especially, since you're so close to the players, to be somewhat critical at times, or how do you handle that part of it?
Absolutely. I think that's still the hardest part for me is I know how difficult the game of baseball is and the day in and day out grinds, and to live up to, last year's statistics or your potential of what, people put on you. There's a lot that's going on in players, and they want to be able to do well, and they want to do well for their fan base. They want to do well for their teammates. They want to live up to their contracts. So I do understand that. It's just the little things that you always have to stay with them. And I think that's something of a good teammate anyway, is when we're in the locker room and when things aren't going well, a good leader, a good teammate does get on guys and make sure that they're doing the little things and, has those constructive criticisms, allows them to have that, those comments that the talks, that does happen. And so now I'm just kind of doing it in a different way, but I completely respect and understand what you have to do to be able to explain things to the fans. And, not, the Philly way, because I know I was a player, I got bashed too. So it's just doing it in a different way.
Cole, you led me right to a question. I need to hear your thoughts on what you're seeing right now with Bryce Harper, because you mentioned about living up to the contract and playing to the level that we expect. And Bryce's been a great Philly, Cole. He really has lived up to everything here. But he's off to a tough start by his standards, well below where he typically is through 40 games, and his batting average is down. What have you seen? Do you think he's going to come out of this soon? What do you think is going on with Bryce? Because he hasn't been the Bryce we're used to so far this season.
Right, and that's kind of what happens. I think he's his biggest critic, and that sometimes when you put a ton of pressure on yourself to live up to what you're capable of or what you need to do for everybody else, sometimes you get out of your comfort zone. And so I think just for him, it's just to step back and to relax and know that he is one of the greatest baseball players of all time. I mean, the guy's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. So I know he wants to win, and I know that's one of his big things is to win, and especially to win in Philadelphia. It's very important to him. So it's just simplifying a little bit and not getting out of the zone. You can see the stats. I mean, he's not seeing the fastball. And so for him, it's to look for the off speed that's in the zone, and anything that's out of the zone, let it go. I mean, walks are just as good. Look at Schwarber. I mean, getting on base is huge. Look how he's continuing to do it. You don't have to always get hit.
Cole Hamill is joining us here in the Midday Show. We're live from Citizens Bank Park today. Cole, what's been your reaction and your impression of the Phillies' newest starter, Jesus Luzardo, coming here from Miami? He's going to start the first game of this doubleheader today. He's been, just by the numbers, a revelation. And he was good in Miami a couple years ago, not as good last year with a back injury, but feels like we might have got a steal here in that trade. What have you thought watching Luzardo so far?
Oh, no, you have to really give credit to, the front office for being able to follow him his whole career and just waiting to pounce, because I think he was the type of player that he was waiting to break out. And that is the toughest part about playing the game of baseball, is you want to get established, you want to get in the big leagues, but then you want to win. You want to have the opportunity to win. And there's something that when there's that expectation, you start to rise to it. And it was tough in Miami. There wasn't the expectation that they were going to win. So to get to a bigger market, big city that has all those expectations, has the type of players around him, he's now excelling. And you're seeing the type of player that he probably has always been. He just wasn't able to have it come out. And now, he's lights out, and it's really great to watch.
You know what, Cole? I'm kind of curious because before the season started, I think I saw you was on television somewhere. You were talking about Taijuan Walker and how excited you were for his stuff. What did you see in him when they were in Clearwater that made you think that he could start the season the way he started it so far?
He came in incredible shape. You could see his arm action was a lot better than it was in the past. And you could see the focus. And I think sometimes with any athlete is you can get out of sorts and you don't prepare as much. You just think it's going to naturally come. And as you get older and you start to get the wear and tear, you start to have to adjust. And I think last year was just an adjustment period for him. It's the hard part where you get humbled. And I think that's what happened. You can really see his focus and his desire to be better. And he has that expectation now, and he's going out there and putting up numbers.
Cole, as you know, you're talking about being retired and an analyst now and on TV, but I need you to you go back to the frame of mind as being a pitcher. I'm wondering, if you were pitching, how would you attack Kyle Schwarber right now? Because it just feels like this guy gets better every year. And it used to be where lefties would get him. And most lefties, a lefty could get them, and you'd have that advantage. But now he crushes lefties. If you were facing Kyle Schwarber, how would you attack him? It seems like no one can get him out anymore.
I don't know if you want me to give this guy a report. I want Schwarber to hit home runs and do everything he can. I can say when I was facing him when he was with the Cubs, he was young. He had a lot of power, so we understood where his pop zone was. And if you avoid the pop zone, you know what? Take a single. He wasn't stealing as many bags. I know he can get them when you least expect it, but he's a guy that does a lot of damage, has a lot of slugs. So just avoid it. And for us, it was just really just kind of stay away or stay more in and just see if he was going to bite. And, now you look at him, look how patient he is. He's taking his walks. Sometimes when you're young, you don't want to take your walks. And that was something we knew. So we're like, hey, let's just let him get himself out.
Cole, how would you handicap this division right now? The Mets are off to a great start, and it feels like this rivalry is coming back, the way it was in the heyday with you guys against the Mets. Go back to 07, 08. The Mets are in first place. They're a few games up on the Phillies. Their pitching has been really good. They have Soto now. How do you handicap this again? Now the Braves are back to 500. NL East looks like it's going to be a really good division again this year.
I think it's the best thing for baseball. I love the Met-Philly rivalry, and that was something that it was tough. I mean, they beat the crud out of me. They're a tough team, and that's the expectations that the Mets have. I mean, when you have a large payroll, you're going out getting some of the best players to ever play the game, and you're trying to put together a winning team. You want that because that's what creates the environment. It creates the excitement when those series happen. I mean, I think all players want to be on the big ESPN games. They want to be that focal point for the week. And now those series are starting to come back. I love being able to go to New York, Shea Stadium, Citi Field, and see the intensity that Mets fans did not like us. And then it was vice versa when they came down. That was exciting. We looked forward to those series. So that's something you want to see. I'm happy. You can never count out the Braves. I mean, good God. They've always been a good team. They have some of the best players there too. So it's turning out to be a really good division that's going to come down to the wire.
It will. It usually does in the NL East. Phillies grabbed it last year, and they'll have to see the Mets again a lot down the stretch to try to take it from them this year. Cole, before we let you go, you got to tell us about what you have going on with the Phillies Fantastic Auction. It seems like a great opportunity here. Someone and a guest, you and a guest will have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play a round of golf with you, Cole Hamels, at the Union League Liberty Golf Club. Tell us about this.
Yeah, no, I know. I've been trying to work on my golf game, so I don't know what to expect. I'm doing all right, but I think just to be able to give anybody an opportunity to just kind of play golf for about 3 to 4 hours, and it's a lot less stressful. I just being able to really talk to fans and enjoy the atmosphere of being outside and playing golf. Talking baseball. That's something I think I've learned, and a lot of my teammates have learned when we come back to Philly. These opportunities have been amazing. We've just been blessed to be able to play for such a great organization in a sports town, and now we get to hopefully return the favor and talk shop and give some fun stories of what it was like when we were playing and winning, and it's just a great perspective, and no better place than Union League golf course too.
So is that to say you don't take your golf game that serious, man? Because I know some cats that used to play here in Philadelphia, like Seth. They were talking about Seth yesterday. I was at a golf tournament. He is super intense. So you're not that. It's not that serious for you.
No, I like to play. I mean, I'm a 9, so I'm good, but I'm not great, and I'll just have my meltdown holes, and I'll just laugh about it. I think it's something because I don't practice it. I think I can't take myself so seriously. If I was out grinding and then I'm putting up snowmen, then I would be probably pretty pissed. But I can do really well, and then I can just have absolute meltdowns, and I just kind of laugh with it and just go with the flow.
Well, it sounds like a great experience. Round of golf for 2 with Cole Hamels. Phillies Fantastic Auction. The bidding goes from now until Sunday at 9 p.m. Cole, we appreciate you giving us a few minutes here. Enjoy today, and we're looking forward to hearing you more throughout the season on the broadcast. Thank you, Cole.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I look forward to hopefully 2 wins today.
Yes, need him to get another series here. Cole Hamels, World Series MVP 2008. On a special day here in Philadelphia as we honor Brandon Graham for what a career it was. 15 years with the Philadelphia Eagles. And some of those years, of course, spent with another young player at the time who came in a year before Brandon Graham. He was a running back. His name is LaShawn McCoy. You know him now as part of the facility on FS1. And he's kind enough to give us a few minutes today to talk about his former teammate, Brandon Graham. LaShawn, how you doing today, man?
LaShawn.
Oh, what's up, guys? I had to call in my guy, Brandon Graham, good friend of mine. So how y'all doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good. So I'm curious, man, because what do you remember about Brandon in them early Chip Kelly years?
I remember this. I remember that when he first got there, we was booing because we wanted to get what's the
You talking about Earl?
Earl Thomas.
Earl Thomas. Stop it! No.
But BG, man, I'll tell you what, he's a great friend, man, great teammate. I don't know if you never got a chance to play with him, to any viewers out there, man, he was an ultimate teammate. Never had a bad day, man. Always kept the competitive nature great in the locker room and on the field. Tremendous career. I'm not surprised, man. Worked extremely hard, and always had a chip on his shoulder. And BG, one of my good friends. When I see him, I always tell him you're gonna be great on TV because you're real, you're authentic, you got that personality people love, and you're an Eagle for life. So that's BG for you.
LaShawn, we had BG on for the first half hour of our show today, and he was joking about those early training camp days. Because, you guys, you were like the last ones that had real training camp. They don't have that anymore. I mean, we're talking about Lehigh. We're talking about multiple practices a day. What was it like when you and him, both young guys, 09, 10, when he first got here, back when they used to do real training camp, the ones that Hugh participated in? They don't do those anymore.
Real training camp.
Andy Reid, man. Oh, my God. He used to kill us, But it was always good, though, because like I said before, when you got guys in the locker room like myself, like Brandon Graham, when it's the hard days and everybody's tired and irritated and sore, you need guys to bring everybody alive. And that's who BG was. He would make everybody laugh and joke. Even when you're tired and upset and pissed off, he would find ways to make everybody enjoy playing football. And then when you make a game so physical like football fun, that's when you get the best results. And that's what BG was as a teammate. And that's why he's probably one of the most favorite Eagles because of what he did on the field, but also what he did off the field.
LaShawn, how long into Brandon's career did you know he was gonna figure it out? Because he had, it wasn't easy for him in the beginning.
He had a rough couple seasons.
Yep, he had some
on.
injuries, rough couple seasons. It took him some time, but did you see signs early on that he was going to be a really good player?
No, not at first. Not at first. Be honest, not at first. I think about his second year. I said, "Oh, okay, all right, here we go." Because he's short, right, and he ain't like some guys, like even myself. Like you look at me, you like this kid can't really play. He's small, got a little boy body, ain't real big. You look at BG, he's shorter, and then once he got going, he had a motor about him. And I remember our second year in camp, he started putting a lot of them tackles on their asses, right, running through them, getting sacks, causing chaos in practice. And that's when I knew BG was going to be special, right? And the last thing is he's not only just super strong, he's smart, man, and everybody don't always bring it. We just watched the playoff series with the Clippers. A guy like James Harden who's so great, he had 7 points because he doesn't bring it, right? BG is different. He's going to bring it every practice, every game, right? If it's the Giants or Cowboys Monday night, or if it's the Jacksonville Jaguars who's not winning, he's going to bring it. And that's when I known that he was going to be a great player, man, and real impactful for our team.
What does it say to you when I say BG played 15 years all in one uniform, like for one team? What does that say when you hear that to you?
I think of a special individual. You look at like all the great players. Some had great stats, or some played with the team forever. And you think about you need more than just being a good player. You got to be a great person, not only just on the team, but in the front office and in the community. And that's what BG was. I look at one of my best friends, Aaron Donald and Larry Fitzgerald. Those are all Pitt guys. I went to Pitt. And they played on all the same teams. Not just because they were a great player, but they were great to the community, great to the team, great to the fans, right? You got to have all of them things to be on the same, team for 15 years. I'm not talking about 6 years, 5 years, 15 long years, right? Good and bad. He was there when we were losing games, winning Super Bowls, losing Super Bowls. He was there for all of it. And for you to be there for the same team, right, for your whole career, it shows you what type of special individual you have to be to conquer that.
LaShawn, what was it like to play against him? I'm trying to think back. I think you played against Brandon.
I did.
Yeah, the first year you were gone, right? You came back here with Buffalo and you played the Eagles. Brandon was obviously against you. Did he trash talk you?
Yeah. He don't never stop talking. I mean, God. Down 30, up 30, he's going to talk trash the whole game. He makes it fun. I remember we played them, and I got the ball to the left, and I cut back, right, because I like to cut back. And I made like a jump cut, and I shook him, right? I made him miss, and I slipped. And then somebody tackled me. And I remember he was like talking trash, yelling. And then he got close to me. He's like, "Damn, boy, you almost got me." So now BG was fun to play against, play. He was fun to play with. He was just special though, And I see his career and how it unfolded, man. I'm happy how everything unfolded for him. Getting hurt this last season and find a way to play and then win a championship and run off on a sunset. That's a storybook ending right there, man.
Yeah, no question about that. For real.
LaShawn, what was it like for you? I know you were still in the league at that point, still an active player. What was it like for you when you watched Brandon make that play to help the Eagles win the Super Bowl in 2017? I'm sure you probably had mixed emotions as being a guy that was here, but you a lot of your teammates, including Brandon, was on the side of that thing. What was it like for you to watch him have that moment?
That's the weird thing. Like when you're a real Eagle, man, you love your teammates. I remember times where I was cheering for them dudes, man, and hoping he would do well. Super Bowl, they played against Tom Brady. I'm cheering for the Eagles. And when Brandon Graham made that sack, I was so excited because, if you can't do it, you want your boys to do it. And I know how much that Brandon puts into his work and his craft. And to see that, man, Michigan, going against Michigan on that big stage, making that type of sack, that's what makes legends, right? And that's why we're having this conversation today about Brandon Graham, because plays like that. So I was always happy for him, even watching him, even playing with him. Like, this is some guys you really care about. Fletcher Cox, another guy. I can name a million of them dudes that I played with that I had genuine love for, and he's one of them for sure. So I always rooted good for Brandon Graham. And another thing is, like, sometimes you play with players, man, they're good players, and that's just it. Like, after you take a shower and you leave the locker room, you probably won't talk to them. And he's not that. Brandon's the type of dude I'm always talking to. He had a great family, great kids, great wife. He's an all-around good person. And you always want to align yourself with people like that.
There's no question. He was. And it felt like every locker room he was in, every team he was on, he had a positive impact. LeSean, and we were talking to him earlier about it. It was choppy for him in the beginning, and he had to overcome that. It felt like he was able to channel the negativity and make it a positive. Not every player could do that, LeSean.
They can't. And he didn't start out very good. That's the truth. He wasn't like killing it like that. Oh, my God, we got this bona fide first rounder. He had to really earn it and work for it. And some guys, there's two type of people I always say. There's guys that's like, hell yeah, things ain't going wrong, or they're not going right. Hell yeah, I'm going to make it right. I'm going to do whatever it takes, extra film study, working harder, more weight room. And there's other guys like, oh, damn. But he wasn't them guys where things ain't going right. They're always pouting and making excuses. And that wasn't Brandon Graham. So everything that he's getting, man, he deserves it because he went through all the bad to get to the good.
Well, he did, and he had a great career. Over 200 games, 2 championships, played in 3 Super Bowls. LeSean, we appreciate you making a few minutes for us today. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll be watching your show as we always do. And thank you for joining us on BG Day.
All good, fellas. Happy to talk to y'all again, man.
Hey, have a good one, man.
There he goes. LeSean McCoy, Eagles great, joining us about his teammate. Joining us next to talk about Brandon Graham, a guy that had a chance to watch him become a great leader in Philadelphia. And before him, he was a great leader in Philadelphia. Brian Dawkins joins the Midday Show right now. Hey, Brian.
Hey, what's happening, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
All right, and you, man. How you been, man? I ain't talked to you in a while.
I'm good, dog. I'm good, man. You, what was the first thing that I asked you? Do you remember the first time I asked you about when you told me it's going to be a BG Day?
Oh, yeah, talk about us on Single de Mayo when we're going to do crack jokes or something. It's a roast.
Does he speak a lick of Spanish, man?
Oh, yeah. No, he does not. But I told you, remember I told you, I said we just changed because it's a play on 5-5, May 5th. 5-5.
Yeah, I can dig it. What y'all got for me?
Doc, what was it like for you watching the career of Brandon Graham and really watching him become a leader and a guy that moved up the charts all time in the most games played ever here in Philadelphia?
Yeah, if you go back to the post that I posted, when he decided to retire, I just talked about the story that's going to be told about a smallish defensive end that was considered to be a bust by many who have gone on to be one of the legends to play in Philadelphia and to be known for the sack. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The script, the sack. So to me, that speaks the volumes to any of young people out there who are ascribing to be something that, just because you start off a specific way. And he also talked about in his own story about his mind changing. So his mindset changed about what he needed to do to be better than he was the first couple of years. And then that's when it happened. He became BG, the smiling assassin.
I like that nickname from you. That's a good one.
That's pretty cool. But Brian, my question was this, because we know, and I was a part of when you left Philadelphia and you went to Denver, and I know for a fact you never wanted to leave. So what does it say to you, or how does it make you feel when you know that BG played here for 15 seasons?
Well, I love it for him. And that's the way it's supposed to be, in my opinion, when you have a person to play the way that he's played and love the city the way he loves it, and is willing to stay around and do what he needs to do from that standpoint in the community as well. That's the way it's supposed to be. And I wish it would have happened.
Me too.
A couple of years prior, but it did. But for BG, I'm just so happy that it's happened for him because he's also such a good dude, man. Good dude.
Brian, what does it tell you about a player that, and you did it too, that plays that long? Like, what does it take? What did it take for you? What do you think it took for him? Because it's just so rare. I mean, obviously, Hugh mentioned he played his whole career here, but just the longevity, whether it's here or anybody anywhere else. What is that like to last in the NFL that long? It's so rare. I mean, the average career is, 3-4 years? I mean, you lasted 16. Brandon lasted 15. What does that say about a player when they can go that far into their career?
Wow. I mean, obviously, there's some gifts in there as well, right? We're gifted to be able to do things, play the game a specific way with talents and the like. But it also, you have to take care of your body, man. That's one thing that I was very keen on, taking care of my body. The way that I I would still lift today is because I took care of my body when I was playing the game back then. And BT's a similar way, man. He takes care of himself. And then also I would say that there's a routine that you get into that you know you have to do things a specific way in the off season. There is no off season for someone who's playing the International Football League, in my opinion, because you always in a mindset that you have to continue to stay working, stay moving. Even when you're resting, it has to be an active rest, the way that I see it. And to me, that's one of the things that you would see BG constantly working on his body, what he puts in his body for the most part. And to me, if you look at the guys who play long periods of time, that would be across the board. The guys knowing how to work, knowing how to recover properly, and knowing how to take care of the body.
Brian Dawkins joining us here on the Midday Show on Brandon Graham Day, 5-5. It is Cinco de Mayo. We're going to be celebrating Brandon Graham all day here.
He don't speak a lick of Spanish.
That's
either.
all right. You know what? Today we all do. we should ask him if we see him tonight. Brandon, be real. You speak any Spanish? Brian, let's go back to this past year with the Eagles doing what they did and winning the Super Bowl. What was it like for you to watch the year that Brandon had? Because when the year started, I mean, we didn't know how much he was going to play. We knew he was coming back for his last season, but the Eagles had signed Bryce Huff, and they had drafted Nolan Smith and Jalen Alexander. We weren't sure, was he just going to play a little bit? But boy, Brian, he was still a huge part of the defense. Then he gets hurt, and he comes back, and he plays in the Super Bowl. I mean, what a story in his final year on top of everything else.
Man, you couldn't have written it no better. Like, seriously. Drama right at the end. Oh, he's hurt. Oh, no, it's over for him. And all of a sudden, he rises back up, plays in the last game, and they win the Super Bowl. So now he rides off into the sunset, right? I mean, you can't write it any better. But as far as the season is concerned, man, it would be one thing if we had seen Brandon not being able to, be BG, right?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see that. I didn't see. Did you see it?
No, I didn't see it. I mean, I was a little jealous because he was balling. Hey, against the Rams. Hey, he was balling against the Rams. Now I was like, damn, wish I could do that.
Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? So it was there, and you heard Vic even say it, I'm not. Yeah, I guess he was joking around. I'm not going to let you retire because you're still so productive. So again, it wasn't like he couldn't do it. So for him to get hurt, and I thought it might have been over as well, but there was some chirps that he would be able to come back. And so I'm happy that he was able to come back. And even though he tore it again, but it don't matter. They won the ring.
Brian, watching him both closely and from afar, what do you think made him such a good leader? Because everyone we've talked to today and every one of his teammates that chimed in the last few months after his announcement, they all seem to point to not just a really good player for a long time, but also someone that just made the team better just by his personality and being around. What do you think made him such a good leader?
One thing I would say is I don't think BG has ever had a bad day. When you walk in, his smile, and I'm not talking about the first couple of years. First couple of years, there's a lot of bad days, I guess. But after that, going into the transformation into the person that we're talking about now, he's always upbeat, always smiling, even when certain things are not the way that he would want them to be. He still have a positive mindset about it, and that's contagious, right? That type of person is contagious that you want to be around. And so he's also the type of dude in practice that, he jokes all the time. And somebody on this phone or on this call right now used to joke all the time in practice too. And what that does, though, it lightens the mood. Even though you're grinding and grinding things out, when you have guys around like that with those type of personalities, it lightens things up, and you don't feel the pain quite as much as you would. And then he was also someone that's very outspoken as it pertains to separate or asking someone what's going on, right? He's going to be the type of teammate that if he sees something going on, that he's going to, come sit beside you and want to talk to, see if he can help in some type of way. And that's always a great thing.
Well, it is, especially the light in the mood thing. I feel like you need that in the locker room. It sounds like you were the one doing that back in the day.
Well, no, we used to have fun, man. It was we had a very, very unique locker room. And you could tell stories about, Doc didn't say a whole lot during the week because he was too busy moving around like an old man. But boy, when he put that helmet on, it was like Jekyll and Hyde, boy. Speaking of Jekyll and Hyde, dog, since we're here now. So who came up with the Hawaiian themed Brian Dawkins Impact Golf Tournament thing? Who came up with that?
That was me, man.
So you just want us to wear Hawaiian? See, we got to wear Hawaiian shirts, Joe.
You have one ready to go?
Yeah, I got a couple of them.
Okay.
Oh, listen, I bought Tommy Bahama shirts years ago.
Just for this.
So
Bring 'em out,
so
brother.
listen.
Bring them out.
So when Ike told me, because you know I barely pay attention to my email. I don't even open my email here at work. Ike said, "Yeah, man, it's a Hawaiian thing." I said, "Get out of town." I bought these shirts about 30 years ago. I'm gonna go ahead and break one of these suckers out. But I can't wait to this golf tournament.
So let me give you the inside scoop on that. So the reason why I did it, is because we who have gone to the Pro Bowl actually went across the water to the Pro Bowl, right? And I remember the feeling of that. I remember of going to the Pro Bowl and going to the Ihalani. And the feeling of it, the vibe of the whole thing, the feeling of the whole event.
Yes.
And so I said, you know what? I want to see if I can allow people to escape and give people a little bit of feeling of what we felt going to Hawaii, going to the Pro Bowl. So that's really where the theme came in. And that's what the event is going to be about. We're going to try our best to kind of put things around the compound to allow people to escape from their daily walks, to be able to come experience what the food and the atmosphere was that I felt at the Pro Bowl.
So there will be a lay at the golf tournament?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna get a lay.
Okay.
Get a couple of them.
All right, Hugh. You got the Hawaiian shirt, you got the lei, the luau, and you got the golf. Brian, it's coming up June 1st? June 1st and 2nd, right? The Penn Oaks Golf Club?
June 1st and 2nd. Yep. And there's still tickets available for the island feel is what we call
the island feel.
The island feel.
The island.
I like that. I like that.
Man.
Good stuff, Brian. We appreciate you as always. Have a great rest of your day, and thank you for being part of the Brandon Graham Day here on WIP.
Absolutely. Y'all be blessed, man.
Hey, have a good one, man.
There he goes. Dawkins with us, Brian Dawkins, about his golf tournament. You were very mature. I mean, yeah, you kind of veered off a little bit there.
He kept it focused.
Well, because he knows how to deal with you. I mean, this is
why are you looking at me like that, Kyle?
Because this is what we have to deal with every day.
Yes, but I'm not going to be mature now because I tried to tell Joe Giglio that it was going to flood, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to do a commercial. It's that time of year again. Time to take a break from talking about bacon and how right I was about this flood that just happened, and talk about some grilling wisdom. It's officially grilling season, people. Elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so easy to cook. Hatfield's marinated pork tenderloins are a game changer for any cookout. They have Tuscan herb. They have honey garlic teriyaki. They got lemon garlic. And they got a little side of I told you so. There are so many different flavors to choose from. Head to simplyhatfield.com for retail location near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork because I told you so.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE. When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Work reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free FixFinder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with FixFinder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert made an interesting claim on the Bill Simmons podcast. She said that Caitlin Clark is the most popular athlete in America. Normally that'd be a controversial statement, but spot the lie. LeBron is older, Tom Brady retired. Of course, there are other popular athletes, but everything Caitlin Clark does gets attention. All eyes will be on Caitlin for tomorrow's season opener. If she takes a big jump in year 2, her incredible popularity will just continue to grow. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
We made it back to high ground. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, Kyle Quinn back in the studio. Thank you to everyone who hung on and listened to some of our older interviews as we escaped the flood. And as frustrating as it was to be ankle deep doing an interview there with Scott Fransky, I'm soaked. It's more frustrating to know that we've got to do what I told you so, Douglas, for a long time.
He couldn't wait a single second.
Oh, my God.
Listen, I just want to say, y'all going to start listening to me. Like, I'm this old for a reason. I've seen a lot. I just thought, I like the, you know what I get great joy in which I'm a rebel in? I don't even have to say anything. I can just look at you and Kyle's face. And the fact that it happened the way that it happened.
Yep.
I feel vindicated. I just do, because I sat there and I told y'all, I was like, the river's rising. And you guys, plant-based Hugh, pop Douglas.
Yeah, it was rising.
All that. And I'm like, dog, y'all don't see. And it rose.
It rose fast. Yeah.
It rose extremely fast.
Quickly.
But the best part about all this is as I assess the situation, and I'm like, all this electricity, everybody, no, don't worry about it. We're going to be fine. Like, dog, there's a lot of electricity around these parts. So when people started casually scrambling, trying to lift cords out the water, and I was like, and I'm looking at Joe.
Was not casual.
No.
I was freaking out.
Yeah. And I'm looking at Joe. Joe's just as cool as a cucumber. He's sitting there doing the show.
Must go on.
Joe's sitting there in about a foot of water doing the show. And I'm just looking at him like, okay, dog, when you gonna call this? When you gonna call?
We weren't trying to signal to him like, bail.
We weren't done with the conversation with Scott.
Joe, that's why, God don't put you in a position that you can't have. That's why I don't run the show. Because as soon as the water rolled, I'm like, hey, Scott, I'd have cut him out. Hey, Scott, I'm sorry, dog. We about to go.
Actually, at one point, Kyle signaled to me, we got to go. And I was like, really? We're breaking now?
Like, yes. We have to get out of
the
here.
The show must go on, Giglio. That's the one right there.
You were about to be in like 6 inches of water.
Oh, I know.
Kyle's back there doing this. He's like, cut it.
Here's what we found out today. We found out everyone's role if we were on the Titanic. I'm going right down with the ship, and Hugh's jumping on the first
I'm on the first lifeboat, man.
I was wrapping everything up. I was like, did Hugh leave already? He was out of there.
No, and just real quick, to the people that was trying to give us food, I apologize for leaving because he said he had a nice sandwich with me with shrimp and stuff, and he wanted me to try.
Yeah. I was very much looking forward to that. Yeah.
But my J's was getting wet.
Oh, they are wet.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm not coming back. Because I'm not trying to get my J's wet.
Well, I'm all wet. The whole operation.
They were getting wet.
You were out of there as fast as I could blink.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I didn't know you could move that quick anymore.
Yeah, man, listen.
That was 740. It was Combine Douglas over here.
It was flash flooding. And I know you saw it when we were on Kelly Drive, how flooded it was on Kelly. Yeah.
It wasn't great.
Yeah.
All right, we appreciate the regatta for having us. We wish we could have stayed, but Mother Nature got us right out of there. Yeah, so we're back in the studio now. 215-592-94.
Are we back on YouTube? Are we on YouTube?
I do wish
we are.
Yeah, I do wish we were on YouTube for the moment where we had to evacuate, because watching Hugh sweat bullets and watching me sit there in a puddle of water would have been something.
The best the best way you could describe it is that you were the violin players on the Titanic.
That's right. Go right down.
And I was panicking.
I had the equipment to worry about. I got up immediately.
No, you did. And I'm looking, and I'm like, man, it's a lot of electricity. It's a lot of cords running behind us.
Yeah, you were thinking very logistically. I was just talking to Scott Fransky.
And I'm like, dog, this ain't good. Because I knew, because when we were talking, and it was just raining lightly, rain started dripping. We in the tent.
I felt a couple
drips. And it was
drips.
dripping, and I'm like, Is this tent gonna be able to hold on?
You know what it reminded me of? You ever have a leak in your ceiling?
Yes.
And the first drip or two, you almost denying it. Like, this can't be. Like,
then they got another drip.
And then the second drip happened. I was like, that's okay. We got a problem here. And then I actually assumed you guys were just moving the tent, our table, just a few feet away from the water. And then I realized at some point we were evacuating.
No, I knew it was gonna get bad because in the middle of the tent, right, you could see the water pooling.
Yeah.
Under the grass, and I was like, it's only a matter of time for it comes to us, and when it came a lot. It was a lot.
All right. Well, we're back. We are. I wish I could say it was dry, but I'm here in the studio with you and Kyle. We're back. 215-592-9494. That was an adventure. All right. We appreciate. I mean, we had people holding on.
Shout out
here.
to the folks that stayed online.
People stayed on the line. I mean, we had playing interviews from weeks ago, and everyone's here wanting to talk with us. All right. What were we talking about today? Are you worried about the schedule?
I guess.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the schedule than I was the rain. That probably was a mistake as I sat there and
so you got your priorities mixed up. I got mine. Mine was right on point.
Well, someone has to stay behind and do the show. Until it was break time, we were barreling through.
I did bail.
You bailed. I mean, you were you couldn't even get through a question to Scott. You were just giggling and looking at the river.
Because I'm laughing at you. Like you sat there like everything was cool.
Well, I mean,
everybody's moving stuff. Everybody's trying to get out of the get you
out
of the.
Someone has to keep a steady head.
Everybody was trying to get you out of the electricity.
Well,
and you just sat
to
there.
be fair, until Kyle gave me the let's break signal, no one really said anything to me. I was just going with the flow.
Because Joe, you got to read the room. You didn't read the room.
I'm not showing panic. We have a show to do.
Sometimes it's called spatial awareness.
Yeah, I was aware. My foot was very aware that it was in 6 inches of water. I mean, I was aware of it. I just thought we would finish I thought we would finish the segment out.
Oh no!
You guys said we break early. We break early.
I didn't give a damn about that segment at that point. I was like, Scott, we thought of Scott every week. You're like, I'd have told him flat out, hey, Scott, we'll catch you next week.
You basically did.
You did.
I'm like, we'll catch you next week.
You let Scott know he was not as important as you.
Well, no, I'm just saying because I saw what was happening.
It was wet.
It was flooding.
It's not going to melt.
I need to listen back to how that sounded. Because
well, you know what you heard? You heard legitimate fear in Hugh's voice when he asked a question or two. All right. What were we talking about today? The schedule? Are you worried about it? Right? That was the topic? I totally forgot. All right. Is Tim in Swedesboro? Is he there? Tim?
Hey, guys.
Hey,
What's
Tim.
up, Tim?
Damn, glad you guys to see you made it out of that. Holy crap, it was pretty bad.
It was. I'm very wet, Tim, but I'm happy to be on the air again.
I drive a truck, so it's cool.
Yes. Good to have you guys back safe and sound.
Thank you. All right, Tim, what are you thinking? Are you worried about the schedule?
I'm kind of in the air about it. I mean, like I was saying before, like I'm thinking like 13 wins, but like I'm thinking like with the Rams, the Lions, with the Cowboys, how I was saying how we might split that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know like with this defense and like, we lost a few guys and, that's a bit of a concern too, because, I know Vic Fangio has a new personnel to work with, but I mean, in a way, I think, we'll be okay because, everyone makes adjustments. I mean, I know the offense has to adjust too with the new coordinator. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see, but Hugh, I have a question for you, man.
What you got?
When you played, did you ever have a schedule like this? Because I remember I asked John Ritchie this the other day, and he kind of gave me an interesting point on when he played on his view. But what's your view on a schedule like this? Did you ever have a schedule like this when you played?
Now I'm curious to see what John said now. But as far as having a schedule that felt disjointed, no, not at all. And what I mean by that is not a whole games on Thursday, Friday, not a whole lot of consistent Sunday games, not too many games, back-to-back home games, or anything like that. No, never had a schedule like this. The closest thing I had, I think it was the year we lost to the Rams and we had a daunting schedule that following year.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, my job, and I told Joe this morning, my job is to get ready for the season. The coach's job is to get you ready week to week. So that's how you approach it. As long as I'm doing everything that I have to do to prepare my body for the season, coach got to get me ready for week to week.
Yeah, I don't want to put John on the spot, but I mean I'm just trying to remember what he said. Something with adjusting to like the different times, like like the Thursday night, the Monday night, the Sunday night.
Yeah.
Like, it takes a toll on your body.
Yeah, because you're playing, like, I would say this. Say when I played with the Jets, we play a lot of 1 o'clock games. So my body was accustomed to getting ready to go at 1 o'clock. You see what I'm saying? Like, that was my body clock. The 4 o'clock game was a little different, and you had to adjust to that. But it was something where, say, if you had a 4 o'clock game one weekend, more than likely you got a later one the next weekend, so you could adjust that way. But to his point, when you talk about Thursday night game, Sunday night game, a lot of time in between, short times in between, that's a little bit different. And your focus, you have to, I would think that you really have to be locked in when you have that kind of adversity that you're dealing with, especially when you talk about practice schedules, because you're not going to have only consistent practice schedule I think you're probably going to have is the one that you have in the preseason. And then after that, it's going to be all over the place because you start the season on a Thursday night, and then when you turn back around and you go to Sunday, right?
Right.
And then you got a couple other games sprinkled in there, significant games.
A Friday.
On Thursday. Friday. Yeah, you got so the schedule's going to be different. So that means your work schedule is going to be different. It's not going to be as consistent as you're used to.
Yeah. I got one more thing for Mr. Lamb. I heard what he said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's awesome to see, raise that banner in front of them. I was like, all right, back it up. Back it up. Come on in. Back it up. You don't think Quinyon Mitchell can cover you like he kind of burned you before? Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay, come on in, CD. Back it up.
Yeah, let's see you do it. And again, he has a short memory because he only had 21 yards last time they played it. Tim, good phone call. One thing about the schedule, Hugh, that it is hard to think back to then, right? Because I can look at the records of the teams you played, but really that's after the fact, right? We're talking about going into a season with the schedule. You don't know what a team's going to be, just kind of a perception of a team. The one thing I think that is clearly different now versus then, there's way more now in the NFL schedule, weird times and days.
Yes.
When you played, there was no such thing as a Black Friday game.
Yes.
Right? There was not an international game on Sunday mornings. I know the Eagles aren't in it this year, but last year they were in Brazil. There's all these little things they do now. Christmas, they didn't do that. It was and they had Thursday when you play. That was the beginning of Thursday. But it wasn't like this. Now it's all over the place. The other thing is now they rotate the divisions more, right? Because they've like this particular season, the Eagles play the NFC North and the AFC West. I happen to think those are the best divisions top to bottom. It's just like, and that's not the NFL conspiring against the Eagles. It's just like it rotates, right?
Yeah, it is what it is.
Is what it is. This is the year they get those divisions, and those divisions happen to be really good right now. So they face all those good teams. The other thing, I'm thinking back to the run you had with Andy, 2000 to 2004. I think other than the Giants once or twice, when you played them once in the playoffs, the division was terrible.
Yeah,
right? The Cowboys were bad.
It wasn't that great.
The Commanders were bad. Like right now, there's a team in this division that played in the title game last year, right? So you have two Commanders games that are good. You have the AFC West. It's just the league is a little different now. I don't think you ever face a schedule quite like this. Let's go to Jake and Delco. It's just different now. What's up, Jake?
Hey, what's happening?
Jake, what's up? We made it back to high ground.
Oh wow! The funniest part was when Joe was keeping his cool and I guess talking to Doc at that point, and you could hear Hugh in the background talking. That was the funniest part.
Yeah, I wasn't staying there for that.
It was challenging, but we
Joe's a trooper.
Yeah, I thought I was afraid Hugh was going to run away, so I figured I would keep going.
Right. Well, I'm surprised he didn't, but hey, you guys made it back in the studio.
Yes.
As far as the schedule, yeah, it is. It's daunting and it's weird. There's not consecutive home games the whole year. That's kind of crappy.
Well, it's the first time, Jake, a defending Super Bowl champ has not had back-to-back home games the following year ever. I mean, it's unprecedented.
Wow. Yeah, it's got to be rare, just generally speaking, too. And then what's the other thing? Oh, what is it, 10 or 11 playoff teams?
Yes.
Which is a record. But, I think we did lose some people on defense, but I think the culture is definitely still intact. It makes me feel like last year, every time we were getting better and beating teams, like, oh, but now they got to go to Baltimore, and they're a tough brand of football down there. And we went down there and BTA, and then we did the same thing to Pittsburgh. I just have a feeling that culture is going to carry over, and we're going to exceed expectations and be like, I got 14-3. Call me a homer, but that's what I got.
Well, if they do it, listen, they did it last year. Because when the schedule came out last year, I remember thinking Baltimore, Cincinnati, like, oh, those are tough spots. And then they went there and they won both those games. They won in Dallas last year. Now, Dallas didn't have Dak, and they weren't very good. But they checked all those boxes. They won in L.A. against the Rams. So we know they can. It's just a matter of can they pull it off again and stay healthy and all that kind of stuff. Jake, what's a competitive event the WIP staff should compete against each other in?
Real quick, Joe, before I give you my event, I think it's no doubt that Hugh is a great Eagles great, no doubt. Like, come on, but I think the bigger question is Hugh on the Jacksonville Jaguars wall of shame?
Yes, I think I would think if there is one,
they still be trying to get me to come to their little legend stuff too, though.
You think
should do anything for
is that a personal email or you're just on a list?
I think it's my personal email.
No, but
it's a list. Yeah, you're on the list.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you think someone's typing that out? Like,
yeah,
on
they ain't paying attention.
No,
I ain't going.
And for my thing to try, it's billiards, pool, shoot some pool.
Shoot some pool. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, shoot some pool online.
Yeah.
Jake, what do you mean shoot the pool?
Because it's
online?
easier. Just
you want to play digital pool?
Yeah, just play digital.
Shooting pool is like it's not hard.
It's not easy.
No, but it's not physically taxing.
No, but it's not easy. You got to like the angles and stuff. It's like math.
It's a skillful math.
It's like math.
It's not really math.
Kind of, a little bit. Because you got to get the angles and the geometry and all that.
You play in the bar.
Yeah, but it's still math.
Are you saying you don't think we'd be good as a show?
I don't know. Kyle, like he might be have a little pool shark in him. You not so much.
If I get hot.
All right, which show would be best?
Us.
Yeah, that's what I think so too. Or which show's better than us at pool? Afternoon show?
I don't know
because
I can't remember seeing Ike playing pool before. I don't know if he's a pool player.
I don't. Morning show? DeCamera playing pool?
No.
Richie? Now he understands the angles.
Rhea might play pool.
Rhea might be a sleeper.
Yeah. Rhea might be a problem.
Yep. There is one. I did think of one thing about this schedule that I feel like we haven't talked about because we keep saying they don't have back-to-back home games. This year they're scheduled for 9 road, 8 home.
Mm-hmm.
So if they had back-to-back home games, wouldn't they have to at some point have 2 or 3 straight road games? Like we don't have back-to-back home games. That's annoying. But we also remember 2 years ago we had 3 straight road games. They don't have that. It's like it's the good and the bad of it. I wish we had back-to-back home games, but at least we don't have 3 straight road games because what was that gauntlet 2 years ago? It was
it Seattle? Was Seattle one of them?
I think Seattle was one. At some point, I feel like they had 3 straight road games, and that was tough. I mean, that was a lot. All right, let's go to Justin. Wants to talk about the flood, which was not fun to be in. Justin, what's up?
Sorry, just real quick.
Yeah.
I had to listen back to how it sounded.
Yeah.
On the air with Francie.
How was that?
It's so funny. We might have to play it.
Okay. Can you feel Hugh's fear?
Oh, Scott even calls him out on it.
I forgot. Maybe at that point I was having fear myself.
I'm not worried about y'all calling me out. Y'all call it fear. I call it being smart.
We might have to replay it in case someone missed it. It's so funny.
I call it being smart. Y'all call it. What is the point of being death-defying and getting electrocuted? For what?
Okay.
For Scott?
Hold on.
You getting electrocuted for Scott?
To be fair, I was locked in and not thinking about electrocution.
And that's why, as a partner, I'm trying to tell you, I'm looking right at you, and I'm like, Joe, what you doing?
It's for the fans, Hugh. For the listeners.
You know what I want to say. I don't care about the fans.
Well, someone here has to.
I've been damn them fans. I'm not. God damn them fans. I'm not doing it.
You just had your bleep them kids moment. You just had yours.
I tried to tell y'all.
A regular MJ over here. Unreal.
That the flood was coming.
Okay.
Y'all thought I was playing.
2 things. One, you were right. I told you so. Douglas has arrived. You were right. But our back was turned to the flood. You did stand up and look. I wasn't quite sure what was going on.
Joe,
I did see fear in everyone's eyes.
Joe, but you're just sitting there. You're just sitting there.
We were in the middle of an interview with Scott,
and I'm looking right at you like, Joe, what you doing? I'm looking right at you like, Joe, what you doing?
I At no point.
And you looked at me like, what are you doing?
At no point did being electrocuted cross my mind. Now, had it, maybe I would have gotten
Okay,
up.
so you didn't see the dudes trying to lift the cords out the water?
I did.
And that wasn't an indicator?
I thought they may have gotten electrocuted, to be honest. I didn't think I would. All right, Justin in Delaware's up. What's up, Justin?
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
Justin, what's up?
Oh, man. I was going to say, hey, you had the right idea. I was going to say, I'm on my way home. I live in Delaware, but I work in Delco, and I barely made it out of Delco. I'm not even kidding. I mean, I felt like I just was swimming down the river. I was going to say, coming out of there. So I just made it out. It was really bad. I was going to say, so you definitely need your boat, to get through that.
Yeah, I'm glad you're safe. I hope everyone out there is safe. We're good. My feet are wet, but for the most part, we're good. We made it back.
Oh yeah.
What do you got? What do you got here?
It was 2022.
So I wanted to talk about the Phillies. Actually, I mean, I know the schedule. The schedule I told Kyle. I mean, I'm at like 12-5, 13-4 at best. I think with all we do got a lot of rough games, and I mean some of those with being home away, it could get us, but we'll see how that goes. I'm not even there yet with that. But with the Phillies, I think that this stretch coming up, I mean, I really hope that they can take advantage of these two, weak opponents. I mean, they really got to get on top of the Mets. I mean, I know it's early, but I just want them to get a little bit of a lead on the Mets, just so that, come the end of the summer, we're in a better spot, so.
Well, no, it's a good point, Justin. Yeah, I mentioned it to Scott. I think that was right before my was ankle deep in the river. And just a good phone call. They do, the schedule for the Phillies the next 7 games, they got to take advantage of this. So there's 2 teams in Major League Baseball that fired their managers last week, the Pirates and the Rockies. That's who the Phillies play for the next 7 games. Pirates this weekend for 3.
Have the Colorado Rockies won 10 games?
I don't think so. No, I think we're still in single digits. I think we're still there. They might be like 9 or 8 and
no, I'm not trying to be funny, but 7. 7-36.
Well, I mean, they're facing probably the 2 worst teams in baseball, or 2 of the 4 worst teams in baseball, starting tonight, this weekend against the Pirates, and then they go to Colorado next week. They have to take advantage of this.
Well, it's a whole lot of red on their schedule.
That's what happens.
They've been going. You talk about going back to back. They've been going back to back to back to back. They've been doing a lot of back to back.
All right, can I give you a reason why the Phillies have to play well the next week?
Why
One, they have to take advantage of who they're playing. Also, I'm looking at the Mets schedule, right? I think the Phillies are 2.5 or 3 behind the Mets. Here's the Mets schedule over the next 10 days. At the Yankees for 3, at the Red Sox for 3, and then they play the Dodgers.
Well, so you got a chance to make some ground.
Yeah, it feels like you would think the Mets, even if they hold their own, are probably going to go, 5-4 the next 9, 4-5, right?
Yeah.
Like, they've got some tough opponents coming up. Meanwhile, the Phillies have Pirates, Rockies, A's, and the A's aren't quite as bad as they were last year. They're more 500-ish, but what do we think in these next 9 games? All right, 10 games, actually, right? 3, 4, 3.
6-4.
Oh, I want better than that.
7-3.
I got to get 7-3 these next 10.
Come on, Hugh, go 8.
Pirates, Rockies, A's.
Wow. After the day I've had trying to save both of y'all,
Yes.
y'all should allow me to say 7-3.
Mm-mm.
I saved both of y'all. I saved y'all.
You didn't.
I kind of did. Y'all didn't believe it,
You
but I saved
bounced
y'all.
immediately.
Yeah.
Because listen,
You left.
You bailed.
You bailed.
if this was a horror movie, we know how most times horror movies go.
Well, for you, yeah.
Black guy left first this time. Black guy left. Black guy ain't
You're
around.
not giving us 8.
No, I'm ignoring all of that. The music player. I'm ignoring that. I'm just waiting for the all. Because I'm not 8. Thank you.
Wow, the audience even made it back here. The studio audience that was with us at the regatta, they ran back here too.
Trying to get y'all to leave. Y'all just like, no, everything is fine. Everything is fine.
I tried to think positive.
Nothing to see.
I always around here, everyone says I'm pessimistic. I try to think positive today, and you're like, be negative. Think the worst.
No.
We're fine.
I'm trying to tell y'all. I'm like, dude, water's rising.
Yeah, but
oh, phooey.
You were right, but you were also the boy who cries wolf.
No, not all the time.
Hold on a second. You
Okay,
thought
what,
there
I
was
cried.
an alligator in the Schuylkill. So when you tell me the river's rising, I'm not going to
No,
believe you.
I didn't say an alligator was in the Schuylkill. There's an alligator in Maryland somewhere.
Yeah, but you probably thought there was one.
I thought it was a
log.
dead
That was a
body.
log.
It was a dead body in the Schuylkill. And to my point, it was.
Welcome to Philly.
It was a little bit farther up the Schuylkill, but it was a dead body in the Schuylkill. It was a dead body.
I'm not worried about that.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's just like I didn't want to get in the Schuylkill.
I didn't want to get in the Schuylkill. Unfortunately, the Schuylkill came to me. I didn't want to get in, but I ended up in there anyway. All right, 215-592-9494. Today's been a day, but we're happy to be back in the studio after an adventure to get here. Are your phone calls here? Painter Watch. We got to check in. Andrew Painter had a second start for the AAA Iron Pigs last night, plus some audio of our Fransky interview. Kyle has combed through. What did it sound like as the river was rushing into our tent and Hugh Douglas was running for the hills as we talked to Scott Fransky? You'll hear some of that next. Your phone calls on the schedule. Are you worried about the Eagles' schedule? And is Hugh actually an Eagles great? Morning show today, Joe DeKemmer said he is, but with a lowercase g. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. Lunch and batting practice with Topper. You and a friend in the 2025 team photo. And play video games on Fanavision with WIP Midday Show's Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at Phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Denton Day here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're headed to Baltimore. I'm taking the Nationals. First 5 money line over the Orioles. The Nats have their on the mound. He's taking on Povich for Baltimore. I think Gore's going to do a good job keeping the Orioles off the scoreboard early and expect the Nationals bats to get after Povich early and often, which is why I'm taking the Nats first 5 money line. I'm Denton Day from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ashley's grand opening event is this Saturday in Montgomeryville, and we're going big. Save 30% on all Ashley furniture when you shop this Saturday. Plus, you could be one of 25 lucky winners to score up to $25,000 in furniture prizes. But wait, there's more. Meet baseball second baseman Bryson Stott and football safety Reed Blankenship in person. Save 30% and you could score up to $25,000 in furniture prizes. But you must be present to win. This Saturday only at Ashley in Montgomeryville.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shea.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hi, I'm glad you could join me today. Today we're going to do a wonderful little painting, and I really think you're going to enjoy this one. So I tell you what, let's don't waste any time.
Is it that time? Is it Andrew Painter watch time? He pitched last night.
Is that a song? That's the song?
Well,
Or you just want it should be. I kind of like that.
What if he came out to that entire thing? Like that entire intro is how he came
Bob
out.
Ross?
Yeah.
I kind of like that. I kind of like that for him. I thought it was his song.
Well, it should be now.
I did bring up last time, though, that the name of the song
not
conducive to great pitching
What was
because it's
the name
called
of the-
Walk.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Can't have that.
Yeah.
There was a pitcher named Bob Walk once. I believe he pitched in the World Series. All right, Andrew Painter. He had his second start last night in AAA. 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 strikeouts, 2 runs. I would say more of an average start. Nothing special, but he built himself up. 71 pitches.
Who was the prospect he went to? Who did he play against? The Mets farm team. Was it the Mets farm team?
I believe it was.
Or the Yankees?
No, it was the Mets.
It was the Mets?
Syracuse. The Syracuse Mets, yes.
Yeah, and who was their fifth, their number 5 prospect, the hitter he was going against?
Oh, I didn't even realize he went against
Well, yeah,
a significant batter.
Yeah, because they were. I can't remember his batter's
Okay.
name. But yeah, they were talking about that. They were talking about that.
So here's what's interesting to me about this. Because, again, he wasn't – if you look at some of his other games, he's been more dominant. He was all right, 5 innings, couple runs. But he got up to 71 pitches. Like, we're starting to build 5 innings, 71 pitches. I mean, what is an average back of the rotation guy go in Major League Baseball? Like 90 pitches? 5 innings? I mean, if the conversation is how quickly can he build himself up to being ready, I don't think he's that far away.
Yeah, it feels like it. It feels like that's the case. Might be right on time too.
Well, Aaron Nola better wake up or somebody better wake up because Andrew Painter is on his way. We'll find out how many more times they let him pitch at AAA. We're also getting to the point. I would say another 3 weeks to a month. If he's dominating, why are we wasting innings down at AAA? If he only has 100 or whatever in his arm the whole season, or 120, I don't know what the number is. I can't waste that many more down at AAA. So we'll keep an eye on it. But 71 pitches last night through 5 innings for Andrew Painter in his second AAA start. All right, coming up in a few minutes, we will let you hear a couple of clips from the now infamous Scott Fransky interview, which I did basically ankle deep in the Schuylkill, and Hugh was running away.
Yep. Some are calling this the great midday show flood of 2025.
And we survived it. We're all here. We made it.
And since we're doing this in lieu of you people, because it's like basically an entirely different show now.
Yeah, totally.
Since that incident, I do just want to share a few of the funnier comments.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said, you said women and children, my ass.
He ran. He's out.
No, I'd have just been on the same boat with the women and the kids. I'd have been there.
Yeah, sure you would, buddy.
Bumping out a woman and child to make it on.
I wouldn't have bumped them out, but I'd have been like, Herbie, you better Herbie get your ass on that raft.
And then one I did not appreciate, company man Kyle made sure to take the equipment away instead of taking my phone out and filming.
Well, I mean,
he wanted to see the carnage, or they wanted to see the carnage.
Stuff's expensive, man.
Yeah, we needed the equipment.
I will gladly be a company.
By the way, I'm not going to name names, but there were quite a few of people from WIP in different roles, right? There were salespeople. Yeah. Kyle was there, Hugh, myself. There was, I don't know, maybe 8 of us.
Yeah.
You learn about people in tough moments. Some people run.
What? That I was the only damn one wrapping up the equipment.
You did your job. I tried to do my job. I'm just saying, and some people freak out. Some people are calm. I mean, you learn.
I know what my role is. I'm leaving.
Bailed. Yeah.
You didn't quite freak out as much as you just made a very, very strong business decision that you were out.
I was out because, first of all, I ain't want my Jays to get wet.
Yeah.
I ain't want the
I know,
Jays
your
to get
Jays.
wet. And then it's like, dog,
Jay's here, everybody else here.
Jays were cooked. I saw
It was flood. No, I had to say, I'm going to take them off when I get home and dry them out because we ain't going to go out like that.
I'm wearing shoes that have a hole in the front.
I wish, if I would have known,
My feet are so wet, man.
I'd have brought some galoshes. I'd at least brought, that was bad.
You say if we know, we wouldn't have done the outing. I mean,
the heavens just opened up and it was just just got different. It got different quick.
During the breaks, he was like, "That river's rising."
Yeah,
and we're like, it's not rising.
He let everyone know, and we told him that he was a baby.
No, pop. I'm like, dog, y'all don't see that because they had the little orange pontoon thing and they're floating. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, that thing ain't rising. It was like, oh, that's just the runoff.
I mean, well, it was the runoff.
Then all the meteorologists and everybody talking about, oh, that's just the runoff from the river. And that's the thing. I'm glad that people use it. Oh, that's just the runoff from the river. That's all. You're worried about the wrong thing. Okay.
All right, we get it. You got one right. We get it. We get it.
I got a few of them right.
You got one right. Big V in Mount Laura. What's up, Big V?
I can't take it. Oh my God, you.
What?
Yeah, we got a new name for you. I tried to told you, Douglas.
I tried to tell them.
Yep,
they ain't want to hear me.
He did.
He said the river is rising.
The show must go on, Big V.
Big V, and make it so bad. I said it on the air. I kept saying it because I'm looking at Joe, Joe just sitting there. Joe, you know what I found out about Joe? You remember that? You know that meme with the dogs in the room and the place is on fire? And he's talking about I'm fine.
This is fine.
That's Joe.
Yeah, this is fine.
I was very dismissive.
I hope people believe me now, because people always say that I get very emotional and I pessimistic, and I said in real life I'm not like that.
You were very steady.
In real life,
scarily steady.
In real life, I'm fine. It comes to the Eagles' schedule, I'm sweating bullets over here.
It took me going, dude, we have to get out of here now.
Kyle, no, you don't understand, Big V. I'm sitting over there panicking. Kyle is starting to panic. Joe is cool as a cucumber.
He was just sitting there doing an interview with Scott. And I'm like, Joe, we're getting off the air. We're leaving.
I didn't believe him when he said we're going to break. I was like, now? Really? You got 10 minutes left in this segment.
Joe's a real one.
Joe remind me of the white guy in a horror movie goes, oh, a nice floating. Well, that's peculiar.
That's right. Nothing to worry about. Don't you worry. Meanwhile, you running for the heavens. He's trying not to be the first one out. He was gone.
A guy with a hockey mask and a chainsaw. What are we going to do? Joe's like, hey, let's see if he wants to play.
No reason to worry, Big V. It was only a fun. All right, Big V, what are you thinking today?
Okay. First of all, I'm not worried about the Eagles' schedule because you guys already said it. It's the players' job to be ready for the season. Now, we're already the champions of the NFL right now. So you know that everybody wants to be the man, and to be the man, they got to beat the man. So if we don't want to get beat, the players on their off season were preparing. The coaches preparing. These rookies that they got preparing. I'm not worried about the schedule because the Eagles, they're proven that they can prepare the team for the opponent that they're facing. And even though we've had some not so pretty wins, we still had wins. Now, Hugh, really? 3-1?
1-3. First
1-3.
1-3. Got him at
1-3.
1-3.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you're entitled to your opinion, but if you want to die on that hill, if we're not 1-3, why don't you paint your beard green?
Oh, see, wait a minute, Big V. How about this? Tell me why they're going to go 3-1. And I don't want to hear about no hopes and maybes. Tell me why you think they're going to go 3-1.
Well, first of all, I didn't say they were going to go 3-1.
No, I'm just saying. But okay, 2-2. Whatever's better than what I had, 1-3. Okay. Make a case for them to go 2-2.
Preparation, timing, and execution.
Well, but isn't all the teams preparing?
Yeah, that's not that dog ain't hunting, Big B.
It's not hunting because of challenging you. But if it was Joe,
I love this. Only the Eagles are trying. Only the Eagles are preparing. Everybody else is just showing up to the games.
But this is why I love Philadelphia, because nothing we talk about doesn't have to be based in logic. It's just like, hey, this is what I'm saying.
He's challenging you.
Yeah.
If things were based in logic, WIP would not exist. We all know that.
I appreciate that, Big V. I respect that.
I'm not a fatalist. I'm not sitting up there saying that everybody's playing golf with President Trump and smoking cigars and having champagne. So I'm saying that some people are going to be ready. So it could be a little better than 1-3. It could be 2-2.
I think 2-2 is a very
that's
possible
feasible.
Outcome.
It's feasible, but it's also feasible, Big V, that they could go 1-3. When you talk about it like that, none of us know, and it's. I think when you look at the schedules, we all have our formulas for getting to where we get to. Mm-hmm. I hope I'm wrong, but I can also see a scenario where that might happen. 1-3 might happen, and then they go on a run because after that, they don't lose a game until December.
Well, in your schedule.
Yeah, on my schedule.
Well, October is lighter. I mean, whatever happens in September, they should be able to play well in October. We appreciate the call, Big V. Our Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Are you worried about how hard the Eagles' schedule is? No, at 79%. So a lot of Super Bowl syndrome out there coping.
If I had time, I would have put, are you worried about the Midday Show?
Yeah.
Was it flows for league?
That one, I would have voted yes after my feet got wet. All right, is Hugh Douglas actually an Eagles great? 69% say yes, 31% voting against Hugh as an Eagles great today. I voted yes, Hugh. I gave you the yes on that. You're in the Eagles Hall of Fame. I believe Kyle voted no. We all know what happened this morning with the camera. I mean, just mocking the idea of you in the Eagles Hall of Fame. Could have been because he lost Pete the Hammer. Could have been because you said he looks pregnant. I'm
I'm voting on the latter.
See, you had this one coming.
I had it coming.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at him, man. And I'm not even mad at the 39% or whatever
31,
it is.
31.
They'd be okay. I mean, it's their opinion. I respect their opinion.
But you are in the Eagles Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I am.
I mean,
I am in the Black College Hall of Fame, too. So, there's that.
You're in multiple Hall of Fames.
Yeah.
Any other Hall of Fames we don't know about?
No.
Here's the question. Will Hugh Douglas one day be in the Radio Hall of Fame? The WIP Hall of Fame?
Who will go in before me or Joe the camera? Because I think my hot take about the defensive
Your
luxury
famous take?
necessity. My famous. Joe
It's
the
on
camera doesn't
AI.
have one.
Does Joe the camera have a famous take? What's Joe's most famous take?
Ask me in December about the Eagles' record last year.
Yeah, I don't know what Joe's most famous take is, but certainly, Hugh, you haven't. If you're talking about AI, not Allen Iverson, but artificial intelligence picked up your take more than any.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk to Will, and then I think we're going to hear a little bit from the interview we did with Scott Fransky, which was happening literally as the Schuylkill was flooding onto our set. Will in Jenkintown. Hey, Will.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for making it. Well, what's up?
First off, I want to always say, go Birds.
Go
Period,
Birds, Will.
First and foremost, right?
Yes.
This season, I'm really not too worried about it. I mean, I know we're playing some good teams, but, come on. We're the best team. We're going to play good teams. Everybody's looking at us. So you're going to have to handle that pressure. You want to be the champs. You want to hold the belt. You're going to have to handle it. I'm not too worried about it. I think Washington might give us some trouble, might give us a loss. Dallas, I have friends that are saying, Dallas is going to beat us at least once. I don't know where they get that. Dallas isn't beating us once. They're lucky they're on the same field as us.
Well, typically, I just usually say, and I think most of us do, they're going to split with Dallas because that's what's happened most years. I think you could be right this year. Well, when we went through it yesterday, I gave them wins in both Cowboys games. I think the Cowboys could be a 6-7 win team. I know they're usually way better than that with Dak, but that coach they hired is the least inspiring coaching hire in 15 years in the NFL. They could really stink.
Yep. They don't have it in them this year. They're going to be the same. And honestly, last year for Dak to say we were this close to the Eagles, you have got to be kidding. There's nothing even resembles close to us. But another reason why I'm really happy you guys took my call, I just want to let you guys know, I called last night on my way here. Just today at 3:28 in the morning, welcome my beautiful baby daughter into the world.
Hey!
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, me and my girlfriend Rachel had our daughter Ivy Rose Herman Hay, soon to be the newest Eagles fan, and just so excited. And I just want to tell you and the world I love her so much, and just happy to just so happy right now.
We're happy
Congratulations,
for you. Yeah.
man. That's a beautiful feeling.
Thanks.
Congratulations,
Thank you,
Will.
guys.
You got it, man. Enjoy every moment. That's awesome stuff right there. Will, good stuff, and hope you have a great weekend with your brand new daughter. All right, can we?
You ain't gonna get no sleep though, dog.
No, that's out for a while.
It's a wrap.
That's out.
It's all fun and game until that poop starts smelling.
Yeah, which it will.
Like Kyle, you don't have little Kyle yet, but the first couple poops that they do, it's like really cute because it don't smell like nothing.
Well, because they haven't eaten.
They really haven't eaten it, but boy, when them things start to get,
it changes.
It changes drastically.
All right.
Yeah, it's get real quick. Yeah.
Enjoy fatherhood, and by the way, the poop smell.
Wait till it starts stinking.
Yeah, that's not fun, but everything else is great. All right, before we play this for you, so we're going to play a couple of clips from the Scott Fransky interview during the great flood of the midday flood of 2025. But we got some news. Bryson Stott's going to be on the afternoon show today.
2:15, I believe.
2:15. I believe that was the final question I had to Scott. Was something about Bryson Stott, and
I wasn't paying attention.
At that point, I kind of blacked out because I realized the fear in everyone else's eyes, and I realized we were probably had to wrap this thing up. All right, but Kyle has pulled some of the audio. Here's how it sounded when we conducted an interview during a flood.
I think what you also see is that he's growing and learning better how to use it.
Can hear that rain.
When to use it, who to use it against, how to couple it with the other pitches that he has. So, I think it's. I mean, I loved the move at the time, and there's no reason not to love it even more every time you see him go to the mound.
Scott Fransky with us here, a Fransky Friday, as we are at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta here on this Friday. Phillies open a series tonight against the Pirates. You're going to be all right.
No, I'm not.
He was worried.
No,
Well,
no, Scott.
Full disclosure, Scott, the area we're in has begun to flood.
Scott,
so I think he was
it
about
just
to run away.
it just got real. It just got real. It just got really
We also
real.
found out, Scott, real life Titanic. I go down with the ship, and Hugh gets in the lifeboat.
Hey, listen.
I sat there talking to Hugh, and Hugh started walking away.
Hey, Scott, I just want to say, they think I'm crazy. They're gonna start listening to me at some point. They're gonna start listening at some point. I told them this could happen. I told you so.
As long as the afternoon show is ready to go a little bit earlier, if you guys have to clear out.
They better get ready, because we about to start swimming in about 2 seconds.
I think we're going to be okay. I think we're going to be all right.
You were wrong.
I was. That was a lie.
Well, I'm going down with the ship, Hugh. We got a show to do. All right, Scott. Tonight the Pirates come in, and then next week a trip to Colorado and I said Oakland, an A's team that is a little more, I guess,
Put on a brave face.
competitive than they have been in years past. But, Scott, this feels like the part of the schedule where they should play well and hopefully rack up some wins here. I mean, Pirates and Rockies the next 7 games. This feels like an opportunity here to get some wins.
It does feel like an opportunity. I mean, sometimes that can be a little bit scary, right? If everybody thinks when you're supposed to win. And I don't think the players take any of that for granted. I mean, I do think the players tend to believe that, the next game on the schedule is the hardest game they got. So hopefully they keep that mindset and not take anything for granted here, because again, if you let one slip away the first couple of days and you're staring at somebody like Paul Skeens on Sunday, he's obviously got the ability to shut anybody down. So, I don't think it's a situation where you can take anything for granted, but it does feel like a part of the schedule where they can maybe make some hay.
All right, in retro, a couple things. One, early in the clip, you hear Hugh just say Jesus, right?
I think he said we're about to meet Jesus.
We about to meet Jesus. I said that, and I kept saying Mayday, Mayday. I didn't want to say abort because, abort. I just want to say abandon ship or something. I was trying to give you social cues.
I know. You know how the coaches always say they got to watch the film before they have an opinion? In retrospect, now hearing the audio, I should have bailed before the Pirates question. I probably should have got
it.
Saturday.
Going for another 2 minutes.
No, and I'm just looking at Joe. I'm looking at him, and I'm like,
it's so loud, the rain.
Yes, and I'm like, Joe is completely oblivious to what's happening.
I wasn't fully oblivious. I just thought you were being a baby. I mean, if I'm being honest,
I was not being a baby. The rain was hard. Like, my mic kept clipping. It was clipping in and out a little bit. I'm like, dog, we about to die. Because one of us about to get electrocuted.
The rain reminds me of you cooking bacon on the air.
It was loud like that, yeah. It was loud.
That was Noah's Ark kind of stuff right there. It was coming down.
I felt bad now because the dude was trying to give me that sandwich. I should have got that sandwich.
You're hungry, aren't you?
Yeah. The tension's just like building in the clip. Like if you know what's happening now, you can just hear it start to get awkward. It gets even better though, because Scott, I think, starts to really notice Hugh freaking out. So do you want to hear the rest?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Scott, I'm curious in your estimation how you think the Phillies.
It's okay.
Scott, it's not okay. Scott. Hey, my partner's been a real trooper about this. Me, not so much. It's getting bad. Not okay. Scott, it's getting bad, bro. It's getting bad.
Scott, it's going to be all right. Hugh, it's going to be all right. Scott, let's end with this, and then we might have to put the life preservers on.
Yeah, maybe I went too far.
I'm curious from your perspective, how do you think the Phillies evaluate Scott?
Can you stop for a second? So now I have a strong recollection of this exact moment. This is when everyone there is telling me we got to go. No. Because I kind of stumbled through my words because Kyle's like, you really got to break. And I was like, in the middle of a question here. But this is when I realized we're in some trouble.
You're like, no, I got to ask you about the Pirates.
No,
it's okay.
And I'm looking at Joe, and I'm like, dog, what are you doing? I'm like, what are you doing? And there's nothing to see here, people. Hey, nothing but a fire.
Let's finish it out as the flood comes in.
About it, it's been overall good, and I think we like the lineup like this. But his numbers have calmed down a little bit. Is it, OPS just a little over 700? But I know he's leading baseball, or at least the National League, in pitches seen per plate appearance. Scott, how much do you think it's going to matter to keep this going if he's producing a lot, or is it just the way he approaches an at-bat? Is that what they want out of the leadoff spot?
It's a great question. It really is, and I think it's something they still will continue to look at. I think the thing you get into is if he doesn't hit there, where does he hit? How do you line it up? Do you have Turner lead off every day? Do you go Turner, Harper, Schwarber, 1, 2, 3 every day, regardless, lefty or righty? I tend to think that at least against righties, there's still some more leash there
giggling?
for Bryson, because you're right.
Yes,
nervous.
I'm laughing at you.
Not the best.
Because you was going to get that question in.
But in terms of a leadoff man, you look at his at-bats and you say, wow, that's a leadoff guy, right? He grinds out at-bats. Everybody sees a lot of pitches.
Everyone's freaking out.
You hear the murmur in the background of people running
really
away?
Good, really productive for the lineup as a whole. But at the
wonder
same
what the
time,
hell
they're
wrong
gonna
with
need
you.
him to get on base a little bit more. And when he does get on base, I think that what they really love is the dynamic of having Stott and Turner at the top with speed on the bases. I mean, that can make such a big difference. With the two big guys.
As the Thunder.
I don't know that anything in that regard is etched in stone. I really think that there's still some things to consider and things to keep watching there. And keep your mind
Thunder
open.
was
that was loud.
You feel like they're warranted.
Scott, really appreciate it. As always, we'll be listening tonight, this whole weekend against the Pirates. Scott, we're going to put the life preservers on, so we'll talk to you next Friday, all right?
Yeah, I hope you got a rowboat, guys.
Hey, Scott, if you was here, you would definitely need one.
Scott, thanks so much. We'll talk soon.
In retrospect, I probably took it a little too long.
You took it too far, Joe.
It's almost sounded like we were next to a faucet or a shower that was on. That's how loud that rain was.
And you know what's the funny part? Because on that clip, you can hear the bedlam in the background.
Yes.
You can hear people going bananas.
There's fear.
And you're sitting there. You're the violin player on the Titanic. Like everybody's yelling and screaming. And you're trying to play the next song. You're looking at the song selections.
I got to play this Thunder one more time.
Makes such a big difference with the two big
and
guys.
And Joe's just rifling. He
Here's
just
someone screaming.
powering through the interview, and I'm just looking at him like, dog, when we leaving?
Listen, did we make it out?
Yeah, we did.
All right, we're good, and we got some good audio out of it.
We would have been out a whole lot sooner.
Okay. All right, we made it. No one died. We're good. All right.
Luckily.
Friday's Midday Show. No one died. All right, that's it for us today, as it's beautiful outside now and sunny. Afternoon show is next. You guys have a great rest of your weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Hey, Jetta Camera here. The Keystone State Showdown is back this weekend, and you can score bigger winnings for the big game with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because when Pennsylvania's pride is on the line, FanDuel is giving customers a profit boost for tonight's Phillies Pirates matchup. You can ride with your side. We know which side. Which slugger's going to go yard? We know which slugger, and so much more. So find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. It's a great MLB rivalry weekend. It's the Phillies and the Pirates. FanDuel.com/hammer, how you can get involved. Make sure you make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase, May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues, live from the 50-yard line at Lincoln Financial Field. Metallica, 2 nights, 2 different sets. On No Repeat Weekend, Friday, May 23rd, Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Sunday, May 25th, those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera, and Suicidal Tendencies. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. The M72 World Tour continues, presented by In Kind.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. If anyone is feeling pressure in the NBA playoffs, it has to be the New York Knicks. They haven't made a conference final since 1999. The fans are as hungry as any fan base in the NBA. That adds pressure, especially playing at home tonight. But if they win, this is setting up to be a heck of a party on the streets of Manhattan. And hopefully for Knicks fans, just the beginning of the postseason celebrations. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, we're back again. Another Chickies Friday on the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, we survived the downpour. Thank goodness. Here with you for another excellent radio program. Ike Reese, how you feeling, brother?
Brother Spike, it's Friday. I'm feeling pretty good. Arrived over here safely on my canoe with my life jacket on. So
is that a boat?
A canoe is a boat.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Not a ship.
not a ship. It is a boat. Yep,
Okay.
We're all on the same page with that one.
Good,
Yes.
good.
Made it across the Delaware River here. And so, yes, I'm here looking forward to a great show. Listen, a night without the Phillies, man, I tell you, doesn't feel good. For us guys,
Nothing to do.
nothing to do, but we made it through, and they're back with a rivalry, I guess,
Yeah,
air
rivalry.
quotes, rivalry weekend.
Yep.
Match up against the Buccos. Jackie Baseball. Come on, man. Got one of your favorite guys coming up here in a minute. Come on, Mr. Leadoff, starter. Come on. Holla at your boy.
America's leadoff hitter, some said.
Yep.
Some said.
Are we going to tell Stott that you didn't want him to hit leadoff?
Please don't. Again, all you try to do is ruin my legacy here. But I will say this.
Yep.
I think for true rivalry weeks like this is, I think we should lead the show with, like, who's your most hated pirate?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it'll be a long list
Yeah.
of hated pirates. Yep. Rick Roden. Get into that. All right.
Who am I going with?
Yeah, who's your most hated pirate?
I have no idea. Well, Barry Bonds was.
Nah, that's a man.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh,
we
when he
hated
was
him
with
at
the
the
Pirates,
time.
yeah.
All right. Found his chest back.
It is a big show. Bryson Stott joins us at 2:15. Talk about the Phils, also the Fantastic Auction, the Phils Fantastic Auction, which one of the opportunities is you can have a catch with Bryson Stott. We'll talk to Bryson about that. 3 o'clock, Elliott Shore Parks joins us. Tornado Shapiro's weekend forecast at 3:30. Looks like we got a little late, actually.
Yeah. He has a lot to break down this weekend.
Yep. Jerry Recco of the Boomer and Geo on WFAN, but also the play-by-play guy for Rutgers basketball will join us at 4 to talk about Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper. We'll award the belt and lots of other great stuff here on the show today. So yesterday, the schedule came out. Well, actually, Wednesday night schedule came out for the Philadelphia Eagles, and we're sort of in waiting mode now, right? We have everything. The offseason has essentially happened. We have the schedule. Now we just wait for training camp. Ike, with the schedule out, with the offseason finished, looking ahead to next season, what is, for the Eagles, for you, a successful season?
A successful season?
Yeah. What is a successful season for the Eagles in 2025?
Repeat champions?
That's it?
Yeah.
Nothing below?
That's simple enough. Well, yeah. I mean, what else do I want? I mean, I don't know. I'm not. Listen, success, failure, I guess we'll judge it in the end, but I don't know. I'm not sitting here saying I hope I can make it back to the NFC Championship game. I'm not sitting here saying I hope I can make it to the playoffs this year or we win the NFC East. I'm saying I'm trying to be back-to-back champions. I want to know what that feels like. Like, that's where I'm at with this team. Until further notice, meaning that I have to adjust my thinking. As of right now, haven't seen anything that'll make me adjust my thinking. Sure, we've lost a few players on defense. I totally get that. We may not be as good on that side early, but I have full faith in Coach Fangio as a coordinator and putting guys in the right place. And quite frankly, I'm excited about what the offense will have the opportunity to do this year, which is really, from an aerial standpoint, have a chance to be one of the better offenses in the league. So I'm not I'm not lowering the bar by any stretch of the imagination. I don't expect this to be a cakewalk through the season, but we are battle tested. And by the time we get to January, I think if we are still standing tall with the majority of our players, I feel good about us repeating as champions. Why not us? Kansas City was able to do it. Why can't we do it?
215-592-9494. What is a success for the Eagles in 2025? Everyone has to start lowering their expectations for this year because the Eagles have told you that they are. Like I actually think you need to, not you, well maybe you a little bit, but you being the collective, should just listen to what the team has told you. The team has told you the entire offseason that they are preparing for the following season. The team has told you with their moves in free agency, and then we were hit with that schedule. Like the expectations, for me, a successful season now that I've seen it, I wanted them to go for a Super Bowl. They're not going for a Super Bowl this year. They're certainly not going all out for a Super Bowl this year. I think they would be happy to be in it, and I think that there's a chance. But to me, a success for the Eagles is making the playoffs next year. If they're in the playoffs next year, I think this is a success. I don't think you can lose. They've lost 5 important contributors on defense and replaced them with bargain bin players and rookies. They have told you the entire time that they are preparing to pay people in 2026. They let a ton of contributors go. They spent their first round pick on a guy that might not even play for the first month or 2 months of the season. And then they got yesterday, what I see is the hardest schedule that I remember the Eagles having in the last 20 years. Like just thinking about a schedule.
On paper.
On paper, for sure. That's all we have right now. And all we have is the Eagles basically on paper at this point. You know, on paper.
Well, we got the fact they just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but we have as much information on the Eagles as we have with all the other teams at this point, I guess. And I look at that schedule for next year, and I see 2 total teams on it that I think will have losing records. 2. I see the Raiders and the Giants. Those are the only 2 teams. They face 11 teams. They have 11 games against teams that made the playoffs last year. They don't play consecutive home games the entire season. And I think next year they've told you it's a step back year. I think it is a year where you find out what young players can contribute. They sort of like they have a new offensive coordinator. I just think next year is a year where if they get in the playoffs and maybe they can make a little noise, I think that is a success. But I think looking for the Super Bowl next year, it would be nice. But it just doesn't seem to be setting up. It's not the expectation for me anymore.
Yeah,
it was the expectation 3 months ago for me, but not now.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't changed for me. They're still the betting favorite.
Yep.
They are literally the betting favorite to repeat as champions. That lets you know, even with the players that they've lost, no one else in the NFL has done enough to enhance their roster, to put them ahead of the Eagles right now. As hard as it is to repeat as a champion, that should knock you down a couple notches right there from a betting favorite, because it's more likely that you won't repeat as a champion than it is you will repeat as a champion, right? And then you think about the players that they lost, that should have knocked them down even more, but it didn't. It didn't. They're still the betting favorite. They're still the betting favorite. With all these other teams and everything they've done, this is still the betting favorite because they have the best roster in football. They have the best roster in football.
215-592-9494. What is success for the 2025 Eagles? Jack, you?
Still need a playoff win. Like I've mostly given them a pass.
You said they were going 9-8 yesterday.
That still should make the playoffs and should still win a playoff game.
Okay.
Yeah.
The wild card team. All right.
Well, listen, maybe they're the team that no one wants to play in the playoffs.
Okay. All right. They could be that.
That's what everyone's saying early.
Yep.
So I think just winning a playoff game is fine. Like I don't view this as a Super Bowl or bust kind of year. I mean, I know
it's not Super Bowl or bust.
But it's still like that's where the expectation is for a lot of people, which is fine. I'm ready to give them a big old fat pass for next year. They just won the Super Bowl. Like I don't have this bloodthirst of like we got to do it again. We got to do it again.
Are all the players being given a pass?
Not the quarterback.
No. Okay.
But
well, that's why I'm looking at both of you all. What's
up? What's the issue?
I don't buy this nonsense from either one of you.
What's that?
You're not going to be talking about it's a successful season if they just get in the playoffs. You're not going to say it's a successful season.
Well, okay. Let me just frame it.
Yeah, reframe that.
No.
Yeah.
Spit it out.
Yeah.
I do not approve of the way they have approached this offseason and approve of the way they're approaching next season. My expectations have changed. Now, my expectations after they won the Super Bowl were go win another one.
Yeah.
But that is not the way they've approached this offseason. So I can't on one hand say I don't approve of letting all those players go, not replacing them, blah, 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 and say, okay, and also I think they should go win the Super Bowl. I just don't think they have the ammo for it. Do you know what I mean? I guess.
Or sure they do.
I don't think so. I don't think so. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
On the offensive side of the ball, they don't have the ammo to go back to the Super Bowl?
Well, they had this. You're talking about an improved aerial attack, and they had the same exact players last year.
Yeah.
So
that's a good thing.
Well, and they didn't have that aerial attack.
How many coordinators or quarterbacks would die to be in this offense?
Plenty.
Well, so then that tells you that it's a very good offense.
It tells you they have the personnel to be a very good offense. Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but
they were a very good offense last year.
They were a good offense last year.
Seventh best offense in the league.
Yeah, that's good.
It was good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Well, we can do that all day long.
Well, it was. I don't need to have the number one offense in the league to win.
Right, but
you need the number one offense when you have a terrible defense. That's when you need a top-tier offense, is when you can't stop anybody. Like the Bengals, they need to score 30 points a game because they're giving up 35 a game.
I think we can agree the offense needs to be better next year and the aerial attack needs to be better next year. Right? We can agree on both those things.
But we also can agree that they weren't horrible last year. So the details do matter. Saying you can go from 7th to 5th or 4th is plausible. But saying you have to go from 25th as an offense to a top 10 without making any changes is difficult to do. So we have to be realistic about what we're asking of them. They weren't a terrible offense last year.
No, they were good.
And how much improvement do they? They don't need to be the number one offense in the league this year.
They should be top 3. I mean, they should be around 30 points a game. Essentially, you're asking them to add a field goal a game, 3 points. And that'll make a massive difference if the defense isn't what it was last year.
Sure.
And that's going to have to happen with we're all talking about using Saquon less, which means an aerial assault that's going to have to be better. Yeah. And we have a new offensive coordinator and an aerial assault that wasn't there last year. So if it happens, great. I'm just not expecting it. I guess I would love for it to happen. I think it should happen. I think it could happen. I'm just not expecting it. Bryson Stott joins us in a few minutes to talk about the Phils and his spot in the fantastic auction. 215-592-9494. What is your expectation of the Eagles next year? Jeff in Orlando, you're on WIP. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I wanted to ask you, as far as looking at the season, isn't it really kind of a set of seasons? I mean, when people talk about how bad the passing attack was, it really was when they were 2-2, and then he was told not to throw the ball, and he handed off. But really, if you look at those last 5-6 games, including the playoffs, I mean, the aerial attack was there. There's a lot to build on there, and I don't think it's quite correct to say that they're just going to be average in the passing game with the weapons they have. I think they evolved. And I think on defense, yes, they lost a lot, but they had to develop a heck of a lot more players last year than they'd have to develop this year in order to be a top 5 defense. And lastly, I think the Rams game, I'm sorry.
Well, they have to develop a cornerback, a safety, a linebacker, an edge, maybe even 2 edges, and a defensive tackle. That's not nothing, man.
2 rookies, who knew about the guys that they had, outside
for
of Carter?
Sure.
Carter hadn't played a full season.
Jeff, I got to put you on hold because somebody more important's on the line. I wouldn't do that for just anyone.
That's right.
I wouldn't do that for just anyone. But we're joined by Phil's starting second baseman, Bryson Stott. Bryson, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, of course.
So let's ask Bryson first. Is it a Super Bowl or bust season for the Eagles, Bryson?
Yeah. What do you think, Bryson?
I'm not getting in trouble, so they'll be fine.
I'm glad you gave him the shot there. So Bryson, you've got an item this year in the Phil's Fantastic Auction, raising money for Phillies charities. Somebody gets the opportunity to have a catch with you. They also get 6 field level tickets. They also get a behind-the-scenes tour, watch batting practice. My question for you is, somebody bids, has a catch with you. are you quietly judging their performance during the catch? Because I know I'd be nervous having a catch with a Major League Baseball player.
Not so judging their mechanics. It's more about me just making sure I don't drop the ball. Since I am the professional baseball player, I figure it's probably best that I don't clank one that they throw and make them feel bad. So last year I had a little girl who played softball, and she wanted to pitch to me. So that was a fiasco in itself, trying to catch a softball pitcher. So no, it's fun. It's a fun time, and they have a blast just getting on the field and seeing everything from kind of our eyes. So.
Well, you can bid at Phillies.com/fantastic auction. Fantastic spelled with a PH there. I hadn't thought about the pressure on you, making sure they feel good about it. You know, like you got to be. You're a good fielder, but there's a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
Yeah. So at the plate this year, you've had a real good season and a bounce back after last year. What has felt like the biggest difference for you at the plate this year compared to last year?
I think just more or less staying in the strike zone. I mean, it sounds like the easiest answer, but trying not to chase a lot and kind of understanding that those borderline pitches that I know I could hit that are actually balls, I don't have to swing at. I mean, the umpires might miss one or two here and there, but that's where I would kind of get into funks last year was swinging at the borderline pitch and not leaving it up to the umpire, and just kind of cutting down my chase rate, and kind of in a little bit of a funk here now, and that's the first thing I look at is what my chase rate is, and it's a little higher than I would like it to be, and kind of hone that back in and get back on track.
It seems like it was a focus for a lot of players on the team, the chase stuff coming into this year. Is it difficult to have that in your mind, but also remain as aggressive as you'd like to be? They seem like maybe different parts of your brain, but both important.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys have kind of started paying a little more attention to that. I mean, I've never been one to chase at a alarming rate. I think I've always been above league average in the chase rates and things like that, but just kind of knowing the type of hitter I am and things like that, and my job is to get on base, so just to cut that down and go from there. And obviously you want to swing at the pitches that you know you can hit, but sometimes, like you said, you kind of get into a passive kind of approach, and you take a pitch that you look back and you're like, man, I probably should have swung at that one. And there's a fine line of being aggressive and being too aggressive, and I just try to stay aggressive in the strike zone and take everything outside of it. So,
Bryson, a couple weeks ago after the Mets series, and you get swept up there, and the team has really, I think, responded well to that. It's been about 2.5 weeks of really solid baseball. Was there kind of like an internal moment there where you guys got together and was like, we got to snap out of it now? Is there any kind of a team meeting, or is just kind of going through the lulls of the season?
I mean, there was no team meeting. I think it was more of just they ended our season last year. It was kind of, I don't want to say embarrassing series up there getting swept, but I think some of us kind of felt embarrassed by that, and just to kind of turn it on and be like, we got to play now. I don't care how there's 140 games left. It's time to go, because, I mean, I've always believed you don't know which game's going to get you in the playoffs. It could be a win in May. It could be a win on the last game of the season, and you don't want to ever look back and say, well, I should have won this game in April or May, and if I just did that, I'd been in the playoffs. So I'm in the mindset of not throwing any game away, no matter the date, and you don't ever want to look back at a series and been like, well, if we just showed up for this one, we would have won the division, or we would have been the one wild card instead of the three, and things like that. So I think it just kind of was a wake-up call, no matter how early it was, and I think we're playing good ball now. So
I'm always intrigued, Bryson, with the team aspect, the camaraderie aspect of you guys in the clubhouse, sort of supporting and rallying around each other during difficult times. You know, you went through a little bit of it last year. Casty went through a little bit of it last year. Bohm earlier this year. Bryce going through a little bit of it now. You guys seem to have the right words to support one another and rally around each other. Talk to us a little bit about that sort of support group and I guess the ability to encourage one another during these times that you guys as players sort of lean on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just having faith in one another. And, I mean, we know our lineup is good, and whatever they're going through is not going to last the whole season. And a bad 3 weeks, a bad month isn't your season. And just looking at Bohm, dude, I thought the world was ending, and things like that. And he has a good 3 weeks to a month now in a row, and he's back and seeing the ball well. And Bryce is a 2-time MVP for a reason, and whatever he's going through now is not going to be his numbers at the end of the year. And I think we have all the confidence in each other, and just the next guy going to pick you up if you don't do it. And I think that kind of relieves some stress and pressure off our veterans who maybe sometimes feel like the weight of the team is on their shoulders, but them knowing that if you don't get it done, the guy behind you is going to do it, and so on and so forth down the line. And I think that's just kind of a comfortability factor, and kind of just helps ease some of that tension that you might feel thinking you have to get a hit every time.
Bryson Stott with us, talking about the Phils. Bryson, you've got to hit a leadoff a lot this year. Have you liked doing it? And you've a pretty patient hitter anyway. I see a lot of pitches anyway, but does your approach change at all hitting leadoff?
I like it. I like it a lot, actually. Did it in college and did it throughout the minor leagues, and a little bit here and there throughout my time here, and getting to do it on a more or so consistent basis, I would say. Obviously not against the lefties, but doing it against righties when I'm playing has been great. And I think that it is a little different. Like I'll take a couple more 2-0 pitches or 3-1 pitches if they're kind of not even close to the zone on the first couple, and just trying to let Trey and Bryce like to swing at the first pitch, and see if I could tire them down and let them get the mistake that's the pitch that they want to do damage on. And I mean, I think a few times it has kind of worked, and just trying to be annoying to the opposing pitcher and let them know that it's not going to be an easy time through the order.
I like that, trying to be annoying. That's a good approach to have.
You certainly are.
Yeah, yeah.
The 2 strikes, he seemed like a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
like a real pain in the ass.
Bryce, you had I forget which national game it was, but they had you mic'd up during an inning. As a fan, I'm watching it thinking, leave him alone, leave him alone, leave him alone, let him play in the field. How, is that just distracting at all, having to talk to the broadcasters while you're in the field?
I don't think so. I think it kind of, like I said, gets blown out of proportion and things like that. I mean, they're not asking us the question as the pitch is coming. They do a pretty good job of kind of holding up their question. And if they don't hold up their question, I'll just stop talking and focus and try to catch the ball. But yeah, they're pretty good about, like, once the pitcher's kind of in his windup or in the stretch, once they come set, it's kind of mute, and you can kind of focus on the game. And in between pitches is when it really gets like the conversation. So,
Bryson, one thing I'm curious about, because on the outside, people look at Rob Thompson and they say he's laid back, lets players kind of do what they want. And, there's a question of his accountability, I guess. And I'm just curious from, like, your perspective, like, if you can shed any insight, like, what does Rob Thompson accountability in the clubhouse look like?
I mean, I think you get talked to. Obviously, if you mess up something you shouldn't mess up as a Major League Baseball player, and they just let you know that you did XYZ wrong and you probably shouldn't do that. And if it's something really bad, I don't think you're in the lineup the next day. And but it's not the, I don't really know how to word it. It's never going to air you out and make you feel like the dumbest person in the world. And he's very, like, on our side and has our back. And we all know that, and that's why everyone loves playing for him. And obviously when we mess up, we want to hear about it, and he does a good job at that, and lets us go out and play, and tells us when we're right, tells us when we're wrong. And I think that's why you see a lot of people that love playing for him and would do anything for him and want to give their all every day out there for him.
Bryson, the season is very, very, very long, but every game, really, at the end of the day, you look back at the end of the season, and the division could be decided by one game or two games. How do you approach, I guess, not overdoing the importance of every game, but also making every game important, if that makes any sense?
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, my mindset is you don't know which game, like you said, is going to get you in the playoffs. You could make the playoffs by 20 games, 30 games, or you could sneak in there by one, and you could look back and say, remember that game we won in June that we probably shouldn't have won, like that was the difference. Or remember that game in June where we lost and now we're the 3 seed in the wild card instead of the 1 seed, and things like that. So just trying to go out, and you're never trying to throw away a game. You always want to win them, and we know how competitive our division is, and the National League as a whole. So the games you're supposed to win, you need to go out and win, and the games you're down 5 or 6 runs, you want to keep fighting and never give up and out, because with our lineup, it's a couple swings away from being right back in it.
Bryson, I know your brother listens to WIP a lot. Hopefully he's not telling you what we're saying. He leaves us out of it.
Yeah, he loves it. He thinks it's the funniest show in the world. So.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Thanks, man. Well, we appreciate you, and the season's been a lot of fun so far, and we're hoping for the best for you this year. And once again, Bryson's fantastic auction item. You can have a catch with him. You get 6 field-level tickets, a behind-the-scenes tour of Citizens Bank Park. You watch batting practice, and you can bid at Phillies.com/fantastic auction. Good luck the rest of the season. We thank you for your time today, Bryson.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, brother.
There he is, Bryson Stott.
You didn't want to give him crap for comfortability?
No.
Yeah,
I'll give you crap for
Wow.
comfortability. I'll give you crap.
Look how the tide turns.
Yeah.
Listen, it's a baseball guys thing.
He doesn't get paid to talk. You do.
Well.
Yeah, he gets paid to play second base.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't see that.
That's a good job.
He does a great
damn good job.
By the way, you can also bid on the afternoon show experience for the Fantastic Auction, which gets you lunch for 4 at Chickies and Pete's. Hang out with us.
How about that?
4 tickets to Phil's Mets
Come on
on
now.
June 20th.
Come on now.
And after listening to Stoddard, feels like a revenge spot.
It does feel like a revenge spot. You get 4 customized City Connect jerseys and City Connect hats. You get an autographed ball of any player you want. And because it's the WIP afternoon show experience, you get to participate in the top 5 at 5, 5:30 Creed, and award the belt with us that day. It's very big.
Yes.
This
it's
is
a
very
huge
big.
deal.
This is very big. And we have to generate more money than the other show's items.
That's right.
Because
We'll do whatever it takes.
As-
And a signed copy of Ring the Bell book.
there he's
Yay, wow, it's a big item.
He's going to make me and Ike pay for it.
It's a big item. Someone's buying it. I'll put it on the company card.
That's right.
As Bryson just said, his brother thinks it's the funniest show in the world, and you're on it.
Yeah.
So bid at Phillies.com/fantastic auction. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South Philly. Baseball is back. You can watch all the action at Chickies and Pete's. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com.
I don't know if you guys knew it.
What?
The Keystone State Showdown is back.
Oh, hey!
This weekend, the Keystone State Showdown.
I hate them.
Oh, right.
Yes,
This whole
yes.
thing.
It's a bit.
Yes.
It's
I didn't
a
even know.
bit.
I didn't even know what the hell you were talking about.
Ah, I thought you knew bits.
No.
All right, let me keep going.
Okay, sorry.
All right, now you can even score bigger winnings for the big game with FanDuel on America's #1 sportsbook, because when Pennsylvania pride is on the line, FanDuel is giving customers a profit boost for tonight's Pirates versus Phillies matchup. Now, you can ride with your side on who you think is going to win, which slugger is going to go yard, plus so much more. And if your bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. So don't miss your chance to make bragging rights even sweeter Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get in on all the MLB rivalry weekend action. That's FanDuel.com/Ike to claim your profit boost for the Keystone State Showdown. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies host the Pirates at the bank tonight. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted to right. Kyle Schwarber deep into the lower seats.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. And now at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for the whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept their customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through May 18th, save $50 off a premium brake package and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at CJTire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate. CJTire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
At Mattress Warehouse, great sleep isn't just reserved for pros. They've got mattresses for every body and every budget, with store-wide savings up to 70%. During the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale, queen mattresses start at just $159.99 to be exact. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off on all bed gear, pillows, and sheets. Like those pillows, people. And only Mattress Warehouse offers bed mats, 0% financing, and 100% comfort guarantee. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop MattressWarehouse.com.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Summer is better with True Green, especially at a price this low. For a limited time, get 75% off your first treatment and enjoy your lawn without overspending. With True Green, you get expert care and a plan tailored to fit your lawn's needs, so it looks best while you save big. Let the pros handle the hard work while you enjoy the results, relax more, and keep more money in your pocket. A great lawn has never been this easy or this affordable. Sign up now at truegreen.com. Restrictions apply.
The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Pay your tolls.
Yeah, Pete.
Details at chickiesandpete's.com. Let's cost Pete as much money as possible. I want everyone driving through the tolls at that time.
I was going to say, with the way these guys eat down here, we already cost him enough money.
Yeah. They do eat, man.
Well, again, Rojas.
I mean, we got the hungriest crew I've
Yeah,
ever seen.
making up for me. Making up for
Yeah,
me
'cause
and my
Mike doesn't
Diet
eat
Coke.
anything.
Yeah.
Well, Rojas will be on another remote this morning. Stop here on the way back to pick up equipment.
Oh, will he?
And make sure he gets a second free meal. We're the same age.
First of all, that's dry snitching.
Yeah, it is.
Well, that's.
But it's also good content.
It is good content. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's Jewelers. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. All right, Ike, let's see what you got here.
What we got?
What's a successful season for the Eagles next year? Win the Super Bowl, make the Super Bowl, make the NFC Championship game, or win a playoff game?
Ooh. All right.
See, you're win the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I'm win a playoff game.
Yes. But I'll give our fans a little bit of credit, and they won't go full. They have to win the Super Bowl this year, but getting there, I think they would view that as a successful season or the NFC Championship game. But I'm gonna go with getting to the Super Bowl for the majority of voters is probably the answer.
You want to give me a percentage?
It's 4 answers.
It's 4 answers.
Let's go, because winning it ain't far behind, or the NFC Championship. I'm going to go, let's go 38%.
So, 48.3% say winning the Super Bowl.
Ooh-wee.
Jeez.
That's what I'm talking about.
15.7% say make the Super Bowl. So that adds up to 64% say you at least have to make the Super Bowl.
Okay, I sold our fans a little short there.
Yep.
Yeah, I did.
My
bad.
26% say make the NFC Championship game. 10% say win a playoff game. All I'd ask is that you listen to what the team has told you. The team has told you they're
You're
not
hearing it
gunning
wrong.
for it
You're
this
hearing it
year.
wrong.
I'm not hearing it
You
wrong.
are hearing it wrong. You're interpreting
I'm hearing
it
Josh Uche
wrong.
and
Aziz
Dory
Ojulari.
Jackson and
That's not
how
fair.
many more former
That's
Giants?
That's not fair, because here's what I would say. Here's what I would say to that. Here's what I would say to that. You're saying they're not trying to win the Super Bowl because they didn't go all out to win the Super Bowl.
All they've talked about is money.
But here's why I don't hold that against them and have the perception of they're not trying to win. They had to make tough financial decisions this offseason. They can't pay everybody, right? They do have to think about who they have coming up, who they absolutely know they want to pay. Like, they know they want to get Jalen Carter paid sooner rather than later. So they have to prepare for that. They know Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean are coming up in 2 years. They have to prepare for that. The guys that they lost Josh Sweat. I'm not going to do like some people do. I'm not going to just totally disrespect the guys that they left. No, I won't
Thanks. The
disrespect
right thing to do.
But here's what I will say. Josh Sweat was going into his, 8th year, 9th year?
I don't think it's that long.
I thought it was 7, but whatever.
I thought he had already had 7 in. I thought he played 7 with us.
Okay, so maybe it's 8.
That's what I'm saying. He's going into his
going his 8th. Okay.
Yeah, he's going into his 8th season
Okay,
this year.
I was saying 7 with us.
Okay. So you got that, and I don't know how much better he's going to get moving forward? And do I want to commit $80 million in 4 years to him when I got Nolan Smith here, I got draft picks, I got Jalen Hunt? Josh Sweat wasn't that caliber of player that I had to keep because his production could be replaced. Milton Williams, another young player that I like. But we all can at least give the Eagles the benefit of the doubt that they are viewing Milton Williams as a guy, not that he wasn't a good player, but he may have been more of a product of the system and the guys that he had around him, and he thrived in. And they damn sure wasn't about to make a rotating defensive tackle the highest paid player in free agency this year with $100+ million.
That's fair.
They did the uncomfortable thing and the right thing. They brought back arguably, other than Jalen Carter, who's here, their best defensive player in Zach Bond. Eagles in the past would have let a linebacker walk, right? They would have let that linebacker walk.
Made a mistake after 22. With
yes, with
Edwards.
T.J. Edwards, exactly. They didn't. The one questionable move I can understand with people is the GJ move.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because you're saying he's under contract. He's not old. He's a player that was productive for you. Why wouldn't you bring him back? They have to have their reasons for doing that. I think it has less to do with finance and more fit than anything else.
Sure. I think that's
Right?
absolutely fair.
Right? I've heard that enough from people who I
Yep.
trust that maybe that, and they wanted to get out ahead of it versus being a year too late with it, especially since they won the Super Bowl. Other than that, I'm good. Even though I wanted Mekhi Becton still here, I've always said the guard position is the easiest of the line. So maybe they'll replace him there. So what I'm saying is I'm giving the Eagles credit for making the tough decisions, but making some right decisions. And then I'm saying, while they didn't replace those guys with equally talented guys, I agree with you there. They didn't replace those guys with equally talented guys. They didn't. But I'm going to trust that the other guys around them are going to be a year better in this system, and that Vic Fangio will find a way to fit these ancillary pieces that they acquired this offseason in there with those guys to have a formidable enough defense that it doesn't hurt the team. I'm not asking them to be the number one defense this year. I'm asking them to be a defense that's growing to be a number one defense again. Okay, you can't be a sieve out there as a defense. Your offense has to carry the load. They do. I can't expect my defense to go out there and only give up 17, 16 points this year. If they do, great. But I'm not expecting that going into the season.
I agree with you. I'm just here's what I'm suspicious of, and here is why I think they're spending this year celebrating last year. They gave Saquon Barkley $40 million for last year.
You got to keep him happy.
They gave him $40 million for last year.
Yeah.
And like, I'm looking at the lack of replacement of all of these players.
Sure.
And I'm thinking to myself, oh boy, if this doesn't look like a team that is saying, well, we got to reset here, and we're gonna thank him, we're gonna let these guys go, we're gonna see if any of these young guys can play, and maybe we end up, as good as we need to be. But it just screams to me. This offseason screams to me reset. It really does. Look, they have enough talent.
It is reset. It's reset, but we got to win with what we have. I use the Kansas City Chiefs as an example all the time. Like when they traded Tyreek Hill, they didn't say, you know what, we don't care if we don't go to the Super Bowl this year. Like, we just traded away our best wide receiver, so, we just won the Super Bowl, but I'm not worried about winning it. Like, you got to go out and win with what you have. They have to adjust with the personnel that they have. It's going to look a little different this year, but it doesn't mean the goal should change. And what I mean by that is the front office has their job to do. Howie has his job to do to try to balance out the roster financially. The coaches and the players have their job to do, which is go out there and win every game. You prepare this season as if you're trying to win the Super Bowl. Howie's done his job already, and he'll add to the roster if he can. But the coaches and the players, that can't be their mindset. And I feel that the players all have the right mindset, is that they're going out there. Like, I don't feel like anybody's like, you know what, we won the Super Bowl last year. We're good.
No, I don't think the players
I don't think the players feel that way. I don't,
Well, they don't
Nick
plan
Sirianni,
to.
Nick Sirianni doesn't – he's not coaching that way.
Yeah, I guess my one question is, and I'm not saying it's...
Now, if I get to training camp and they're out there pillow fighting and everything,
We
then
can't be having that.
Well, you're going to see a different reaction out of me because then I'm going to say, hold on, what are we doing?
But the one thing I will say is that last year they headed into the year with Vic Fangio, and they said we were embarrassing last year.
Mhm.
We were the 32nd, whatever ranked defense in the league.
32nd, that's as low as you can go.
I know, but
it felt like 35th.
It felt like worse. We've never seen a less proud unit than last year's, besides the 22 team. But like I just wonder if the intensity to prove everyone wrong is going to be there.
Right.
Like,
well, that's where Nick. That's where he comes in at, and I agree with you, because players they'll push the limit of they think they're doing it hard, or they think they're doing it the same way they did it last year, but they may not be. But the coaching staff, the coach has to come in, and he has to coach as if they haven't won anything. Like Belichick became more ornery after they won a Super Bowl.
Sure.
Right? Like, I don't think Andy became a softer coach and all of a sudden training camp wasn't as hard and they weren't wearing pads and Patrick Mahomes didn't play in the preseason. Like, all that stuff continued. That's why I say Coach Sirianni, he has to set the tone for what it's going to be like in that building. Like, we're still working. I don't care we won the Super Bowl last year. We're putting the pads on. We're knocking the rust off. Coach Fangio has to still be the same ornery coach in the building as well, talking about how soft we are. Like, they almost have to work extra hard at not being complacent this year.
So speaking of wanting to do things hard and not soft.
Oh, my God.
Yep. You set me right up, buddy.
Yep.
Blue Chew.
I like that you lowered the voice for it, too.
Yeah.
Here, I want to talk to you.
I was passionate about
You were.
something.
Yeah.
And now you're going to be passionate about Blue Chew.
Yep. Passionate about Blue Chew. How about this? Free Blue Chew.
I think we're all passionate about free.
Free
Spike.
Blue Chew for the first month. If you've been contemplating it, like, I don't know. I don't want to go to the doctor. I don't want to pay for it.
Don't want to stand in line.
Yeah, you don't want to stand in line at the pharmacy. All those things are out, including the price. Go to bluechew.com and use the code 94. You get your first month free. It's not free. We're going to pay for it.
Yep.
Your first month is free. All you got to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
Yeah,
That's
nothing.
it. That's nothing.
You're going to get a USA made and USA shipped chewable with the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin. We know we hate those doctor's appointments. Awkward, weird. Hate waiting in line in the pharmacy. Awkward, weird.
Yep.
In the bedroom, nothing awkward and weird about that. But
Well, I mean, I can't get there.
Yeah.
well, yeah. You're going to be tip-top shape.
Sure.
And if you've been contemplating it, contemplate it no more. We got your hookup. Go to bluechew.com. You meet with one of the licensed medical professionals on there. They find out the right mix for you. It takes 5 minutes in and out. You get that package in the mail. It comes in discreet and
hard.
There it is. Go to bluechew.com. Code 94 gets your first month for free. You only got to pay for the shipping, and then you can
chew it and do it.
There it is. It's a Buzz Friday.
Realized there was about 5 seconds to go.
It's the worst, Buzz. I've been there, buddy.
Okay, Buzz.
I've been there.
Here's what I'm going to need from you. I'm going to need from you.
Haven't done the
when you
show
go-
in a few weeks.
Well,
Shut up.
When you come in to produce the WIP afternoon show, I need you to prepare like it's your little weekend show. I need your little list of stuff in front of you that you need to remember. What songs to play, what jingles to play. I need you to, and I even send you my rundown, buddy. I send you my rundown. I'm going to need you to lock the hell in like it's your little weekend show. Are we clear?
Yeah.
I'm locked in. I got the copy.
I could just envision the Buzz panic back
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I just envision the pause.
Yeah,
Everything.
yeah,
Yep.
freezing.
A pure deer in headlights.
Like a squirrel in the road. You know, you're driving along. You ever see a squirrel sees
Oh,
the
yeah.
car coming? Can't decide which side of the road to
side to
go
go.
to. So they
Yeah.
just sit there. All right.
I decide for him.
Last thing.
That's nice.
Last thing on what we were just talking about.
Do you feel bad about roadkill if you're a vegan?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, but it is what it is.
It is what it
I
is.
say a little prayer when I drive by.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do you worry at all the number of times that Howie and Jeffrey Lurie mentioned it as well, have mentioned finances for this year? Because to me, that has been a little bit of a message to the fans, not just about why they're doing it,
Yeah.
but what they're doing. Like, for them to not say, football decision, we're in to make the best team possible.
Mhm.
For them to continually say, well, we got to pay this guy and we got to pay that guy, it's just not something I'm used to.
Sure.
And it seems like it is something that is very purposeful on their end to let everyone know what is going on here.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the usual standard operating procedure that the Eagles normally do when explaining some of their all-season moves, but I can respect the transparency. I think they are trying to be as forthright and honest with us as fans as they possibly can, and they're coming off a Super Bowl win. And how do we look at a roster that has the type of price tags on the players that we have on this roster and fault them for not wanting to tighten the purse strings a little bit?
It's less about faulting and more about when I think about this year, I just think about what they're saying. And sometimes an organization sort of like wants to have a soft landing. Do you know what I mean? Like, and they could never come out and say, we're not trying to win the Super Bowl next year. I understand that. But I feel like, in other words.
But that's more of at least me, I interpret this as more of an explanation as to why they weren't as aggressive going after players or retaining everybody. So if people were complaining about why we didn't keep this guy, or why did we get rid of this guy, why didn't we go after this guy, or this now, why are we shopping in the bargain basement bin? Well, because finances has a little bit to do with it. Like, so this is the reason why we're doing it this way. If you trust their track record and you trust Howie, who's always been aggressive, it's not a cheap organization. It's not an organization that
not at all.
skimpings out. You know what I mean? So they have the highest paid offensive line. They got 2 receivers making over $25 million. They got a $10 million tight end. They got a $30 or $20 million running back.
$50 million quarterback.
A $50 million quarterback. Like, they had spent a lot of money, and so most teams don't have that type of money stacked up on one side of the ball. It's usually spread on both sides of the ball. Our offense, and we don't want them getting rid of offensive players, right?
I don't think so.
Right? Which one of those high-priced offensive players where we have been like, okay, we can get rid of Devontae.
Yeah, I mean,
we can get rid of AJ.
Yeah.
And they can't get rid of any of those guys, so they have to do what they can on the defensive side of the ball, and they still know that they're going to have to pay players, their young, good defensive players coming up here in the next year or two. So I'm more or less, I understand it, and I still say they managed to do this, and the roster still looks better than most teams' rosters.
I would
That's
agree
the way
with
I
you.
look at it.
Yep,
Like,
I would agree
I'm like,
with
their
you.
rosters from a personnel standpoint still looks better than everybody else.
100% fair. 215-592-9494. What is success for the Eagles this year? I say just making the playoffs at this point.
Super Bowl,
Ike
baby.
says win a Super Bowl. Jack, what do you say? Oh, win a playoff game.
Yeah, but pass here.
Pass here.
Yeah.
Giving him a pass.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Coming up next, Elliot Shore-Parks will join us, and we didn't talk about this with Elliot yesterday, but the Eagles lost a key part of their front office, and we'll talk to Elliot about what effect they may have on the draft this year or draft next year and evaluating players and Elliot's ridiculous Ace Bailey nonsense.
Oh, you can't wait to grill him on Ace Bailey.
I'm just going to rip him to shreds.
What was that, a book he wrote this morning about Ace Bailey?
Well,
he never watched him before 3 days ago.
Yeah, I can read, and which he cannot do, apparently. All right. Elliot joins us next. What is your success for the Eagles this year? We're at Cheekies and Pete's in South Philly. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
I want to share with you my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop this day. Was in a couple weeks ago and locked down the all-new, all-electric Honda Prologue. Growing family of 4, had to get a brand new car, and this thing is just beautiful. Absolutely love driving it. Get to Scott Honda today and at least test drive the Prologue. What are you waiting for? Anyway, Scott Honda made the process so easy. Transparent pricing, exceptional service, and a thoughtful and professional team. They make the whole car buying experience stress-free. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle. So visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at scottautogroup.com. And always remember, it's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner! Right here!
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other. Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days next week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Joe Camry here. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. They are amazing. And now they're doing something really great for our community. United Tire has partnered with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to help fund life-saving care, comfort, and brighter days. This May, stop into your locally owned and operated United Tire. Donate to support CHOP, and United Tire will match it dollar for dollar and give you a voucher for $50 off a set of 4 new tires. Find your nearest location at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone, drive United.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Don't stress. Take your party to a whole new level with our event catering or our Crab Fries Express food truck. We cater on-site for big parties, small parties, grad parties, and all parties. Order special catering options or our signature menu items. Book your off-premise event today. ChickyandPete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's, the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles First Trust Bank Club and Eagles Training Camp. Chickies and Pete.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space, until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers in select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. With daily use.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Only 2 homers and 6 RBI for Shohei Ohtani last night. It could have been more, up with 2 men on in the 8th inning, but Ohtani struck out against A's catcher Johnny Pareda. He was pitching because his team was down 15 runs, and Pareda threw an 89-mile-an-hour high fastball past Ohtani. Still, it was the 3rd straight Ohtani bobblehead night that Shohei went deep. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South Philly. Graduation parties, big games, big events, always better at Chickies, the official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. Joining us now, as he does every Friday at 3, one Elliott Shore Parks at the Go Birds podcast. This Elliott Shore Parks call-in brought to you by Robin Ford, online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Elliott, cheap, 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 cheap. Elliott, good to have you.
How's it going?
How you doing,
Thank you
brother?
for having me on. Well, let me tell you guys.
Yeah.
Earlier in the week, I said I wasn't afraid of rain anymore. I talked big, like I was brave against rain. Got water in my basement today. So rain.
Man. Sorry,
Dude,
buddy.
Groundworks. Got to call Groundworks.
Rain reminded me real quickly who the power one there is. So yeah, all good though. It's all taken care of. So But yes, I will call Groundworks.
I was caught driving when that happened out of the Deptford Mall, and I'm not a pull over because the weather's too bad kind of guy. I couldn't see. It was raining. I haven't seen rain like that in a long time. It was terrifying.
Well, what's crazy is I have a shower in my basement, no big deal to me, and the water came out of the shower drain, it kind of spewed out of there for
like a horror movie.
Honestly, it really was. So it's under control now. But yeah, it was. I'll never talk poorly about rain again.
Yeah, there you go. It heard you. It heard you. It was like, wind.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
Exactly
wind. You're
right.
scared of wind, huh?
Yeah.
So, Elliot, we didn't get a chance to talk about this yesterday. Eagles lose their director of scouting, Brandon Hunt, goes to the Raiders. How big of a loss do you think the Brandon Hunt loss is?
I think it's a pretty big loss. I mean, they've also lost Anthony Patch this offseason. Patch has been with the team for, 20-plus years. Brandon Hunt has not been here as long. He's only been here for, 2 or 3 seasons. But slowly, the Eagles have definitely lost a lot of front office executives. This is going a bit back now, but they lost Joe Douglas. They lost Andrew Berry. Alec Hallaby gets interviews pretty much every offseason. So, as much as we focus on the turnover on the field, like Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, and those are obviously important pieces, they have, another part of success is you do lose front office people. So I know Howie likes to promote from within in the front office, but I do think it's probably reached a point where you'll see them hire somebody from another organization because they have lost quite a bit.
I haven't gone back and looked at this, and I should have, but the year after they lost Joe Douglas, I wonder when they lose key people like that, if there is a drop down, or if they're maybe less effective until they get settled again. And to be clear, they lost Brandon Hunt post-draft, right?
Yes, yeah. So both him and Anthony Patch, both to the Raiders, coincidentally. I would assume Patch had, something to do with that. But, both post-draft. But I think that in terms of, everyone seeing a result on the field, I would think that's probably something where we're maybe 2 years away from that. Because, they still do have people in the building. Obviously, they'll make evaluations for the next draft throughout this season. I think that Anthony Patch was more on the college side. Brandon Hunt did college. I think he had a little bit of pro personnel, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless, I think you'll see the potential impact over time as opposed to, week 1 in September. So for sure, you gotta replace guys on the field. If they start to miss with these hires, these drafts recently have been really good. That could definitely change.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned. 20 plus years. This team has been losing personnel from the front office. Louis Riddick, Daniel Jeremiah, Andrew Berry, Joe Douglas. They've all. And Elliott's right. It may cost you a year if they have a setback somewhere from a personnel acquisition standpoint, but it's never sustained sort of drought, right? Like eventually they have a formula that they believe in, they work with, and it's really about coming together as a group and making the correct decisions on selecting players or acquiring players, because you got your pro scouts, you got your college scouts. And if Howie continues to trust those guys, I think we'll be in a good position. We went a little awry there for about 2 or 3 years where we couldn't make a good draft pick.
Right.
I don't know what the hell was happening up there.
Well, I think part of it too, not to diminish the talent evaluation, because that's obviously part of it. You have to get talented people in the building. But I think that this coaching staff, like Nick's coaching staff, is better at developing players than I think previous coaching staffs they had. Obviously, Chip was not good at it. Doug, I don't think, was great at it. I think Nick really, really emphasizes player development. They do a ton of stuff that I have not seen prior to Nick being here, like a ton of reps after practice. They have somebody completely dedicated to the player development part of it. So I think that, obviously draft picks start with the selection, but once they get these players in the building, I think they're doing a better job than they used to of developing them. And that in some ways does make the talent evaluation a little less important.
Nah, see, I disagree with that. Now, players that left here and went somewhere else and have been good, that's different. Not many players, even the ones they selected, if we're just going by evaluation and player development, well, nobody else developed those players either around the league.
Yeah, that's fair. I think of Dylan McMahon, the center they drafted last year out of Utah. He was released. He went to LA. I don't think he ended up playing much. So that's certainly part of it. I think they've done a good job developing the rookies. In addition, again, talented players. They're drafting them from Georgia, Alabama.
Talented players.
No, I agree.
Yes.
I'm not saying you can draft me and Jack and they'd be able to do it. But I'm saying,
well, hold on.
Yeah,
explosive
maybe
off the ball.
Phillies for you. Yeah, exactly. But no, I just think the talent of the coach is doing a good job as well, getting them prepared.
I think that for me, the interesting part of the dynamic is when the mix changes of who is in there. It's not necessarily about the evaluation. It's about the person making a judgment about who's evaluating what to value, who's good at what. And that mix sometimes takes a little while to really develop, to know your personnel on the field, but to know your personnel off the field. This guy has a weak spot for this. This guy has a weak spot for that. And I think more than anything, not that it's good, bad, or indifferent, I think change is difficult in that sometimes for you to get your footing of who should I listen to on what.
I'll also say this is Nick's third defensive coaching staff in 5 years.
Yep.
So it's not like he has the same coaches over there developing players.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Again, I do think Nick plays a part of it, but you're right. The other thing I would say
is his third offensive coordinator too, by the way. It's the third or fourth offensive coordinator.
But they keep developing players, so that's why I think.
But I'm saying it's not the same coaches; it's just developing them. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're right. The coaches.
It's not the same coaches developing them, so the players have to be good.
Right, they have to develop talented. They have to draft talented players. But Nick has also done a good job developing the players once they get there, which I think does diminished slightly. Like, you don't have to get the most talented player in the world if he comes into a system where he's coached well. I think those things matter as well. But in terms of the chemistry in the front office, I agree with you on that, Spike. Like, those draft days, you want guys who've been through that before. So when you're making quick decisions, people that are potentially new at the job, it's like with any job. If you haven't gone through it before, the first time you do it, it's probably not going to be the smoothest. So, yeah, turnover in the front office, I don't think they would pick for this to happen.
I'm just going to ask Ike whether he wants to let the talent thing go.
Oh, yeah, I'm going.
Okay, all right, just making sure.
I can't tell either, yeah.
Well, you brought it back and yeah.
I think I made my point.
Yeah, it was the line about you don't have to draft the most talented person in the world. I looked at Ike and I was like, so are we going to keep going here? And I'll keep going. Elliot, Brian Dawkins was on the WIP morning show earlier this week, and he talked a bit about the quarterback, and here's what he had to say.
What Jalen has done is he flashed us in the first Super Bowl. Tremendous, right? So in my mind, that's what you should be doing every week. Mm-hmm. And when you're not doing that every week, so why can't we get that? Why can't we get that? Mm-hmm. Why can't we get that? So it's for me, it's not you are I don't bash Jalen when it comes to that. I don't bash him. I'm expecting him to take the next step so that your weeks aren't fluctuating up and down so drastically, that you are consistently at a level that allows you to show the talent that you are in all the respects that you're talking about, to being able to run the football when it needs to be run, making those decisions, putting the ball where it needs to be put. He's shown that, and he's done it now, not just in the first Super Bowl. He's shown it in the second one too. So now this year coming up, I'm expecting a version of that, maybe not to that level, but a high version of that consistently throughout that year. That's what I'm expecting.
Sounds like a proven year.
Yeah, so not me saying it, not Jack saying it.
Right.
It was Brian Dawkins, one of the greatest Eagles of all time, saying that he needs to be at a higher level more consistently. Elliot, I guess my question is, do you agree or disagree with Brian Dawkins?
I would say I kind of agree. I wouldn't say I fully
what a
agree.
hedge. Hedger.
Can I answer? I do agree that last year Jalen could have been more consistent. I do agree with that. But what I think is also kind of built into his answer is Jalen hasn't shown he can do it. And Jalen has shown he can do it. There's really nothing Jalen hasn't shown he can do. If you want to say throw him to a Super Bowl all year, he basically did that in 2022. In 2024 last year, yes, they did emphasize the run more. And yes, the bye week was part of it. But Jalen was still the reason they won the Super Bowl. When you're the quarterback,
the defense was the reason they won the Super Bowl.
Nope.
Yes.
Winning
Sounds like a Twitter poll.
Winning the turnover battle starts with the quarterback taking care of the ball. There's a reason when they were turning the ball over, the defense wasn't as good and they were 2-2. And then when they stopped turning the ball over, all of a sudden the defense was way better and they started winning all the time. Taking care of the ball helps the defense.
And taking the ball from the opposing team's offense helps the offense.
It does, for sure. I agree.
They get 3 turnovers in that
short
Super Bowl.
field.
Yeah, they got some turnovers in the Super Bowl too.
Yeah, in the defense in the Super Bowl was unbelievable. But I think I don't want to say what Brian is saying, but I think part of that in there is Jalen needs to be more consistent and consistently show he can lead them to wins. And I just don't think that's a check he needs to check off. I think he's shown he can do that.
He's saying he needs to play better, more consistent. See, you say
I agree with consistency.
Well, but hold on. But here's. I'll say this. People often talk about consistency. And when they talk this, it always drives me crazy. Because what they mean by consistently is consistently good. The difference between not anybody. There are a lot of players who can be good in some games. Mm-hmm. The best players are good more consistently, are good in more games. That is the difference. Role players have great single games. Yep. Bad players have great single games. Yep. The difference between a great player, a good player, and a bad player is how consistently they have good games. So if you're saying he was good when it mattered or something like that, that is the difference between a great player and not a great player, is not coming through at one important time. It's always coming through.
Yeah. so by your definition, Jalen has definitely been a great player. Because if you look at the past 3 years, he has had
He led the
more
league in turnovers last year.
In 2023, he did.
Yes.
You're right. You're right.
And-
He did.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay.
But in 2022 and 2024, he did an excellent job taking care of the ball. So I'm saying if you go through the, 50 or 60 games over the past 3 years, you would go through way more of those and say he had a great game than you would go through and be like, he is the reason they lost.
How
or
many
he
great
had a
games do
terrible
you
game.
think he had in 2024 in the regular season? Great games.
Cincinnati, I thought he was great against LA. I mean, I have to go through and look. Like, how many terrible games would you say he had? He was
No.
bad against Tampa.
But you said he's the second best quarterback in the NFL. So I want to know how many great games he had in that season.
Pittsburgh was a great game.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, all right, so I can think of two. The Super Bowl and the NFC Championship game. Those were two great games he had for sure.
Okay.
And the reason he-
what about the playoff
reason
games before those games?
He was fine against Green Bay, and he was okay against LA. I wouldn't say he was terrible.
7
against LA. I think I
sacks.
gave him
7
a
sacks in the
C- in
Rams
that
game.
game. Yeah, 7 sacks. I agree. But again, like, you guys have decided that the turnover thing doesn't matter to you. But the turnover thing is the most important thing. So when you say a great player is somebody that is consistently great, Jalen over the past 3 years, yes, there was a stretch in 2023 and to begin 2024 for sure where he wasn't smart with the ball. But it is not a coincidence that when you look at when this team wins and when they don't win, it begins with Jalen taking care of the ball.
But that doesn't mean he. Okay. All right.
It
Thank
does.
you for.
It-
No, it
it's
doesn't. It doesn't. It
It's the
doesn't.
number
It
one
doesn't.
reason they
It doesn't.
win. It's
It
the most
doesn't. It
consistent
doesn't.
stat
It
you
doesn't.
can look
It
at
doesn't.
to
It
indicate if
doesn't.
they
It
win or
doesn't.
not.
It doesn't.
If what stat's more important for winning, would you say?
Okay.
For
Let me ask you
people-
this: What was Justin Herbert great last year?
Probably not. Off the top of my
Okay.
head.
How
I
many
don't
how
think
many interceptions did he have last year? I think
I
he
don't
had
know how
two.
many interceptions he
I think he had 2 interceptions last year in the regular season.
No, you're in the regular. How many do you have in the playoffs?
No.
I think he had
But
4, right?
being great is great all the time. And you're saying that turnovers is the number one thing, and Justin Herbert, I think, turned the ball over less than any other quarterback in the NFL last year. So
Okay,
was
with
he
that
great?
information, then I agree he was great. Well, then with that
Okay.
information, I agree he was great. I don't know how many turnovers Justin Herbert had last year. Now that you've told me,
But he
then I
wasn't
would
But
agree.
you know, after watching football last
He
year,
wasn't great.
You would have known
But
that
then-
Justin Herbert was great last year. You would have known
But then
that
what do
just
you
by
think of the
watching.
fact that? What do you think of the fact in the playoff game where he turned it over 4 times that they lost? Right?
Yes,
Like,
that was not
It's a bad
great.
game. Yeah, it's a bad game.
Yeah,
He had a bad game.
Like, the point I'm making is what I'm judging Jalen off of in terms of being great is the turnovers. Like, that is number one for me. Turnovers.
It's not. It can't be the only thing.
But it can't be the only
It's
thing,
not
though.
the
E.
only thing, but
Okay.
it's not the only thing, but it's the most important thing, right?
Okay.
To me,
That's
it's the most
fine.
important
Yeah.
thing, and
Okay.
that's why I view him differently. Yeah.
There he is, Elliott Shore Parks. Oh,
Wait, hold on. We're not done yet.
Oh, Ace Bailey.
Okay. I'm glad to talk about his failure.
Yeah,
You know me,
regroup, Spike.
always
Relock
down.
in. Relock in.
You can. I want to say this because we're all going to argue about Ace Bailey for 5 weeks, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And you can want to draft Ace Bailey or not want to draft Ace Bailey. You specifically continually comparing him to Kevin Durant speaks to someone who never watched Kevin Durant in college. Kevin Durant in college was maybe the greatest freshman of the last 40 years. Kevin Durant won the Wooden Award. Kevin Durant won the Naismith Award. Kevin Durant was the AP Player of the Year. Kevin Durant averaged 26 and 11. If you saw Kevin Durant that year, you would realize that Kevin Durant scored whenever he wanted to. Whenever he wanted to. And because of his size, he could rise up and get a great shot at any time. Ace Bailey was the second best player on a team that was under 500. He continually took bad shots that he didn't make. He is not as big as Kevin Durant. His skill set is nothing like Kevin Durant's. The only thing that is similar to Kevin Durant is that they both shoot threes well when open. He's nothing like Kevin Durant. He's maybe a little like Brandon Ingram. He's maybe a little like Rudy Gay. He's nothing like Kevin Durant. The only thing that is the same as Kevin Durant is they are skinny. That's it. And you comparing him to Kevin Durant and saying like, well, a lot of great players get compared. He's nothing like Kevin Durant. It's a silly comparison.
Okay, so can I go now? So,
Yes.
First of all, I didn't come up with the Kevin Durant thing, right?
But
This is
you're
something
saying
that-
it.
Hold on. Yes, I'm saying it, right?
So
But
you say
let's
so
not
you
act-
have to own it.
Yes, I am owning it. I am owning
Okay.
it. But let's not act like I've pulled this out of thin air. I do not get the pushback on the Kevin Durant thing. He looks like Kevin Durant. He's tall, he's skinny, he's long, he shoots, he has a high release point. He takes threes. Like, he is a lot like Kevin
You
Durant.
just
Now,
described,
hold on,
150 college basketball players
yes,
who are
hold
6'7"
on,
and shoot threes.
Hold on. Also, you
And
bring
Kevin
up,
Durant's
like
like
the point-
6'10".
Ace Bailey played with another player that's going to go top 3 in the draft. In the games where Dylan Harper didn't play last year, Ace Bailey scored like 30 points almost every time. So the fact that he played with Dylan Harper impacted how much he scored. I'm not saying he's as good as Kevin Durant. I'm not saying...
But he's nothing like him. He's nothing like him, Elliot. Just true question. Did you ever watch Kevin Durant play in college ever one time? One second?
Hold on. Did I say he reminded me of Texas Kevin Durant? I said he there are similarities when you read the scouting report, but I'm basing him off the Kevin Durant I've watched in the NBA. I think he's a
That's
similar
even
player.
worse. That's even worse. He's like one of the greatest scorers in NBA history.
Okay, so
Ace
Cooper
Bailey
Flag
can't
right
even get a shot off. What are you talking about?
Not true. That's just not true, number one. You can say he can't get a shot off, but he scored a ton in college, and he did.
He scored 17 points a game on Rutgers.
Because he played with another great player, and they both scored around that, right? If Kevin Durant would have played with Greg Oden that year, my guess is he wouldn't have scored as
Well, he
many
played with
points.
DJ Augustine.
But he was not with another player that was going into top 3, right? I also don't hear any of this Rutgers stuff held against Dylan Harper. For some reason, only the losing at Rutgers matters for Ace Bailey.
Because we're not talking about Dylan Harper. It matters for Dylan Harper too, and because you're not comparing Dylan Harper to Kevin Durant.
But again, I think this is where you're missing the point. All great prospects, and you can diminish this point, but like it's true, all great prospects get compared to great players.
Yes,
I read an article
but
yesterday
his game.
that Cooper Flag compared to Scottie Pippen, Jason Tatum, and Kawhi Leonard. Do you think he's anywhere as good as those 3 players right now?
It's not, but I'm
course
saying
not.
again, Kevin Durant was an elite scorer. Ace Bailey is not an elite scorer. They don't have the same skill set. They're just skinny. They're just skinny, Elliot.
But it's more than that. They also, in my opinion, when I watch them, they both have a really high release point, which I think of Kevin Durant with that.
Except that one guy, if his release point was so high when playing against college players, he would be able to get his shot off consistently, which he couldn't. Next year, Kevin Durant is 6'9" with a wingspan of like 8 feet, a standing reach of like 8 feet. It's not the same.
Ace Bailey has to improve. I agree with you. But I'm not going to back down from comparing him to Kevin Durant because to me, it looks like him when I watch him play. I'm not saying he is Kevin Durant. I'm saying the closest comp I watch when I see him. If you want to say Jason Tatum or Paul George, sure, I can see that a little bit too. But Kevin Durant, to me, is more similar to Ace Bailey physically. And you can say, well, it's just they're tall and long.
Physically, that's
a big
it.
part of it.
But it's not. How many, Elliot? How many players do you think are coming into the NBA are 6'7" and skinny?
First of all, you keep using the 6'7" thing. I don't think we can only use his size without shoes on, and then
That's what
everybody else's
everyone
size.
gets measured at, Elliot. 6'7" and a half, no shoes. How many players?
When he wears shoes, he is 6'10" with a really long wingspan.
How many players do you think are 6'7" and a half and skinny?
Well, how many players are going to get drafted ahead of Ace Bailey? Maybe 4? So I don't care if someone in the 5th or in the 2nd round is the same measurables as Ace Bailey. They're obviously not the same player. Ace Bailey was the number 2 recruit in his high school class. Paul George himself said he thinks that he's a better prospect than Cooper Flag. Kevin Durant said he reminds him of himself. Like, Kevin Durant says it, and everyone just diminishes that.
He said sometimes.
Yes, I'm not saying he is Kevin Durant. I'm saying when I watch him, I see similarities.
Because you don't know what you're watching. You just don't know what you're watching.
I don't think you know what you're watching if you don't see Kevin Durant. I don't know what to tell you. When I watch him, I see Kevin Durant.
You should stop watching. You should stop watching.
Stop watching.
You should stop watching. You should stop watching. I will pay you $100 to never tweet about Ace Bailey again. $100.
No, hold on. At least 200.
I will pay you $250 to not tweet about Ace Bailey anymore.
Honestly, you would have to pay me $5,000 to not tweet about Ace Bailey.
Really?
Yeah, $5,000.
All right.
But I'm dug in on something. I don't stop. I firmly believe he is like Kevin Durant.
All right. Thank you, Elliot. You can get the Go Birds podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
That's awesome.
He keeps going back. Well, he doesn't play like him.
Right.
What do you?
Well, it reminds me more of Kevin Durant in the pros.
Yeah, well, yeah, good call.
Turned into one of the 10 best scorers of all time.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right.
That was a call, man.
I
didn't know we had anything for Elliot today.
Yeah. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Free Toll Friday. The kickoff to summer is a week from today. We'll be at the Farley Plaza with Chickies next Friday. Pete will pay your tolls. Maybe Pete will pay Elliot to stop tweeting about Ace Bailey.
Only 5,000. How, just to stop tweeting in general, what will we have to pay him?
Details at chickiesandpete's.com. Tornado Shapiro's weekend forecast is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. I don't even know if I can talk about Delco right now. I'm so amped up about Elliot. You know, these weekends come, and the weekends, maybe a nice weekend night. The weekends, maybe you're not going down the shore. You're looking for stuff to do, right? Delco has so much stuff to do, even if you're not living in Delco. And that's what the message I want to give to you. Even if you're like South Jersey, you know, Ike was saying media was like a quick drive.
Yep.
And instead of driving into the city where the parking's going to be annoying, go to Delco. They've got everything. Delco, they say Delco's a lot. They're right. Outdoor festivals, wineries, gardens, miles and miles of tracks and trails for you to take your dog, your family. You and the bros want to go somewhere for a beer? Delco's got it. You and your buddies want to go somewhere to watch the game? Delco's got it. Maybe dinner? Delco's got it. Check out all that Delco has to offer at visitdelco.com. That is visitdelco.com. They say Delco's a lot, and they're right.
The Phillies Fantastic Auction is back. Over 25 once-in-a-lifetime items and experiences are up for grabs. A kid's wiffle ball party at the yard with Bryce Harper. Broadcast an inning of Phillies baseball with Scott Fransky. Have lunch at Chickies and Pete's and be part of the WIP Afternoon Show.
Hey-o.
And more to benefit Phillies charities. Bid now at phillies.com/fantastic auction from your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Talk about a breakout.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
It's wine, women, whiskey, and more women in hot skimpy outfits. It's the annual Daisy Dukes and Cowboy Boots at Creekside Cabaret.
Thursday, May 22nd.
It includes a 2-hour top shelf open bar from 7 to 9 p.m.
And a complimentary Western-style buffet.
There'll be plenty of women in very short Daisy Dukes outfits.
Creekside Cabaret open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m.
If you're a cowboy or just a regular city slicker, this night is for you.
Thursday, May 22nd.
Daisy Dukes and Cowboy Boots at Creekside Cabaret.
3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield.
CreeksideCabaret.com.
Hey, it's PJ Glasser with a Sports Betting Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Please gamble responsibly. It's never too early to talk some football, and after the schedule was released on Wednesday, we now have lines up for Week 1. Detroit will travel to Lambeau to take on Green Bay in an NFC North showdown. Both teams have high aspirations coming into the season, and Detroit is a 1.5-point favorite on the road. After getting swept by Detroit last year in both meetings, I think Green Bay gets some revenge in Week 1. Detroit lost both their offensive and defensive coordinator in the offseason. I think that will cost them early on in the year. Take Green Bay minus 105 to start the season 1-0. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates Military Appreciation Month in May. Whether you're active duty, a veteran, or a military family, we are all united this month to celebrate those who go above and beyond. Since 1999, May has been designated as National Military Appreciation Month with its 5 military observances. It's a time to show appreciation for our troops and everything they do. Navy Federal has proudly served the military community for more than 90 years, and our employees are part of the community we serve. Many are military family members, reservists, or veterans themselves. Navy Federal takes special care to ensure that our members feel celebrated and honored every day and every May. So from all of us at Navy Federal, happy Military Appreciation Month. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse shade. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, guys, defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgan Stern Medical. Now, did you know hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men have already experienced hair loss and thinning? Now, Glad Hair's got you covered like a blue chip first round prospect, sorry about that. With cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes, they help you keep the hair that you already have and help you bring back what you've already lost. Give them a call, 610-980-4000, or visit gladhairmm.com and tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies because it's Friday. We'll be here every Friday until football season begins because baseball's back. Catch all the action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. Boy, I wish we had a Tornado Shapiro weekend forecast about 3 hours ago, but we have one now. Joining us now, the world's most famous and accurate meteorologist. You hear him laughing. That's one Tornado Shapiro.
There you're coming along. What a week for weather. This is what we live for. Tornadoes and downpours. And who can tell you about it better than Tornado Shapiro? Music, please.
Next, the game day forecast from the world's most accurate and famous meteorologist, Tornado Shapiro.
11 reported twisters tearing through 4 different states. Homes shredded, roofs ripped right off. Worse yet, drivers pulling off the road at the Deptford Mall. The Midday Show tents flooded to save himself and runs for his life. This is why we lift all those weights and read all those barometers. What a week to quit drinking! You know, when they said tornado watched, I thought TMZ finally got a hold of my Ring doorbell camera footage. I've rained down on a few people in my day, but mostly that was by request. Come on.
Oh, no.
Just
Nope.
a little bit of meteorology textbook talk. You know, tornadoes come when unstable, warm, moist air rises rapidly and gains wind speeds with a pre-existing vortex. Personally, I have a perpetual pre-existing vortex in my bedroom, but that's just how I roll. We're seeing baseball-sized hail in St. Louis. Sunday, look for baseballs the size of watermelons. And by great coincidence, we couldn't have a better setup for my speech later tonight. You know, I'm honored to be the commencement speaker at the Croydon Institute of Uber Driving and Meteorology. That's one of the big you want. We are CIOUD and M. We are CI. You know, a few years back, I did give the commencement for Temple Law, Mitten Hall, North Broad Street. It was me, Ike, Ed Rendell, Michael Barkan, John Street, and Milton Street. Milton introduced to us to his female friend, tall Cheryl. Cheryl was all of 6'5", and let me tell you, I strapped on my hiking boots. Believe me, tall Cheryl was worth the climb. Hello. We got to hanging out. Next thing you know, Barkan's got me selling raisins, incense, and bootleg VHS tapes at Broad and Oxford.
Sounds just like him.
Tall Cheryl could move some raisins. She was a hell of a salesman. I still get letters from the Wayans brothers demanding their royalties. More money, more money, more money. Hey, tonight look to be clear but sticky, low 65 degrees.
Yep.
And the Buccos are in town. You know, I miss the Pirates. Seems like we never see them anymore. Last time I saw the Bucks was at the Vet back in 1990. Doug Drabeck almost no-hit the Phillies. The final out came down to Lil Sil Campusano, and he smacked the base hit to foil the no. Of course, Dickie Thon, we call him Lil Dicky. Dennis Cook, the Dude, and Charlie Hayes. We were out at the Copacabana. Nels tried to make it with a Pittsburgh weather gal by the name of Mean Jane Green. Jane was tough, almost impenetrable. She wore steel curtain underwear for protection.
Okay.
Thankfully, you couldn't say that for her three friends who were anxious to party with the hero of the night, Lil Sil. It was a clear night, but with about 9 tequilas in, the girls had limited visibility and unlimited flexibility. One thing led to another. We got to witness the return of the Swallows to Campusano.
Okay, all right. Yep,
All
that
right.
is the limit. Yep.
Saturday morning, pop-up storms, but it should be clear later on for the 9th Street Italian Market Festival. The grease pole climbing will be extra slick. You know, I emceed that event once a few years back. I met a sweet yet aggressive older Italian woman. Mamma mia, Sophia Lucia. She had the biggest, fullest, tastiest manicotti you will see this side of 9th Street. And she offered to grease my pole.
Oh,
I had
God. The
I had
longest
to
weather
beat her
report of
cousin-
all time.
I had to beat her cousin Dominic at bocce ball to get out of marrying her. I do miss those big manicottis. Come on.
All right, no more manicottis. Just finish up the weather. I'm begging you.
Sunday, partly cloudy, high of
Yeah.
only 72, 2% chance of precip, but I'd still get a 50-50 shot of rain. Wear a raincoat and be safe. You're not getting this level of accuracy anywhere else. Like they said in the intro, the world's most accurate forecast. I'm all world, friend. Wise up and play me off with some music. Come on.
All right, there he is.
My goodness.
Tornado Shapiro with an all-timer, I believe.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Didn't know if it'd ever end.
Yeah.
So, it's unbelievable.
That was a tough one.
Ike and Dickie Thon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Little Dicky Thumb.
Little Dicky Thumb.
Mean Jane Green.
Mean Jane Green was a good one.
Still curtain underwear.
Yep. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Should Spike Eskin pay Elliot Shore-Parks $5,000 to get him to stop tweeting about Ace Bailey? 67.2% say yes.
There you go.
So I'm not doing the $5,000 myself, but I am considering a GoFundMe, to which I will contribute $500 to, just to see if we can get to the $5,000.
Oh, wow.
Could we get and I do think if you do start it, like, what number would we need to get him to just stop tweeting in general?
Oh,
No, he
he
can't
can't.
live without tweeting.
He can't.
What do you mean?
Yeah, he can't. But I think
Something else
To be honest with you, if we presented him with $3,000 cash, he would take it to stop tweeting about Ace Bailey.
Easily.
It wouldn't take $5,000.
I think it would take 1,000.
Yes.
We'll
In front of him.
negotiate. We'll
Yeah.
negotiate.
And what a win that would be for us.
For everyone involved, frankly.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. What is success for the Eagles this season? Get your calls right after success when you talk about appliances.
That's right. There's no down seasons. We don't ever give them a pass because you want to know why? They're great all the time in National Appliance Warehouse.
No, are you kidding me? National Appliance Warehouse? You want when you walk in there, somebody in their customer service team to teach you which, appliance is the right one for you. They got it.
Yep.
You want it delivered to you on time without any hassle. You got it.
Yep.
You want them to install it for you. You got it. Whatever brand you can think of, they've got it.
I think when you think of, we always talk about, like, what's the total package? We talk about 5-tool players in other sports. National Appliance Warehouse is a 5-tool appliance warehouse. They got all the appliances you could possibly need, over 100 brands from sub-zero to budget. They're going to Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store. It finds a lower price elsewhere. And, of course, on top of that, like Spike mentioned, they talk about culture with our sports teams. Well, culture matters where you buy appliances as well. Mark Stamakin has truly built a great, great team down at National Appliance Warehouse. Knowledgeable, smart, treat you like family. That's the difference. And again, like Spike mentioned, installation, delivery, and a whole lot more contractors out there. You know where to take your clients to. Get to National Appliance Warehouse today. So visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
215-592-9494. Anthony at Egg Harbor Township. You're on WIP. What's up, Ant?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
What up, Ant?
I swear.
Nope.
Hello?
Anthony? Gonna put Anthony on hold. Maybe go to Lamar in Philly. Lamar, you're on WIP.
How you guys doing?
What's up, Lamar?
I tell you what, Spike. Hey,
Buzz, you run this phone through a freaking robot? I mean, what was that?
Yeah.
Poor Buzz.
All right, Buzz, we good back there?
That's not Buzz's fault.
It's not, but it's always Buzz's fault.
Why don't we do this real quick before we get to the phones? We're talking about Ace Bailey, and we'll have Jerry Recco coming up at 4 to talk about Ace Bailey. Jerry Recco is the play-by-play guy for Rutgers, also part of the morning show, Boomer and Gio, over at WFAN. Ace. So one of the criticisms of Ace Bailey is that he takes a lot of tough shots. Mm-hmm. He actually doesn't make enough of them, but takes a lot of tough shots. He was asked about whether his shot diet might change. Here's what he had to say.
Where does that confidence come from?
Workouts. Workouts. I work the shots a lot. I mean, the shots I work on in the workouts are the shots I do in the game. So what might be a bad shot to you, you're going to work on it. I work on it. So that's how I look at it.
How long?
Thing, 2 people guarding me in the workout, 3 people guarding me in the workout, creating space to get my shot off.
How'd you become a great shooter, and how long has that been, maybe your biggest strength?
I mean, shooting, became a good shooter. Coach Hud, shout out to Coach Hud. Working with him in high school, my form and technique and all that. So he played a part in it, and then just put up a lot of reps with it.
The reason he takes the bad shots is because he tries them a lot, he says.
Yeah.
I would say this.
He said those are bad shots to you all, but I work on them.
Yes.
Not bad shots to me. Sounds like Kobe.
Yeah, it does. And, people brought up... Well,
Ike might be in.
It does. The one guy,
like Kobe.
The one guy who I don't think he's going to be Jason Tatum, but I didn't think
Yeah.
Jason Tatum was going to be Jason Tatum.
Sure.
And you could say that about Jason Tatum in college for sure. I'll say this. We'll make my official.
Well, hell, if he's Jason Tatum, I'll take that.
I would
too.
take that.
Yeah.
I don't think he's Jason Tatum. But again, I didn't think Jason Tatum was Jason Tatum. This is not, an exact science.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not ready to say who I am in on at 3, but I will make this proclamation. I am out on Ace Bailey. I am 100% out on Ace Bailey. I am. Here's the problem. Ace Bailey does not have any elite skills whatsoever. He was a great high school prospect. He is a skilled basketball player. But if I'm taking somebody at 3, I want to be able to say, this guy does this thing at an elite level, and he doesn't. His size is also not elite. There is a very big difference between being 6'9", 6'10", and 6'7", 6'7 and a half. It's just a different thing. As far as an athlete, he is a good athlete, but he is not an outrageous athlete. My thing, if his best skill is supposed to be scoring and getting shots off, and he is continually against college players having trouble getting shots off. Again, if you watch his highlights, there are a lot of tough shots he makes. But when you watch games, there are so many times where he dribbles into very difficult shots because he either can't beat his guy or he can't figure out a way to get a great shot. He's got a loose handle. He's not a great passer at this point. I would actually say he's probably a bad passer. I just maybe something happens, maybe he develops or whatever. But this guy, if he develops, this is 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. I read one.
No, we don't have time for 5 years.
Yeah, I just he put it this way. Even
by then, we didn't give you another we didn't give you a match deal and everything.
Well, here's the thing. Let's take Joel Embiid out of it and take Paul George out of it for a second.
Yeah.
He's not even ready to play with Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain at this point. Two guys.
Not?
No. I don't think so. I think if he goes to a team that is bad, he could play a lot of minutes and probably score some points.
Yeah.
But on a good team, if we're thinking about now, this is what is so tough about the decision that the Sixers have to make right now.
Yeah.
Because if we're thinking about the future, whoever they're taking in this draft, I don't know, which is why some of the trade back thing is there. But if you talk about Trey Johnson is an elite shooter right now. If you tell Trey Johnson to go there, run around screens, and get shots off for 16 or 20 minutes, he's going to be able to do it. Okay. You talk about VJ Edgecombe. He is a smart guy with a high motor and great athleticism, and just he smells like an NBA player, a guy that's going to figure it out quickly.
All right.
Ace Bailey, I just don't know what it is. And he's a very polarizing prospect.
Yeah.
But I'm this guy. I don't see it. I'm not in on him.
Now, I haven't locked in on anybody completely yet.
Yep.
Now you're not allowing Elliott to cloud your.
No. This has become. We were talking about when they got the third pick. This might be a difficult one to talk about because there's so many guys that could be there.
Yep.
The reason
Which also makes it a good pick to have to talk about because it gives you more players.
So many different guys we can talk about. But what the not Elliott specifically, the conversation at 3 was always going to be about Ace Bailey.
Yeah.
Because he's a polarizing player, and it has become about Ace Bailey at this point. So
as most mocks have him as the third guy.
The third guy, right. I just So I'm not letting Elliott cloud me. It's just the conversation has gotten very strong about Ace Bailey.
Him,
So I feel like I have to at least say, without knowing who I want, at least say I would rather have those two guys over. I would take VJ Edgecombe over Ace Bailey. I would take Trey Johnson over Ace Bailey at this point.
I like Trey Johnson too. I do.
Yeah.
Haven't watched enough of Edgecombe yet, but I'm gonna get into some of his highlights as well. The one thing I will say that I was intrigued by with Bailey. Prior to now, you guys are saying he's 6'7" and a half.
Yep.
When I thought he was 6'10", I like the idea of having the big wing, stretch 4 / shooting forward, 3D type of player, can get his own shot. I'm not saying I'm out on him. I'm just saying there's not enough out there right now that says I'm in love with him that I'm absolutely taking Ace Bailey.
If he was 6'10", he would be able to get shots off whenever he wanted. And
people talk about KD. You realize KD, I think, may have measured at 6'10", 10 and a half, almost 6'11", to the point he didn't want to be considered that tall.
Right.
He
Yes.
wanted to be viewed a little bit shorter.
Yes.
So he makes, Kevin Durant may be a legitimate 6'10", 6'10 and a half guy.
When you're talking about the difference between that, you're talking about the difference between a guy of the size of of a Paul George and Kevin Durant. That is a significant difference in size in the NBA.
Yeah.
It's just significant. And I understand when Elliot talks about Kevin Durant, I understand what he's saying, because if you just go and look at how skinny he is.
Yeah, from a physical view.
And when you're not watching him playing against NBA players, he looks very, very big.
Right.
But he's not.
Well, if you just watch the highlights of Ace Bailey, you see it.
Well, how much
but
is
it's just the highlights.
Let me ask you this, and maybe this might be better for
Jerry.
For Jerry, he's coming on. But how much of the coaching at Rutgers, in other words, were he and Harper in a system where they could sort of develop some of these other traits, or were they just listen? They came there. We know these NIL deals. They got big money, and it's more or less like, hey, we're gonna roll the ball out to you two guys, and you do whatever you got to do to try to get us wins. I'm just wondering, because you can go to Duke and you're playing in a system, right?
Yes.
Like you got other good players around you. It helps you better. I wonder if going to Rutgers had these guys develop bad habits being at Rutgers.
Yeah,
especially from a shot selection standpoint.
So I forget which one it was. It really wasn't the NIL money on one of them. I think it was his grandmother that told him he was deciding between two schools, and she was like, "Nah, you're going to Rutgers." Yeah,
she must be a North Jersey.
Yeah,
resident.
I don't know. I can't speak to the.
I would have sent my kids to Rutgers
I'm
too.
sure, yeah.
For a scholarship. I would have.
You kidding me?
I didn't get one though.
I can't speak to the coaching. Jerry can, Now Jerry, he's not going to crush the coach.
No,
yes, I understand that.
But also, Elliot was saying, well, the reason he didn't score 24 is because Dylan Harper was there. And here is the thing: if he was an elite scorer, the job of Dylan Harper would be
get
the ball to Ace Bailey.
Yeah.
And I just I don't know. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
We're trading down for Knipple anyway.
They're going to trade down.
For Knipple?
Well, give me.
I do like the nip.
They are going to trade down. They're going to trade down. They are doing their world tour. Nick Nurse and Daryl Morey doing their world. We love picking a 3 tour.
Yeah.
It is no accident that they are publicly telling everyone that they love picking a 3.
Yeah. Listening to Daryl Morey, I forget who asked him. He was on something.
John Clark. He was on
it was John Clark. That's what it was.
The takeoff.
Yeah, when he said, yeah, Ace is one of the guys that we're invited. That didn't sound like we love Ace Bailey to me.
Yeah. Well, by the way, when he was on the podcast, you want to hear what it sounds like? Is like, hey, if you get number 1, he's like, oh, we're taking Cooper Flagg.
Right.
He goes, we're not going to hide it. We're taking Cooper Flagg. That's what it sounds like.
Yes.
When you love.
Yeah,
now,
if he was in love with that pick, he'd be like, yeah.
Well, and also he doesn't know that Ace Bailey's going to.
I guess.
And he doesn't know for sure that Ace Bailey's going to be there.
No, that's true, yeah.
It is possible somebody trades up, or even San Antonio takes Ace Bailey. So
well, my guy says he's a big-time Spurs fan.
Yeah.
They're loaded with guards on
They
that
are.
Spurs
Well, they
team.
just traded for, what's his name?
De'Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron Fox, yeah.
So would they take Harper? Why would they take Harper?
Right, yeah.
They may take Bailey.
And then Harper falls into the.
Would you like Harper better?
I would be more in on it. Now, Harper's, they have the Sixers debatably have 2 lead guards.
Got the guards on.
But Harper's 6'6.5".
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a different thing.
And he's crafty.
He is crafty.
I like him.
Like a crafty player?
Yeah, because that's an NBA player. I don't need the explosive athlete. That's where Edgecombe worries me. Listen, I'm just talking hoop. Talking a little hoop.
No.
You want you a Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, I like a Brunson.
Okay.
Edgecombe's a baller, though.
I know
he's not just an athlete.
I know there's just something. I don't know if he's got a bag. That's my issue with Edgecombe.
Bag.
You
need
like
that bag.
You need to have something to. You need
a bag.
You need a little wiggle to get to the rim. I love when NBA players do that. They
little
start like
wiggle.
this thing.
Yeah.
I love when they do that.
215-592-9494. What is success for the 2025 Eagles? Joining us next is Jerry Recco. Jerry watched more Rutgers than anybody else.
Yeah, sure did.
God bless him.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he is also part of the morning show at WFAN with Boomer and Gio. Jerry joins us next to talk about Ace Bailey. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Oh, is it me? Oh, hell yeah. I get to talk about me moving, which
Yes.
I just did. Moving Spike. Everybody talked about it. So moving was a ton of stress. except for the actual move, thanks to Meeting House Movers. Now, I know maybe you have a move on the horizon. What I want you to do is just write down Meeting House Movers, because you might not need to move right now. But when you do, Meeting House Movers is who you want to call to take away the stress of moving. I know you've done that thing before where you call your friends. You want all your buddies to show up. Everybody's got to show up 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. You get a call the night before. One of them drank too much. He's not coming. And then, are they actually good at carrying stuff? Meeting House Movers is. They're going to move your stuff, keep it intact. They're going to do it on time. They're going to be respectful. They're actually kind of fun to talk to. Hang out a little bit. Do not call your friends when it's time to move. Call Meeting House Movers. They'll even pack you if you need that. MeetingHouseMovers.com. Once again, when it's time to move, don't call your friends. Rent friends for the day who are good at moving. That is Meeting House Movers. Once again, MeetingHouseMovers.com.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner! Right here!
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it. Why?
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days next week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
This Memorial Day, give your home the protection it deserves and save big on your new roof. Contact Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off materials. Plus, no payments till 2026 and take an extra $500 off. And all military members receive an additional 10% discount. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection today. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues live from the 50-yard line at Lincoln Financial Field. Metallica, 2 nights, 2 different sets. No repeat weekend. Friday, May 23rd. Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Sunday, May 25th. Those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera, and Suicidal Tendencies. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. The M72 World Tour continues, presented by In Kind.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off of it. And nobody helps you bounce back like my team at the Mattress Warehouse. Now during the Memorial Day sale, save up to 70% store-wide and get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. Save up to $800 off an elite lineup, Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and all the new Sealy Posturepedics. Only Mattress Warehouse offers bed match, plus a 1-year lowest price guarantee and 0% financing. Come in today and sleep better tonight. ShopMattressWarehouse.com.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase, May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Caesar's Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesar's Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code RadioLaunch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. Golden State stunned the professional basketball landscape with their 7-game playoff series win against the young Houston team. Behind an impressive combined 100-point performance from their starters, they moved on to the second round and will now face off against a Minnesota team that handled business in 5 games. Will Golden State be able to take advantage of their hot streak, or will Minnesota prove to be too much to overcome? In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. On Sunday, 2 forces will stand in the way of the Oklahoma City Thunder making it to the Western Conference Finals. The first is Nikola Jokic and his teammates. The best player on earth won't go down easily, but maybe the bigger challenge is the fact that the Thunder are expected to move on. There is massive pressure to live up to what they did in the regular season, and on Sunday we'll find out if they can. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickies in South Philly. Graduation parties, big games, big events. Always better at Chickies and Pete's, your official sports bar of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles. Joining us now, is Jerry Recco. Jerry is the play-by-play guy for Rutgers, also part of the morning show Boomer and Geo WFAN. Jerry, I never thought ever that I would have you on to talk about Rutgers basketball on WIP, but here we are.
Me neither. Nice to talk to you, though, Spike. How we doing?
Oh, good, man. Now, Jerry joins us from the links playing golf with your son right now. How are you shooting?
You know what? Better than I would have expected, and we've gotten and dodged the rain, so we're doing all right, doing okay.
And real quick, has WFAN fallen apart without me, or does it still stand?
We're doing okay like my golf game, but we do miss you, Spike, believe it or not. When you left, we were ready to hug you and punch you in the face at the same time.
Yeah, Jerry expressed he was mad at me. Yeah, with love.
He has that effect on people, Jerry.
So I've heard.
So Jerry, it does play-by-play for Rutgers, as I mentioned, and watched as much Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey as possible. I guess just an overall question that a lot of people are asking as they talk about Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey, to have 2 potential top 3 picks and the team is as disappointing as they were. How do you look at their performance versus the team performance this year as sort of an explanation, or how does that even happen?
Yeah, I have been asked this question by 1,000 people, and I understand why it's asked. Steve Peichel's been asked this question too. If you watch this team individually, there were outstanding efforts. I think the biggest answer and the best answer I would give you is health. There was a stretch in the season where things, first things first, as you know, these kids are 18 years old. So they were two true freshmen that were brought in to lead the way, knowing they were going to be NBA lottery picks. And I think when things were starting to come together, there were a couple of things that happened. One, Dylan Harper got some sort of an illness on the way to Indiana. And if you go back and look at that game, you will see Ace Bailey had a game for the ages, and Rutgers came up just short, but he was outstanding. And then as Dylan started feeling better, I think he rushed himself back, wasn't 100%. They lost a couple of games they probably shouldn't have. And then as things got going again, he had the ankle injury. And there's probably 10 games in there where the two of them were not at 100%. And it just, maybe they went, I'd have to look at it, but 3-7, 4-6. And it's a big part of why the season was disappointing. And there was also, I would tell you, 3 or 4 games in there they had no business losing late, missed shots, and it adds up to a disappointing season.
So everyone expects Dylan Harper to go 2. So the Sixers with the 3rd pick, a lot of the conversation has been about Ace Bailey, who I think probably is the most polarizing prospect that people talk about in the top 10. Having watched every game of his Rutgers career, what did you see from Ace Bailey?
Love him. Absolutely love him, and I think he's going to be a great pro. A couple of reasons why. One, I don't know what's going on with this whole height thing. I'm telling you, he's not 6'7". But let's say he is. All right, fine. The way he elevates over defenders and can get his shot when he needs it is remarkable. The biggest thing I would tell you, though, because the athleticism and the skill is unmatched, Spike, his love of basketball, and I've been doing this a long time, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen a kid that smiles, laughs, jokes, and is the life of the locker room like he was. And I'll tell you, that's something that, forget the skill for a second. Just kind of replacing that infectious personality is going to be something that Rutgers is going to have to deal with. He eats, breathes and sleeps basketball. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I got close to him. I didn't. I talked to coaches, not as much the players, but I've been around him enough on the planes and the hotels and the team meals. He's a great kid who wants to work, wants to be coached. And as much as I'm not a Sixers fan, as you know, if you do take him, you are going to love this kid.
So Jerry, even though he's in New York, by the way, he's not a Sixers fan, also not a Knicks fan. Jerry is a Nets fan. Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah. Poor me.
How has that been for you up there? I hate all of your coworkers, and I'm not even there anymore with the Knicks stuff. It must be tough for you right now.
Oh, no, it's a blast having Boomer and Gio every morning ask me if the Knicks are still playing in the NBA, the Nets rather. It's tough, man. I mean, they took a shot, they swung and missed with Durant and Irving and that Harden trade. To this day, if you go back, you might even remember. I remember when they made that trade. I called into Carton Roberts. I was furious with that deal. I had no interest in James Harden, as I know you guys didn't enjoy his time either in Philly, but they had a chance. It didn't work out. Kevin Durant was a toe away from them advancing even further in the playoffs. But when you swing and miss that big, this is what you end up with. And so they're trying to rebuild it, but it is tough. I mean, in a Knick town right now where Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart are doing what they're doing and the Nets lose out on the draft lot, I mean, good Lord. It's tough. It is not easy.
Well, hopefully the Knicks blow this series. Back to Ace Bailey. So let me ask you this. If I put you in the position and I say, okay, what is Ace Bailey not good at? Like, what are his weaknesses? What does he need to work on?
So to me, 2 things. I think he needs to bulk up, number one, and he needs to work on his defense. I mean, that's one thing that I think he would even tell you. He wasn't a great defender, but I would also tell you that Caleb McConnell, who I'm sure people are out there saying, who's that? He was a Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year for Rutgers, who his freshman year was not a great defender, and after a few years in with Steve Peichel on the staff, turned out to be one of the best in the conference. So I think, the fact that it was only 1 year and out, I do think hurts him, but it's also correctable. Defense, bulk up a little bit. Offensively, the kid's just skill. I would tell you, all jokes aside, if that's the plan and that's who the Sixers end up with, I would tell your audience, go look at the highlights of Rutgers at Indiana, Rutgers at Northwestern, Rutgers at Penn State, and you will be wowed by the skill level of this kid.
You got a comp for him, Jerry? We've heard Kevin Durant and we've heard some other guys. Whose sort of game does his remind you of at the NBA level?
I hate to take the easy way out, but that's it. I mean, when you watch the way he plays, the way he has his mid-range game, and I know the game's changing and it's all about the three-point shot, which makes me want to vomit as a basketball fan. But when you look at his mid-range game is so good. An elbow jumper, a baseline jumper is as good as in. He's got the step-back fadeaway jumper that he can just shoot over anybody. And the one I was telling you about before, which is so much fun to watch, is when he's got a guy up in his face, and he will literally just cradle the ball around his knees and then just elevate and shoot over him. And just drain these 20 and 22 and 23-foot shots. It's impressive. So Durant, again, easy way out because a lot of people have said it, but I think it's because it's true.
Okay. All right, Jerry. There is a chance that depending who ends up making the pick, whether it's the Spurs or otherwise, that Bailey goes 2 and Dylan Harper falls to 3 and the Sixers have an opportunity to take him. What did you see from Dylan Harper?
A guy that can take over a game. He is, when right and when healthy, he is a kid that will and can slash to the basket, create his own shot. I don't think he's as good with the jump shot as Ace was, clearly, but he can control a game. There's one game I would tell your fans to go watch, too, the highlights of the game in Atlanta. I forget the team that we went to go play. It was a bad loss for Rutgers. It was Ace's homecoming, and they were not going to let Ace beat them. And in the second half, down by like 18 points, Dylan basically said, give me the ball, and almost willed them to a win. He just makes everybody better. He's thick. He stands at 6'6". He's got good body size, plus the bloodlines are good with his dad, of course, and his brother, who's in the Pistons system, was a heck of a player, too. So I think if you end up with either of these two guys, you're in pretty good shape.
It's funny that you bring up the Pistons. I was going to say, does he remind you a little bit of Cade Cunningham? Harper?
Yeah, that's probably about right. I mean, the thing about that Dylan that gets overlooked sometimes to me is his toughness and his ability to finish in traffic. He's got this sneaky way of just being able to maneuver around the basket through literally 6-7 hands, and he can find his way to the window, and he spins that ball in better than, really in my 10 years of working at Rutgers, better than anybody I've seen. So yeah, that's probably a good comp, but he's a different type of player, and he's ready for the moment for sure.
All right, Jerry. Well, we appreciate you taking a golf break to check in with us.
Seriously, yeah.
And
I would not have taken a golf break.
No, I could not have done that. So I appreciate you. And trust me, if we've ever been together on anything, the Knicks blowing this series will be my Christmas if it happens. So
well, I will tell you, they might. Yeah. I actually think that they're going to bury Boston tonight. But that having been said, if I was a Knicks fan, I would genuinely be concerned about what's waiting for them, because I think Indiana, people overlook them. They play tough like the Pistons do, but I think they're a little more skilled than the Pistons are, and I think they're going to run into a buzzsaw in the finals.
Yeah, well, they beat them last year. Yeah. The Pacers beat them last year. So.
Exactly. By the way, if they win that, you got Minnesota and Oklahoma City sitting there.
Yeah, I don't even want the Knicks getting past this round. I don't need any more. So, all right, Jerry.
I got it.
Yep, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Jerry.
All right, there he is, Jerry Recco, company man.
Yeah.
Good analysis, company man.
Yeah.
Company man.
When did my
Where's Carlin?
I was going to say, well, Carlin used to do.
He used to do the
Rutgers basketball too.
Yeah, he just does the football now.
Yeah.
And Jerry, by the way, Jerry does all the Rutgers games, and he's up, does the morning show. Also does the halftime and I think pregame of Dallas Cowboys radio as well.
Wow.
Yeah, Jerry.
I knew I smelled a rat.
Yep. Cowboy. Can you trust a Cowboys fan about Ace Bailey? No. Rat.
I was going to say, he convinced me to take Ace Bailey.
I know. I could feel it.
That was a big old shift in momentum from the last half hour.
Yep, I could feel that happening. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. What is a successful season for the Eagles next year? 49% win the Super Bowl.
There we go.
17% make the Super Bowl. 24% make the NFC Championship. and 10% win a playoff game.
Nice.
Where is yours?
And some big news in Phil's land.
Oh, right. Yes, go ahead.
So Aaron Nola has been placed on the 15-day IL.
Somebody, by the way, I'm going to give you credit, Jack.
Oh, thank you.
Sometimes you have to listen to the show. We're not always going to say, sources tell me.
Right.
Yesterday, Jack said, I don't know, Aaron Nola, maybe a fan of my IL? And he said that during the show yesterday, and today Aaron Nola on the IL.
Yeah.
With an ankle injury that apparently he sustained in Cleveland.
Yeah, what do you mean apparently?
I'm just saying.
In Cleveland? Oh, what?
Allegedly.
A week and a half ago. Yeah.
No, it was Saturday.
That was last week.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. Either way, so he's on the 15-day IL with the ankle injury. Mick Abel is making his major league debut on Sunday at home against the Pirates.
Mick Abel?
Yeah, Mick Abel. It says, okay, Andrew would call him.
Yeah.
Why not Mick is alive? Why not the old hashtag is alive and well? Who would have thought? So he's been great. So he kind of fell off the prospect circles or ranks last 2 years. He was hot a couple years ago, but wasn't able to put it together. This year, I think he's been working a lot more with Caleb Cotham, and the major league coaching staff. He had a 2.5 ERA up in AAA, really developed nicely. So at one point, he was a top prospect. And this year, he kind of got back on the radar. He's only 23 years old, so he's still super young. They said it's only going to be one start and back to Lehigh Valley. But yeah, I still think it's awesome that he's here, and it gives a little bit of extra juice for Sunday.
Why would it only be one start if Nola is on the 15-day
I think there's off days, and they're going to put Taiwan back in the rotation.
Okay.
So I don't think they want to do Taiwan yet. They probably want to stretch him out I guess. But so Taiwan's going to be back in the rotation, but we do get Abel versus Skeens on Sunday.
It's quite a matchup for Mick Abel's first major league start.
Now the good part is the Pirates' offense is AAA worthy.
Yep.
So
I should feel right at home.
Right at home. So
we're going to lose 2 or 3, and the games will be 2-1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not with this team. And then in minor news to people who really care, but also Moises Chassé is getting Tommy John surgery. Who they got him back in the Gregory Soto deal last year.
And he was apparently a really big prospect.
He's probably before this year, he's their second best pitching prospect behind Painter.
Wow.
So he's getting Tommy John as well.
Wow, awesome.
So real quick, Mick Abel, what kind of a pitcher is he?
He's a power guy. So his fastball's been up to 97, 98. He's held it throughout his starts, which is great. The problem with him the last couple of years is that he could not command that pitch at all. He's really gotten much better at commanding that pitch. So he's got a really good fastball and then a power slider off of it. So enticing stuff. He was a 14th pick in the draft for a reason.
The other Mick was the number 1 pick in the draft.
Again, weak class.
Yeah, all right. But still number 1.
Weak.
There's 80 rounds.
He's still in the big leagues.
All right.
By the way, there's 20 rounds now. So
okay.
Shut up.
215-592-9494. Lamar and Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Lamar?
How you guys making out today, man?
What's up, dude?
What's up, brother?
Hey, now that Spike is going against Ace Belly, I'm definitely going all in on Ace Belly. I never.
You don't respect his basketball acumen? I mean, come on.
No, that's not it. I got my reasons. I feel like I called before the baseball season started, and I said we would be on this roller coaster of mediocre baseball. But my issue was I was defending Jalen. Again, today I hear you, Spike, at 2 o'clock say the Eagles haven't. We haven't basically built a defensive tackle or safety or a cornerback developed. And
No, that's not what I said.
Where you get that from.
That is
Okay,
not
you
what I
correct
said.
me. What did you say, Spike? I'm sorry.
So what? And I'm trying to remember what the caller said. Is that we do not have a developed person in those positions for next year that we are sure of. Cornerback, there's nobody there. That we're talking about Keely Ringo. We're talking about who's
Adoree Jackson.
Adoree. Well, I'm talking about the young guys.
Oh, young guys.
Keely Ringo. Who's the guy who wanted to date Trump's daughter?
Eli Ricks.
Oh, Eli
Ricks. Ricks. Yeah. Tackle is the same thing. We were hoping for Moro Jomo, and edge. We're hoping for Jalix Hunt. So if you want to say you believe in those guys, that's fine. But we also have very little evidence that any of those guys is ready to be a starting quality player in the NFL. And the guys they're replacing, one guy is Josh Sweat, who just got $80 million. One guy is Darius Slay, who definitely had a good year last year. And what other position I'm talking about? Oh, and then the other guy, it was just the highest paid defensive free agent in the NFL. and Milton Williams. So like to say that those positions have been replaced this offseason, I think is a little bit of wishing and not a little. Go ahead.
It's not about replacing them. They haven't replaced them according to bringing in some veterans or some proven guys. But you got to have, like I said 2 hours ago, you got to have faith in who they brought in, their system. I believe if Fangio been coaching longer than you and I have been living, if Ringo's still on the team, they're willing to give him a shot. Sidney Brown is still on the team. When it comes to the defensive tackle, there's belief out there that a Jomo could be a decent fill-in piece. To start the season last year, no one said that the defense was going to do what they did. They said the offense would have to carry the day. You guys
yes, but that doesn't mean it'll happen again, right? That doesn't mean it'll happen again. No, yes, you don't know, but here we are talking about what we think will happen. And if I understand your faith in it, but like for you to ask me, do I believe that Keely Ringo? Am I confident Keely Ringo can replace Darius Slay? The answer is no. If you ask me, am I confident? No, just let me finish. Am I confident Jalix Hunt is a play 70% of the downs edge guy? My answer is no. And if you ask me, like, do I believe that Moro Jomo is going to be as good as Milton Williams was last year? My answer is no. And so like, those are, and by the way, linebacker, Nakobe Dean, we don't really have a replacement there. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., okay, I hope, but he didn't really get on the field very much last year either. So we're hoping. And for you to say also, because that's what they're doing, it must mean that Vic has faith in it. That's not necessarily true either. They've told you they're not going to spend money this year. So in a lot of ways, they're making the best out of what the situation is. You could be right. Those guys could all be great, but you didn't have that same faith in the guys that performed last year. Nobody would have told me Milton Williams. Nobody would have told me Nakobe Dean was a lock to be as good as he was. Like, none of those things would have been true. So I understand your faith, but I don't have the same faith.
Okay, and I agree with that, Spike. So I agree. I wouldn't have told you that about any of the guys. That's my point. Let's let this thing play out. One thing I will agree with is you guys keep saying this thing about Jalen being great. Jalen don't have to be great, in my opinion. He's great for this system. He does whatever you ask him to do. It don't matter if you ask him not to throw the ball. If you tell him the game plan is run the ball 42 times, he don't go do a press conference and say at his locker, what do you need to do, Jalen? We need to throw the ball more. He don't do any of that. He do whatever it is you ask him to do. Whatever it is you ask him to do. So he's great for this system. When you guys say, is he great? Is he not good? Is he sometimes good? I'll give you somebody that's not great almost all the time. Bryce Harper. Now, I know Jack don't want to hear that.
Well, it's dumb. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again.
But it's dumb. Like, you're just trying to troll me. I get it. It's cute.
No,
It's just really dumb.
I'm serious.
But you're not
Jalen
serious.
shows up every game.
But it's
He wins
hey,
80%.
it's really dumb. I'm just letting you know it's really dumb. Like, I understand he's sitting 238. Like, I know you're trying to troll me. Congratulations, it worked. It's really dumb. It's really dumb, and it's pointless. So thank you.
But it's just as dumb as you ride.
But it's not. But you just said Bryce Harper never shows up and isn't a good player. I never said Jalen Hurts isn't a good player.
You said he's riding the bus last year.
I didn't know what that means. Riding the bus last year.
I mean,
he's not the bus
He's
driver.
not the bus driver.
Well, he's not.
Yeah, he's on the bus driver. He's carried. Okay, well, who's driving the bus that Bryce been on the last 5 years?
The last 5, dude.
I think the bus is
That's so stupid. It's not even funny. Like, the guy won an MVP. He's hit over 309 as a Philly. He had the home run in the NLCS, sent the World Series. He has the third highest postseason OPS in the history of baseball as a Philly. What are you talking about? Like, I know you're just a sensitive Jalen fan. I get it, but it's just that's nonsensical. I'm not that unfair to Jalen. I think I'm pretty fair to Jalen. What you're doing to Bryce is incredibly unfair, and everyone's losing brain cells listening to it.
You're fair to Jalen? Come on.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not. Just apologize, and we'll move on. Apologize for what you said, and we'll move on.
Okay, I'll apologize when he starts
Thank
batting
you.
over 250.
Oh, my God. He's hitting 238 for the first time as a Philly. Eviscerate him. In a month and a half.
Jack, it's every year.
Get him off the team. I know. You're an Eagles fan that barely follows baseball. I got you. Keep checking the box scores.
Every year.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Thank you.
Wins and
All right.
losses. I got one other fact for you, Jack. He has a
Oh,
higher
this is
winner
awesome.
percentage than Bryce Harper. And that's-
Congratulations. I'd hope so. Jeez. This is the problem. It's so low IQ. It's not even funny.
I love seeing myself rub off on Jack.
It's so. It's
Seriously,
just.
don't say that again.
Yeah.
And cut that buzz.
No, don't cut it.
Don't
Don't
cut that buzz.
Don't cut it.
Buzz,
I said
cut
rub
that.
off.
Nah, we
Okay.
said
All
rub
right.
off on Jack.
Yeah, okay. Coming up, should we give Jack the belt for that? I don't know. We award the belt.
That was impressive.
Well, the WIP Afternoon Show has the belt, so we see if we keep the belt.
And there's Justin to make everyone's day better.
Yeah. If you want to talk to Jack about Jalen versus Bryce, 215-592.
I'll be in the bathroom.
215-592-9494. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Baseball game tonight. Baseball is back. You can watch all your baseball action at Chickies and Pete's this season. Find a location near you at chickiesandpete's.com. You know, hearing Jack yell like that, when I get my new windows for Gaida, you'll be able to stand outside the windows and not hear it. We are in the springtime. And springtime is when you clean out the garage. It's when you do spring cleaning. And there's all these little things around the house that you have not done yet. And your windows and doors isn't just something that you've needed to do since the winter. It's something that you've needed to do for years. Your windows are probably 4 or 5 years past their end date. Just do it. Gaida's going to help you get from point A to point B by making it cheaper. And your front door as well, maybe your sliding patio door. I did all those things. Gaida's going to help you by making it cheaper, giving you 20% off every window, every expertly installed energy-efficient window, 20% off. Every door, garage door, sliding patio door, insulated front entry door, 20% off. And when you do this, you'll not only get to check something off your box, but your energy bills are going to go down. Your home value is going to go up. You know, what's it called, curbside appeal with that new door, that'll help too. And you're just going to be more comfortable knowing that you did the right thing. Call them. 877-GO-GAIDA. They'll tell you about the restrictions here, when this offer ends. They'll also set up your free no-obligation in-home estimate. Or go to GoGaida.com. That's GoGuida.com. I love seeing myself rub off on Jack.
The Phillies host the Pirates at the bank tonight. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Blasted to right. Kyle Schwarber deep into the lower seats.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Boston's back up against the wall again. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Knicks a 2.5-point home favorite as they try to knock out the Celtics tonight. Kristaps Porzingis' health continues to be baffling, but Luke Kornet stepped in with 7 blocks in a huge Game 5 performance. Over 1.5 Kornet blocks at plus 110. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, or even a loud, mysterious noise? Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today. Horizon has the expertise to solve any plumbing problem because they've seen it all. Horizon has same-day service 24/7, so you won't wait around. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Schedule now at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
It's wine, women, whiskey, and more women in hot skimpy outfits. It's the annual Daisy Dukes and Cowboy Boots at Creekside Cabaret.
Thursday, May 22nd.
It includes a 2-hour top shelf open bar from 7 to 9 p.m.
And a complimentary Western-style buffet.
There will be plenty of women in very short Daisy Dukes outfits.
Creekside Cabaret, open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m.
If you're a cowboy or just a regular city slicker, this night is for you.
Thursday, May 22nd.
Daisy Dukes and Cowboy Boots at Creekside Cabaret.
3225 Advance Lane, Hatfield.
CreeksideCabaret.com.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love, with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees low price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Ashley's grand opening event is this Saturday in Montgomeryville, and we're going big. Save 30% on all Ashley furniture when you shop this Saturday. Plus, you could be one of 25 lucky winners to score up to $25,000 in furniture prizes. But wait, there's more. Meet baseball second baseman Bryson Stott and football safety Reed Blankenship in person. Save 30% and you could score up to $25,000 in furniture prizes. But you must be present to win. This Saturday only at Ashley in Montgomeryville.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-In.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins?
Maybe because all the inventors were focused on more important inventions, like pet rocks and selfie sticks, and of course, seedless watermelons. Real important inventions.
But I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep. With Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes, and you do not have to bend down.
And we know how much you hate bending down.
Hey, careful, Howie. Family commercial. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, from sneakers to casual shoes to boots, and even sandals.
See, that's what I love about Skechers. They don't discriminate on gender, age, or shoe orientation. Even sandals deserve the best technology. We've come a long way, Bobby, as a society.
Yeah, well, speak for yourself, Howie. And by the way, you can find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey, I know about great defense, and I definitely know about great special teams. And I want to tell you about a special team that will defend your home. Now, I'm talking about my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Now, at Emmons, they install top-tier, lifetime warranted roofing and siding systems that boost your home's curb appeal, drive up your home's resale value, and will defend your home against the elements. Free estimates and fair pricing along with top-notch service. Emmons is the one for you. Give them a call. Nope, check them out at Emmons.com. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The countdown is on. We are 1 week from the kickoff to summer, the official one. That is Free Toll Friday. That's right. Next Friday, Chickies. We will be at the Farley Service Plaza with Chickies and Pete's. Pete will pay your tolls. The details are at chickiesandpetes.com. Make sure you check out the details so you can cost Pete as much as you possibly can. I want you to time your arrival down the shore to make sure Pete pays for your toll. 215-592-9494. Before we get to Jay in West Philly, actually.
Oh, here we go.
Well, no, Jay was calling about Dawkins.
Okay.
About what Dawkins said. I would.
No, you can say he's calling it. That's a front. That's a Trojan horse.
You think that's a lie?
Yeah.
Do you want me to not go to him?
No.
Okay.
Jay's my guy. I actually ran into Jay in Westchester a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
really? Okay.
Yeah. I love Jay.
What is he doing in Westchester?
He was working.
Oh, yeah? It's kind of far away from West
OG's
Philly.
in the building?
Oh, no.
Great.
Get
Awesome.
him out of here. This stupid polo shirt. So before we get to Jay, because Jay is calling about what Brian Dawkins said about Jalen Hurts. So,
Yes.
Buzz, why don't you play what Dawkins said, and then we'll go to Jay.
What Jalen has done is he flashed us in the first Super Bowl. Tremendous, right? So in my mind, that's what you should be doing every week. And when you're not doing that every week, like, so why can't we get that? Why can't we get that? Why can't we get that? So it's for me, it's not you are, I don't bash Jalen when it comes to that. I don't bash him. I'm expecting him to take the next step so that your weeks aren't fluctuating up and down so drastically, that you are consistently at a level that allows you to show the talent that you are in all the respects that you're talking about, to being able to run the football when it needs to be run, knowing to making those decisions, putting the ball where it needs to be put. He's shown that, and he's done it now, not just in the first Super Bowl. He's shown it in the second one too. So now this year coming up, like, I'm expecting a version of that, maybe not to that level, but a high version of that consistently throughout that year. That's what I'm expecting.
All right, Jay in West Philly, you're on WIP. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, y'all?
What's up, Jay?
Hey, you all right?
I'm good. What's up, bro?
Now, let me get at your boy there.
Oh.
Now, your boy Dawkins.
Okay.
Now, you sitting there making a comment, right?
Yeah.
About me on the, perform great at all times, right? What is your guys' track record? And it's for him to be speaking on Jalen like that when Jalen performed in a big game. Where was Dawk at in these championship games?
Dawk doesn't play anymore, so dissecting Dawk's career or where he played and what he did is irrelevant to the conversation. Dawk is stamped and approved as a Hall of Famer. So he doesn't need to have qualifications to give an opinion on what he sees.
It's his fight. So I just wanted to make sure you was good before I got his fight.
So we're going right down the row here, Jay?
Yeah, what is that? Okay.
We're talking about he got to perform, and then you're bringing up Herbert. Well, Herbert.
No. Well, yeah, but you're not. You're taking everything out of context. All I did was ask. Well, because you're taking two separate conversations. I didn't say he had to perform. Brian Dawkins, debatably greatest Eagle of all time, said he had to perform more consistently. So we'll put that to the side for a second. The other conversation was when Elliott said that specifically, if a quarterback limits his turnovers, it means he plays great. So I asked him, did Justin Herbert play great last year? And he said no. And Justin Herbert turned the ball over within one or two less than every quarterback in the NFL last year. So, and I don't think Justin Herbert played great last year. I thought he played pretty well. They scaled back what he did to a great extent. His turnover, it's actually very similar. They scaled that back the number of times he threw, and his turnovers went down. And that's what happened. I don't think Justin Herbert was great last year, even though he didn't turn the ball over. I don't think not turning the ball over and not turning the ball over alone means that you played great, especially when you have one of the worst sack rates in the NFL. So that is what I was talking about.
Yeah, but you keep bringing up his name. The reference is like, why can't he play like Herbert?
No, I've actually never said that one time. Jack loves Herbert. I don't. So I've never one time in my entire radio career, actually in my life, said Jalen Hurts needs to play more than Justin Herbert. So if you're going to call up and want to argue about Jalen, that's fine, but you should at least get it right. I've never said
okay, you're
what.
right, 'cause every
No. But you're not, Jay. You're just making things up. I've never once in my entire life. I hardly watched Justin Herbert last year. You think I'm watching Chargers games? I did not. I hardly watched Justin Herbert last year. I've never one time in my life said Jalen Hurts should play more like Justin Herbert.
Because you always bring up these quarterbacks that you say better than him. But you
Jay,
can't grateful because he took us to 2 Super Bowls.
Jay,
And he won them.
Jay, ultimately, you're a pro Jalen guy. I'm a pro Jalen guy. Just get to the point of what you really want to say. What's the real point you bring in that you want to bring
I'm just
bring
talking
up?
about how Jalen don't get no respect. And everything he got.
He gets respect. Jay. Let me ask you this, Jay. So no player on the Eagles needs to play better this year. They don't have room to improve.
Yeah, everybody can improve every year.
Okay, then, so we don't need to be so defensive when we point out the quarterback can improve. As a matter of fact, that's a good thing. They just won a Super Bowl with a guy who was Super Bowl MVP that has room to improve, which means he can be even better than whatever you think.
Give him the credit for bringing the title to this city.
Well, who's not giving him credit?
For this.
Well, who's not giving him credit?
No credit. Mike don't give him no credit. He say he got
Yes, I did.
Yes,
I did. Yes, I did. See, it's not that I don't give him credit. It's that I don't say what you want me to say about him. This is the glory of what we do, is that we can all watch the same thing and see something different and have a different opinion. We can all have different opinions about all these players. I gave Jalen a ton of credit specifically for how he played against Washington and how he played against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and said this week, perhaps he has unlocked something that can allow him to perform that way more consistently all year, which would, in my estimation, put him in the class that you think he's in, that I don't think he's in. It's not that I don't give him credit. I don't give him as much credit as you do. Now, if that bothers you, that's fine, but you can't just lie. You can't just say, I'm always saying he should play like Justin Herbert, and I never give him any credit, and blah, 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 blah. I just don't agree with you.
You bring up, why can't he play like this? Why ain't he like Burrow?
All right. No, it's not that. It's not why can't he play like him. When people ask me if I think Joe Burrow is better, I say yes, I think Joe Burrow is better. And you want to know what? It's not a crazy opinion. And if they ask me if I think Josh Allen is better, I say yes, I think Josh Allen is better. And the guy just won MVP last year. It's not a crazy opinion. So it's not an insult to say he's not the best quarterback in the NFL. It's not. He won a Super Bowl. It's awesome. I'm so happy we won the Super Bowl. But it's just that I'm not happy talking to you.
And as far as the best freshman college basketball player in the last 40 years, the guy's name was Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, come on.
Melo did leave him.
He was great.
Oh, wow. So you hate Syracuse, Spike? Interesting.
Yeah. No, I went to Syracuse, and I love Melo, but I don't think he was as good. All right. I don't think he was as good as Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was better, I think. But Melo was awesome.
Best freshman of my life. I'm trying to think on top of
Zion was awesome.
Yeah. Okafor won a title.
He did.
But that was a good team.
Yeah, it was
second best player, Tyus Jones.
I mean, they have several good players on that team.
Anthony Davis is also up there.
Yeah. Was awesome. Yep. 215-592-90.
Melo is in the conversation.
Yes.
I'm sorry, he is. He's in the conversation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm not a Melo hater. I'm a Melo guy. First team Hall of Famer, loved him. Have Melo T-shirts, love Melo.
I mean, because at least he did as a freshman lead his team to a national championship.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Gave that fraud Boeheim.
Boeheim is a fraud.
Total fraud. Stupid system.
You know who's not a fraud? The cars are John Ashdale. Nope. Not fraudulent whatsoever. Colonial Hyundai, not fraudulent whatsoever. Colonial always, first of all, the new dealership is beautiful. Makes everything more comfortable. But Colonial right now has really the choice of a lifetime. They have two things that people love about Colonial, these different incentives they throw out there. And right now, until May 31st, you have a choice between two of them. You can get 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Any new Hyundai. So a Palisade, a Tucson, an Elantra, the Ioniq 5 or 6, 20% off any Hyundai in stock. Or when you go in there, you can get $6,500 for your trade no matter what condition it's in. You could even try to show up the cars are and drive in the worst piece of junk he's ever seen. He's going to give you $6,500. You have that choice until May 31st. And everyone, here's not a choice. Everybody's getting this. Everybody that buys a new Hyundai at Colonial gets 3 years of complimentary maintenance. Everybody gets America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details. You know what Jay does that I occasionally do in an argument that drives people crazy? Is
Move
like
the goalpost.
Well, he doesn't raise his voice. My wife hates in an argument when I do not raise my voice. Like when I just stay very calm during the argument.
Yeah.
Sometimes I want somebody to yell.
I was going to say, we never really see that.
No. You see the other one.
Well, Elliot does the same thing. I mean,
yes, Elliot does it. I did it more when I was PD than when I'm the host.
Sure, yeah.
I'm becoming.
We see a lot more emotion now.
Yeah, I'm becoming the real Spike.
How's that make everyone feel?
Well, has its pluses and minuses. So every Friday at 4:30, we tell you who has the belt at WIP. The belt holder right now are the people you're listening to.
As always.
The WIP afternoon show.
And frankly, I don't think we did anything to lose it.
I don't think we did anything to lose it.
Oh, did we have it from last week?
Yeah, we gave it to ourselves.
I think we may have retained it.
Yeah, we patted ourselves on the back.
We're going to find out right now.
There could only be one. The boss. The chief. The top of the mountain. The WIP Afternoon Show presents The Belt.
Oh, does the WIP afternoon show keep the belt? I would like that to happen. Ike, I think, would like that to happen.
Yes.
Shaq would like it to happen, as we are the premier show on WIP. But the belt is changing hands.
No, that's ridiculous.
Who you got?
And in one of the most upsetting moments of WIP this week or any week, the belt goes back to Elliott Shore Parks.
For what?
For his Kevin Durant, Ace Bailey take. That drives me insane, has lit up the internet with people fighting with him. For Elliott Shore Parks to make everybody mad at him about basketball, a sport he doesn't even cover, is...
He doesn't?
No. He doesn't have the podcast anymore.
I don't
does he?
think so.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shame.
Is true belt type stuff.
And it got him off from you. He offered you $5,000.
Yeah.
For him to stop tweeting about Ace Bailey.
I can't pay him $5,000.
But we can raise money to do it.
We can. Should we start a GoFundMe to try to raise $5,000?
I wonder how much we can get.
Yeah, do that for me too.
Now we gotta eventually just donate it to charity.
Yeah, but
I'll need mine.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I agree. I said off the mics, we're pocketing it.
Yeah, but on mic, we're giving it to charity.
Yeah, for
Your
sure.
favorite charity.
Yeah.
Charitable causes.
That's what they say.
I just want to be clear. We would
We're
never
just
say
joking.
we're taking
We're
money
just
for
joking.
charity.
Wink.
No, I can. We would never say we're taking money for charity and not do it. But then it doesn't even work, because then if Elliot doesn't get the money, he's not going to stop tweeting.
No.
Sure.
Yeah.
No.
Real quick, saw this. There's going to be flag football in the Olympics in 2028.
I'm excited.
Yippee.
And the NFL owners
That's so dumb.
are going to discuss a proposal which would allow current NFL players to play in the Summer Olympics in 2028.
Yes.
To play the flag football. I would like that.
I love it.
Really? You're into it too?
I'm into it.
Even with the injury risk?
No injury risk.
Okay, Achilles, ACL, could happen.
Could happen anywhere.
We could absolutely could happen anywhere. I would love to see these guys
It's not
playing.
beach flag football that killed Robert Edwards' career. We're not doing that.
Yeah, it
Remember that?
will,
In
will
the
be on
sand?
grass, I
yeah,
assume.
it'll be on grass.
I would love to see that.
I don't expect to see Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson out there playing.
No, probably not.
I don't expect to see that. But we could see Jahan Dotson out there playing.
Yeah, I would love to see a star player.
Yeah, I don't think
out
AJ's going to be out there playing.
Who are they playing against?
there. I don't know.
I don't know.
Well,
We're the only country that plays football.
Well, flag football's big. Like there
In
are
other countries?
I think. Well, frisbee. I'm sorry, ultimate frisbee is
a little
big.
different than flag football.
Yeah. Well, it's similar.
In
Well,
what way?
it's
The
a
Frisbee
foot-
is the football.
Yeah.
but you're still, it's a flick of the wrist versus
Yeah.
throwing a football.
Yeah,
That's true.
I would. Now I forgot, Ike, that you are an Olympics man. You love the
I
Olympics.
love the Olympics. I do. That's why I'd be in on the flag football.
I would love for a bunch of NFL stars to go and just obliterate every country.
It'd be like the
dream team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I do wonder about the balance of competitiveness here.
Exactly.
I do wonder about that.
Do you think they'll approve
Canada could probably compete? They play football there.
Do you think they'll approve it? They need 24 of 32 teams to approve it.
I do.
Really?
Yes.
Because there's money there. There's exposure for the players.
Yes.
Yep.
So here's, again, I don't believe maybe a quarterback would go because they're less at risk of being injured.
Yep.
Right? It's just flag football. All they have to do is throw out there. But I'd be surprised if your top skill position guys would go out there and play.
Who would your quarterback be?
Oh, shoot. You could use.
Well, so you got to throw, right?
You got to throw it.
Yeah.
And, the quarterbacks don't run.
Yep.
So
So we can mark a couple people off.
Yeah, you got to throw it. I don't know who I would use. I mean, initially I would go with Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I was thinking Burrow.
Let me just say this.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, resume-wise, is the number one quarterback in the league.
But skill-wise?
Skill-wise?
Yeah.
Josh Allen's the best quarterback.
Joe Burrow is the best quarterback in football.
Yeah. I Burrow one.
I just don't know. The guy,
Josh Allen's right there, though. But
Yeah.
I just think Burrow is the best quarterback.
As far as slinging
throwing the football, I think he is.
yeah,
So-
not good at winning, though.
Wow.
Unlike our guy.
He's one. Solid.
Yeah. Sad to see you guys doubt Jalen, by the way.
Here's why I think, by the way, that there will be big stars that do it. Shoe companies. I believe,
advertisements. Yep.
Yeah, I
Yep.
believe shoe companies will want some of their stars there. And, shoe companies run the NBA. They don't run the NFL, but it's there.
Yeah.
And I think we will see some stars in there because of endorsement deals, shoe deals, and them wanting to do it.
I'm okay with it. It's flag football. To me, it's no different than 7-on-7. I look at the skill position guys when they're training, getting ready for training camp and all that sort of stuff. They're running routes,
Yep.
against guys at times and what have you. And again, it's not tackle football. You're just grabbing for the flag. I understand hamstring injuries, Achilles, things of that nature, but that stuff could also happen while you're training as well. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. When I saw Jalen, I think he was the first one that was advertising it, right?
It was the commercial, yeah.
Yeah, it was the commercial for it in Los Angeles.
Shoe deal.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can see it. I'm okay with it.
Now,
Matter of fact, I'd be okay if Jalen was one of the quarterbacks.
Sure. Can the Olympics, can they can't pay the NFL or bribe the NFL to try to get them to vote in their favor, right? The Olympics want, obviously, the NFL players in it.
This is big business. From a endorsement perspective and an advertiser perspective, I think owners will see dollar signs.
Bro, we're playing 9 international games this year.
Right.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. And
pretty crazy.
what better platform
than the Olympics?
Than the Olympics.
And look, that's the thing that they talk about with the Dream Team. That's what got international basketball really kind of
basically have taken over basketball.
Look at the current state of the league.
Yes.
Yep. And by the way, shoe companies with international, with the Olympic basketball is enormous deal.
I kind of do. I know we love football here. It's America's game. But if it turns global and you see these other countries with these big guys.
Get football Jokic.
Yeah, dude, that's what I want.
Only thing I don't want is 35 teams.
Well, yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want 35 teams.
I agree.
But another league for these college kids who don't make it in the NFL to go to.
Yeah.
But they've tried it before.
NFL France.
Well, they did it. NFL Europe.
The World League of American Football.
Yeah. Remember that?
We laugh. Yep.
That's Kurt Warner.
Yes.
Yeah, Kurt
absolutely.
Warner came from there. Yeah.
All right, we have the top 5 coming up next. Jack, what do we have? I have no clue as to what's coming today.
Determining who
and
who is not Foxhole guys at WIP, because there's some big stuff.
Really?
Big stuff that happened on the station earlier today that we have to break down.
Really?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Don't you worry about it.
All right.
Don't you worry about it.
That's coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
That is me.
Yeah.
Of course.
Golf.
Golf. Or as some people in the city say, gaff. Now,
the camera says gaff.
And my mom says gaff.
Goff.
Goff.
They say it like golf.
Like
Jared
Goff. Yeah. So Goff is making its return to Philadelphia. And Major Championship Golf, by the way. The iconic Wanamaker Trophy is making its way back to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it.
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days next week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate tires. And now at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for the whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through May 18th, save $50 off a premium brake package and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save $60 off a set of Falcon Acclimate. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
The mystery has been solved. Where are all the hot girls in the Delaware Valley? Club Risque, where you'll find the best entertainers in the world. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club with free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, and the best in adult entertainment. This month, it's adult film star Brooklyn Chase, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations: Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. See Brooklyn Chase May 15th through 17th. Club Risque, featuring all UFC and championship boxing on our multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed, on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome, with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match.
See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body?
Huh?
That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports, but it's sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Juan Soto makes his return to the Bronx tonight as a member of the Mets, going up against his old team, the Yankees, in the Subway Series. And no matter how much Yankees fans deny it, we all know it drives them nuts that Juan now plays in Queens. We also all know how the Yankees fans' playbook goes this weekend. If the Bronx Bombers win this series, they'll throw it back in Soto's face and call the Mets little brother. But if they lose, they'll act like they don't care about the Subway Series, which we know isn't true. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. A Chickies Friday for the WIP Afternoon Show. Graduation parties, big games, big events, always better at Chickies and Pete's, the official sports bar of your Philadelphia. There it is. Almost got through the whole show.
5 o'clock hour, Spike.
Yeah, I don't have my water bottle here. The official sports bar of your world champion Philadelphia Eagles. We have a pretty solid crowd in here because of the Phillies game tonight.
For sure.
We're going to need a good Creed response
wake
tonight.
everybody up.
Yeah. Wake everyone up.
Especially for this big rivalry weekend.
Yeah, everybody thinks about the...
Ready for the bucko.
Oh, he's your least favorite Pirate.
Let's get to the top 5.
Each the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. With Jack Fritz.
So I've done this in the past where I determine who are the foxhole guys at WIP. Guys and gals, of course. And... there is a certain someone at number 1 who is so far out of the foxhole, it's going to take them a long time to get back in.
Wow.
No, I know. And I want you guys to notice a trend with the first 4 on this list of who is a foxhole guy or gal and who is not a foxhole guy or gal. Number 5 is me, and I'm in the foxhole. Wrote the acknowledgments and Ring the Bell book today.
Yeah.
So it's being sent to print today, I believe. So
okay.
it was crunch time. And you both were in the acknowledgments.
Wow.
And WIP.
Wow.
And James Seltzer.
Wow.
So
you're putting yourself in the foxhole because you do the right thing?
Did you spell my name right?
I put Isaiah. Don't you worry. How did you think I misspelled Ike?
I don't know.
You never know?
You never know. You never know. So you guys both in there. You know, you can take your stress levels down.
No stress
levels. Right.
Yes.
The fact that it was a question means you're not a foxhole guy. Yeah.
It was never a question. More I needed to be reminded, I would say.
Asking to be in the acknowledgments is a problem.
No problems here, Spike.
All right.
It was just the right thing to do. Hey, I'm glad to do it. I'm glad to do it. Welcome to
You
the
made
book.
us buy books.
You did. Yeah. No free books. No free books. Ringthebellbook.com, by the way.
Ringthebellbook.com.
Yep. And it's going to print today. Very, very excited.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we sent in the acknowledgments, dedications, all that good stuff last night.
Did you
so.
dedicate the book to us?
No, I didn't. No.
And my family.
Like an idiot. What a loser.
Oh, Walker, he can't even read.
Yeah. And given who his dad is, may never be able to read.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep. Number 4, determining who is in the foxhole versus who is not, is Buzz Wilson. Who is in the foxhole?
He's in.
In the foxhole. Listen.
Why?
We had amateur hour Monday and Tuesday.
That's a good point.
On remote.
We did.
Now, Buzz, not always perfect back there.
No.
But when we're talking about needing someone to bring it back to balance,
Yeah,
the early this week was just a disaster.
It
and
was.
the only thing held against Buzz today was the Blue Chew jingle, which sometimes I forget, and the callers, which I feel like have it out for Buzz now. I think that they are playing a practical joke on Buzz Wilson.
Is Buzz a foxhole guy?
He does tweet about his Saturday morning little show a good amount.
He's happy about it.
Did he do it during our show?
I did not see that.
Okay. All right. Buzz the foxhole guy.
There you go, Buzzy.
Yeah, Buzz the foxhole guy.
Number 3, Elliott Shore Parks, who I can make case as number 1 foxhole guy. He's in. I mean, we yell at Elliott.
Yep.
We try to break him.
Call him stupid.
Idiot. No one takes your basketball knowledge seriously. Don't even waste my time on baseball.
Yeah.
Ike gives him a lot of credit with his football acumen. But
then obliterates
And
him.
then challenges him.
Yeah.
Well, I build him up. And
Yeah,
then
knock him down.
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
we put Elliott through the ringer.
Wow. Wait a minute. Right now, Elliott in the foxhole has the belt, is Eagles Insider of the Year.
We're giving a lot of credit to Elliott. Maybe we might be giving too much. That might be on me. Might need to reconsider.
Yep.
But I just, even after today's call, it's like, you know what? He's truly one of us.
He's special.
Truly. Yeah, he takes a beating more than anyone and gives it right back.
Oh, yeah.
Never backs down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Second, determining who is in or out of the foxhole is Joe Giglio, who is, after today's events, very much in the foxhole.
Wow.
Did you hear what happened at the Stotesbury Regatta thing today with the rowing?
There was the storm.
Yes.
So there's a lot of water.
They were right next to a river.
Not great.
Not great.
Yep.
Flooding up into their ankles in the tent. While
By the way,
air.
sounds like a Steiny production.
Sounds Steiny-ish.
Yep.
For sure. So Giglio's sitting there. It's all like he's up to his ankles in water. Show must go on.
Wow.
Still finishes the Fransky interview.
Wow. Around microphones and all plugged in.
Electricals.
Yeah. And then the show died and they had to get back to the studio. Hugh, first one out.
Man.
He was
my boy.
Well, he was also he got back to the studio. I feel like before everyone else. I didn't see
no
Giglio,
doubt.
and Hugh said it was a big moment for "I Told You So," Hugh, which is a big on the bracket of Hugh.
Yep.
He knew that was going to happen.
Yep.
But I think Giglio deserves a lot of credit for sticking it out with the Fransky interview.
I was gonna say Hugh would be like Kool-Aid Man or whatever running through the
through the
wall.
walls.
Yeah, there's a Hugh Douglas shaped hole right through the wall of the regatta. What's this?
Stotesbury Cup Regatta.
Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Yep.
Yes. So good for Joe Giglio. But number 1 is Joe DeCamera.
In or out?
So far out, it's not even funny.
Wow.
Almost not one of us, I don't think anymore.
Wow.
Listen to this piece of audio and just the disrespect of a truly phenomenal Eagle. Here's the camera earlier today.
What Eagles great had 2 sacks in the Pickle Juice game versus Dallas in 2000?
Eagles great. 2 sacks.
Yes.
Well, if he's a great, I'll say Doc.
That was a bad job by you.
It's a poorly worded question.
Like, you missed the Hugh Douglas question. The guy's your coworker, and you missed Hugh
No,
Douglas.
what's the Hugh question?
How
was
what
that
Eagles
so
great had 2
hard?
sacks in the Pickle Juice game?
Wait,
Hugh
what was
did.
the question? Eagles great?
Yes. Are you about to say Hugh Douglas not an Eagles great? Wow. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
There will be no disrespect of Hugh Douglas on this program unless it's by me.
Love Big Hugh, but I hear.
I'm texting Kyle Quinn right now so he can pull this audio to play on their show.
The big G word, the big J. I mean, ooh.
Wow.
Like he's up there in sacks.
No, Hugh was a great player, but like Eagles great.
What are you talking about? We don't even know he played for another team.
Ben Merrick. I'm hearing Reggie. I'm hearing Seth.
Oh, no.
Oh, you are a horrible
I mean,
human being.
really?
This is so bad.
You go capital G great.
Wow.
Misleading question.
Oh, man.
Misleading question. I was only
Should we do a poll?
choosing. I was only going between Dawk and Trot. That's all I had in mind. One or the other.
DeCamera is the sorest loser on the planet.
Oh, yeah. He
And
lost Beat the Hammer this morning.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. He when he gets a question wrong, he attacks the question.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So in his, he was just like, oh, well, you asked the Eagles, great. And Hughes now, what a disgrace.
How do you say? How can you say he's only going Dawk or Trot?
I know.
I understand Dawk being on a different level, and I love Trot. Trot and Hugh are on the same level. They certainly aren't that far apart from each other.
As players? for
Yes,
the
that's what I'm
Eagles?
saying.
Yeah.
Like, yes,
Yeah.
both are Eagles Hall of Famers.
Yes.
You had
Yeah.
greats on the edge in Hugh. You
Yes.
had greats in the linebacking with Trot. And you
Yes.
had a Hall of Fame safety.
Yes.
It's pretty
simple.
It's pretty simple. The guy is an Eagles Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, is it surprising to you DeCamera's not a Foxhole guy?
No.
That's not
not at
surprising.
all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Disappointing from someone who we're supposed to trust around here.
Yeah. He's a little too stinky to be in the Foxhole, too. He looks like he's stinky.
So I'm trying to tell you, and I tried to tell you a year ago. You get familiar with Hugh, and you know Hugh is Hugh with the personality and everything.
Yep.
And you forget that the guy was a
great.
great freaking player.
Yep.
I mean, a great player. We're talking about having a premier pass rusher. That was Hugh Douglas.
I know.
Incredibly disrespectful.
I
from
saw the guy
DeCamera.
get 5 sacks in a game.
Yes.
Saw the guy get
Unbelievable.
16 sacks in a year.
I saw him fall asleep at dinner.
That happened.
That happens to the greats.
Yeah, that does happen in the grades. And apparently he struck out the other night after the
wow.
After the Phillies game. I checked on him the next day. It wasn't happening.
It wasn't good.
Yeah, he said he went home and went to sleep. I figured that's where that was going.
Well, if you make you stay up too late.
Yeah. No one makes you stay up too
on
late.
it, yeah.
This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Go to goguided.com or call 877-GO-GUIDED.
He broke Jim Miller's collarbone.
Yeah.
I mean,
I couldn't see if he said me. I mean, people throw great around with my name. Listen, I appreciate it, but I knew I wasn't a great player.
All pro.
Yeah, I was. Yes,
Yeah.
I was great 1 year, Spike.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All
Yes.
right.
Should have been All Pro 3 times. Should have been in the Pro Bowl 3 times. I was
Yep.
a 2-time runner-up. I mean, first alternate.
Yep.
Go to the Pro Bowl,
Should've
and they
been on
finally got in there.
the all-decade team.
Don't even go there.
All-century team.
Don't even go there.
Special teamer.
Don't even go there.
Won't start.
Because quite frankly, I am the only special teamer.
2033, baby.
How about your boy?
2033. Can we please break down the Brock Purdy contract?
Sure.
$265 million for that noodle-armed dork. What a horrible contract.
You
for
pay
people
your quarterback.
For people that think I'm unfair to Jalen, I loathe Brock Purdy. Anyone could run that system. It's not that hard. Jimmy G did it. He's a 7th-round draft pick. Draft someone else.
Wait a minute.
Kyle
Jimmy
Shanahan.
G has had success in multiple different places.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he has.
He was horrible in Oakland.
He wasn't
good-
horrible in New England.
He was good for like 3 games
But
in
he
New
was-
England and went
no,
back to Brady. And they
no.
we're doing how many games did Jimmy G?
Go look at
in
Jimmy
Jimmy
New
G
England?
didn't start a full season in New England.
No, he
didn't.
did the Brady game.
Go look at Jimmy G's career stats.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
I'm prepared to be blown away.
I'm telling you, he's got like a career like 94 passer rating.
Jimmy G's a system quarterback.
That's
Yes.
fine. A lot of quarterbacks are system quarterbacks. You pay your quarterback. 2 years ago or last season, Brock Purdy was the #1 ranked passer in the NFL, and the team went to the Super Bowl. Like that is if you don't pay the quarterback that you have, who is capable there, then you end up like the Steelers. You end up like numerous teams that are just churning a year after. The Jets have not had a quarterback in 15 years.
But the difference is you have Kyle Shanahan, you have the 49ers infrastructure. You can find it. They found Brock Purdy in the 7th round.
Yes, so
any
you keep him.
quarterback, but not for. He's not worth.
Basically saying that he's a product of what's around him. So why give him that money? If you found him in the 7th round, Why can't you go out and find another quarterback?
You can find a
as good
Baker
as Brock
Mayfield.
Purdy?
Yeah, but then it's not like, by the way, you say they found Brock Purdy in the 7th round. True, but that was not the plan. They also drafted Trey Lance with a top 5 pick, and if Trey Lance doesn't
gave up picks to get in the top 5.
Yes, so it's not that easy. They didn't know Brock Purdy was going to be that good.
True.
Brock Purdy ended up being better than they thought. I'm just like,
I can see both sides of the coin.
If you have a quarterback, you pay him.
We've had both sides of the coin, Ike, today.
Well,
this
I'm
week.
saying, I understand what you're saying by Kyle Shanahan could go out and get another quarterback and not spend that much money. But to Spike's point, quarterbacks aren't easy to find, and you can make the mistake of thinking it's about you and your system, and you'll be out there looking for a quarterback for the next 5 years.
And by the way,
6'1", 220. I'm 6'1", 220.
Here's
me and Purdy, same guy.
You're 235.
Not anymore. Everyone knows that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. 212.
Here's the thing. I bet if you look at Purdy's average annual thing, he's like probably 11th in the NFL with $50 million a year.
Yeah, it's probably 50 years. It's probably 50 something.
And last year he proved he's not. He can't lift the football team. And they went 6-9.
Okay, but the 11th highest paid quarterback in the NFL isn't the quarterback that should lift your team to win.
I just think if you're the Niners and you have that coach.
And last year was a disastrous year for the Niners.
Fine, he couldn't lift them. But when you have that coach and that infrastructure, I would rather find another quarterback on a cheap deal and build a great team around him than pay Brock Purdy $181 million.
Now you're stuck
guaranteed.
with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and a lot of teams would love to have Brock Purdy.
Who?
I'm telling you, teams that are searching for quarterbacks.
I
you don't think the Raiders would love to have Brock Purdy?
I don't think so. I would rather have paid Rodgers for a year. Than have Brock Purdy.
You're an idiot.
That I'm not doing.
215.
Yeah.
I'm out on him.
All right. 215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus. You're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey, yo, Buzz be doing his job. He be telling people they next, man. He be telling me. You don't even
Good.
tell me, because I'm always ready to go. You know what I'm saying? So,
no.
But and let me tell you something real quick. Spike, you a hater for real, bro. It don't even got nothing to do with the team. You hating on Buzz because he trying to promote his show, all that type of stuff. Like you just be natural hating. Not even got nothing to do. You hating on the camera because
well, the camera called for it.
Yeah,
the camera ripped Q for no reason.
And here's the thing with Buzz: when you are a fill-in producer, your job is to make us happy. That's your job. He's just like I'm
gonna make you happy. You ain't no regular guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's Rebel.
It's hard. So he making people happy. It just be when you be there, people don't be happy.
I have high standards. I have high standards, Corey. I have high standards.
There you go.
I have a record of success, Corey.
And why everybody so mad today? Hey, that boy had Jack hot, bro. I ain't never seen Jack so. He was ready to throw balls when he said price point.
I wanted to throw this microphone through a window here. I was actually shaking, Corey. I was so mad. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I just feel like Jack, Mike, man, y'all some hypocrites, man. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all hypocrites. Because all I want, all this win a playoff game, make the playoffs. I want this same energy. Come October, November, December, I want it, all right? So
what does that even mean?
No, but what I would say, Corey,
when the team is looking at
hold on, are we talking about the Phillies now? Are you trying to make a Phillies point or are you making an Eagles point? Okay.
But here's my point, Corey. What I will say is
I always gotta watch it, Ike.
If they only win 9 or 10 games, I'm gonna say they approach the offseason the wrong way, which is my contention here. My contention here is your expectation with this roster and this schedule should be getting the playoffs.
Hey, man,
that's it.
They got Super Bowl expectations. I don't know what y'all. I don't know what y'all be looking at. I mean, y'all the expert and something else too. This something else hating. I forgot about this. If Elliott think ain't Bailey good, that's his opinion. What you the basketball
No,
guy?
but I said
Corey.
Corey, I said you can. I actually said you can think Ace Bailey's good. That's fine. A lot of people do. Comparing him to Kevin Durant is casual
goofy
stuff.
That's goofy. It's like comparing Josh Allen to Jalen Hurts. That's casual stuff.
Yeah, one guy can throw, one guy can't.
Hey, but that's I'm a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? If we not in the
Thank you,
back to back,
Saquon.
baby, back to back.
Thank you,
Let's go.
Saquon. Thank you,
If we
Saquon.
not in the Super Bowl NFC Championship game, that's a failure, man. What y'all talking about? This roster, like, I ain't going to sit here and disrespect the players we lost, but, like, last year, we weren't going into the season act like these dudes, like this was the Legion of Boom going into the season. Everybody was questioning Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, all them guys. So we questioning them dudes just like we question us. The first caller said, you know, there was a lot more questions going into last season. I agree, because I get it with the whole Darius Slade thing being gone. Like, you don't know. But, like, we've seen Keely Ringo play. We don't know if he's going to play at a high level. We've seen Nolan Smith play. Jalen Hurts was born in the Super Bowl. Ojolari done played before. Like, we ain't going to act like these dudes is just some scrubs now. Come on. Like, we may not be number one, but we going to be top 10 in the offense, always top 10. I don't care what it is, passing, running,
scoring too.
10, right?
Yep.
Every year, overall, we top 10. So I don't care what we do. And you know what I'm saying? So I can't.
29th in passing. 29th.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And one more thing on the way out.
Yep.
Hey, you can disrespect players. Don't ever disrespect players. But definitely don't ever disrespect them by bringing up their number, because We's going to be on your ass. hey, I'm telling you right now,
That's right.
Go to camera, that was real disrespect. I just said the number was fine.
Yeah, you wasn't no, Joe was disrespectful. Yeah, Joe was disrespectful.
Now, that's real disrespect right there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I holler at y'all.
All right.
Wow.
Corey.
I like late in the show, Corey.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
Yeah, a lot more energy. Yeah, he may like being late in the show too, because he gets to take in more of the
info.
show. Yes.
It's like a Corey recap. We could use.
You think Corey may not want to be the leadoff anymore?
You think he's like a Schwarber?
Well,
He's
you're
going
to see some pitches.
Lead off for a long time. Now he's moving down to the cleanup spot and says, I like this a little bit better.
The reason I like Corey leading off is that energy.
Sure.
And we'll get to the point for us.
Yeah.
I think we could use somebody toward the end of the show, a caller-wise, almost recapping.
Yeah.
Well,
You know?
I mean, listen, we could just have Corey do both. We could have him lead off and then a Corey recap at 5:30. No?
There's
Okay,
no way we
out.
can do
Never
that.
mind. Bad idea.
That's going to lead down.
I know. Everyone's going to get very upset. I know.
Yes.
Well, Herbie gets like 9 minutes.
Well,
Hold
people
on.
aren't happy about
Yeah,
that either.
yeah.
55-45 no yesterday on the Herb poll, by the way.
Oh, really? That he's not a good caller?
A lot of responses, hot in the streets, a lot of topic. a lot of the.
Well, I saw somebody say, if you have to ask this question, it means the answer is no. And I'm like,
That's
no.
not true.
Not necessarily.
It's actually the
yes.
opposite.
Yes.
If we have to ask the question, it means the answer is yes to me. All right. Well, Phil's Pirates tonight. First pitch will be at 6:45 right here on WIP.
Not
Well-
going to rain. It looked a little dicey early.
Oh, is it going to be all right tonight?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, I got to do weather.
I know, so why don't you look it up?
Yeah, I got to
though?
look it up. Look it up.
Look it up and lock in.
We are at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. You want to watch the game tonight? Maybe you find your local Chickies and Pete's. Watch all the baseball action at Chickies and Pete's. Find it at Chickies and find your local one at chickiesandpete's.com. So we do have a leading off coming up. We have text line. Your calls as well. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Now, maybe you're watching the game tonight with a loved one.
Yeah.
You know, watching the game with your special little lady.
Okay.
And afterwards,
You got there.
you want to be performing. Well, I wanted him to turn down the
Yes.
volume in here.
Yeah, we don't want
to. Total creep.
hey, what
Yep.
are you doing later?
Hey, sex.
Yeah. Yep.
Want to be
It's
able to
probably still
perform?
going in the bathroom.
Yeah.
though. Yeah.
You want to be able to perform with sex?
Yeah.
Blue Chew.
That's right. This
Blue
kid
Chew.
just stopped in the
Yep.
front of the stage.
Well,
yep.
you see his face
Yep.
stunned.
Yeah.
Hey, kid, call me in 30 years.
He's going to ask his parents what he's talking about.
Yep, Blue Chew. Blue Chew. You've thought about trying Blue Chew. You hear us talking about it.
Yep.
You know you could use it.
Just do it.
Just do it. I know there's some things that stand in the way. And one of the things that stands in the way is I don't feel like paying for it. Well, we're going to give you the first month for free.
Okay.
Not an
It's
excuse anymore.
BlueChew.com.
Yeah.
Not an excuse anymore. Out the window. Code 94 at checkout. Your first month is free. And I know you're thinking, well, I like that it's a chewable. I like that it has the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin. But I don't feel like making a doctor's appointment. I don't feel like waiting 3 months for the appointment. I don't feel like the awkward conversation with the doctor. Well, that's out the window, too.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it.
Nope.
You just go to BlueChew.com.
Love it.
And then the final objection is, I got to wait in line at the pharmacy, and the person behind the desk, I got to tell them what I'm picking up.
It's always embarrassing.
You don't have to do that either, because they're going to mail it to you in a discreet and
hard
package. It's all made, shipped here in the USA, so once you get past the first month and you love it, the price gets kept down. First month for free. For free.
Free.
Go to BlueChew.com, use code 94. You get your first month free. You only pay for the shipping. That's about $5. And then you can
chew it and do it.
It's time to chew it and do it.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it. Why?
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days next week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues live from the 50-yard line at Lincoln Financial Field. Metallica, 2 nights, 2 different sets. On No Repeat Weekend, Friday, May 23rd. Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Sunday, May 25th, those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera, and Suicidal Tendencies. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. The M72 World Tour continues, presented by In Kind.
Hey, it's PJ Glasser with a Sports Betting Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Please gamble responsibly. It's never too early to talk some football, and after the schedule was released on Wednesday, we now have lines up for Week 1. Detroit will travel to Lambeau to take on Green Bay in an NFC North showdown. Both teams have high aspirations coming into the season, and Detroit is a 1.5-point favorite on the road. After getting swept by Detroit last year in both meetings, I think Green Bay gets some revenge in Week 1. Detroit lost both their offensive and defensive coordinator in the offseason. I think that will cost them early on in the year. Take Green Bay minus 105 to start the season 1-0. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Describe Delilah's to Gentlemen's Club and Steakhouse. Where do you start? Maybe with the world's most beautiful showgirls. If you've been to Delilah's, you know why it's won every award there is, from Best Gentlemen's Club in the country to Zagat-rated cuisine. And if you've never been to Delilah's, what are you waiting for? Catch happy hour every day from 5 to 8 p.m. or book your own private party. Bachelor's, divorce, fight night, or a big game are better when you reserve your own table for bottle service. Find details now at delilahs.com.
Sounds like Jerry Jones will be in attendance to watch us hoist the Super Bowl banner. Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I cried out. Confused looks from the people who don't know what's going on. I like the people who try to ignore that it's happening.
You can't ignore it happening.
You can't ignore it happening.
Because I get louder when you try to ignore us.
Speaking of which, our friend Jeff Gordon from Live Nation was over here. I should have bugged him about, hey, Scott Stapp singing along.
I'm actually surprised.
We got to have that.
You didn't.
I didn't bug him.
Yep.
I hadn't seen him in a while. I hadn't seen him since City Field. The Mets series. Remember, we're just walking through the area there.
Yeah.
So we had talked. Buzz, do you have the Mike North sound ready there? All right. So
don't sound so busy back there. You got on a little. Oh, don't you? I'm gonna just say. I got
Showing
it.
some urgency, man. I have it ready.
Okay.
This guy.
So we had talked a lot about the schedule of the last couple of days, why they made the decisions that they did. And the Eagles opened up the season against the Cowboys, who were not very good last year. We talked about whether it's a good decision or not good decision. Mike North, who is tip-top there in broadcasting the NFL, talked about why they decided on Eagles-Cowboys opening night.
There were a lot of good options. We looked at Denver, we looked at Washington, we looked at Detroit. All would have been great. Rams would have been good. What it came down to, honestly, on Dallas was these last couple of years, it feels like the fans haven't gotten full value, really, out of Cowboys-Eagles. That's one of the top, 5 games of the year, every year when we go into it, thinking about these 2 Cowboys-Eagles games. And so it's usually kind of one early and one late. Well, these last couple of years, that one late hasn't really panned out the way we'd all hoped, whether it was somebody had quarterback injury or records were a little disappointing, or heck, we had a year where the Eagles had a playoff spot clinched, and by the time they got to the Cowboys game. So thinking about getting one of those in early, can't get any earlier than week 1. Both teams undefeated, Dak coming back, new coach, and the Eagles fans are probably pretty excited about hanging a banner in front of the Cowboys. So it felt like a really good opportunity and a chance to go really big in maybe a window we don't usually go really big. But I think that's a consistent theme throughout the whole schedule.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand wanting a good Eagles-Cowboys game. That over the last few years, sometimes we get Eagles-Cowboys games that don't mean as much, and you put the Cowboys right at top, then you know you're getting a big Eagles-Cowboys game.
Yeah, do they want a big Eagles-Cowboys game, or do they want a big Eagles game Thursday night?
What do you mean?
Well, here's the thing. I think that game was going to be big regardless of who they put in there against the Eagles. They
Sure.
could have went with Washington.
Yep.
They could have went with the Rams, or they could have went with Detroit. And they would have brought in big numbers that night. This is about the stinking Cowboys and the network. Listen, he packaged it up in a nice little bowl. Nice. I get it. But this is about trying to capitalize off the Cowboys star while they're still relevant before they tank late in the season, because they actually thought the Cowboys were going to be any good. They wouldn't waste this game on the first week of the season.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
I think what he was really saying is we're not sure if the Cowboys are going to be
Yes.
good. You know?
Yes.
And we want to get mileage out of the Cowboys.
Yes.
You know.
Which I understand from
I
a
get
TV
it.
standpoint.
And he can't say that.
Yeah.
He can't say that. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com.
Real quick.
Yeah.
The only pushback I give against the Cowboys being in that opening game is that shadow looms so large over football with the casual Cowboy wannabe fans and networks thinking everybody's hanging on to every word about the Cowboys. That's our night. That's our night to be celebrated, to be talked about, and to be the show. Not the stinking Cowboys and their issues and Jerry Jones and all of that nonsense that comes with talking about the Cowboys. So that game, we could very well be overshadowed going into the game because everybody wants to talk about the Cowboys
Dak
and
is back
and their
blah, blah, blah.
issues. Yes,
Yeah.
that's the only problem with the game. That's our game. We're the champions that night, not the stinking Cowboys. They're glomming off of us because they're irrelevant, with the exception of they got so many fans that are casual sports fans and they draw so much attention. That network thinks they need to have them on that night. I don't want the coverage to overshadow the champions that night. That's our night, not the stinking Cowboys.
I love that we brought out anti-Cowboy Ike there.
And I'm not even, I'm more of an Eagles-Giants rivalry.
You are, yep.
But this idea that the Cowboys, that's what's going to be talked about by the national people going into that game. Is Dallas back? Dak Prescott, Jerry Jones, Cowboys. We're not going to get the love shown us that we should as defending champions. We're not. Okay.
No, because 40% of it will be about the
About
Cowboys.
Dallas, yeah. Everybody wants to talk about them. That's my only pushback against playing against the Cowboys. It's going to be a great game. We're going to kick the crap out of them, too, that night.
So we were going to do the Twitter question.
Sorry about
Instead,
that.
I will talk about this tweet.
I was trying to win the belt back from
Elliott.
From Elliott.
That's a good one. That's a good mark it down, Jack. So if you remember, when the Eagles were at the White House, the most notable thing to happen was Eli Ricks tweeting about Ivanka Trump. He said something about Trump's daughter
Is beautiful, damn.
and that's my type of woman.
Yeah.
So a tweet from Ivanka Trump
Okay.
looked like she was in the Eagles locker room, tweeted out a picture of a note she left. It said, "Stop by to say hi. Sorry to miss you. Go Birds, Ivanka."
She put it in Eli's locker?
Yes.
Boom.
Yep.
Boom.
And then,
Boom. Oh, God. What?
Uh-oh.
Eli quote tweeted it.
Oh, no. She's married.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, she better act like it.
Yeah. Said, "My apologies." Hit the face emoji.
Yeah.
Yep.
I owe you a glass of wine now.
Oh, boy.
XX.
Wow.
This is heating up.
Eli Ricks going all in.
Who would have thought? You got to keep Eli Ricks around.
I got to give Eli credit.
Yep. If it worked, we were all laughing at it, and it worked.
Yeah, and he got the response.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's
Can
pretty,
you imagine
that's
how much?
pretty cool of her to play along with
Yes.
it, too. That's
Can
good
you
of her.
imagine how much his heart started racing when he saw the notification, checking to see if it's really her?
Right.
It's really her.
So she was at NovaCare?
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wonder why. I mean, why was she here?
Visit? I don't
To
know.
hang out?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, she's not running the country.
Well,
Yeah.
that's today.
That, yeah,
from
she
earlier
tweeted it
today,
today.
yeah.
Yep.
She could be attending. I don't know this.
Another thing tonight.
Yeah, the Eagles autism.
Oh, that's
Foundation
possible
thing
as well.
tonight. Yeah, you never know.
Could be that as well. 215.
Good for Eli Ricks, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely good for Eli.
Got no shot, but good.
Yeah.
Yes, worth a try.
Yep,
They
you
should
got the tweet.
You should extend him.
Extend Eli Ricks. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at benarijewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Spike when Stott says comfortability. Bryson, I love you. You're the greatest. Spike when Jack says comfortability. Jack, you're a fat idiot. Mark and Montco.
Wow.
That sounds like a Jack text.
Wow.
Might have been.
I didn't even respond to Bryson Stott saying it. I
Yeah, you
tell him
didn't
how
even blink
great
an
he
eye.
was.
You
Yeah.
didn't even blink an eye.
Yep. Again, you get paid to talk. He doesn't. What's next?
Daddy's home. The rain entering Elliot's basement.
Poor guy was afraid of the wind.
Yep.
It's the
Rain in the basement. He said he took care of it. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? What's next?
Spike's ears when they hear Eagles brass talk about finances. They're not trying to win. Spike's ears when they hear Sixers brass talk about running it back. You know who's playing 50 games next year? Joel Embiid. That's who. Mike in Havertown.
That's not true.
That's what the
I'm
text
seeing
line
the
said.
text line mischaracterizing everything I say.
And the callers.
And the callers.
And your co-hosts.
Yeah, and my co-host.
Well, co-host.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah,
you
I
don't.
mischaracterize
The Jay from
everything.
West Philly thing about Justin Herbert. I was going to lose my mind.
Oh, I know. That was a tough one.
Yeah.
You were taking the Herbert bullets from me.
Yours, yes.
Yeah.
What's next?
Look, if Joel can stay healthy, these draft assets are really gonna space the floor.
All right.
Rory playing 10D chess. Spike on draft night when the Sixers trade their picks.
I'm not doing any more texts. I'm not doing any more texts.
I love the text line.
No,
man.
I'm not doing any more texts. Buzz, wrap it up.
No,
All right, what's
never.
next? All right, what's next?
Spike today. Elliot, you don't know
All
what
right.
you're watching.
All right.
Spike on Monday before the draft. Listen, guys, I really don't watch college basketball. Frank in Ardmore.
I know. I'm
My
sorry.
bad.
I always forget how much the text line's all about Spike.
Wow.
It's so good. It's so good.
It's not that good. You had a temper tantrum. Has anybody text
Right.
about your temper tantrum?
I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, what's next?
Didn't understand why Spike was all of a sudden so out on Ace Bailey until Jerry Recco said that Bailey smiles, laughs, and has fun. Now it makes total sense. Alex in Lancaster.
Let's keep it moving.
He did kind of tip my scales
What?
in Ace Bailey's way.
I know. Smiles has fun.
Yes. It's a great kid.
Again, another mischaracterization of Spike.
What's next?
Spike when Elliott said Ace Bailey reminded him of Kevin Durant. You should seriously just die already. Spike when Jerry Recco said Ace Bailey reminds him of Kevin Durant. Great insight, Jerry. Tim in Newark.
Text line. Jerry works for Rutgers.
Yes.
He works for Rutgers. He gets paid every year by Rutgers.
Right.
Elliot does not.
He didn't know who Ace Bailey was
Yes.
before this week.
Mike in South Jersey, you're on WIP. What's up, Mike?
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
Before I get into my main point, I want to say I think the Sixers should trade back. I haven't watched any Sixers basketball or any of these prospects. Just wanted to
Knipple. Bring us
just wanted to have a
Knipple.
take.
Appreciate the take.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a take. I've been listening to a lot of Elliott, so I figured I'd take after him. Anyway, this whole Bryce Harper, Jalen Hurts, these Jalen Hurts fanboys are driving me up a wall. I like Jalen Hurts. He's our quarterback one. He's a winner. It's all great. But when we start comparing him to these other quarterbacks, it's almost diminishing him in a way. It's just annoying. Bryce Harper's been the best athlete in the city for 5 years. Besides maybe Layden Johnson, and I'm not putting Embiid up there. Anyway, Hurts is a good quarterback. But at the end of the day, they were almost last in the league in passing. Let's not put him up against these main guys. People saying he's top 3, top 5. It's pathetic.
Well, he did just win the Super Bowl.
I agree. I think he was perfect for our offense, and I think similar to Jack earlier in the week. I'll give you borderline top 5. I think he's an excellent quarterback for what they need. But it's just comparing him to Bryce Harper. I get that Bryce is bumping, but he's streaky and he gets hot when they need him to be
Well,
hot.
it's just the Bryce thing. Look, to compare the two is if you want to do it, fine. It feels like you have to attack Bryce to prop up James.
That's what usually happens.
Yeah, it's just like we can you can like both of them. I
Right.
mean, we can be happy they're both here.
I'm evidence of that.
No, I know. I think this show likes the stars in the city. Believe it or not. It felt like let me just rip Bryce for absolutely because I love Bryce.
They're trying to get at you because you were hurting them.
Yes.
Hurt people.
But they don't like the criticism
Truth
of Hurts.
Truth hurts.
So they'll criticize Bryce.
Yes.
Because they know that's what'll bother you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Yeah.
Thank you for the call, man.
just like the text line bothers Spike.
Well, every day there's like 8 texts about Spike when he talks about the Eagles. They suck. Spike when he talks about the Sixers. Wow, they rule.
They are good texts.
Spike when he talks about Bryce Harper. That guy sucks. Spike when he talks about Joel Embiid. Wow, he's great. It's like come up with a new joke formula here.
Oh, hold on, there's no talk about your polo this week.
There was no talk about my polo because I brought it with the polo.
You did.
All right, let's get everybody ready for the Phils.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Living in this big new world, with my head up in outer space. I know I'll be A-OK. I know I'll be A-OK.
It is Leading Off, brought to you by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Spike when he talks about Rob Thompson. Boy, he sucks. Spike when he talks about Nick Nurse. Hey, he's awesome. You have any more texts, John?
Nope.
Okay. Phils start a 3-game series tonight with the Pittsburgh Pirates, who MLB is telling us are our main rival. Well, the Mets are playing the Yankees.
Yep.
We're playing the Pirates, a franchise that hasn't even existed in the last 7 years, except for Paul Skeens.
At least giving us the Braves.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Who are the Braves playing?
Man, that's actually a good question.
Yeah, because who is their rival?
The Marlins?
I guess. No, it's Tampa Bay versus Miami. That's a big rivalry down there.
Yeah, everybody's talking about that.
The whole state of Florida.
The whole state of Florida. Why can't I freaking...
Come on, Jackie Baseball.
Why not? Oh, Atlanta versus Boston. Is that the
awesome.
Because the Boston Braves? Is that why?
I guess.
I
Well,
guess.
because Boston should be playing the Yankees, but the Yankees are playing the Mets.
Right, because of Soto.
Right. Well, and it's Subway Series, but yeah. Okay, so tonight, first game of the series, Andrew Heaney versus Ranger Suarez. Phil's a monstrous minus 245 favorite. Over-under is 8.5. Ranger Suarez with 2 starts so far this year. 1 terrible, 1 awesome. Would love to see a little more of the second one. And as Jack mentioned earlier, it's not like the Pirates are the 27 Yankees out there, so it's not like a huge lineup that he's facing.
Yeah, their offense is atrocious.
How is Andrew Heaney? I don't know anything about him.
He's a funky little lefty. He's had actually a pretty good season. He's bounced around like a bunch of different teams, but he's not. He's a journeyman guy that's having a decent year. He's nothing overpowering.
The Pirates are a franchise in baseball, along with the A's, that are constantly criticized now for not spending money.
Yeah.
You know.
Bob Nutting.
Well, and it's crazy.
His name's Bob Nutting. Take a deep breath. All right. I saw the face.
And speaking of Nutting, Blue Chew.
Yeah, I know.
Speaking of Bob Nutting.
I know. Well,
Make sure you add Bob in
there.
Bob.
No, well, they also, they had the whole thing before the season with the Surfside, which wasn't their fault.
Not their fault. Not Surfside's fault.
Not
Pirates'
Surfside's fault at all.
Yep.
They changed the Roberto Clemente thing on the 21-foot wall to an advertisement. Yeah, they get destroyed in that city. Because he's worth a lot of money.
Well,
and most owners are.
This is a once important franchise in baseball. This is a formerly proud franchise.
Yeah.
You know. The player to count on is sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. Who am I going to go with tonight? I'm going to go with. He was on the show today. Is Stott playing today?
Nope.
Okay, so not Stott. I'm going to go with Edmundo Sosa.
Nice.
Who I'm sure is playing today because Stott is not.
Yep.
So I'll go with Edmundo Sosa.
All right, that's good. Ike, do you want this one?
Yeah. I'm going to go with Casty tonight.
He had his third kid this morning.
Oh, home run Casty tonight.
Yeah.
Hold on, did he sleep? Did he get any sleep?
I don't know. Well, I don't know if it was this morning. They posted about it this
Okay,
morning.
but still, either way, he hasn't played a game since they had the baby, right?
I
First
guess
game back.
Would have been either yesterday or today.
Casty tonight sounds good.
By the way, in the lineup, which is after having the kid, like most
Oh,
guys,
he don't care.
That's what he did.
Yeah.
That's what he did with
Yeah.
his last son.
You think Casty is missing a game?
He was back in there.
Well,
he's got
like,
his Ripken streak.
He's like, what am I taking care of the kid?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Unlike someone on this show.
Yep.
Yeah, I did my job already. I
Yep.
did my part.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
now I
unlike,
gotta do my other part.
Yep.
Pay the mortgage.
Yes.
would never take 5 weeks off.
All right. Well, you keep attacking a guy. Nobody even understands what you're talking about.
But you do.
Yes,
And
I
I
do.
do.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I can't comment on it.
I know.
Okay.
I know. Well, I like inside jokes.
All right. Yeah, you sure do.
I'm going to go with Bryce, by the way. It's time.
Bryce?
Especially after the emotional outburst earlier.
Emotional
outburst. I
Well,
mean,
if it's just a slump, he's got to come out of it at some point.
yeah, that's what it is. It's time. It's home. It's go time, Brycey.
We'll get you the starting lineups. And the big news. We will get you the big news in the injury report if you didn't hear it earlier. This is leading off on 94 WIP.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed